Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 45:15 to Chapter 45:96. Finally, after going through difficulties and obstacles, Xianxia arrived near the cave. The 9 Nether Demon Kings sat there in a daze, as if he had been petrified. The terrifying and deep cave released a terrifying dim light. It was as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. The source of everything in the demon suppression forest should be this cave. What exactly is inside? Xianxia felt that his gaze was about to be sucked in by a pitch-black vortex. He lifted his foot and walked towards the black vortex. This is a seal. Xianxia walked in and realized that this was not an entrance at all, but a terrifying seal. This seal was even more brilliant than the huge array outside. There is actually someone who can come here alive. It is indeed a good fortune. Suddenly, a voice sounded abruptly, giving Xianxia a fright. He had always thought that there was no living person in this place. But after a moment, he calmed down. This voice was solemn and did not sound like something evil. But who was it? He turned his head and looked around, but he did not find anyone. In the end, his gaze landed on the seal of the cave. Could it be the people inside? Which expert is speaking? Why don't you show yourself? Xianxia looked at the seal and said in a clear voice. At the same time, he retreated about 50 meters, on guard against any sudden changes. Expert? I am just a poor person who was sealed, leave quickly. This place is dangerous. Be careful that you are also suppressed here by that demon. The voice sounded again. Xianxia was sure this time that the voice came from the cave. There was no mistake. This voice was humble and gentle, but also solemn and solemn. It made people feel very comfortable listening to it. However, it seemed to have some resentment towards the demon suppression forest. Senior, why don't you show yourself? Maybe I can help you. Xianxia's eyes flickered with light. No one knew what he was thinking. Buzz, a strange sound came out. The next moment, a figure flew out of the cave. The figure was dressed in white, and his hair and beard were all white. However, he looked very young. He was like a celestial being. This is a soul projection. The Taiji I could tell at a glance that this was not a real person. Why was the demon suppression forest suppressing such a celestial being? Xianxia really couldn't see any demonic traits in this person. It was easier to believe that he was an immortal. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and the potential of a saint. Just looking at him made people want to kneel down and worship him. However, the seal was even more terrifying. Even though it was just a soul projection, it still triggered a reaction from the seal. A terrifying pressure was released, and Xianxia felt as if he was about to be crushed. Fortunately, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit had once again displayed its miraculous effect. It actually absorbed the power of the seal. Eh? That person seemed a little surprised. Little friend, you seem to have had some fortuitous encounters. In that case, you shouldn't waste your life here. This devil-suppressing forest was filled with danger. Even if they can enter, they might not be able to leave. That person sighed. Thank you for your concern, Senior. However, there's something that I don't understand. This place was called Demon Suppression Forest. But Senior doesn't seem to be of the demonic Tao. Junior has also seen heavenly demons and is deeply familiar with the aura of the demonic Tao. Senior's immortal aura is admirable. Why are you trapped here? Xianxia asked. How can the matters of the world be simply explained in black and white? History is written by the victors. If he says I'm a demon, then I'm a demon, even if I'm not, I am. If he says he's an immortal, then he's an immortal, who dares not to believe it? That person laughed bitterly, as if he had already seen through everything in the world. Xianxia listened to the other party's words and felt that it made sense. Furthermore, these words were especially suitable for his temperament. He had also been called a demon before, he was also considered a god, but he was only a human in the end, a person who acted according to his heart. Junior might be able to help you escape from the cage. Xianxia said. That person shook his head and said, no need. Rather than entering the dirty world, it's better to just stay here and be free. It's also an interesting thing to be with demonic beasts every day. It's just that these few years, I've seen too many people die because of this seal, because of this formation. This old man really can't bear it. These people's souls can't reincarnate after they die, and can only become lonely souls here. If you have the heart, then help them expiate the souls of the dead. Senior is really an immortal. It's really rare to see such a kind heart. It would be a pity for you to waste your cultivation here. This junior just so happens to have learned some techniques to break the formation. Why don't senior tell this junior how to break the seal? This junior can give it a try. Xiao said sincerely. He rarely admired people, but it was really a pity that such an expert was sealed here. Since you have the heart, then this old man will tell you. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then don't force yourself. This old man has already done this, and I don't want you to be hurt because of this matter. That person still had an indifferent attitude, as if he had already seen through this matter and was not in a hurry to leave. The person who left this seal once obtained the soul of a divine beast, therefore, this seal is bound by the laws of space. Perhaps you've cultivated a divine ability like the void-shattering finger, and then use your understanding of formations to find the gate of life and break it. I see, senior, wait a moment. Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and searched for the gate of life of the seal. A moment later, he revealed a smile. This smile was a little strange. The next moment, he stretched out his finger. The power of space condensed on his finger, releasing a powerful force. The seal seemed to have sensed the appearance of its nemesis and suddenly became nervous. It crazily released a huge pressure. However, in the face of the tyrant martial spirit, it was helpless. Xiao stood there like a real god. It could split heaven and earth apart. It exuded an incomparably solemn aura. It also exuded a domineering aura of supremacy. Even the man in white frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable. In front of the void-shattering finger, a strange black hole was spinning crazily, directly shattering the surrounding space. This power made the surrounding demonic beasts tremble in fear, not daring to approach. Boom, the void-shattering finger was finally released. A finger pointed at the black seal. A huge explosion sounded. The seal shattered. At that moment, the man in white's expression was no longer so calm and solemn. There was a hint of madness and excitement. Ha 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 ha. Finally. This old man can finally leave this damned place, after being sealed for 10,000 years. It's really lonely. I didn't expect the heavens to be so kind to me, actually sending a person with a divine beast soul. I'm too lucky, kid, on account of you saving me. This old man will give you a quick death. A wild laughter sounded, and the immortal turned into a devil. The solemn expression turned into a terrifying ferocious expression. A white light rose and turned into a black devil chi. The next moment, a black chi rushed out of the cave. However, the moment it passed through the seal, it stopped abruptly. Why aren't you laughing? Xiao revealed a mocking expression. Old thing, you found the wrong person to fool. I'm not that kind. You saw through it long ago? The white-robed man was shocked. That's right. Watching you put on a sanctimonious act, I felt that it was very interesting. Xiao smiled and said, actually, from the beginning, I saw through it, but I wasn't too sure. I was afraid of wronging a good person. So, I set up this seal and waited for you to enter. I didn't expect you to reveal your true colors. Xiao's Tai Chi I could see through people's hearts. In addition, when Xiao proposed to let him go, he actually had a strong emotional fluctuation for a moment. Logically speaking, for a person who had seen through the world and was indifferent to it, he shouldn't be like this. Of course, these weren't enough to be sure. So, Xiao set up an ultimate test. It seemed to break the seal, but in fact, it was only changing the seal. Instead, it became stronger. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Forget it, since you've seen through it, this old man has nothing to say. Let this old man out, and this old man can spare your life. Even if he was trapped, the old man still maintained his arrogance and domineering. As expected of a demon. Even at this time, he was still high and mighty. Xiao smiled and said, you think too highly of yourself. What can you do now? If you beg me, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll chop you up. Arrogant. The white-robed man roared. Suddenly, a terrifying soul force flew out from his body. It actually formed a human figure. It entered Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao didn't have the chance to block or dodge. This old man was too strong. The white figure entered Ling Xiao's body and pounced on Ling Xiao's soul. Obviously, he wanted to use the ultimate method to take over Ling Xiao's body. He couldn't wait any longer. After waiting for so many years, he was about to go crazy. Even if he had to give up his body, he wanted to go out. You want to take over my body? Hee, this is the most idiotic method. Ling Xiao sneered. At this moment, in the soul realm, the peerless heavenly rat, blood lightning bull demon, cosmic tiger, nether ghost rabbit, frost divine dragon, nine-headed demon king snake, Vajra ape, infernal phoenix, black hell marrow destroying hound, and canopy beast appeared, 10 types of beast souls. The martial soul was a combination of the soul and the physical body. The stronger one's martial soul was, the stronger one's soul would be. When the white shadow saw the 10 terrifying beast souls, he was stunned. The white shadow was inexplicably terrified. He turned around and was about to flee. In the end, it was torn to shreds by the 10 beast souls and turned into abundant soul force that merged with Ling Xiao's soul realm. The white-robed man's face instantly turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't expected this kid's soul power to be so strong, and his martial soul to be so overbearing. You brat, you've actually grasped 10 primordial divine thrones. There are only a total of 12 primordial divine positions and you have already grasped 10 of them. Who the hell are you? The man in white exclaimed. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you actually plotted against me. How are you going to repay me? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. So what if you're a demon? Being trapped here is just a useless thing in the end. Is that so? The white-robed man's face was cold. You actually dared to seize 10% of my soul. Today, I will definitely kill you. 9 Nether Giant Demon King. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was shocked and hastily retreated to the side. The 9 Nether Giant Demon King, who was originally sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and bared his fangs and claws as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Sure enough, the reason the 9 Nether Giant Demon King left me was because of you. Seeing the 9 Nether Giant Demon King attacking him, Ling Xiao didn't panic. Although the 9 Nether Giant Demon King left because of this old thing, his soul imprint was still in his body. It wasn't broken. He might not be able to control it now, but it was still impossible for him to kill him. So what if it's this old man? Now, you can obediently die. The white-robed man sneered. Although it was only his head, it was still flickering with strange black runes. He was controlling the 9 Nether Giant Demon King. Die. You have so much confidence in yourself? Ling Xiao sneered and urged his soul force. The 9 Nether Giant Demon King immediately stayed in place, motionless. Trash. The white-robed man roared angrily. He really miscalculated. He didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Old man, you're at your wit's end, right? Ling Xiao laughed and looked at the white-robed man. This seal can only be broken by me. If you beg me, I might consider it. But you have to tell me the method to control the 9 Nether Giant Demon King first. Forget it. In fact, there's no method. I'm originally an extraterrestrial demon, so I have the ability to command all the demons in the world. As long as it's within 100 miles, all the demons have to listen to my command. The white-robed man said helplessly. I don't believe it. You've already been sealed. You can't tame them with just orders. Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave. He knew that he couldn't kill this demon. The only way to threaten it was to leave. If the other party wanted to come out, all hope was on him. What a cunning kid. It's not that I'm cunning. It's just that my eyes can see through lies. If you lie to me, you'll be seen through. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Do you see that huge black stone at the entrance of the cave? That's called the Demon Suppression Stone. Originally, it was used to suppress me together with this seal. In these tens of thousands of years, I've already controlled part of the Demon Suppression Stone. The Devil Suppression Stone could command all the demons within a radius of 100 miles. Of course, it depends on the strength of the user. As for you, you can't. At most, you can command demons within 100 meters. The white-robed man laughed. I see. Ling Xiao smiled and remembered this. Although he didn't know what level of treasure the demon suppression stone was, it must be very heaven-defying. Although he might not be able to fully unleash the power of the demon suppression stone now, it might not be the case in the future. Kid, you and I are fated. If you're willing to help me escape, I'll definitely give you a great opportunity. The white-robed man laughed. Still trying to trick me? Ling Xiao laughed and said, you know it's useless. It's not a trick. It's a fair deal. The white-robed man said. Deal? What deal? Ling Xiao asked. I see that you have the power of a demon god in your body. You should have a basic understanding of the Lotus Scroll. If you can help me escape, I'll teach you the true meaning of the Lotus Scroll. How about it? The white-robed man laughed. He felt that Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to resist this temptation. What the hell is the Lotus Scroll? A saint-level cultivation technique? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Ha 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 ha. The white-robed man laughed wildly. Saint-level cultivation technique? Forget it. Just treat it as a saint-level cultivation technique. How about it? Do you want it? Disciple, the method to break the array has been found. What happened? At that moment, the Yuan Venerate returned. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, although he was a genius, there were still too many things he didn't know. For example, he had never heard of the Lotus Scroll. Since he had never heard of it, it was difficult for his Taiji eye to determine its authenticity. End of chapter. Master, what is the Lotus Scroll? Ling Xiao asked hastily when he saw the Yuan Venerate return. The Lotus Scroll? I have only heard of the Lotus Sutra. The Lotus Sutra is divided into 3 parts, namely the White Lotus Scroll, the Black Lotus Scroll, and the Golden Lotus Scroll. The Yuan Venerate said. Ling Xiao smirked. This demon was actually trying to play tricks again. Thus, he repeated what the Yuan Venerate had said. Sure enough, the man in white was shocked. He then sighed. I didn't expect you to know all this at such a young age. Forget it, I originally wanted to use one of the scrolls to deceive you. I didn't expect you to see through it. Alright, if you save me, I will bestow you with the 3 scrolls of the Lotus Sutra. Successfully cultivate all 3 scrolls of the Lotus Sutra. You can cultivate 3 lotus bodies, as long as one doesn't die, you won't perish. Lotus Deity, Lotus Demon Venerate, Lotus Emperor Venerate. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such a miraculous item like the Lotus Sutra? Ling Xiao had already heard about it from the Yuan Venerate when he was conversing with the demon. The Lotus Sutra was a cultivation technique of the Eternal Desert. It was more mystical than any cultivation technique in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Anyone who could possess such a thing was definitely not an ordinary person. Who am I? Ha ha ha. I am the famous lotus flower. Ling Xiao scratched his head. F***ck, looking at this guy, he seemed to be really awesome. However, he had never heard of him before. My apologies, Great Emperor Lianhua. This junior has never heard of you. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that the other party wasn't powerful, but that he was ignorant. Then how do you know about the Lotus Sutra? I heard an expert mention it before. Ling Xiao chuckled. This deal sounds good, but Lotus Flower, if I let you go, you won't teach me anything. Not only are you not willing to teach me your cultivation technique, you're even going to kill me. How wronged would I be? You are very smart. Emperor Lianhua said, but it's also very stupid. What kind of status do you have? You are my savior. Even if I don't repay you, I won't kill you. There's no use in saying so much bullshit. Yours truly doesn't believe you. You're full of evil intentions. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, just teach me the Lotus Sutra, and I'll naturally let you go. I'm not someone who goes back on his words and is full of lies like you. I mean what I say. What if I teach you the Lotus Sutra and you run away? Who should I find to reason with? Lotus Flower was a little angry. I don't care. Think of a way yourself. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Ling Xiao smiled. He could choose not to cultivate the Lotus Sutra, but the other party had to escape. Therefore, he had the upper hand in this competition. What a little fox. The lotus flower was silent for a long time before he suddenly said, "Fine, I'll impart you the Lotus Sutra." You finally figured it out? Ling Xiao smiled. Sigh, it's my fault for being in such a situation. I can only pray that you're not someone who goes back on his words. The lotus flower sighed. Stop acting pitiful. Ling Xiao didn't believe any of the old man's words. This old man was simply a natural actor. Hee hee. The lotus flower smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. I'm going to impart the sutra now. It's too much of a waste of time to tell you word by word. I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it even after 10 days and nights. Moreover, you won't be able to remember it. Therefore, I'm going to imprint the Lotus Sutra into your soul realm and make it a part of your memory." That's exactly what I want. Ling Xiao sneered, but you better learn to be obedient. Otherwise, you'll lose another part of your soul. That would be pitiful. Humph. The lotus flower hated Ling Xiao to death. However, he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao now. Can we begin? The lotus flower said. Ling Xiao was about to agree when the Yuan Venerate suddenly said, "Good disciple, he has a favor to ask of you now. There's no harm in asking for more." That's right. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that Great Emperor Lianhua would definitely kill him if he managed to break free from his confinement. In that case, it wouldn't matter even if he went overboard. At the thought of this, he said, "The Lotus Sutra is too brilliant after all. I have to try it out with something else first." The lotus flower came from the eternal desert, so he must know an extremely brilliant movement technique and soul mystic technique. Why don't you impart it to me? I don't ask for much. I just want a sacred soul mystic technique and a sacred movement technique. He might not be able to use something that was too good, but he would definitely be able to use a sacred cultivation technique after advancing to the core fragmentation realm. You're really greedy, kid. The lotus flower had a sinister look in his eyes. Cut the crap. Are you going to give it to me or not? Ling Xiao sneered. I'll give it to you. The lotus flower said hatefully. Sacred soul mystic technique, black lotus treasured light. This mystic technique can be used for both defense and offense. It will definitely integrate with the power of demons and become even more terrifying. I'll learn it. Sacred movement technique, holy ground demonic shadow. Not only is this movement technique fast, but it's also unpredictable. When cultivated to the highest level, one can even traverse a small realm. I'll learn it. Ling Xiao agreed with a smile after consulting the Yuan Venerate. Based on what the Yuan Venerate had said, the holy ground demonic shadow and black lotus treasured light were considered top-notch even among sacred cultivation techniques. Of course, he had to learn it. Ready? The lotus flower released his spirit consciousness and transmitted the two cultivation techniques into Ling Xiao's spirit realm. No problem. This time, the lotus flower didn't play any tricks. He probably didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. It would have taken a few days to transmit the cultivation techniques, but it only took a few minutes to imprint them into his spirit realm. Although the black lotus treasured light only had one move, it could be used flexibly. It was indeed an ingenious combination of offense and defense. The holy ground demonic shadows technique was more complicated. It seemed like a simple movement technique, but it could transform into thousands of different footsteps. Every step he took was filled with mysteries. It probably wouldn't be easy to cultivate it to the transformative boundary. Next, I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Ling Xiao was excited. Now that his cultivation hadn't reached the core-shattering realm, he couldn't practice sacred class martial arts. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? The lotus flower said. Since you've kept your promise, I'll definitely let you out after I learn the Lotus Sutra. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to know why this person was sealed there. It was difficult to distinguish between good and evil in this world. Many evildoers got away with the law, so it didn't make much of a difference. Then I'll thank you in advance. I'll now impart the complete Lotus Sutra to you. Remember, the white lotus scroll cultivates the power of God, the black lotus scroll cultivates the power of demon, The Golden Lotus Scroll cultivates the power of the Emperor of the human realm. The Lotus Sutra is formed when the three are combined. If you can cultivate it successfully, you'll be the second lotus flower. No need to say so much nonsense. Just impart the technique. Since I've already agreed to your deal, I won't go back on my words. But you'd better remember, don't let me down. Otherwise, even if you're the lotus flower, I'll kill you. This was Ling Zhao's final warning. Everyone, read Lotus Flower's eyes flashed coldly. If he didn't need this aunt's help, he wouldn't have been so humble. I'll definitely kill you when I get out of here. Then, he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and started to engrave the Lotus Sutra into Ling Zhao's spirit realm. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't completely defenseless. This old fellow was extremely sinister and had to be on guard. Fortunately, he had a Yuan Venerate around. If this old fellow wanted to rebel in his spirit realm, he naturally had a way to deal with it. The Lotus Sutra was much more brilliant than the Black Lotus Treasure Light and the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. The contents were also more complicated. The transfer of memories took more than an hour. If it had been anyone else, they would have been in unbearable pain after having their spirit realm modified in this way. However, Ling Xiao was someone who had cultivated a remnant primordial spirit, so how could he be afraid of this? The memories flooded in like a flood. However, Ling Zhao's spirit realm was so huge that this flood was no different from a small stream. Even Great Emperor Lianhua was shocked. An hour later, Lotus Flower's spiritual consciousness withdrew from Ling Zhao's spirit realm. Ling Xiao silently checked the contents of his spirit realm. This demon was actually so cooperative. He really wasn't playing with him. He only needed to read the contents of the Lotus Sutra once. Thus, Ling Xiao developed a heroic spirit of swallowing the world. The eternal desert seemed to have unveiled a little bit of its mysterious veil. The terrifying lotus flower was an absolutely invincible existence even in the eternal desert. The feeling of looking down on all living things was completely integrated into Ling Zhao's aura. Ling Xiao believed that he could reach such heights as long as he cultivated the third volume of the Lotus Sutra. He couldn't help but start cultivating the Black Lotus volume. Given Ling Zhao's character, he still preferred the contents of the Black Lotus volume. Therefore, he would start with this volume first. Under the guidance of a Yuan Venerate, the Lotus Sutra of an unknown grade, the Black Lotus volume, started to operate. Once cultivated, it could operate on its own without any control. It only needed to be adjusted slightly. Originally, the Godfiend power in Ling Zhao's body was basically equal. However, the Godfiend power clearly had the upper hand now. It kept moving around in Ling Zhao's body and strengthened Ling Zhao's physical body. Ling Zhao's Godfiend Black Tortoise body, which mainly used the Godfiend power, became pitch black and sinister. It was as if a demon's rebirth. Soaring devil chi was constantly released from Ling Zhao's body. The demonic Godfiend power. Emperor Lianhua sneered. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist the urge to cultivate. Regardless of whether you help me or not, this old man will be able to escape with your help today. Ling Xiao, who was cultivating, did not know that a huge vortex had formed with him as the center. The whirlpool sucked in the terrifying devil chi from the devil-suppressing forest, and those demonic beasts let out mournful cries. Is T. T-des, looking at the huge demonic chi vortex, Lotus Flower smiled in surprise. Using this person's body as a guide, using the demonic chi as the key, using the sun god's ability as the key, break all seals in the world, even if it's heaven and earth, I will poke a hole in it. Lotus Flower was still chanting. Although he was trapped by the seal, he could actually use Ling Zhao's body to attack the terrifying seal. Open! The last word was spoken. The terrifying demonic chi turned into a huge demonic sword. The demonic sword actually contained the intent of the void-shattering finger. It pointed at the cave. Heaven and earth changed color. Crack, the demonic sword chopped down and the cave was split into two. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Emperor Lianhua threw his head back and laughed maniacally. His laughter was like thunder, causing the surroundings to explode. The rumbling sounds continued. The demonic chi caused the entire demon suppression forest to become black. Ling Xiao was also awakened by the scene. When he opened his eyes, he frowned slightly. Lotus Flower, you're really impatient. Since I've already promised to let you out, I won't go back on my word. You actually escaped by yourself? In fact, he was very shocked. This demon was indeed not an ordinary person. In the end, he still used him to escape. Of course, he didn't lose out. He had obtained the 3 ultimate techniques of the demon. Especially the Lotus Sutra. It was also a peerless technique. At least in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, no martial arts could compare to it. You actually didn't escape? Lotus Flower looked at Xiao and mocked. Kid, you're just an ant. I was too lazy to kill you. But you went too far. You actually dared to tease me. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to get rid of my inner demons. He wanted to see Xiao beg for mercy in fear. However, he was disappointed. Xiao stood there calmly and indifferently. You're really pitiful. You've never truly trusted others in your life. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Xiao smiled and said, you're delusional to see me in fear, but unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Kid, are you really not afraid of death? Lotus Flower escaped and released a shocking demonic aura. Black clouds rolled in the sky. Heaven and earth were shaking. Violent winds blew in the demon suppression forest, and countless monsters were crying out. Countless living beings were trembling in fear. Crack, huge trees broke because of this. Boom, the ground cracked open, and magma erupted from the ground. It was a scene of doomsday. Outside the demon suppression forest, the members of the Flying Tiger Night Troop were terrified. The sun was originally shining brightly, but now it was as dark as ink. They were originally here to carry out Yu Huojin's orders out of boredom. They thought that Xiao was definitely going to die. But who would have thought that such a terrifying change would happen after a day? That terrifying aura caused the flying tigers under them to lie on the ground and tremble in fear. Their hearts seemed to be pinched by some terrifying force. They had never felt that kind of fear before. Even the sect master of Yu Hua Divine Sect could not make them feel so terrified. It was too terrifying. What exactly happened in the demon suppression forest? Rumor had it that a peerless demon was suppressed in the demon suppression forest. This demon came from the eternal desert and was suppressed by the strong people there. His strength surpassed anyone in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This rumor was not groundless. Because someone had once found a few words in the chaotic desert, and it mentioned some content. Although they did not believe it, the general meaning was never enter the demon suppression forest. Originally, many people did not believe it. Otherwise, why would the divine body realm martial artists not discover anything after entering? But today, the Flying Tiger Knights felt a terrifying demonic aura that they had never felt before. That demonic aura was the most terrifying demonic aura they had ever felt. It was as if even heaven and earth could not withstand this power. They all squatted on the ground, unable to stand up. Could it be that the demon was released by someone? Thinking of this possibility, they were incomparably terrified. Rumble. Black clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. They could vaguely see a huge figure in the sky. This figure was incomparably huge, as if it wanted to cover the entire sky. The source of all this madness should have come from that figure. End of chapter. Ha ha ha, you see, this is the divine power of I, Lotus Flower, Ant. You dare say you're not afraid. 10,000 years of torture didn't make me lose my strength. Instead, it made me even stronger. That figure seems to be talking to someone. But his voice is like thunder, spreading over 10,000 miles. Everyone in the chaotic sand sea heard it loud and clear. Lotus Flower, who is that? Who is he talking to? This terrifying aura, could it be that he's the one who's releasing it? Countless people are inexplicably frightened. The experts of the Council of Elders and Beast Deity Alliance are floating in the air, looking at the demon suppression forest in the distance with inexplicable fear. Even their breathing has become hurried. Although they don't know who Lotus Flower is, but they're sure that someone incredible has been released. Sealed for 10,000 years, just how terrifying is that? Some people try to approach the demon suppression forest, but before they even get close, they're suppressed by the boundless demonic aura to the point that even their true essence can't flow smoothly. That demonic figure looks down at the ground, as if he's talking to someone. Of course, they don't know that a tiny Xiao is standing in front of Lotus Flower. Your strength does scare me. But so what if I'm scared? I'm still not afraid of you. Ling Xiao knows what the other party wants to see, but is he someone who gives in so easily? Not to mention, he knows that he won't die. Ha ha ha, brat, although you're very brave, you still can't escape death today. Someone like you, although you're an ant now, you'll definitely grow into a terrifying opponent in the future. Not killing you is out of the question. Lotus Flower laughs wildly, then sends out a palm strike. Ling Xiao doesn't try to block it. Blocking is useless. In a flash, he's turned to ashes. An ant will always be an ant, humph. Lotus Flower glances at that direction, then jumps up into the sky, disappearing into the boundless black clouds. The endless storm also seems to leave with him. The demon suppression forest finally calms down. But demonic aura still surrounds this place, showing the traces of its former existence. In front of the cavern that was in a mess, a ball of flame suddenly ignited. Like an undying bird from hell reborn. The flame gradually took the shape of a human. Ling Xiao looked coldly in the direction where Lotus Flower had left. Like I said, it's best if you don't offend me. Today, your palm strike will be exchanged for your future death. The devil-suppressing stone near the cave abode had already been smashed into pieces. However, each stone still seemed to contain powerful divine power. Ling Xiao kept all the fragments into his tyrant martial spirit. The power of the tyrannical martial spirit repaired it. However, this restoration process would take quite some time. The 9 underworld's great demon king was taken away by that demon. Ling Xiao's soul imprint had also been erased, and he had completely lost contact with it. To be honest, it was impossible not to feel pity. However, after losing the 9 underworld's giant demon king, he had obtained something even better. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. The seal of the cave had been removed, and Ling Xiao stepped inside. It was actually in the deepest part of the cave. He discovered a lotus flower that was as black as ink. Within the black lotus, there was a crazy resentment and demonic aura. It seemed that when the lotus flower was sealed, the demon venerable's body occupied the main position. As a result, this black lotus was born. When a martial artist cultivated, they could condense an inner core. Even a demonic beast could condense a demonic beast crystal core. For a terrifying existence like the lotus flower, cultivating here, naturally, he could condense a supreme treasure for cultivating the demonic path. Black Lotus. 10,000 years. This was something born from 10,000 years of resentment and cultivation intent fusing with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He must have left in a hurry and actually forgot to take this thing away. It's mine. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the black lotus and its roots were transplanted into the mountain river world. Actually, he guessed wrong. This black lotus originally did not exist. It only grew after the seal was removed. Otherwise, how could the lotus flower leave it behind? Ling Xiao plucked a petal of the black lotus and put it into his mouth. In that instant, a terrifying power surged crazily in his body. His physical body, which was already at the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm, actually improved again. In an instant, it had advanced to the level of an Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. What kind of concept was this? In other words, Ling Xiao could achieve the defensive effect of the divine phoenix armor with just the strength of his physical body. Unless a martial artist below the half-step divine physique realm had an equivalent treasure, they could not hurt him at all. This caused his combat power to increase greatly. That was not all. His cultivation had finally broken through the shackles. After a rebirth in fire, coupled with the tempering of a petal of the black lotus, he had finally stepped into the late stage of the extreme core realm. Thank you, Lotus Flower. No matter where you go, I will remember this grudge. Ling Xiao looked at the exit of the demon-suppressing forest. There, the Yuhua Divine Sect's flying dragon knights were still guarding. It's a good opportunity to test my current strength. Ling Xiao smiled and directly rushed out. Along the way, the demonic beasts that saw him did not dare to attack. Because he had the aura of the lotus flower on his body. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at the exit of the demon-suppressing forest. He took a step out. Everyone in the Flying Tiger Knights was dumbfounded. Such a strange thing happened in the demon-suppressing forest, but Ling Xiao could still come out alive. Yo, everyone has worked hard. Ling Xiao playfully greeted those dumbfounded flying tiger knights. He had no intention of escaping at all. You didn't die? How lucky. One of the leaders of the Flying Tiger Knights was one of the two 8th stage core Shattering Realm martial artists who saw Ling Xiao enter the demon-suppressing forest. He sneered and walked toward Ling Xiao. In his opinion, the reason why Ling Xiao could come out alive was probably because of the change in the demon-suppressing forest this time. I'm indeed lucky, but you may not be so lucky. Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. Not only did his cultivation break through, his physical body had also improved greatly. Especially the Lotus Sutra Black Lotus Scroll, the devil power was even more terrifying. Even if he didn't use magic treasure, he could still kill an 8th stage core Shattering Realm expert. Go to hell. The 8th stage core Shattering Realm martial artist pounced on Ling Xiao. The long spear in his hand pierced through the void. It actually formed a terrifying vortex, as if it was going to suck Ling Xiao in. Ling Xiao didn't move, allowing him to attack at will. The long spear pierced Ling Xiao's body. A black lotus platform appeared under Ling Xiao's feet. It couldn't pierce through half an inch. The Flying Tiger Knight turned pale with fright. How could this be? So, you guys are really unlucky. Ling Xiao sneered. The devil fist blasted out, crazy devil power poured out. Spots of black lotuses fell from the sky. Boom. This punch directly hit the Flying Tiger Knight's body. The Flying Tiger Knight had no chance of dodging at all. At that moment, crackling sounds came from his body, and his bones and internal organs were completely shattered. After that, the black fist force completely engulfed this unlucky guy. His body and Dantian were destroyed together. So strong. Even if I don't use the tyrannical martial spirit or magic treasure, I can still kill an 8th stage core Shattering Realm martial artist with one punch. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his punch. End of this chapter. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the rest of the people. Those people were still in a daze, unable to react. What's going on? This Ling Xiao clearly had to use a magic treasure to barely kill the Flying Tiger Knight, who was in the 8th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. But now, he easily killed him with a punch. How did he do it? While they were still in shock, Ling Xiao's attack erupted again. Endless demon fist erupted, the sky was filled with demon shadows. Black lotuses. When the black lotuses landed on those people, they would die tragically. A total of 10 Shattered Core Realm experts died in Ling Xiao's hands in an instant. With my current strength, entering the Heaven Ruins shouldn't be a problem. There are only 3 days left before the Heaven Ruins opens. I can go back and prepare. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he lost the 9 Underworld Great Demon King, he didn't have this powerful trump card. The pressure was greater, but it also made him more motivated. What happened in the demon-suppressing forest caused a stir in the entire chaotic Sand Sea. Even the Board of Patriarchs, Beast Deities Alliance, Jade Flower Sect, and other organizations sent martial artists to investigate. There was actually a terrifying demon suppressed here. No wonder all the martial artists who entered the demon-suppressing forest died. The 12 ruins were already shocking enough. This demon-suppressing forest was a forbidden area. Now that all the mysteries were solved, it naturally attracted a large number of crazy martial artists. A large number of martial artists all headed towards the demon-suppressing forest. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had already quietly returned to the inn where Xiao Jin was staying to watch this grand show. Of course, he also stopped Xiao Jin and the others who wanted to watch the show. That damned place, even if Lotus Flower had already left, was still an extremely terrifying place to go. This time, the chaotic Sand Sea's martial artists would probably die in countless numbers. With the Divine Body Realm martial artists taking the lead, a large number of experts entered the demon-suppressing forest. But they were still attacked by terrifying demonic beasts and monsters. The casualties were extremely tragic. Countless martial artists were not killed by demonic beasts, but by the terrifying demonic aura that pervaded the demon-suppressing forest. But no matter what, the chaotic Sand Sea's power was not to be underestimated. Especially when the Board of Patriarchs and Beast Deities Alliance joined forces, they were practically the strongest in the chaotic Sand Sea. Almost all the demonic beasts were wiped out. Unfortunately, when they slaughtered all the demons and found the former Lotus Flower's cave abode, they found it. However, there was nothing there. Everything here had not been taken away by the Lotus Flower. It was taken away by Ling Xiao. After a crazy battle, it was all for naught. The various forces of the chaotic sand ocean all suffered heavy blows. Thus, everyone placed their attention on the 12 ruins. Perhaps only the things taken from there would be able to heal their wounded little hearts. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was currently cultivating in the inn. Because he was with Cold Plum and Little Gold, Yuhua divine religion temporarily stopped their pursuit. This time, they had lost quite a few people in the demon-suppressing forest. Even Yuhua sect master, Yuhua Jun, was severely injured. It would be impossible for them to find trouble with Ling Xiao. The day before the opening of the Heaven Ruins, a group of uninvited guests came to the inn. All 10 of them came from the Golden City. This was the team from the City of Gold. Ling Xiao recognized 3 of them. They were Qi Hai, Ape Demon, and Tian Hai Tang, whom he met in the 3,000 holy cities. However, these 3 seemed to be the weakest 3 in this team. They were probably here to make up the numbers. Ling Xiao originally thought that the news of him killing Qi Yuan had spread, and these people were here to settle the score. However, it seemed that the other party was not hostile. Especially Tian Hai Tang, who admired Ling Xiao greatly when they were in the 3,000 holy cities. Today, she saw that Ling Xiao had actually made a name for himself in the chaotic sand ocean. She was also very happy. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to come to the chaotic sand ocean too. I heard others mention it before, but I thought it was just a rumor. It's a pity that you haven't received an official invitation from the City of Gold. Otherwise, we could have teamed up. Tian Haitang truly felt that it was a pity. She had seen the scene of Ling Xiao killing a divine body realm expert. She knew that Ling Xiao had a powerful puppet. However, she did not know that the giant demon king had already been taken away. Junior sister Tian Haitang, aren't you going to introduce us? A young man in white who looked like a scholar said with a smile. This person was probably in his 90s, and he looked very amiable. He seemed to be the kind of person who would never get angry. However, there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. It was just that he concealed it very well. I almost forgot to introduce you. Ling Xiao, this is Senior Brother Bai from the City of Gold, Bai Fan. Senior Brother Bai Fan is a 9th stage core fragmentation realm expert. He's only 1 step away from the half-step divine body realm. Tian Haitang said hurriedly. 9th stage core fragmentation realm, if this was in the past, Ling Xiao could only look up to him. This was an expert on the level of Green Lotus Swordswoman and Zhao Fengyun. However, Ling Xiao was not inferior in front of this Bai Fan now. He cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, Senior Brother Bai. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao was a very polite child. Of course, this depended on the person. If someone was disrespectful to him, there was no need for him to be polite. Haha, I've long heard of Junior Brother Ling's name. You're the champion of the Battle of Gold and will be a martial artist of the City of Gold in the future. I hope that we can work together and make the City of Gold stronger. Bai Fan said with a smile. That's Senior Brother Hei Feng. He's even stronger and has reached the half-step divine body realm. He's the strongest martial artist that the City of Gold sent this time. Even in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he's one of the top geniuses. Only a few powerful monsters can suppress him. Tian Haitang pointed at a man in black with a cold expression and said. The so-called monsters were naturally Wang Quan, Tian Ming, Huang Jinlan, Yang Shui, and Beaming Ba. Hei Feng's attitude was not as good as Bai Fan's. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, snorted, and closed his eyes. It was as if he couldn't be bothered to look. Since he didn't give Ling Xiao face, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Senior Brother Bai, may I know why you're looking for me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He couldn't figure out why the people of the City of Gold were looking for him at this time. Bai Fan smiled and said, 2 things. Firstly, we're all martial artists of the Golden Sky region, and we're here to visit Junior Brother Ling. Secondly, I have a suggestion. Why don't we combine our teams? This can increase our strength. We can also discuss how to split the loot. To be honest, this is something that benefits both of us. In your Battle Alliance team, only Golden Prince and Sword Tiger have real fighting strength. Although Kaidai Saintis is powerful, she's injured and can't fight easily. On our side, we also have someone who's just there to make up the numbers. He's basically useless. This is definitely a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Bai Fan was very polite and didn't mean to bully others. Therefore, he felt that Ling Xiao should be able to agree. After all, he had a certain status in the City of Gold and wasn't inferior to Qi Hua and the others. Bai Fan felt that by talking to Ling Xiao, who was not even a disciple of the Golden City, he was giving the other party enough face. The other party couldn't possibly not know this, right? He would definitely agree. Moreover, this was indeed beneficial to both sides. Seeing Ling Xiao remain silent, Bai Fan smiled and said, "Of course, you should discuss this with Prince Jin first." At this time, Xiao Jin and Cold Plum were not present. After all, this was an internal matter of the Golden Sky region. Ling Xiao smiled, although the other party's request was not excessive. However, he had no intention of agreeing. The reason was simple. The fewer people there were, the more things there would be. If there were too many people, it would be difficult to divide the goods. Moreover, their team did not need to borrow the strength of others at all. His physical body was now equivalent to an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. His cultivation base had even reached the late stage of the extreme core realm. Even a martial artist at the 8th level of the shattered core stage could be easily killed. If combined with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, even a 9th level shattered core martial artist might not be a match for him. In addition to the various Dharma treasures, he was still able to compete with a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. He, Little Gold, and Sword Tiger were already powerful enough. Let alone the fact that Dong Huangyu had already broken through to the initial phase of the extreme pill realm. Her cultivation speed was not inferior to his. Coupled with the Dharma treasure jellyfish lava mirror in his hand, his strength was not to be underestimated. Cold Plum was even scarier. At a critical moment, once she endured the pain and made a move, it was likely that none of the cultivators who entered the Heavenly Hall would be her opponent. Ask? Was there a need for him to team up with someone else? We appreciate Senior Brother Bai's good intentions, but forget about the matter of forming a team. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? Everyone in the Golden City was shocked. This Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate favors. I am only discussing with you because you are from the Golden Sky region and because you know the Golden Prince. They want to borrow the Golden Prince's power, not because they think highly of you, Ling Xiao. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? The warm smile on Bai Fan's face instantly turned cold. The ape demon sneered and said, Ling Xiao, do you really think you're something? Let me tell you, Senior Brother Bai and Senior Brother He didn't come here to discuss with you. I just want to tell you that for the benefit of Golden City, let the Golden Prince join our team. As for you, it's fine if you don't go. You'll die anyway. Ling Xiao glanced at the demonic ape. His eyes were like black whirlpools. A terrifying demonic aura instantly blasted towards the demonic ape. The demonic ape suddenly clutched its head and roared in pain. You're just a piece of trash. Wasn't the 3,000 holy cities lesson enough? How dare you speak to me like that? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao sneered. Bai Fan ignored the ape devil. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Junior Brother Ling, you will be a citizen of the Golden City in the future. You should understand that the stronger the Golden City is, the more benefits you will receive. How about this, you let Golden Prince and Sword Tiger team up with us. When we come out of the Heaven Ruins, we can give you something good as a reward. After all, without you, we wouldn't have been able to contact them. You're still young. You can go to the ruins in the future. Right now, it's more important to think about how to protect your life. The fox's tail is finally showing, Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He looked at Bai Fan and said, What? Do you mean that I have no choice but to agree? You're the senior brother. I'll give you some face. Let's not talk about forming a team anymore. Let's go. He was already giving face by not telling him to scram. What's there to talk to a piece of trash like him? A mere disciple of the 3,000 holy cities is actually so stubborn, why don't we talk to Golden Prince directly? I believe you won't team up with this piece of trash. Black Peak wasn't as hypocritical as Bai Fan. He was even more direct. In his eyes, Golden Prince pulled Ling Xiao along just to make up the numbers and for fun. He didn't really want to form a team. Since he could form a team with Ling Xiao, he could also form a team with them. Do you really want me to curse? Scram, little Golden won't meet you. Stop dreaming. Ling Xiao stood up and finally cursed. At that moment, Bai Fan released a terrifying murderous aura as if he could attack at any time. Hee hee, you want to attack because of a disagreement? Ling Xiao sneered. Why would I? Bai Fan smiled and forcefully suppressed his murderous aura. Because he and Black Peak weren't confident in defeating Golden Prince. They weren't clear about the relationship between Golden Prince and Ling Xiao. It was obviously inappropriate to attack here. Scram if you're not going to attack. A bunch of idiots. Why would Golden City have trash like you? Other than Black Peak, he didn't care about the rest. Good. Very good, today, for the sake of Golden Prince, we'll leave, but Ling Xiao, remember, you're still someone from Golden Sky region. You can't always stay by Golden Prince's side. Be careful not to lose his protection. You'll suffer. Bai Fan gritted his teeth and said. Hee hee, Qi Yuan also wants me to suffer, but he's already a corpse now. Ling Xiao ridiculed. There was no need to hide this matter. He couldn't hide it. When he snatched the 9 revolutions gourd, Huang Jinlan had already seen his appearance. You killed Qi Yuan. Qi Hai exclaimed. Not only did you kill him, but you also took this thing. Ling Xiao deliberately took out the 9 revolutions gourd. Who wants to try its power? 9 revolutions gourd. Battle King Huang Jinlan's treasure. Bai Fan's expression changed. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill a disciple of Golden City. You're finished. You don't have to worry about whether I'm finished or not. Ling Xiao laughed. Ever since he obtained the Lotus Sutra, he didn't even put Golden City in his eyes. At most, he could obtain some resources there. He didn't believe that there was a cultivation technique more advanced than the Lotus Sutra. Kid, you're proud now, but 3 days later, someone will deal with you. At that time, 22 teams will gather. Your Battle Alliance team didn't pass the assessment and obtained the qualification. I'm afraid you'll become the target of public criticism. At that time, I'd like to see how you can show off other than Golden Prince and Jianhu. Let's go. Bai Fan snorted and turned to leave. That resentful expression was really scary. Sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Tian Haitang walked at the back and said to Ling Xiao helplessly. It's fine, but you have to be careful of those beasts. That Bai Fan is even more disgusting than Hei Feng. Ling Xiao reminded. Thank you. Tian Haitang turned and left. Being able to get Ling Xiao's forgiveness made her feel relieved. After Bai Fan and the rest left, Xiao Jin walked out and smiled. Boss, your temper has become better. If it was in the past, if those people said that to you, you would have beaten them up. Have I become better? Ling Xiao grinned. Beating them up here will only give some people in Golden City an excuse to hate us. It's better to teach them a lesson within the scope of the rules. They will take the initiative to send themselves to us, so we don't have to worry about not having a chance to fight. But now, cultivation is the key. I don't even put those trash in my eyes. Boss, you just want to show off your muscles in front of King of the World, right? Little Gold laughed. Who does he think he is? He's just a half-step divine body realm cultivator. Ling Xiao said in disdain, I used to be like an ant in front of him. Right now, he's just a fat dog in front of me. I don't really care about him. Huang Jinlan and King of the World are much scarier than him. You're right. Boss, when are you going to kill him? I'll help you. Little Gold said. Little Gold, don't you understand? If I want to kill him, I have to do it myself. You have a lot of enemies too. Don't get distracted. Yeah, we all have enemies. Let's cheer each other on. Little Gold laughed. He had to walk his own path. The help of others had a certain effect, but it wasn't decisive. Ling Zhao's idea was simple. King of the World was just an attempt to get in touch with the Eternal Emperor domain. If he couldn't even get rid of King of the World, How could he get back what belonged to him from the Eternal Palace, if he could get justice for his father in this life? Ling Xiao didn't leave the inn for 3 days. He studied the Black Lotus Scroll of the Lotus Sutra. He realized that the Black Lotus Scroll was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Therefore, he didn't plan to change it for the time being. As his demonic power continued to increase, his strength also steadily increased. Although his cultivation didn't break through and his physical strength didn't increase, he was already very familiar with the use of his new strength. 3 days passed in a flash. Ling Xiao and the others finally set off for the Heavenly Ruins. The Board of Patriarchs had built a small city around the Heavenly Ruins. Only those allowed by the Board of Patriarchs could enter. Those who were qualified to enter the city today were the teams that were about to go to the Heavenly Ruins and some reserve teams. The reserve teams were set up to prevent any accidents from happening to the official teams. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. The Battle Alliance team had passed the test and obtained the right to enter the Heavenly Ruins. Therefore, what they had to do was to go to the City of Adventure and listen to the rules. The City of Adventure was the name given to the small city by the martial artists. What? The Heavenly Ruins isn't opening today, only the remaining 9 teams? Ling Xiao only received this news when he arrived at the City of Adventure. He thought that today was the day he would enter the Heavenly Ruins. How boring. Boss, since you're here, why don't you go take a look? The teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds are all here. King rules the world, Zilin, Bai Fan, and the others. Xiao Jin's eyes shone with excitement. Fine, let's go watch the show. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. There was no point in staying at home and cultivating. Thus, they went to the seats that had been prepared for them in advance and sat down. At this moment, there were a total of 18 teams that were preparing to participate in the assessment. They were all on the huge training field below. The 13 teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, as well as the Battle Alliance's team, sat in special seats in the audience, right below the rostrum. There seems to be a lot of people here to watch the battle. Ling Xiao casually glanced around and discovered some unfamiliar and powerful faces. Even the sect master of the Jade Flower sect, who was rumored to have suffered heavy injuries in the devil-suppressing forest, had come. Basically, each of the 13 teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds had at least one half-step divine body realm expert. As for the participating teams, including the reserve team, the strongest was only at the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. Actually, that was pretty good. Who is that person? Even the Sacred Lady of the Wild Beast region and the Golden Prince are following behind him. What a powerful aura. The crowd quickly noticed Ling Xiao and couldn't help but discuss. He's just a fox who uses the tiger's might to intimidate others. I heard that the Golden Prince doesn't want too much trouble, so he sent this guy called Ling Xiao. In this team, this guy's strength is the weakest. He's really lucky. Those who didn't know the truth looked down on Ling Xiao. They even felt that he was dragging the team down. The Board of Patriarchs attached great importance to this matter. Although the 13 patriarchs weren't present, the elders who were second only to the original were all present. These 12 elders were actually all divine physique echelon experts. How terrifying were those patriarchs. Yu Hua, divine cult's leader, Yu Huajun, had been staring at Ling Xiao ever since he entered. His eyes were filled with indifference. Strangely, there was actually a strong sense of greed. Did this old thing guess something? Ling Xiao had entered the demon suppression forest, and then the forest underwent a strange change. Currently, only Yu Huajun knew about this matter. This old thing probably didn't tell anyone else because he wanted to take all the treasures on Ling Xiao. So what if he guessed it? Ling Xiao sneered. Now that he had obtained the Lotus Sutra, he could just find a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion and come out when he was stronger. Of course, that was just a strategy that he had no other choice. He ignored Yu Huajun and looked at the few forces that he was most interested in. The first was the Golden Skies. As expected, He Feng and Bai Fan were the leaders, but there was a new face. This person was wearing a mask, so his identity was unknown. However, his aura was definitely not inferior to He Feng's. These 3 people should be the 3 strongest people in the Golden Heavens domain team. The second was the Savage Beast region. Zilin, Zhou Guang, and the others were all here. Zilin looked at Ling Xiao with undisguised ferocity. When he heard that the ant in the primordial divine tomb had actually come to the chaotic desert ocean, he didn't believe it. At first, he didn't believe it. When he saw it with his own eyes, he decided to get rid of this person. Otherwise, with this kid's terrifying potential, he would grow into a terrifying existence sooner or later. The third was the heavenly fiend ghost region. There were also many familiar faces: Ghost Sword, Qi Niming, Qi Yaoguang, Black Pearl, Jian Wuqing, Dao Shuilan, and Fire Spirit. Unfortunately, Ling Jiaojiao was nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao guessed that Ling Jiaojiao was very likely to be heavily nurtured by the Demon Emperor, just like someone like Huang Jinlan. The 7 of them were all familiar faces. Moreover, after not seeing them for a long time, they were much stronger than before. After being personally trained by the Demon Emperor, it was a qualitative leap. Especially Ghost Sword and Qi Niming, who were now terrifying existences in the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Among the other 3 unfamiliar faces, there were also 2 half-step divine physique echelon existences. They were probably the leaders sent by the heavenly fiend ghost region this time. The 4th force that Ling Xiao paid attention to was the Eternal Emperor region. As the strongest force, the Eternal Emperor Domain's team was simply ridiculously strong. Among the 10 people, there were actually 4 half-step divine physique echelon experts. The other 6 were also in the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. They were simply asking for trouble. Wang Quan under the heavens was one of the half-step divine physique echelon experts, but he wasn't the strongest. The strongest person in the Eternal Emperor region is called Yu Qin. His strength is probably the most terrifying among all the contestants this time. He belongs to the royal family of the Eternal Emperor region. Little Gold reminded. M.O.? Because of Xiao Jin's words, Ling Xiao deliberately glanced at Yu Qin. This person's face was cold. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. However, there was a terrifying saber intent blooming from him as he sat there. He should be an expert in using sabers. Wang Quan under heaven looked at Ling Xiao and made a throat-slitting gesture. This kid's hatred for Ling Xiao was even greater than Ling Xiao's hatred for him. After all, his physical body was destroyed in the hands of an ant. He really couldn't stand the anger. In such an environment, Ling Xiao's potential actually began to be released. He probably felt the pressure. This time, the people who came were not the top existences of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but they were already so terrifying. How terrifying would the top geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds be? It was really hard to imagine. Sister Yunu is now a super genius of the Eternal Palace. She's not weaker than Wang Quan under heaven. If I want to be worthy of her, I should at least be the top genius of the Golden Sky domain. This trip to the chaotic sand ocean is just the beginning. I will become stronger. Wait a little longer. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He was a little excited. How could he not be excited that he was so close to something that he couldn't touch before? At this moment, Yu Huajun stood up. It seemed that his injuries had not healed yet. His face was a little pale. He probably suffered serious injuries in the demon suppression forest. Yu Hua Divine Sect was the lackey of the Patriarch Society. Yu Huajun was the leader of this group of dogs. Naturally, he would be the one doing the hard work. He stood up and went straight to the point. Today, 9 out of 18 teams will be chosen. Before he finished speaking, someone had already shouted. Aren't there 10 spots? Ling Xiao looked at the person who spoke. With his memory, he naturally remembered that this person was a martial artist from Yu Hua Divine Sect. It seemed that he did it on purpose. He suddenly remembered what Bai Fan had said. They had become the only team to break the rules and advance to the next round. They would definitely become the target of public criticism and be viewed with hostility by many people. Haha, so that's how it is. Setting a trap for me, but is it useful? At the end of the day, 10,000 traps could not compare to true strength. He sneered and continued to watch these people perform. Yu Huajun said coolly, originally, there were 10 spots, but the Battle Alliance's team's overall strength was very powerful. Therefore, the Patriarch Society unanimously decided that they could directly advance without having to take the test. This is for your own good. Otherwise, if you fight against a powerful team, you can imagine the consequences. His words were clearly meant to provoke the 18 teams. So what if you're from the Battle Alliance? What right do they have to say that we're not as good as them before we even fight? We refuse to accept this, especially among these people. There were people who deliberately fanned the flames. Everyone's emotions were stirred up in an instant. Ling Xiao watched all this coldly without saying a word. He wanted to see how the Council of Patriarchs would handle this matter. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be so excited that they would want to show off their strength. Ling Xiao was the exact opposite. It was the Council of Patriarchs that had decided on them. He wanted to see how the Council of Patriarchs would clean up this mess. He wasn't going to catch the ball. One of the people who had been arranged long ago said in a clear voice, "The Council of Patriarchs doing this, we're really very unconvinced." The Council of Patriarchs is different from the Beast Deity Alliance, relying on the constraints of rules. It was agreed that 20 teams would compete for 10 spots. Now, they were actually decided internally. Based on what? If their strength is strong enough, there shouldn't be a problem to take part in the test, right? That's right. With someone fanning the flames, there would naturally be people who would be ignited. There were only 10 spots to begin with. Now that there was one less, there would definitely be a lot of dissatisfied people. The Council of Patriarchs' action probably won't convince the masses. Although Golden Prince, Kai Dai Saintus, and Jianhu are all very powerful, the remaining 2 people in this team are seriously not worthy of such a high-end composition. Their overall strength probably can't compare to any of our 18 teams. They got the internally decided spot. There's a shady deal here. In the Council of Patriarchs, the person who planned this matter let out a cold laugh. He wanted to see how Ling Xiao would clean up the mess. Facing so many people's doubts, the pressure must be very great. He wanted to make Ling Xiao look bad. Of course, the more important purpose was to let the 18 teams test Ling Xiao's strength. At this moment, Yu Huajun looked at Ling Xiao and said with a seemingly difficult expression, "Little brother, why don't you just show your strength? This way, they can also shut up. Even an idiot knows how stupid it is to show your strength before entering the Heaven Ruins." Sect leader Yu Huajun, are you even worse than an idiot? It was the Council of Patriarchs that decided internally that we would advance. Now that there are people objecting, it should be the Council of Patriarchs to deal with it. Hee, could it be that the Council of Patriarchs doesn't even have this bit of authority now, letting a bunch of trash question your decision? Have the 12 elders all become mutes? No one expected Ling Xiao's words. This was equivalent to roasting the Council of Patriarchs on the fire. That's right, the Battle Alliance team was begged to let them advance internally. You did that, but you couldn't suppress the voices of opposition. What's the use of having you? Yu Huajun's expression was extremely ugly. The elders couldn't get out of this situation either. Finally, one of the elders stood up. The Battle Alliance team's advancement was decided unanimously by the Council of Patriarchs. Who dares question it? As soon as his voice rang out, the questioning voices of the 18 teams immediately stopped. It was obvious that although they didn't dare to say anything, they were still unconvinced. Elders, you mustn't be deceived by Ling Xiao's glib tongue. The Council of Patriarchs unanimously decided that the Battle Alliance team would advance internally. However, if some people want to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the team's glory, that's definitely not allowed. That's a challenge to the Council of Patriarchs' rules. Suddenly, a martial artist from the 4 regions and 9 realms spoke up. This person was Xianmu from the Savage Beast region, an 8th level core fragmentation cultivator. The others in this team are passable, but Ling Xiao really doesn't have the qualifications to enter the Heaven Ruins. Elders, please make a clear judgment. Xianmu sneered. That brat Ling Xiao made them suffer greatly in the primordial divine tomb. He had to give this guy a hard time. Moreover, he also wanted to know Ling Xiao's true strength. After all, there were many rumors in the outside world, saying that Ling Xiao had killed heavenly demon Yuhua. Although Xianmu didn't like to talk, his brain was still very good. Hearing Xianmu's words, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. If he were to deal with a 9th level core shattering stage martial artist, he might have to utilize all his trump cards. But the 8th level of the shattered core realm, Since you, Xianmu, are courting death, I shall grant you your wish. Then, you shall become the nourishment for my cultivation. The Black Lotus Scroll of the Lotus Sutra cultivated the Devil Tao. As for the demonic path, it was about defying the heavens, about defying all living things. It was domineering. Whoever refused to comply, he would kill them. Xiao Jin was about to speak when he was stopped by Ling Xiao. He stood up. Why go through so much trouble? You, Xian Mu, look down on me, Ling Xiao. Do you dare to fight me? Is this a test of my capabilities? Asterisk 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 M3/3/X/M reading novels on mobile. Ling Xiao was just about to take care of those 6 bastards from the Savage Beast region. He didn't expect that idiot Xian Mu to come knocking on his door. If he didn't accept this gift, he'd be letting the heavens down. Xian Mu, since you think I, Ling Xiao, can't do it, why don't you come and spar with me? As Ling Xiao spoke, he leapt into the air and entered the arena. He didn't give Xian Mu any reason to refuse. At that moment, Xian Mu was stunned. He had only wanted to mock Ling Xiao a little. He didn't expect to be targeted by Ling Xiao. This ant from the past wanted to challenge him. He felt humiliated. This ant didn't challenge anyone else but him. Didn't that mean he was weaker than him? Xian Mu's eyes were filled with fear. But he hesitated. He was thinking, what if those rumors were true? What if he lost? What? Are you scared? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, since you're scared, then be a good coward and stop farting there. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xian Mu couldn't hold back his anger any longer. You think I'm scared of you? Just don't regret it. Xian Mu flew out and landed on the arena. He released his aura as an 8th-stage core fragmentation cultivator. It was as if he wanted Ling Xiao to be afraid, to make Ling Xiao admit defeat. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see it. His expression didn't change. Xian Mu, don't let this ant look down on the Savage Beast region. It's best if you kill him. Wang Quan's world suddenly spoke. Every time he saw Ling Xiao, he felt uncomfortable all over. He felt like his body was about to explode. Kill him? Xian Mu was stunned. Was it really okay to kill someone in a place like this? Why did Wang Quan's world value an ant so much? The Immortal Palace's martial artists were also surprised. Wang Quan's world was very excited to see Ling Xiao at the entrance of the Jade Flower sect. Why was he doing this again? Junior brother Wang Quan, do you know that person? Yu Chen asked with a frown. He believed that although Wang Quan under heaven was not as good as Wang Quan under heaven, he had always been a proud person. He shouldn't have completely lost his composure because of a martial artist in the late stage of the extreme stage of Dan. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Wang Quan's world said viciously, this is the guy who destroyed my body. He wouldn't tell anyone about this, but since Yu Chen already knew about it, there was no harm in telling her. It's actually him? Didn't you say that he was in a small country in the western regions? Why had he come to the chaotic desert? The people of the western regions have never experienced such a thing. Yu Chen was also shocked. I don't understand either. How did this guy grow to such an extent? However, since I've met him, he must die. He must die. King of the World gritted his teeth and said. As he spoke, he glared at Ling Xiao. If looks could kill, Ling Xiao would have died countless times. This place really suits me. Surrounded by strong enemies on the battlefield. There were also many people who harbored ill intentions towards him. The demon in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. However, this demon was a type of demon path that was under his control. It wasn't like the human demon who had been controlled by the demon intent. The demon path was also a type of martial path. However, it was about killing decisively, taking revenge, never compromising, and going against the heavens. Today's stage was very important for him to improve his strength. Ling Xiao, your strength isn't that great, but you're quite hated. I really didn't think that you would be so stupid to actually take the initiative to provoke me. Xian Mu looked at Ling Xiao, his killing intent burning. He could see that there were many people who wanted Ling Xiao dead. Even if he killed Ling Xiao, there shouldn't be a problem, right? You talk too much. Ling Xiao looked at the elders and said loudly, Elders, there are people who question the overall strength of our Battle Alliance team. Most importantly, they question my strength. If I defeat Xianmu today, will there be no problem? Of course. One of the elders nodded and said. This person was a martial artist from Roland's Golden Palace. Seeing that Ling Xiao dared to provoke Xianmu like this, he was also somewhat curious. The other elders also nodded one after another. Even for Yu Huajun, this was just the effect she wanted. Everyone was very interested. Where did this arrogant youth get his confidence from? He actually dared to provoke Xianmu. Xianmu was at the 8th level of the Shattered Core Realm, and he was only at the late stage of the Extreme Core Realm. This gap was a bit too big. Purely courting death. Ignorant. Even if he's retarded, he shouldn't be to this extent. He's dead for sure. Zi Lin, Wang Quan Under the Heavens, Bai Fan, and the others all had this thought. They thought that Ling Xiao's actions were tantamount to courting death. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, hooked his finger at Xianmu and said, "Come, grandson." Hateful. Xianmu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his right hand, and a thin needle-like thing shot out. Greenwood Divine Needle. This was a treasure in Xianmu's hands. It had one dragon mark. Its destructive power was extremely great. Using this right from the start showed that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, and that he planned to do it by hook or by crook. Twin Tiger Divine Seal. Ling Xiao was not to be outdone, and he activated the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. The huge seal smashed towards the Greenwood Divine Needle. The two magic treasures collided. They were both monarch weapons with one dragon mark, but Ling Xiao's true essence quality and soul power were stronger. Therefore, the Greenwood Divine Needle was actually knocked to the ground. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal's momentum did not decrease, and it directly smashed onto Xianmu's body, knocking him to the ground. Although the Greenwood Divine Needle had weakened a lot of power, it did not cause too much damage to Xianmu. However, in this first exchange, Xianmu had suffered a hidden loss. This made those who thought that Ling Xiao would definitely lose and mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao look bad. Twin Tiger Divine Seal? Could he be the one who killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader? There are also rumors that he killed Yu Hua Tianrui and Yu Hua Heavenly Demon, and not the Golden Prince that everyone knows. When people saw Ling Xiao make his move, some of the rumors that they did not care about seemed to be true now. Use whatever moves you have. I want to see how powerful the martial arts of the Savage Beast region are. My Golden Sky region's martial arts are still the best. Ling Xiao did not release his Tyrant martial soul. He did not even use his beast soul transformation. He only used his physical body to fight his opponent. It was for his own training and breakthrough. His body was like steel that needed to be tempered. If he was not injured, he would not be strengthened. That would not be good. Once he used his beast soul transformation, Xianmu would have lost long ago. This was just right. Arrogant. Xianmu was prepared for a long battle after failing to kill Ling Xiao in one move. It did not matter even if he lost face. It was fine as long as he could kill Ling Xiao. Kill. Xianmu used his most terrifying move. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena was filled with vines and roots. There was almost no space to dodge. End of chapter. The vines and roots on the martial arts practice field were incomparably sharp. If they were stabbed, they would definitely be seriously injured. This was the terrifying effect brought about by his main body. His body had also changed during the battle. He had become a huge Tyrant and was no longer in his human form. To actually force Xianmu to use the Xianmu killing formation, this kid indeed has some means. But it's over. Once the Xianmu killing formation is used, he will definitely die. Ian Light sneered. However, the slap to the face came very quickly. Ling Xiao turned into a streak of golden light, scuttling around the Xianmu killing formation, his main body almost unable to be seen. A series of terrifying rumbles came from the martial arts practice field. The Xianmu attacked continuously, but it was ineffective. Who said that this guy was weak? The martial artists who were preparing to take the test revealed shocked expressions. If Ling Xiao was weak, most of them here would not be qualified to take the test. Too strong. No wonder Golden Prince and Kaidai Saintus were willing to team up with him. Just this speed alone is very useful when snatching things. What's his name again? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? That Ling Xiao who won the 3,000 Holy Cities Golden Battle Champion? Should be. Listening to these people praising Ling Xiao, King Power under Heaven's anger had nowhere to vent. This was an ant that he could trample to death at any time back then. Even if the laws of the Western region were unable to let him unleash his true strength, he could still easily trample this guy to death. Why did this ant not only not die, but also reach this step today? Were those people who took his Wangquan family's money all useless? Back then, the Wangquan family used their power to bribe many people in the Western region to kill Ling Xiao. It was a pity that these people, these forces, were not uprooted by Ling Xiao now. They just relied on the Heavenly Empire and became Ling Xiao's subordinates. What King Power under Heaven found the most unacceptable was that it had only been 2 years. Although he used a large number of heaven and earth treasures to recover his physical body, his strength was also stronger than before. But this ant was actually about to catch up to him. What kind of joke was this? It wasn't funny at all. Even King's World was a little afraid. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would surpass him and that Ling Xiao would destroy his body again. No, this time it might not be as simple as destroying his physical body. It might even kill him directly. No, I can't accept that. During the battle, Ling Xiao could feel the emotional fluctuations of King of the World. Suddenly, he stopped dodging and looked at King of the World with contempt. He even made a throat-slitting gesture. King's World trembled violently because of this gesture. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet trembled. Is he provoking you? Yuchen said with a frown. Damned Ling Xiao. An ant, do you really think you can defeat me like this? Wangquan's World clenched his fists, his eyes red. And at this moment on the training field, Xianmu saw Ling Xiao suddenly stop and thought that his chance had arrived. He frantically manipulated the roots and vines to attack Ling Xiao. 9 Revolution Gourd, 9 Revolution Armor. The pitch-black smoke turned into a pitch-black armor that covered Ling Xiao's entire body. The 9 Revolution Gourd had already been exposed, so there was no need to hide it now. Those roots and vines hit the black armor, but they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. An emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. How does this kid have such a treasure? Many people were shocked, including Xianmu. No wonder he dared to provoke Xianmu. Just this emperor weapon alone can make him invincible. Zilin frowned. He admitted that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. Letting Xianmu fight was a wrong decision. Xianmu was at a loss against the 9 Revolution Gourd. But at this moment, Ling Xiao actually removed the 9 Revolution armor. Sorry, I don't need this treasure to deal with you. I was just talking to King of the World to protect myself. Ling Xiao looked at Xianmu and smiled. How dare you look down on me like this? Xianmu felt like he was going to spit out a mouthful of blood. I will definitely kill you, Heaven and Earth Seal, Endless Forest. Xianmu's martial Dao seemed to be more focused on his body. It was always related to the word mu. He let out a furious roar. The entire martial arts practice field seemed to be completely enveloped by the dense forest. The boundless forest shrouded the sky. Every leaf was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. It's over. Yeah, too careless. He had such a treasure but didn't use it. Many people sighed for Ling Xiao. Treasures were also a part of one's strength. King of the World thought differently. He hoped that Ling Xiao would die, so he would be very happy with all the stupid things that Ling Xiao did. But in the next moment, his excited face turned dull again, as if he had eaten a mouthful of feces. The endless forest was filled with killing intent. But among them, Ling Xiao was like a sharp demon sword. He killed all the enemies one by one. Although Ling Xiao still couldn't understand the true meaning of the Black Lotus Scroll. But the demonic Dao merged with his sword Dao. But it released an even more terrifying sword intent. He temporarily sealed the East Victory Heavenly Sword. Only using the East Victory Demon Sword, the demonic aura was even stronger. The boundless forest was actually trembling in an attempt to suppress this demon. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to suppress it. For some reason, many people thought of the demon suppression forest. Is that all you can do? You're really too weak. Especially when Ling Xiao went crazy in the endless forest and mocked Xianmu like this, it really made Xianmu vomit blood. Since you don't have any other skills, it's my turn to attack. Ling Xiao held the East Victory Demon Sword. The demonic power merged into his vital essence. The 9th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique completely erupted, the 9 beasts merged into one. They formed a huge demonic sword shadow. Xianmu was extremely shocked. He had no choice but to take out his last trump card. Azure the Arch-True Body. A shadow appeared behind Xianmu. Endless invisible wood power condensed in Xianmu's hand. In his hand, there was still the Azure Wood Divine Needle. However, when it was held by the Azure the Arch-True Body, its power had increased to a terrifying level. At this point, he was really afraid. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? How could it be? He really regretted fighting. Even if he won this battle, his trump card was exposed. What should he do next? Are you still thinking that you can win? How ridiculous. As Ling Xiao spoke, he finally entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. If he didn't transform, he really couldn't withstand Xianmu's ultimate move. After transforming, his advantage would become extremely obvious. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Xianmu even used the Azure the Arch-True Body. It seems that he's really forced into a desperate situation. That guy's combat strength is still increasing. What the hell is going on? Beast God Martial Artist. Yu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Wang Quan under the heavens was also shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. Beast God Martial Artist. His brother, Wang Quan under the heavens, was one. That was a legendary existence, an invincible legend. This Ling Xiao was also a beast god martial artist, and boom, the Greenwood Divine Needle clashed with the 12 Divine Beast technique. There was a terrifying explosion in the martial arts field. Everyone saw Xianmu flying out, and a blood arrow was shot out in midair. Kill. At this moment, Wang Quan under heaven, who was sitting in the spectator stand, suddenly made his move. In an instant, he was above Ling Xiao. Dynasty Tyrant Fist. The terrifying fist force smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Wang Quan under heaven suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Was he looking down on the elders of the Golden Firmament region? This was crazy. However, they didn't know that Wang Quan under heaven only wanted Ling Xiao to die. The moment he saw Ling Xiao defeat Xianmu, he vaguely thought he saw himself being sent flying. He couldn't wait any longer. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it didn't matter if he was despised by countless people. Moreover, he had thought about it. Ling Xiao wasn't even a disciple of the Golden Palace. Even if he killed him and the Golden Firmament region wasn't happy, he just needed to compensate them. The Golden Firmament region couldn't possibly kill an ordinary disciple like Ling Xiao, right? Just as he was about to succeed, a golden light suddenly stopped Wang Quan under heaven. Perhaps everyone else was stunned. However, Little Gold and Cold Plum weren't. Neither were Ghost Sword and Qi Niming. At almost the same time, the four of them made their move. But in the end, Xiao Jin was faster. When Wang Quan under heaven stood up, he also made his move. Boom, fists collided with fists. The duel between half-step divine physique echelon experts caused the training field to be in shambles. You people from the Eternal Emperor region are really shameless. Elders, are you not going to do anything about this? Little Gold roared. Wang Quan under heaven, are you crazy? The elders of the Eternal Emperor region had ugly expressions. Wang Quan under heaven's actions were really embarrassing for the Eternal Emperor region. Although the Eternal Emperor region was the strongest among the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they didn't dare to offend the other forces at the same time. Doing so would only make them a joke. Moreover, if you want to launch a sneak attack, it's fine if you succeed. The key point was that he failed and was stopped by someone. What a disgrace. Go back. An elder from the Eternal Emperor region shouted. Although kingship of the world was unwilling, he knew very well that he had failed. Not only did he lose face today, but he also failed to kill Ling Xiao. How could this ant's life be so strong? You want to leave so easily after making a move? Dream on, Little Gold. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't kill King of the World right now, but he still wanted to teach him a lesson. There was no need for the 2 brothers to understand. Xiao Jin naturally understood. In the blink of an eye, he stopped King of the World. Ling Xiao instantly used the cosmic light god fist. Before anyone could react, Wang Quan was sent flying with a punch. It landed heavily on the spectator stands. Pooh! Wang Quan's world spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he wasn't seriously injured, it was still embarrassing. How dare you attack me? He was practically roaring out the words. Only you are allowed to launch sneak attacks on others, but others are not allowed to attack you? Ling Xiao sneered. Who do you think you are? I'm a genius of the Eternal Palace, and you're just an ant. Kingship of the World was still shouting. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get lost. Yu Chen suddenly stood up and slapped Kingship of the World's face. After all, the Eternal Palace still cared about their reputation. Even if they wanted to kill someone, they shouldn't use such a method. Since they used it, they shouldn't have failed. Since they had failed, they shouldn't pester endlessly. That would only make people laugh. Kingship of the World was stunned for a moment. In the end, he glared at Ling Xiao fiercely and turned to leave. As expected, he was still somewhat afraid of Yu Chen. Although Yu Chen wasn't as strong as his elder brother, he was still a member of the imperial family. After Kingship of the World left, the storm finally calmed down. Everyone's evaluation of Ling Xiao increased by a lot. Especially those who were preparing to participate in the assessment. No one felt that he wasn't qualified anymore. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Xianmu. Xianmu had already been rescued by the people of the Savage Beast region. His physical body was almost destroyed. Fortunately, it wasn't completely destroyed. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to recover. Seeing this scene, some people looked at Ling Xiao with a shocked expression. He can seriously injure Xianmu, who's in the 8th stage of the core fragmentation realm, without using a treasure. I'm afraid his strength has already reached the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Who's blind to say that he's not qualified to enter the heavenly ruins? The elders of the Golden Sky region looked at Ling Xiao with shining eyes. Who didn't like geniuses? Moreover, Ling Xiao was a genius who was somewhat different from the rest. Ling Xiao. You didn't embarrass the Golden City, nor did you embarrass the Flame Emperor. As the second in command of the Patriarch Society, he naturally had good information. Ling Xiao was the champion of the Golden Battle of the 3,000 Holy Cities. He had some kind of relationship with the Flame Emperor. He knew all about it. Thank you for the praise, Elder. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. Do well. The Golden City won't mistreat you. Don't worry about those rascals. The Elder said again. Ling Xiao naturally knew who he was talking about. He couldn't help but smile and say, I understand, however, I've always been the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I hope that some people don't provoke me. Otherwise, he'll only end up worse than Xianmu. With that, he turned and left. Little Gold, Cold Plum, Dong Huangyu, and Sword Tiger followed closely behind. Everyone looked at this domineering figure and felt a deep sense of emotion. I thought that we'd be much stronger than him after receiving the Demon Emperor's guidance. I didn't expect that we'd still be inferior to him in the end. Ghost Sword smiled bitterly. Yeah, but I'm really happy to see him. Perhaps we can work together after entering the heavenly ruins. Qi Niming said. Over at the Savage Beast region's side, Xianmu wailed miserably, Zilin, avenge me. Don't worry. Whether or not today's incident happened, I'll definitely kill him. This person was too terrifying. His speed of growth was so fast that it was shocking. If we don't kill him, we'll all become his prey. Qilin's expression didn't look too good. Yu Huajun looked at Ling Xiao's back with excitement in her eyes. It can't be wrong, even though he hit it well. Although he hit well, I can still feel that it's the power of the demonic Tao. He must have obtained some benefits in the demon suppression forest. If we want to make a move, we can only do it in the heavenly ruins. We'll have to send out the most elite forces of the Yuhua Divine Sect. The Yuhua Divine Sect didn't have a quota. However, obtaining a quota wasn't a problem. The remaining 9 teams were determined for the next test. 3 of them were from the Yuhua Divine Sect. 1 of them was from the Savage Beast region. There were only 5 teams that were truly independent teams. Yu Huajun's plan was naturally to be carried out by these 3 teams. This trip to the heavenly ruins seemed like a simple treasure hunt, but in reality, it was a competition between the 4 regions and the 9 worlds. Whoever obtained the best treasures would obtain the most treasures. Naturally, they would win glory for their faction and bring great benefits. The next day was the opening of the heavenly ruins. A total of 23 teams had gathered in the City of Adventure. There were 23 teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. There were 9 neutral teams. One of them was the Battle Alliance's team. There was one more team out of the original 22, but it didn't affect them much. Although little gold was in the Battle Alliance's team, their overall strength was still inferior to the teams from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, the 9 neutral teams were the weakest. The other teams had 10 members each. Only the Battle Alliance's team had 5 members. In total, there were 225 people. If the martial artists who were in the heavenly ruins and hadn't come out yet were included, this competition would be very exciting. After all the teams had gathered, they headed toward the heavenly ruins under the leadership of the Patriarch Society. It was called Heavenly Ruins, but it was actually hell. Over the thousands of years, the heavenly ruins had devoured countless lives. However, there were still people who rushed to their deaths. It was not because of anything else, but because there were treasures inside that made people excited. Everyone seemed to be very nervous. Even those who knew each other very well rarely spoke. Wang Quan under the heavens ignored Ling Xiao today. He had probably thought of how to deal with Ling Xiao in the heavenly ruins. He didn't need to worry about it outside. The strange one was Yu Chen. Yu Chen should have known about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua by now. He walked to Ling Xiao's side under the surprised gazes of the others. "Kid, you came from Yuhua town. It wasn't easy for you to achieve what you have today. However, Fenghua isn't someone you can match up to. You'd better remember that. Besides, Fenghua and Tianming are already engaged. I don't want to cause any trouble." His voice was arrogant, cold, and filled with a commanding aura. Ling Xiao looked at him contemptuously and sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me what to do? Do you want to die too?" Yu Chen was stunned. How dare someone talk to him like that? Even Zi Lin and Hei Feng, who were half-step divine physique echelon experts, had to be respectful in front of him. In his imagination, Ling Xiao should be trembling with fear. "I am a member of the Eternal Palace. Yu Fenghua is my cousin." Yu Chen sneered. "So what? That only proves that your family background is illustrious. At the same time, it also shows your incompetence." Ling Xiao chuckled. "I used more than 2 years to travel from Ascension Town to the chaotic desert sea. From an ant in your eyes, I became a threat to you. What about you? Over the past 2 years, your cultivation hasn't changed at all, and your strength hasn't improved at all. I really don't understand. How can you be so arrogant in front of me? As for the relationship, you're just Fenghua's cousin, but I'm Fenghua's man." Yu Chen's expression became more and more unsightly. The young man in front of her had an unyielding spirit. Disregarding everything, disregarding power, it was impossible to use power and status to suppress him. "Your talent is indeed terrifying. Even I feel fear, but you still haven't grown up yet. The world is huge, and you've only seen a small part of it. Don't be too arrogant. It won't do you any good." Yu Chen said coldly. "Why do I feel that you're even more arrogant than me? After seeing my talent and tenacity, shouldn't you be more obedient in front of me?" Ling Xiao laughed. "It seems like there's nothing more to say between us. I'm just here to tell you that you're not qualified to be a toad lusting after a swan's meat. In the end, you're still just an ant. In order to prevent you from affecting my eternal palace, I'll kill you in the ruins. You better pray that you don't meet me." After saying that, Yu Chen turned and left. "People of the Eternal Emperor region, listen up. I'll kill Wang Quan under heaven and Yu Chen. You better not associate yourselves with the two of them. Otherwise, I won't let any of you off." Yu Chen froze on the spot after hearing those words. What a lunatic. How dare he provoke the Eternal Emperor region? Haha. Ha 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 ha. You're courting death. Yu Chen laughed and walked into the group of people from the Eternal Emperor region. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly and revealed a sinister smile. Finally, he could confidently stand on equal footing with these so-called geniuses. 2 years ago, these people were simply mythical existences in his eyes. The rest of the people from the Eternal Emperor region didn't take Ling Xiao's threat seriously. They thought it was just a lunatic's declaration. It wasn't worth mentioning. However, Wang Quan under heaven couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly thought of that black figure. Until now, he still didn't know what it was. However, that black figure did come out from Ling Xiao's body. I hope it's just an accident. Wang Quan under heaven could only pray like that. Suddenly, the pressure in front of them increased. The cultivators felt their bodies trembling. It was a suffocating aura of death. It was as though one's life would end if they took a breath. What's that? Everyone looked in front of them in horror. There was a huge teleportation gate. The terrifying aura of death was released from it. It was cold and austere. Even their souls were trembling. The Heaven Ruins is just a name to the outside world. Yu Huajun, who was leading the group, suddenly spoke. For those of us who have entered it, we prefer to call it the world of dead souls. Those terrifying things that you can't imagine in the outside world can be encountered here. Therefore, this is the last time I ask you. Are you willing to enter, accept the baptism of the dead souls? No one left. Since they were already here, who would leave? Moreover, those who dared to come to the chaotic desert were all lunatics. Would lunatics be afraid of death? At the very least, they wouldn't be afraid before the real threat arrived. The huge teleportation gate was located in a dark and damp canyon. The vegetation near the teleportation gate had turned black due to the aura of death released from it. Good, you're all brave warriors. Yu Huajun sneered. He knew that more than half of the 200 people would die tragically. This was an extremely cruel competition and trial. He had experienced it before and was lucky enough to survive. That was how he became a divine body realm cultivator today. Strange patterns were drawn on the model teleportation gate. The words on it were also slightly different from the words in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even though Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, he still couldn't understand it. However, those patterns were enough to tell that this wasn't a good place. World of Dead Souls, this name is really appropriate. I feel like we're not going in to look for treasures, but to seek death. Ling Xiao smiled. I had the same feeling. This damned place is more terrifying than the other ruins I've been to. I wonder what the real name of the Eternal Ruins is compared to the Heaven Ruins. Rumor has it that the ruins are even more terrifying than the World of Dead Souls. Little Gold frowned. Mobile version update website, if a brother is of one heart, he can cut through metal. You'll know what a scary place is like after going through it. Ling Xiao could still smell Yushin's aura in the endless aura of death. Despite the heavy aura of death, Yushin was still powerful. The portal wasn't built by the Board of Patriarchs. Maybe it was a native of the Eternal Desert. In any case, it had been here since people from the 4 regions and 9 worlds arrived. It had been here for thousands of years. Looks like the Board of Patriarchs really values this ruin. Ling Xiao's divine consciousness became stronger after the lotus flower incident. After all, he swallowed 1/10 of the lotus flower's divine consciousness power. Therefore, he discovered that there were close to 200 divine body realm powerhouses in the darkness. This was his first time seeing so many divine body realm powerhouses. He couldn't help but sigh. His current strength was still too weak. Perhaps he was already outstanding among the young people. However, in this world, young people were only a small part of it. These divine body realm powerhouses were all over 100 years old. Therefore, even if they wanted to enter the world of souls, they couldn't do it. Why was that? Ling Xiao was confused. Why did the world of souls restrict martial artists over 100 years old from entering? It wasn't a restriction on strength, but on age. This was the first time he encountered such a restriction. Although they couldn't enter, the Board of Patriarchs set a rule that martial artists who entered the Heaven Ruin had to pay 90% of their gains to the Board of Patriarchs. Of course, martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds only had to pay 50%. However, this was very shameless. The world of souls didn't belong to anyone. Other people risked their lives to enter and come out alive, and they still had to give you 50% or even 90%. Everyone knew that this was very shameless. However, the Board of Patriarchs was powerful enough. You could choose not to enter. If you wanted to enter, you had to follow their rules. Perhaps because he cultivated the demon path, Ling Xiao was very disgusted by such rules. 50%? Don't even think about taking away anything that I got with my own abilities. He sneered. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. He just had to do it. Of course, if some treasures were really useless, the Board of Patriarchs could give generous rewards. He could also use them to exchange. However, they wanted him to give them to them for free. No way. Of course, the Patriarch Society was not satisfied with such shameless methods. Ling Xiao noticed that they were trying to crack the barriers of the world of souls while guarding the place. Perhaps one day, even divine physique echelon experts would be able to enter it. Alright, now enter the world of souls in order. Let me remind you that you should have already entered quite a few small worlds. Like many other small worlds, this portal was randomly teleported. After you go in, do you want to meet up with your teammates as soon as possible, or do you want to go on your own, make your own decisions? Alright, it's getting late. Let's begin. After Yu Huajun finished speaking, she looked coldly at Ling Xiao. It was as if he was saying, without the protection of Prince Jin, let's see what you can do. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Did he need protection? In fact, he was more worried about Dong Huangyu now. Dong Huangyu was the weakest among the five. She was the most dangerous. He didn't need to worry about Xiao Jin, Sword Tiger, and Cold Plum. Good disciple. Take this 9 revolutions gourd. The 9 revolutions gourd was Ling Xiao's best treasure. However, his strength had increased tremendously, and he didn't need it anymore. It was naturally best to give it to Dong Huangyu. Others called him master, but he had yet to give this adorable disciple a single treasure. Master, you can't. Dong Huangyu hurriedly waved her hands. You little girl, others can't wait to get something from me, but you don't want it. Take it, I don't need it anymore. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His physical strength was already comparable to the Divine Phoenix battle armor, an emperor artifact with 4 dragon patterns. The 9 revolutions gourd was only used to show off. It wasn't very useful. Thank you, master. Dong Huangyu received it. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum naturally didn't need his treasures. One was a prince of the Beast Emperor Palace, while the other was the Kai-Dai Saintess of the Saintess Palace. It was impossible for them to not have treasures. Then, he glanced at Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl. In order not to implicate the 2 girls, he secretly told them not to acknowledge each other. This way, the 2 girls would be safer. However, the world of dead souls was filled with danger. He still had 2 treasures that he planned to give to the 2 of them. He didn't even need the 9 revolutions gourd, let alone the Twin Tiger Divine Seal and the Cursed Demon Dagger. It would be a waste to keep them on him. He might as well give them to his friends. Therefore, he walked to Ghost Sword's side and gave the 2 items to him. He whispered in his ear. Ghost Sword was much stronger than Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl. Even if he was targeted, he wouldn't be afraid. Understood. Ghost Sword understood what he meant. He gave the 2 items to Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang when no one was paying attention. When the 2 girls received the treasures and realized that it was an emperor artifact with a dragon pattern, they immediately blushed. Actually, they also knew that Ling Xiao only treated them as friends of the opposite sex. But even so, they didn't care. They were happy to receive Ling Xiao's gift. During this time, many teams had already entered the teleportation gate. Finally, it was the Battle Alliance's turn. Everyone, be careful. Safety first. After saying that, the 5 of them entered the teleportation gate. After a series of spatial fluctuations, Ling Xiao suddenly felt his feet land on solid ground. He opened his eyes and looked around. This place was desolate and eerie. The ground was filled with eerie white bones. It made one feel uncomfortable. As expected, they're all gone. There was no one around Ling Xiao. Only the white jade cat crawled out of his arms and then shrank back. It's over. How did you come to this place? You're dead. The white jade cat had always been timid. Ling Xiao was used to it, so he didn't care. He opened his Tai Chi eye and tried to find Xiao Jin and the others. However, he found that the Tai Chi eye's field of vision was only 1/10 of before. It was much smaller. What a powerful world of dead souls. Not only can it suppress divine sense, but it can also suppress my Tai Chi eye. Ling Xiao couldn't sense the aura of his companions and was a little worried. However, he remembered that these people had been adventuring alone for a long time and nothing had happened. He was relieved. Their survival ability is not much weaker than mine. For now, I should worry about myself. Thinking of this, he began to observe the situation around him. Even if the Tai Chi eye was weakened, he could still see within a radius of 1 li. It didn't matter what he looked at, but it really gave him a fright. In the distance, a group of strange creatures were wandering aimlessly. This group of creatures seemed to be dead. But the strange thing was that they were obviously intelligent. From time to time, they would look around as if waiting for the next victim to come. End of chapter. This was a pack of wolves, and their fur was all gray. Their eyes were also filled with a gray aura. They really looked like creatures that crawled out of hell. No wonder Yu Huajun said this was the world of dead souls. Of course, if that was all, it wouldn't scare Ling Xiao. The scariest thing was that the wolf king of this pack of dead soul wolves had actually reached the half-step divine body realm. Perhaps its combat power was even stronger than most half-step divine body realms. The wolf king's subordinates were divided into 4 teams. The wolf generals of each team had also reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. The rest of the dead soul wolves were at least the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm. There were a total of about 100 of them. And the surrounding beasts weren't just limited to these dead soul wolves. In the pitch-black pool. In the gloomy and cold forest. In the cloudy sky. Almost everywhere was filled with these uncomfortable creatures. They were lifeless, just like dead souls. Ling Xiao didn't plan to alarm these terrifying monsters for the time being. Relying on the vision of the Tai Chi eye, he quickly left the place. But after walking for a few minutes, the ground suddenly shook. As if there was a giant beast approaching. Ling Xiao frowned. He directly entered the Shadow Dancer form and hid. The Shadow Dancer form was the first layer of protection. But because this form was discovered by the beasts in the Demon Suppression Forest, Ling Xiao felt that it wasn't safe. Not long after he hid, the Tai Chi eye captured the appearance of an extremely strange creature. This monster was about 5 meters tall. It was like a standing mountain goat. Its huge horns and the wool all over its body were actually black. As it ran, it constantly released a terrifying aura of death. Its eyes were extremely red. The places this monster passed by seemed to be burning with black flames. The ground was scorched black. What kind of monster is this? Such a powerful dark aura. Ling Xiao didn't rush out, because he realized that this terrifying mountain goat's strength had already reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. It definitely wouldn't be easy to defeat it. Ling Xiao believed that if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he wouldn't be able to hurt this monster at all. There's someone. After that monster, people appeared in his vision. A group of 4. 3 men and 1 woman. How lucky we are. We've just entered the world of souls, and we've already found such a powerful black goat. The death spirit black goat's crystal core could resist the death energy of the world of souls. Their bones and fur are excellent materials for refining magical equipment. One of them laughed as he launched an attack. Ling Xiao had some impression of this person. He seemed to be a martial artist from the neutral team, and his strength was at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. As for the other 3 people, their strength was also extraordinary. They had all reached the 8th level of the Shattered Core stage. It was impossible for any of them to win against the undead spirit black goat alone. Only by working together could the undead spirit black goat suffer a loss. As they spoke, the 3 men and 1 woman had already caught up to the undead spirit black goat and surrounded it. Moreover, the woman in the lead had a treasure in her hands. It was the sword in her hand that could release lightning. Furthermore, it was an emperor weapon with a dragon mark. No wonder the undead spirit black goat would flee in panic when faced with such an attack. However, the undead spirit black goat was not to be trifled with. After being surrounded, they immediately became ruthless and began to fight crazily. It would not be easy for the 4 people to take it down in a short period of time. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The undead spirit black goat was very useful to him. He was on the 12 divine beasts' throne. Only the goat god and the horse god did not have a beast soul. As a 9th level shattered core stage demonic beast, the undead spirit black goat was very suitable. At the same time, it could also be a material for the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts technique. He watched coldly and did not make a move. If he made a move now, not only would he not be able to snatch the undead spirit black goat, but he would also be surrounded. With his current strength, he could fight the female martial artist in a one-on-one situation. He might be able to win. However, it would be troublesome if he was surrounded by the 4 people. Moreover, once he came out, the undead spirit black goat would probably escape. Then, it would be meaningless. Who is it? However, what Ling Xiao did not expect was that the female martial artist in the lead actually sensed his presence. She immediately looked at the place where Ling Xiao was hiding. This woman is powerful. I'm afraid she has some special martial soul? Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He originally planned to reap the benefits. Now, it seemed impossible. Since that was the case, he might as well leave first and use the convenience of the Tai Chi Eye to follow. He would find a suitable opportunity to snatch the undead spirit black goat. Fang Heng, Xianxia, you two go in that direction and check it out. There must be someone, don't let others reap the benefits, this undead spirit black goat has already been seriously injured by us. It's enough to leave Chen Fei and me. The female martial artist looked like someone who often entered ruins to adventure. She was not flustered at all. Moreover, she commanded well. Understood, big sister. Fang Heng and Zhang Che surrounded Ling Xiao from 2 directions. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. These 4 people were probably the first to meet up in the 10-man team. Obviously, the 4 of them cooperated very well. If he was surrounded by them, it would be very troublesome. It seemed that he could only use some extreme methods. He looked at Fang Heng. Although Fang Heng was at the 8th level of the shattered core stage like Xianxia, his aura was obviously weaker. He believed that he would be easier to capture. In the next moment, he suddenly dashed out. He turned into an afterimage and quickly approached Fang Heng. Who is it? Fang Heng was also very smart. When he saw someone approaching him, he instantly thought of using him as a hostage. Or to kill him first. Therefore, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. Demonic Eye, Illusion Demon. Although Ling Xiao's speed was very fast, the opponent's speed was not slow either. Therefore, he instantly made a decision. He used the Demonic Eye. Fang Heng was about to escape when he suddenly felt a pair of terrifying eyes staring at him. At that moment, his vision completely disappeared and he was immersed in darkness. As if he had sunk into a swamp, a cold feeling appeared on his body. He desperately struggled but found that he was sinking deeper and deeper. Who are you? You actually know such a powerful soul secret technique, are you from the Soul Prison Palace? Although Fang Heng was very scared, he still maintained some calmness. He desperately urged his soul power to try to escape from this illusion. Soul Prison Palace, just from the name, it was not simple. A place to imprison souls, it was probably a force in the chaotic sand ocean. It should not be as powerful as the Yuhua Divine Sect, not to mention the Council of Elders and the Beast Deity Alliance. Ling Xiao. Because Fang Heng was controlled by the illusion, he could not see Ling Xiao's appearance clearly. However, the other 3 could see it clearly. No one who entered the world of souls did not recognize Ling Xiao's face. It was actually Ling Xiao. Fang Heng's heart was filled with fear. In the chaotic sand ocean, there were a lot of rumors about Ling Xiao. For example, this guy killed people like flies. You better not come over. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be a life left here. Ling Xiao used the demonic eye to control Fang Heng. Then, he jumped up and grabbed Fang Heng's neck. Ling Xiao grabbed Fang Heng's neck. The other 3 wanted to save him, but it was too late. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that the undead spirit black goat was already lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Ling Xiao, we have no feud with you. You don't have to do this, do you? Let's mind our own business and mind our own business. You go your way, and we'll go ours. The leader frowned and said, I, Xianxia, promise you that we won't attack you if you let Feng Heng go. Xianxia was quite strong. She was in the 9th stage of the core fragmentation stage. She was second only to the half-step divine body realm monsters. She thought her words were effective. Moreover, she was not afraid of Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao could defeat Xianmu was only in the 8th stage of the core fragmentation stage. Aren't you a little too naive? The Council of Patriarchs allowed the 23 teams to enter the world of dead souls. They didn't say that we can't kill each other. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. Give me the Black Goat Slayer, and you can have him. How is that possible? We worked so hard to kill the Black Goat Slayer, and you want us to give it to you? Do you think we're idiots? Xianxia said angrily. Do as you wish. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I'll kill him now. Don't. Xianxia shouted hurriedly, we can use the Black Goat Slayer to exchange for him, but how can we guarantee that you'll let him go after you take the Black Goat Slayer? That's simple. Leave the hostage here. You guys retreat 1,000 meters away. Leave the Black Goat Slayer 1,000 meters away. I'll leave immediately after I take the Black Goat Slayer. How about that? Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure. Agreed. Xianxia was a little surprised. Ling Xiao's plan was actually beneficial to them. Great. Ling Xiao smiled and put Feng Heng on the ground. Then, everyone retreated. The Black Goat Slayer was also pushed 1,000 meters away by Xianxia, Xianxia, and Chen Fei. Big sister, this Ling Xiao is an idiot. He's only 100 meters away from us. And he's 1,000 meters away from Feng Heng. This hostage was no longer a hostage. Why don't we make a move? If the three of us work together, we can definitely kill him. We can't let the undead spirit Black Goat be taken away by him. Xianxia said. Xianxia hesitated. Because in her impression, Ling Xiao was definitely not a fool. Since he dared to do this, he must have his reasons. However, before she could speak, Chen Fei suddenly dashed out. Their target was the hostage, Feng Heng. You two guard the undead spirit Black Goat, I'll save Feng Heng. Chen Fei shouted as he dashed out. Xianxia panicked. No. However, right at this moment, one of Feng Heng's arms suddenly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Fei was taken aback. Xianxia and Xianxia were also shocked. This is just a warning, it's not wrong to listen to your big sister. I'm a person who keeps her promises. Since you've kept your promises, I naturally won't act recklessly. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, he will definitely die. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. I won't. Take the undead spirit Black Goat and leave. Xianxia knew that she had fallen this time. But she couldn't ignore Feng Heng's life. Feng Heng was the son of their sect master. If he really died here, she would definitely not have a good life. Xianxia had always thought that she had overestimated Ling Xiao. But now she realized that she had still underestimated him. This Ling Xiao was not only ruthless, but also cunning. As he had expected, daring to put down the hostage meant that he had the confidence. Everyone, bye-bye. After keeping the undead spirit Black Goat into the mountain river world, Ling Xiao flew into the air. He didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. In the world of death, the strong preyed on the weak. If he was captured by the other party, he would definitely be killed. And he had only taken away the undead spirit Black Goat, which was already giving them face. Damn it, we worked so hard for half a day, but in the end, we didn't get anything. Chen Fei was so angry that he was burning with anger. Big sister, when our team meets up, we must kill this Ling Xiao. Xianxia also said. This grudge must be avenged. Feng Heng was the most excited. If I don't twist that guy's head off, I won't be at ease. Don't be agitated, don't forget that our purpose in entering the world of death is not to kill each other. We're here to find treasures. Killing Ling Xiao will only be a waste of time. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want to kill Ling Xiao, but the problem was that she felt that even if 10 people joined forces, it was impossible to do so. It wasn't that they couldn't beat him, but that Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. Perhaps before they could make a move, he would have already escaped. Coward! Fang Heng scolded. Xianxia's expression was a little ugly. If it wasn't to save Fang Heng, they wouldn't have exchanged the undead spirit black goat. But now Fang Heng wasn't grateful at all, and instead scolded her. It was really unpleasant. Just as she was about to say something, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Run! She saw a swarm of black mosquitoes in the sky. The mosquitoes were extremely small, but they were densely packed, almost forming a black fog. What's wrong, big sister? They're from the abyss of demon. Xianxia didn't have time to explain. She grabbed Fang Heng and ran away. However, the mosquitoes that looked like a black fog were still following them in the sky. About 2 or 3 miles away from them, 5 people were standing there. They were dressed in black uniforms with strange skull patterns drawn on them. They were the warriors from the abyss of demon. 5 of the 10 people in the team. One of them was controlling something with his eyes closed. A strange martial soul appeared behind him. It was more like a nest of insects. It was a woman with a coquettish aura from head to toe. But she was extremely dangerous. Her attire was extremely gorgeous and colorful. In addition to the patterns exclusive to the abyss of demon, there were also some mosquito patterns on her body. Haha, escape? You've been targeted by my babies, and you still want to escape? These neutral idiots shouldn't have come in this time's heaven relic. The woman laughed strangely, and it was a little creepy. Even the 4 people with her couldn't help but distance themselves from her. Senior Sister 100 Bugs, have you found the prey? One of them said with a smile. Go, my babies will lead the way for you. 100 Bugs smiled and waved her hand. The other 4 people immediately rushed out. These 4 people were all experts of the 9th level of the Shattered Core stage. A distance of 2 or 3 miles was only a matter of seconds for experts of this level. Oh no, we're surrounded. Xianxia suddenly stopped. Looking at the mosquitoes flying in the sky, she frowned. It's that evil woman 100 Bugs. It's her. Hearing the name 100 Bugs, the other 3 people's faces changed. Fang Heng began to cry. Xianxia, you have to save me. He hugged Xianxia's leg and shouted. Save you? I don't even know if I can leave here alive. I'm so unlucky. From the looks of it, meeting Ling Xiao might actually be a fortunate thing. If I knew this would happen, I would have joined hands with him. Xianxia sighed and looked at the sky full of mosquitoes that were constantly descending. While Xianxia and the others were being attacked, Ling Xiao had already found a safe place. He started to merge with the black goat. This would be a fusion that would fill the gap. Perhaps it could directly raise Ling Xiao's cultivation to the completion stage of the ultimate core stage. At that time, even without the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could easily defeat a 9th level Shattered Core martial artist. As for a half-step divine origin martial artist, he could use the Sky Tyrant martial soul to fight. It was even possible for him to win. As soon as he sat down, his Tai Chi eye suddenly captured a terrifying scene 1 mile away. Black mosquitoes covered the sky and surrounded the 4 people, including Xianxia. However, the black mosquitoes couldn't block his vision. He could see clearly. The black mosquitoes pounced on the injured Fang Heng. Fang Heng let out a terrified cry. Xianxia calmly dealt with it. However, at this moment, 4 black shadows quickly attacked. Sigh, the world of souls is indeed terrifying, except for Xianxia, I'm afraid none of them can escape. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't pay much attention to the martial artists from the abyss. He didn't expect them to be so terrifying. It should be said that there were no weaklings in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ah! Fang Heng let out a shrill cry. Xianxia was entangled by the experts from the abyss and couldn't protect him anymore. In an instant, Fang Heng was devoured by the mosquitoes and became a skeleton. In the end, even his inner core was eaten clean. How cruel! In the next moment, Chen Fei and Zhang Che were also killed. The ones who killed them were a giant scorpion as tall as a mountain and a centipede like a dragon. Just what kind of person's divine ability is this? It can actually do this? Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xianxia could have escaped, but this woman was too emotional. In the end, she was captured. Ling Xiao didn't need to think to know what would happen to her. The demon realm of the 9 underworlds is really vicious. I have to be careful. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and stopped thinking. He started to merge. Oh, there's even a pretty girl. Not bad. In the next moment, Baizong arrived late. When he saw Xianxia's tattered clothes, he could not help but reveal a very uncomfortable smile. Senior sister, can you let us enjoy this woman after you're done with her? A warrior from the 9 underworlds demon realm said with a smile. This person had a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks. He had a wretched look on his face, which made people dislike him. Of course. 100 Worms smiled, while Xianxia was already close to despair. But now that she was in someone's hands, she couldn't even commit suicide. The mosquitoes that filled the sky flew back into Baizong's body. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the pores on Baizong's body were much larger than those of ordinary people. Those mosquitoes flew out from that place. This woman actually raised mosquitoes in her body. Just thinking about it made him shudder. The moment he recalled the mosquitoes, Worm's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, someone saw us fight. Impossible. Senior Sister 100 Bugs mosquitoes have been searching nearby, who can avoid your detection? The monkey-faced guy exclaimed. Herder monkey, don't underestimate the enemy, this person should be the one who just took the dead spirit black goat. 100 Worms looked at Xianxia and sneered. Who is he? Do you think I'll tell you? No matter if I tell you or not, you won't let me go. Xianxia sneered. Haha, you'll tell me. 100 Worms sneered. His laughter was like the whisper of a devil from hell. But now, the important thing is that guy didn't leave, and seems to be spying on us nearby. Good fellow, he's really bold. 100 Worms' eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. No matter what, we have to find this guy. We can't let him find out about the plan of the 9 underworlds. We can't let him tell others. 100 Worms' eyes flashed with a cold black light. No matter who it was, they couldn't be left alive. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the 5 people from the 9 underworlds demon realm. Their vision was definitely not as good as his, so they had to rely on those mosquitoes to find the target. He was hiding in a very safe place, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Unless he took the initiative to expose himself. But for safety's sake, he still threw down 2 formation refining stones to isolate the sound and aura. Being proficient in formations gave him a great advantage. A very ordinary-looking flower appeared in each of the 8 directions around him. But only he knew that those things were like sentries, used to guard against enemies. When someone came within 300 meters of him, the sentries would sound the alarm. Of course, only he could hear it. Next, he began his journey of fusion with all his heart. He took out the dead spirit black goat's monster core and swallowed it. The next moment, a terrifying black gas appeared around his body. Even the shadow of the dead spirit black goat appeared. At this moment, the surrounding death chi no longer posed a threat to his body. Instead, it crazily rushed into his body, becoming the key to his advancement. About half an hour later. Behind Ling Xiao, a strange shadow of the dead spirit black goat appeared. This dead spirit black goat held a huge scythe in its hand, looking ferocious. A pair of scarlet eyes seemed to see through death. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The fusion was very smooth, and his cultivation had finally advanced to the peak of the core realm, but to go from the peak to the core realm, it wasn't so easy. It would probably take a long time. Of course, he wasn't so anxious now. The dead spirit black goat filled the gap above his goat god body. Naturally, he also gained 2 more powerful abilities. The first was the dead spirit body. Entering this state, he would not be harmed by any physical or elemental attacks. The only weakness was soul force attacks. On the other hand, under the dead spirit body state, Ling Xiao could only use soul secret techniques to attack. But the attack power was increased by 10 times. The second was Dark Siphon, absorbing the enemy's vitality and physical strength to restore his own vitality and physical strength. This was used in battle. It was simply awesome. His cultivation had broken through, and he had obtained a new divine ability special skill. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. However, at this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded in his mind. Southeast. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked. 4 figures had already appeared in his field of vision. Of these 4 figures, there were actually only 2 people. The other 2 were puppets. However, these puppets looked very real, almost no different from a real person. Ling Xiao instantly disappeared on the spot. 2 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists had arrived. There were also 2 9th-level core realm puppets. He wasn't a match for them in a head-on battle, so he still had to pay attention to some tactics. The leader was a man, and his body was actually wrapped in a black snake. The black snake was more than 10 meters long. It kept flicking its tongue, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. This man's appearance was also very strange. His body was as dry as a dead tree. It seemed that his vitality was absorbed by the snake. However, there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. He didn't look weak at all. Beside him was a woman. Behind the woman, there was a pair of wings. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the wings were actually made up of black bats. It was extremely strange. The 2 puppets were male. They looked like they were made of real people. One was holding a huge sickle, and the other was holding a long spear. The people from the 9 underworlds were indeed much more sinister than the heavenly demon ghost territory. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 people and the 2 puppets indifferently. Although he didn't know how they found this place, the martial artists who entered the world of souls this time were all powerful. Some skills that he didn't know about were imaginable. He wasn't surprised at all. Now he was thinking about how to defeat the 2 people and the 2 puppets. As Ling Xiao retreated, he stared at these 4 figures. His eyes flashed with cold light. He couldn't stand what the 9 underworlds were doing. But after all, it didn't involve him. He was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. Looking for companions was the right thing to do. But now it was different. The people from the 9 underworlds were not even going to let him go. Then he had to find a way to make these guys suffer. Senior Sister Hundred Worm is really something. She actually asked the 2 of us to deal with that Ling Xiao together. That kid is only at the late stage of the extreme realm of core. Even if his combat power is high, it's only at the level of Xianmu. Any one of us can kill him. Is it necessary for the 2 of us to attack at the same time? Furthermore, he even gave us 2 puppets. The woman was a little dissatisfied. She felt that it was a waste of talent. Okay, it's more important to complete the task. The black snake man said indifferently. On the ground, there were a few insects crawling in the direction of Ling Xiao's cultivation. This was the way they found Ling Xiao. It's that insect woman again. Ling Xiao frowned. In the world of souls, divine sense was seriously weakened, so this special searching method was in high demand. Soon, following the insect, the man and woman arrived at the place where Ling Xiao had been cultivating. They even set up a formation, but they've already left. Black Snake said with a frown. He just left. Obviously, they've discovered us. A strange voice came out of Batgirl's mouth. No matter how fast he is, he won't be able to get far. You and I will each take a puppet and search the area. No matter what, we have to find him. This man is crucial to the success of our plan. Black Snake said. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. Dodge. Ambush. A very dangerous aura came from behind them. That feeling was enough to kill them. Therefore, even though they were extremely proud of themselves before, their expressions changed drastically at this moment. 12 Divine Beast Technique, 10th level. As soon as Ling Xiao made his move, he immediately used the move with the strongest area of effect destructive power that he could currently perform. The terrifying aura of a giant beast came from behind them. By the time the 2 wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The only thing he could do was to resist. The 10 giant beasts merged into one, with the Gingjin serpent as their leader. They blasted the 2 of them. The 12 Divine Beast technique used different giant beasts as the leader, so the attacks produced would have different variations. What the Gingjin serpent released was the most terrifying cutting effect. Ling Xiao had thought it through. Even if he couldn't directly kill the 2 of them, it would be good enough to destroy their bodies. Boom, the Gingjin storm erupted. 4 figures were hit at the same time. The surrounding ground was already ravaged beyond recognition by the terrifying Gingjin storm. Everything within a 300-meter radius of the attack was covered in smoke and dust. It took a long time for the smoke and dust to dissipate. The 2 puppets were completely destroyed and could no longer be used. The woman's arms were broken, and there were many serious wounds on her body. She was seriously injured. She looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing there with a grin on his face, with resentment and hatred in her eyes. As for Black Snake, he didn't suffer any serious injuries, but the black color on his body had been blasted to pieces. Therefore, his expression was also very ugly. Yo, not bad. The martial artists of the infernal demon realm are indeed very strong. If it were ordinary people, they would have been completely wiped out by my sneak attack. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the effect of his attack. But he couldn't help but praise the 2 of them for their reaction. The Black Snake man, in particular, decisively abandoned his black snake to defend against the attack. At this moment, Batwoman's bat suddenly flew to the 2 broken puppets and sucked them with all its might. As they sucked, the puppets completely withered. And Batgirl's body was rapidly healing. Sure enough, those 2 puppets were made of living people, but they didn't have souls. Ling Xiao frowned. Every martial artist of the infernal demon realm was very strange and not easy to deal with. Fortunately, the 2 puppets were directly destroyed. His plan could be considered very successful. He deliberately left his aura and the array for the 2 of them to observe. In the process of observing, they would certainly be distracted. A sneak attack at this time was simply twice the result with half the effort. The moment he discovered these 4 figures, he wanted to teach the infernal demon realm a lesson. He didn't want to be watched all the time. It didn't feel good. So he took the initiative to attack. So despicable, so shameless. Batgirl's condition was slightly better. She stood up and shouted, "You actually used a sneak attack. If I don't kill you today, I'm not a human." TCH. You really have the face to say that. Weren't those pitiful fellows killed by your sneak attacks? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "Besides, you 2 are not dead. Why are you angry? I just want to warn you that you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill all 10 of you." Hearing this, the 2 of them looked even more unsightly. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. After a successful sneak attack, he thought he was very strong. He even threatened to kill 10 people of the infernal demon realm. Ling Xiao, I think you're really tired of living, since you know we're from the infernal demon realm. You should have run instead of ambushing us. The Black Snake man sneered. A cloud of black smoke appeared, and 2 slender black lines appeared on his hands. These should be his weapons. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at the Black Snake man. He chuckled and said, "Looks like the negotiation is invalid. I'll take it as the infernal demon realm declaring war on me, Ling Xiao. Is that okay?" If there were 4 9th-level core fragmentation stage existences, he could only run away. But now, 2 puppets were directly smashed by him. The woman hadn't fully recovered yet. Only the man was left, so he didn't need to be afraid. "Of course you can think so. We're not only going to kill you, but also your teammates of the Battle Alliance. This is the price you have to pay for sneak attacking us." The Black Snake man licked his lips and sneered. "If you want to kill my friends, you'll have to kill me first. Of course, you have to have the strength to do so." Ling Xiao's voice gradually turned cold. These people wanted to deal with his friends, so he naturally couldn't let them live. So what if they were martial artists from the 9 underworlds? So what if they were martial artists at the 9th stage of the Shattered Core realm? He had killed a Divine Physique realm martial artist before. "You're as arrogant as the rumors say." Hiss hiss, the Black Snake man shook his hands, and the black pythons released a sinister aura. A voice that sent chills down their spines rang out. It seemed that Ling Xiao had guessed correctly. This man's weapon was this living black snake. Ling Xiao rarely saw such a martial artist. Today was an eye-opener for him. Swish, suddenly, the 2 black snakes elongated at the same time. With terrifying killing intent, they attacked Ling Xiao from completely different angles. The angles were extremely tricky. Because they were living creatures, they could even change the direction of their attacks at any time. Even the Tai Chi I was difficult to grasp. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He turned into a golden light and dodged. When he was in midair, the snake shadow suddenly changed direction and attacked again. The black snake man sneered. Even if you dodged once, can you do it a second time? A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The East Victory demonic sword suddenly appeared in his right hand. Flight light. The accuracy of attacking the black snakes might not be high, but this sword attack was aimed directly at the black snake man. The black snake man was a little surprised. He hurriedly controlled one of the pythons to block the attack. The other snake shadow continued to attack Ling Xiao. However, the threat level of a snake was naturally not enough to trouble Ling Xiao. He dodged it easily. The python hit the ground and released a strange green aura. In the next moment, the entire rock was instantly corroded and smashed like stinky tofu. The attack power is powerful and strange. The angle is tricky, and the weapon is also impossible to guard against. If hit, ordinary people won't be able to take it. Ling Xiao dodged the attack. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. The other party wanted to kill him. He also wanted to kill the other party, so he needed more information. At this moment, the streak of light pierced the black snake, and a section of the black snake was cut off. Black Snake's face turned even uglier. Ling Xiao's strength was a little beyond his expectations. He originally thought that this brat was at most at the level of Xian Mu and could be easily taken down. From the looks of it now, it was truly troublesome. Boom, in the next moment, Black Snake released his martial soul. His martial spirit was indeed a black serpent martial spirit. The huge black snake coiled behind him. With the release of his martial soul, the two pythons in his hands became even stronger. Thousand Shadow Snake Claw. With a cold snort, the black snake man suddenly released dozens of snake shadows from his hands, all of which pounced on Ling Xiao. Residual HP. Ling Xiao sneered, no longer intending to dodge. He already had a rough understanding of the other party's strength. Next, it was time to end the battle. The huge blood-red sword chi swept across, and its width was more than 10 meters. And his speed was extremely fast. Dozens of snake shadows were easily split apart by the residual blood sword chi, scattering flesh and blood all over the ground. Black Snake Man took a few steps back in shock, and his face was very ugly. His hands were trembling, and there was blood dripping from his palms. It turned out that when the residual blood sword tore apart the Thousand Shadow Snake Claw, his hands were also injured. Hee, you make it sound very fierce, but it seems that you're just SOSO. Ling Xiao stood there coldly with his sword in hand. No one knew that he had just set up a maze nearby. In this way, even if the people from the Abyss of Demon came to help, they would not be able to find them in a short time. They would also not be able to detect their battle aura. Since he was determined to kill these two people, Ling Xiao would not give them the slightest chance. Bat Lady, your injuries have not healed yet? Black Snake Man sensed Ling Xiao's strength and was a little impatient. Although he had not yet revealed his strongest strength. 2 against 1, it was always easier. He did not want to take the risk. If he was killed by Ling Xiao, how pitiful would that be? Soon. Bat Lady originally wanted to rest for a while, because in her opinion, since Black Snake Man had attacked, Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand more than a few moves. However, it had only been a few rounds, and it seemed that Black Snake Man could not hold back anymore. Hold on a little longer. Bat Lady's injuries were not light, and it was almost impossible for her to recover in such a short time. Even if she swallowed the divine medicine, the result would be the same. Therefore, she had to wait for now. Hurry up. Black Snake Man gritted his teeth and continued to deal with Ling Xiao. At this time, he had already lost the heart to underestimate his opponent. Previously, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously, but now, he had to devote himself to the battle. Otherwise, he really did not know what would happen. If that's all you've got, this battle should be over. Ling Xiao looked at Black Snake Man with contempt. This person really disappointed him. From the judgment of the Tai Chi Eye, Black Snake Man should not be so weak. At the very least, he could create certain conditions for him to improve his strength and add some energy to his cultivation C. However, if Black Snake Man was as strong as he was now, he could kill him in one move. Go to hell. At this moment, Bat Lady's voice suddenly came. Dozens of bats condensed into a dark magic sword and stabbed at him in a frenzy. The sharp edge was completely different from ordinary weapons. The bat magic sword released a strange sound. Although it could not be heard, it could make one's mind chaotic. Before the attack arrived, Ling Xiao seemed to have seen himself being cut apart. He originally thought that this woman was just a support. Now, it seemed that this woman's attack power was not inferior at all. Undead body. Ling Xiao tried out his new ability. The moment he entered the undead body, his entire person seemed to have turned into a ghost. Not only was he lifeless, but he was also lifeless, which gave off a terrifying aura. What's going on? Both Black Snake Man and Bat Lady were stunned. The next moment, Ling Xiao no longer dodged and let their attacks fall on him. He was completely fine. For the first time, Black Snake Man and Bat Lady felt fear. Their pride was definitely not a bluff. Basically, in the 4 regions and 9 realms, they were the kind of geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. They did not even take Xianxia, a martial artist of the same level, seriously. Not to mention a martial artist like Ling Xiao who was at the peak of the Dan realm. They did not care about him at all. But now, they suddenly realized that they knew too little about Ling Xiao. This guy had many terrifying abilities that they could not imagine. Try using your soul power attack. Black Snake Man finally calmed down. After all, he was the leader. If he panicked, the team would really be finished. Understood. Bat Lady put away her bat magic sword. Suddenly, she took out a talisman. There was a dark spell drawn on the talisman. This was a soul secret spell that she had specially made. As the talisman shattered, the ground suddenly cracked. One by one, strange creatures crawled out from the ground. These monsters, some were covered in blood, with no part of their bodies intact. Some looked like jellyfish, but they were black in color. Some stuck out their long tongues and jumped around. There were also female ghosts in black cloaks and so on. In short, all the terrifying monsters one could imagine seemed to have appeared in an instant. For a moment, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The sound directly pierced through Ling Xiao's soul protection wall and entered his soul realm, trying to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. Is this an illusion? No. This should be a kind of soul secret technique. It uses soul power to condense terrifying monsters to frighten and stimulate warriors. Their attack power is not very good. Under the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao was very calm. These monsters almost had no physical attack power. Even if they did, his undead body was not afraid. As for the soul attack, although it was very strong, it was a pity that it encountered him. The other party was really unlucky. If it were any other enemy, they would have collapsed by now. Previously, Fang Heng was frightened by these evil ghosts and did not even have the strength to resist. Sure enough, your weakness is your soul. Today, I'll make you beg for death. Seeing that the attack was effective, Batgirl was immediately happy and deeply relieved. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. How dare you show off such a boring trick in front of me? The black sheep beast soul transformation form, the next moment, he transformed. A terrifying death aura was released from his body. At that moment, countless ghosts hid in fear as if they had met the Ghost King. They did not listen to Batgirl's command at all. The black sheep was an extremely powerful creature in the world of undead. In addition, it was enhanced by the deity position of the sheep god. When mere ghosts saw it, they would run away. Which one of them did not want to live and rushed forward? How can this be? Who are you? Batgirl was surprised. Only people from the Netherworld demon realm were good at this kind of evil charm. They did not expect Ling Xiao to know it too, and it seemed that he was even more powerful. Black Snake's face became more and more unsightly. This Ling Xiao, starting from the sneak attack and destroying the 2 puppets, had broken their attack several times. Even when the 2 of them joined forces, they were still unable to cause any harm to this kid. If this were to spread out, wouldn't he be laughed at to death? logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2. After all, with Ling Xiao's current strength, if he didn't release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Black Snake in a one-on-one battle. But if he were to face 2 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists, it would be slightly difficult. However, in the current battle situation, Ling Xiao was completely unharmed. Therefore, combat power was ultimately just a number. The real outcome of the battle would depend on how well they performed. Both the Black Snake Man and the Bat Lady were extremely powerful. Perhaps even a half-step divine physique echelon expert would have a headache if they were to fight the two of them together. However, Ling Xiao was an accident. Up until now, he was still fighting with the attitude of cultivation. He didn't unleash his full combat strength. Go all out. But at this moment, the Black Snake Man suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He was just about to end this battle. The battle prowess of the two people on the other side actually soared again. In the end, Black Snake Man chose martial soul fusion. Transforming into a giant python, his combat strength increased by at least 10 times. The Bat Lady also chose martial soul fusion. Transforming into a human-shaped bat, she soared into the sky. The surrounding black bats were like floating cannons, constantly shooting out strange supersonic cannons, although each attack might not be able to cause damage to Ling Xiao. But with so many attacks, it might not be so. Ling Xiao, today we'll show you our true forms. In this form, if we join forces, we can even defeat a half-step divine physique echelon martial artist. After Black Snake Man transformed, his voice became much louder. He opened his mouth and spat out terrifying attacks. Every time, the ground would be corroded into black water. Ling Xiao used his movement technique and kept dodging. He secretly praised in his heart. As expected of a martial artist from the netherworld, his strength was indeed strong. In a one-on-two situation, it would be very difficult to wear them down. Looks like I have to play for real, let's end this quickly. Ling Xiao sensed that someone else was coming. He couldn't continue playing. The remaining value of these two people had been completely squeezed out by him, providing him with nearly 10% of the Cultivation Sea's energy. Earth-crossing golden light technique. Suddenly, Ling Xiao turned into a golden light and disappeared. Don't let him escape. Black Snake Man and Bat Lady's first thought was that Ling Xiao was trying to escape. But was Ling Xiao really going to escape? No. Black Snake, be careful. Bat Lady was in the air and observed more carefully. She found that Ling Xiao's path was not an escape path, but a pounce on Black Snake Man. She exclaimed. Humph, do you really think I'm a pushover? Bat Lady, I'll hold him back. Find an opportunity and kill him. Black Snake Man snorted and had no intention of dodging at all. He swung his huge tail and directly whipped it at Ling Xiao. He wanted to hold Ling Xiao back. However, in the next moment, his whole body suddenly trembled. No, this was a fake. Just as he was about to warn Bat Lady, it was already over. Bat Lady heard a murderous voice behind her. Residual blood. Chi, with one slash, Bat Lady's body was split into two. The most terrifying thing was that the sword chi released by residual blood was wreaking havoc in Bat Lady's body. In an instant, Bat Lady was tortured to the brink of death. Bat Lady! Black Snake Man exclaimed, his face turning even uglier. They had said that they would not underestimate Ling Xiao, but they had underestimated him just now. They thought that Ling Xiao would choose to escape, but in fact, he had launched an attack. It was this wrong judgment that had caused Bat Lady's death. In Bat Lady's current situation, if no one saved her, she would definitely die. Now, it's your turn. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and raised his hand. Run. Black Snake Man did not want to resist at all. He did not even care about his companions. From Ling Xiao's body, he felt a sense of fear that he had never felt before. Can you escape, void-shattering finger? At that moment, Black Snake Man felt as if he had been sucked into a space. He could not control his entire body. Crack, in the end, his body completely shattered. His life stopped at that moment. After Ling Xiao killed Black Snake Man, he looked at Bat Lady. Bat Lady was on the verge of death. However, she still could not believe the result of the battle. Hundred Worm, oh Hundred Worm, you are completely wrong. We have underestimated Ling Xiao. She had stopped praying to live. However, Ling Xiao did not disappoint her. The chair did not show the slightest bit of mercy to a beautiful woman like her. He raised his hand and burned her to ashes. That's pretty fast. After getting off Bat Lady, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The other 3 people from the abyss of hell were already nearby. It's not wise for a half-step divine body realm martial artist to fight now. I better leave first. Ling Xiao performed the Earth Golden Light technique and left quickly. About half a minute later. Hundred Worms, Mu Ho, and Bing Dian from Abyss arrived at the scene. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit oppressive. It was very heavy. Hundred Worms looked at the ashes and corpses on the ground coldly and didn't speak for a long time. But his eyes were still emitting a cold light. The monkey-faced Mu Ho frowned and said, "It seems like the 2 puppets were destroyed from the beginning. Was it a sneak attack? But even so, Black Snake and Bat Lady together shouldn't be so weak. Is the enemy really that Ling Xiao? It can't be wrong." Hundred Worms said eerily, "Judging from the destruction of the puppets and the traces of their deaths, the attacks all came from one person. What a guy, I really underestimated this Ling Xiao. I still don't think it's possible. Ling Xiao is just a warrior of the ultimate stage of Dan. Black Snake and Bat Lady are not bad either. I suspect that it's very likely that it's that Golden Prince's doing." Mu Ho still couldn't believe that this was done by Ling Xiao. "Senior brother Mu Ho, don't forget what Xianxia said." Bing Dian suddenly said, "Ling Xiao took the black goat necromancer from the 4 of them alone. If Xianxia didn't mention this, would you believe it?" Yes, according to Xianxia's description, this Ling Xiao is not only powerful. He has many tricks up his sleeve. He's also very cunning. Looking at the scene, we know that Black Snake and Bat Lady were fooled by him. Hundred Worms sneered. She didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all in the City of Adventure. Even if Ling Xiao defeated Xian Mu, he was still just an ant in her eyes. But now, she finally had to be serious. Otherwise, she would probably make the same mistake as Black Snake and Bat Lady. The 2 of them had probably underestimated Ling Xiao, which was why they had met with such a calamity. Chase. No matter what, we can't let this kid escape. How dare he kill disciples of Abyss? He must die. Hundred Worms sneered ferociously. But at this moment, a bloody crow flew over from the sky. Then, it quickly dived down and landed on Hundred Bug's arm. It's a signal from senior brother Xianxia. A red light shot out from the blood-red crow's eyes. It formed an influence. It was a man in a red robe. The Holy Land of Heaven, Lang Qingqing, has discovered a treasure trove. She can sense the aura of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It's very likely that the treasure we're looking for is there. Follow my crow here, I need help. It's Lang Qingqing. Mu Ho exclaimed. This Lang Qingqing is probably in the top 3 of the 10 people from the Heaven Holy Land. Freezing Point said. That's right. Among the warriors who entered the world of souls this time, her strength is among the best. You can't underestimate him. Hundred Worms also nodded. Normally, she was very proud, but she was not a match for Lang Qingqing. Among the warriors who entered the world of souls this time, Lang Qingqing definitely ranked in the top 10. Leave that Ling Xiao alone for now. Don't forget the real reason why we entered the world of souls, let's go. The crow soared into the sky and turned into a black shadow flying in front. Hundred Worms and the other 2 followed closely. In their eyes, the treasure was obviously more important than revenge. About half an hour later, the crow finally arrived in front of a mountain. There were 2 disciples from the 9 underworlds waiting there. Where's senior brother Xianxia? Hundred Worms couldn't help but ask when he didn't see Xianxia. Senior sister Hundred Worms, senior brother Xianxia has another mission. He went to contact them. The disciple said. There are still too few people. Only 10 can come in at a time. Fortunately, the 9 underworlds are prepared. If Xianxia can contact them, the 9 underworlds demon realm will definitely win this time. Hundred Worms sneered. There were many dead demon beasts on the mountain ahead. It was very troublesome for a 9th level shattered core martial artist to enter alone. That was why the two disciples from the 9 underworlds asked for help. Xianxia left the crow for them to contact. Although the demon beast's aura was very strong, it still couldn't block the aura of the treasure. It's definitely right. There must be rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures on this mountain. Even if it's not on the prophecy stone tablet, it won't be bad. 100 Worms' perception was very sensitive. There were a few people nearby. They seemed to be martial artists from the neutral team. They were far away from the people from the 9 underworlds, but they were still reluctant to part with the treasures on the mountain. Senior Sister 100 Worms, should we kill them? Muho asked. We don't have time to care about them. Our main opponent is Xianxia. 100 Worms shook her head. At this moment, they saw a figure rise up from the mountain. With the vision of a martial artist, of course, they could see it clearly. That person was wearing a long green dress. When she flew up, she was like a green fairy. Her movements were elegant and nimble. Just from her movement technique, one could see how powerful she was. Roar! In the next moment, a head popped out from the forest. It was an enormous undead spirit python. Xianxia sneered. She stretched out her slender hand from her sleeve and slapped it down. Slap, the huge dead spirit python instantly turned into a bloody mist. Xianxia, what a powerful technique. That dead spirit python's defense is extremely strong, but it was actually shattered by her palm. 100 Worms frowned. Among the 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, the Heaven Sacred Ground was second only to the Eternal Emperor region. The martial artist's strength was naturally extremely powerful. Let's go. The mountain was huge. Xianxia couldn't occupy it completely. They also had a chance. Yes. The 5 people from the 9 underworlds entered the mountain together. Some of the neutral martial artists nearby also rushed in. On the other side, Xiao couldn't sense the aura of the martial artists from the 9 underworlds. He knew that they had given up. Although he didn't know the reason, it was an extremely good thing for him. Therefore, according to the original plan, he prepared to meet up with his companions. This damned place was too dangerous. With his Tai Chi eye, his companions should be safer. His luck wasn't bad. Half an hour later, he found Dong Huangyu and Jianhu on a creepy path. What surprised him was that Dong Huangyu's cultivation had increased again. She had reached the late stage of the ultimate core realm. With Dong Huangyu's strength and the 2 treasures, she should be able to fight against a 9th level shattered core realm martial artist. As expected of my disciple. She's really powerful. Xiao didn't feel jealous at all. He only felt happy. Master. Seeing Xiao, Dong Huangyu excitedly jumped into his arms. Xiao couldn't help but blush. Although they were master and disciple, their age difference wasn't that big. One was a young girl, and the other was an ordinary man. It was really a little awkward. Cough cough. Brother Ling. Jianhu saw Xiao and also walked over. Didn't you see Little Gold and Cold Plum? Xiao asked. Not yet. But we met a neutral martial artist just now. He said that young Master Jean might have entered the Death Soul Mountain. Ahead. Jianhu said, so, we're preparing to rush over. Everyone read. Xiao glanced at the pitch-black mountain in the distance. The places that his taiji I could see were all pitch-black. The surroundings were filled with black trees. There was only a path paved with blue stones that led up the mountain. There was no end in sight. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from afar, causing immense pressure. Let's go and find Little Gold together. Since they had news of Little Gold, they should find Little Gold first. As for Cold Plum, they could only wait for an opportunity. Also, Xiao believed that Cold Plum would be fine. As the saintess of the Saintess Palace, it was impossible for her not to have a few decent treasures. The name of the Death Soul Mountain doesn't sound good. Xiao calmly said. Yeah, I heard from those who entered the heavenly ruins in the past that this path leads to the Death Soul Mountain. It is known as the Ghost Path. Many cultivators lost their 3 souls and 7 spirits on this path. They transformed into shells and eventually died as bones. Jianhu reminded. A single path has so many paths. It's really dangerous. Ling Xiao shook his head. But no matter how dangerous it was, they had to go. It was very possible that Little Gold had entered the Death Soul Mountain. Also, there would definitely be heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures in the Death Soul Mountain. If they didn't dare to go because of fear, they wouldn't have entered the Death Soul world. On both sides of the ghost path, strange winds kept on blowing. The wind blew through the forest, emitting terrifying sounds. Sometimes, it sounded like a woman crying softly. Sometimes, it sounded like someone mumbling to himself. Sometimes, it sounded like a baby crying. Don't look to the sides. Ling Xiao suddenly reminded Dong Huangyu. Dong Huangyu was a lively little girl and was very curious. The more Ling Xiao said this, the more she couldn't control herself. Turning her head, a ghostly face suddenly appeared in the darkness. At that instant, she felt that her mind was blank. Her soul seemed to want to leave her body. Damn. Ling Xiao hurriedly blocked in front of Dong Huangyu. A devilish light flashed in his eyes as the ghostly face screamed miserably and fled. Only then did Dong Huangyu return to normal. Master, what was that? It was so terrifying. Dong Huangyu asked with lingering fear in her heart. If it was a real enemy, she naturally wouldn't be afraid. However, that ghost face seemed to be able to invade her soul realm in an instant. She was terrified and unable to control herself. That should be the so-called ghosts. Sword Tiger said, I've heard young Master Jean mention that specters are a very special existence. They were a type of monster formed from mean energy and soul power. They were specially designed to confuse martial artists. Once a martial artist met their gaze, if their soul force wasn't strong enough, they would be completely absorbed by them. In the end, he died tragically. Dong Huangyu shivered. She discovered that there were indeed many withered corpses by the roadside. It seems that in the world of souls, not only do we have to deal with warriors, we also have to deal with these terrifying things. She stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to look around anymore. The three of them continued forward. They were already close to the dark mountain range. Some of these mountain ranges were very low, while others towered into the clouds. It gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws like monsters. The air was filled with a thick stench of blood and decay. From time to time, a large number of mosquitoes and flies could be seen flying by. Undead creatures are an indescribable existence. I heard from young Master Jean that they are unable to leave the world of souls. Once they leave, they will die. Someone tested it before. But in the world of souls, they are almost immortal. They rely on devouring the life force of living beings to survive. Sword Tiger spoke again. How did undead creatures come about? Ling Xiao was also somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, if they died, they would die. How could there be such a name? Their physical bodies were completely lifeless. But their souls were still alive? You're not the only one who doesn't know. The Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods Alliance don't know either. They have studied it for thousands of years and only know that undead creatures can only survive in historical remains. Oh right, among these creatures, there are human-like existences called the undead race. They are more intelligent than ordinary undead creatures and can also cultivate. Sword Tiger replied. Undead race. Ling Xiao sighed. As expected, there were many strange things in this world. Some people suspect that the undead race is a monster created by the martial artists of the eternal desert to study the art of immortality. Of course, it's just a theory. It may not be true. Sword Tiger added. I think it's very possible. Ling Xiao smiled. When he spoke, he did not let down his guard at all. Undead creatures could appear at any time. Especially those undead race. Since they were intelligent, they would definitely not let foreign races take away their treasures easily. Perhaps, this trip to the world of souls would be more dangerous than imagined. Looking up at the pitch-black sky, he could almost touch it with his hands. Ling Xiao shook his head. Here, divine sense was severely suppressed. Even the Tai Chi I could only see things a mile away. This was simply like an ordinary person walking in a fog. It was very uncomfortable. The Death Soul Mountain seems to be the place recorded on the map with the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. Ling Xiao saw the outline of the Death Soul Mountain and could not help but say. Then we can be sure that young Master Jean has indeed gone to the Death Soul Mountain. Sword Tiger said excitedly. After all, before, it was just a guess and hearsay. But now, it was basically confirmed. He thought about how little Jean was about to get what he wanted. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. Of course, he was happy for little Jean. However, he did not feel anything at all at the moment. Regardless of whether it was the remnants of the Z God or the U God, there was no aura at all. He did not know when he would encounter them. The world of souls was really too big. When did you become so impetuous? Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. It seems that cultivating the demonic Tao has affected your mind. Although the demon path is powerful, it is a little too eager for instant success. I think it's best for you to cultivate the contents of the White Lotus Scroll at the same time. Merging the divine and demon paths and balancing yin and yang is the right thing to do. Thank you for the reminder, Master. In fact, Ling Xiao also felt this way. He seemed to have become more bloodthirsty and anxious now. He had originally thought that it was caused by the oppressive atmosphere of the world of souls. Now that he thought about it carefully, it should be because of cultivating the Black Lotus Scroll. Anyway, with your current strength, it is impossible to cultivate the Black Lotus Scroll completely. Why don't you cultivate it together? Cultivate the Godly Venerate, Demon Venerate, and Emperor Venerate bodies. That will greatly increase your strength, Yuan Venerate said. As for the things left behind by the Beast God, there is no need for you to be anxious. As long as you get close, the Beast God's deity position will naturally react. I understand. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and silently recited the contents of the White Lotus Scroll in his mind. He walked forward and cultivated at the same time. Sure enough, when he circulated his true essence according to the method of the White Lotus Scroll, he immediately calmed down a lot. Sure enough, I have to balance yin and yang. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. He still had too little experience. He would have to ask his master more in the future. Stop. Ling Xiao didn't let down his guard as he walked forward. His vision of 1 mile wasn't short. What's wrong, master? Dong Huangyu asked. Undead spirit race. Ling Xiao said in a low voice. He had seen undead spirit beasts before, but he had never seen undead spirit race. Although undead spirit race and undead spirit beasts were both creatures of the world of death, they were fundamentally different. The undead spirit race possessed intelligence and had their own martial arts system. Other than their bodies being lifeless, they were no different from humans in other aspects. Maybe they didn't have feelings. He always felt that these creatures were cold and murderous. They didn't seem like living creatures. Or maybe they weren't living creatures in the first place. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Jianhu and Dong Huangyu suddenly became nervous. After entering the world of death, they were considered lucky. Although they had encountered undead spirit beasts, they hadn't encountered undead spirit race. The skin of these undead spirit race members was gray. It was a lifeless color, just like rocks. Prepare for battle. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't avoid them. Because when he discovered the undead spirit race, they also discovered them. Moreover, it seemed like there was no need to avoid them. These undead spirit race members weren't very strong. A strange sound could be heard as the undead spirit race members rushed toward them at an extremely fast speed. Understood. Jianhu and Dong Huangyu took out their weapons and treasures. Staring ahead, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This feeling was too intense. Ling Xiao also entered the Black Goat Undead Spirit Beast Soul Transformation state. The Black Goat Undead Spirit Beast Soul Transformation was the most suitable form to survive in the world of death. Its combat power was even stronger than the unbounded Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation. He took out the East Victory Demonic Sword. He had only cultivated the White Lotus Scroll for a short time. Therefore, he still used the Black Lotus Scroll in battle. In an extremely short period of time, the undead spirit race members had already arrived nearby. There were a total of 4 of them. One of them was the most eye-catching. It was covered in black armor and held a pitch-black longsword. It was actually riding on a hell nightmare that was burning with purple-blue flames. 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm, even its mount has the same combat power, Together, it's probably the legendary Hell Nightmare Knight. Its combat power is comparable to a half-step divine physique actor. Jianhu cried out in alarm. I'll deal with this guy. I'll leave the other three to the two of you. When Ling Xiao saw the Hell Nightmare, his eyes lit up. The world of souls was truly a blessed place for him. Previously, he had obtained the undead black goat. If he succeeded this time, he would be able to obtain a Hell's Nightmare. This kind of nightmare looked like a war horse, so it should be able to fuse into the horse god divine tablet. As such, all 12 beast god thrones were gathered. Who knew what would happen? The Nightmare Knight's eyes flashed with a blood-red radiance, coldly looking at Ling Xiao and the other two. He even opened his mouth and spoke, "Whoever steps into the world of souls without permission shall die." His voice sounded like metal clashing against metal. There was no emotion in it at all, and it made the two of them very uncomfortable. He could imagine the sound of metal scraping against each other. It was really unpleasant to hear. Other than the Nightmare Knight, the other three undead spirits didn't look as cool. It could even be said that it was ugly. He was as thin as a match, like a large piece of pork ribs. They had sharp claws and teeth. When they walked, they basically crawled. One could even see pieces of flesh on their bodies. They are slaves raised by the undead spirit race. They are created from the corpses of outsiders. This is why they are called corpse ghosts. Their souls are imprisoned in their corpses. They are cursed by a powerful curse and don't know who they are anymore. They only know how to tear apart the enemies in front of them and eat all the flesh on their bodies. By devouring their enemies, they can extend their life force and increase their combat strength. Luckily, there was someone like Jianhu beside him. If he didn't dare to Ling Xiao, he would really be blind. Kill. The Nightmare Knight gave the order. The three corpse ghosts pounced toward Dong Huangyu and Jianhu at the same time. It seemed like the Nightmare Knight had the same thoughts as Ling Xiao. Was he prepared to fight against Ling Xiao one-on-one? However, aren't you a little too much to bully me with your mount? Thinking about it was just thinking, but Ling Xiao was not afraid. His current mission was to delay the Nightmare Knight. He wanted Jianhu and Dong Huangyu to kill the three corpse ghosts as soon as possible. Then, the three of them would work together and kill the Nightmare Knight. Although they were invaders, the Nightmare Knight wanted to kill them, so they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Jianhu's combat strength wasn't low. He was at the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Otherwise, the Beast Emperor wouldn't have sent him to be Little Gold's bodyguard. It was a piece of cake for him to fight against two corpse ghosts. Dong Huangyu's combat strength was the weakest. However, she had the 9 revolutions gourd that Ling Xiao gave her. In addition, she had her own jellyfish lava mirror. In a one-on-one situation, she had the advantage. Ling Xiao was the most troublesome. The Nightmare Knight's combat strength was abnormally strong. Moreover, this fellow was proficient in soul techniques. No one would be able to take it if he attacked. Luckily, Ling Xiao's soul power was extremely strong and he wasn't affected by the Nightmare Knight's attack. He held the Dongxing demonic sword and fought against the Nightmare Knight. He even released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. If he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it would be very difficult for him to fight against a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. The Nightmare Knight seemed to be very shocked. His best nightmare attack was actually ineffective against Ling Xiao. He immediately panicked a little. This won't do. Even if I break the Nightmare Knight's attack, I'll be at a disadvantage if it's 2 against 1. Looks like I have to break them one by one. Ling Xiao suffered a few losses. Although he didn't suffer any serious injuries because of his incomparably strong physical body. But if this continued, no one would be able to take it. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. In the next moment, Ling Xiao used Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. A figure attacked the knight, and a figure attacked the Nightmare Knight. The moment they got close, he used Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Within a 1-meter radius, time seemed to have suddenly stopped. Only Ling Xiao could still travel through time. Although it was only for 3 seconds. But it was enough for Ling Xiao. He threw this punch at the Nightmare Knight. At the same time, he released the demonic eye and forcefully erased the Nightmare Knight's soul. Boom, after a huge roar. The Nightmare Knight was sent flying. This was because the Nightmare Knight had already been killed by Ling Xiao. After all, it was only a nightmare night at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Ling Xiao used the Cosmic Light Divine Fist with the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul State. How could the Nightmare Knight be his match? At the same time, Dong Huangyu had also finished off her opponent. Then, she fought the two corpse ghosts together with Sword Tiger. Sword Tiger wasn't afraid of fighting 1 against 2. 1 against 1 was pretty much easy. After 3 moves, he easily tore his opponent into pieces. The Nightmare Knight was killed, 2 of the 3 corpse ghosts died. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the Nightmare Knight actually turned around and fled. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him. He wasn't familiar with this place, but it was their territory. If he was ambushed, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, the last corpse ghost was also destroyed. The corpse ghost wasn't strong to begin with. After being attacked by Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu, how could it not be destroyed? Let's go. Ling Xiao suddenly increased his speed. Jianhu and Dong Huangyu also hurriedly followed him. They knew very well that if they killed the ghouls and let the Nightmare Knight go, there would definitely be a large number of undead spirits coming here. No matter what, they couldn't take this risk. They didn't come to the undead world to be enemies with them. If the undead spirits didn't attack them, they naturally wouldn't attack them either. However, if the undead spirits wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be polite either. Ling Xiao rushed at the front. His Tai Chi I was constantly observing the surrounding situation. He tried his best to use his speed to avoid the undead spirits. These guys weren't to be trifled with. As expected, not long after Ling Xiao and the others left, the Nightmare Knight returned. The fleeing Nightmare Knight returned. This time, it was riding a skeletal warhorse at the 7th stage of the core fragmentation stage. It was much lower than the Hell Nightmare Knight. Moreover, it was leading hundreds of ghouls. Its blood-red eyes looked in the direction of the Death Soul Mountain. Chase. The undead spirits had ruled the undead world for many years. Although there were always creatures from the outside world coming in to cause trouble, they couldn't shake their rule. They wouldn't allow this to happen either. Ling Xiao's path wasn't a straight path. During the process, he chose to take a few detours so that the undead spirits would lose track of him. However, during the process, they encountered many undead spirits, demonic beasts. Fortunately, demonic beasts weren't like the undead spirits. They didn't have intelligence. Even if they were in the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm, they wouldn't be a match for them and could be killed easily. Whether it was him, Jianhu, or Dong Huangyu, they all had the ability to deal with them alone. With the 3 of them working together, they were able to deal with the battle faster. They basically didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Ling Xiao didn't attack for the next few times. Instead, he started to fuse with the Hell Nightmare Knight. He was absolutely confident that Dong Huangyu and Jianhu could clear the obstacles for him. They would protect him. About half an hour later, purple-blue flames burned on Ling Xiao's body. The Hell Nightmare Knight's shadow appeared behind him. Success, he successfully fused with the Hell Nightmare Knight's beast soul. All the 12 divine beast positions had beast souls from now on. At the moment of the fusion, all the beast souls seemed to have leveled up. Both of them had reached the divine body realm. Unfortunately, this was not a physical monster like the Troll King that could fight. It could only increase the power of Ling Xiao's special skill. At the same time, Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy rose to 60%, his physical strength had also increased significantly. Although none of them had achieved a breakthrough. However, it was really not easy to improve so much in such a difficult situation. At the same time, the Infernal Nightmare Beast Soul gave Ling Xiao 2 special skills. First, Nightmare Moment. It could hypnotize 3 martial artists at the same time. The lower the soul power, the easier it was to hypnotize them. The hypnosis lasted for 30 seconds, of course, the deeper one fell into the nightmare, the harder it would be to wake up. When Ling Xiao saw this special skill, he felt that it was a godly skill. In this way, when he faced multiple powerful enemies, he could make them fall into a nightmare. The enemy's combat power would inevitably be weakened. Secondly, the corpse could be revived. This was a very powerful ability that allowed him to revive up to 6 corpses to fight for him. Moreover, they didn't differentiate between friend and foe. In other words, the enemy's corpses, neutral corpses, and his own corpses could all be revived. Moreover, he could directly revive them. This was practically a godly skill. However, there were also many limitations to the effect. For example, he could not revive martial artists who were stronger than him. It was strength, not cultivation. As for how to define this, probably only the King of Sovereigns would know. Of course, like other special skills, they would become stronger as the beast soul became stronger. It was similar to mystical powers. Whoever used it would know. Brother Ling, the closer we get to the Dead Soul Mountain, the more dead souls there seem to be. It's a little troublesome. Sword Tiger suddenly said. You guys move aside first. I'll try out the new skill. Ling Xiao smiled. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he used corpse revival. The next moment, the 6 dead souls that had just been killed were revived at the same time. Moreover, they were the strongest 6 of them. All of them had reached the 8th stage of the core-shattering realm. Ling Xiao could now be sure that the strongest corpse he could revive was the 8th stage of the core-shattering realm. This was because there were clearly existences at the 9th stage of the core-shattering realm among these monsters, but they did not revive. The King of Sovereigns was only SOSO. They could not see through the terrifying improvement brought by the Sky Tyrant martial soul. It was a little regretful. However, there were suddenly 8 more powerful corpse ghosts opening the way. This was also quite an impressive thing. Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu were stunned. It's a pity that this ability can only be used once every half an hour. Otherwise, it would be even more impressive. Ling Xiao smiled. Let's go. With the corpse ghosts opening the way, we should conceal our auras. We should not have to fight too much. Master, how did you do it? This is simply too magical. Dong Huangyu was filled with admiration. It's just a little trick. You don't have to praise your master like that. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he felt very good, he still had to keep a low profile. Someone died. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao frowned. Ahead, a pair of corpse ghosts were chewing on corpses. The corpses were already broken, but Ling Xiao could still see the things scattered on their bodies. People from the 23 teams? Sword Tiger frowned. As a martial artist, he was already used to such scenes. Dong Huangyu was not so strong. Girls were more mentally fragile. She had already gone to the side and started vomiting. Although she was used to seeing martial artists die, she had never seen such a strange scene. Ling Xiao frowned. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fire, burning the corpses and the corpse ghosts. These corpse ghosts were not strong. They were only at the 3rd stage of the core-shattering realm. Logically speaking, they should not be a match for these people. There were a total of 6 people who died. Among the 6, 3 were at the 7th stage of the core-shattering realm. 1 was at the 9th stage, and 1 was at the 8th stage. There were a total of 8 corpse ghosts. No matter how one looked at it, these people did not deserve to die. Could it be that another team did it? Sword Tiger said. That's impossible. There are no auras of other teams nearby. Don't underestimate my eyes. Ling Xiao said confidently, it's very likely that someone as strong as the Nightmare Knight appeared. Or even stronger. Sword Tiger also agreed with Ling Xiao's idea. No matter what, let's go first. Even I can't detect this guy's existence. I'm afraid his strength is at least at the half-step divine body realm. Or even stronger. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He realized that he had overlooked a problem. He had always thought that there would not be any divine body realm beings here. But now that he thought about it, foreign martial artists could not be here, but the undead race might be. Damn it. I should get to know the undead world again. This is not the ruins we imagined. It's the world where the undead race lives. Anything can happen. Ling Xiao tried his best to calm himself down and took a deep breath. End of chapter. I don't understand what you mean. Sword Tiger was stunned. Ling Xiao explained, for example, we thought we were going to the wilderness for an adventure. Although there are many demonic beasts, there are no demonic beasts. However, demonic beasts basically don't have any organization. We can easily defeat them one by one. Then, we can get what we want. And now, we've actually entered a city with a civilization. We have to snatch food from the tiger's mouth in the city. We are invaders, but we are also prey. The undead spirit race may have already started hunting us. Those people just now died in the hands of the undead spirit race. I understand. Sword Tiger understood Ling Xiao's words, and he felt his scalp go numb. No wonder the death toll in the heaven ruins was so high. As they spoke, the three of them had already disappeared into the darkness. For safety, Ling Xiao even put Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He also turned into an undead spirit. He moved forward with the 6 ghouls. This way, he could protect himself to the greatest extent. About half an hour after they left, a black figure appeared there. His face couldn't be seen clearly. The black figure floated in the air like a ghost. He looked coldly at the ghouls that had been killed. Interesting invaders. He suddenly let out a strange laugh and disappeared into the darkness again. Ling Xiao was more and more certain that the undead spirit race had already started to move. They were the prey, and the undead spirit race was the hunter. All the martial artists who were fighting for the treasure had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. He believed that the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had already known about this. Only the neutral teams had foolishly barged in and become cannon fodder. Thinking about the plan of the martial artists of the 9 underworlds, he felt that there seemed to be a very terrifying conspiracy in the world of souls. He told Dong Huangyu and Sword Tiger his thoughts. The 2 of them felt a chill down their spines. What do we do now? Do we continue? Sword Tiger asked. Of course we continue. The undead spirit race won't let us go just because we escaped. We can only risk it. The most important thing now is to unite more martial artists. Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He wanted to find Xiao Jin and Cold Plum, and then join forces with a few old acquaintances of the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm. In this hunt, the more people there were, the safer it would be. Judging from the movement pattern of the dead spirit race, they couldn't dispatch many powerhouses. Therefore, they would usually choose to attack a lone warrior. Otherwise, he would be picking up a soft persimmon to bully. Although he didn't know the reason, it was good news for Ling Xiao. At the very least, the undead spirit clan had not discovered him yet. This was his advantage. After entering the undead spirit body, his aura was almost identical to that of the undead spirit race. It could be passed off as genuine. He also tried his best to avoid unnecessary battles. Finding Xiao Jin was more important. With 8 ghouls paving the way, under normal circumstances, the ghouls wouldn't attack him. Suddenly, the sound of battle could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao's eyes could not see, but his voice could be heard. This battle was really intense. Although he didn't want to get involved, this path was the only way to reach the Death Soul Mountain. If he took a detour, it would be too far, and there might be unknown dangers. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued forward. What a strong fishy smell, it's the sea race. He was getting closer and closer to the battle. Although he still couldn't see the other party's figure, Ling Xiao smelled the sea race's warriors that he had seen more than once. In the mystic world, the largest place was the stormy ocean. Therefore, the sea race's numbers and scale were definitely more than the human race. There were tens of thousands of countries in the western regions. This group of people should be the Deep Sea Dragon Realm's warriors. 12 people? Ling Xiao was stunned. Isn't there a maximum of 10 people in each team? Even if all the Deep Sea Dragon Realm's warriors were gathered, there should only be 10. What's going on with 12? It's the same old trick. Sword Tiger said indifferently, once you enter the heavenly ruins, even the Council of Patriarchs can't do anything. Therefore, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will send some people to stay in the heavenly ruins. It's convenient for treasure hunters and also to investigate the situation of the dead spirit world. It's not surprising that there are such people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I see. Ling Xiao instantly understood. The dead spirit world was a place that the Council of Patriarchs couldn't control. As long as they couldn't break the restrictions of the dead spirit world, they wouldn't be able to control the situation inside. The 4 regions and 9 worlds all had their own selfish motives. Brother Ling, it's better not to go over. None of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are easy to deal with, the deep-sea dragon realm is not to be trifled with. Sword Tiger reminded. There's no other way. These guys are blocking the way to the Death Soul Mountain. Since we're already here, we can't possibly go back, right? Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, he was most unwilling to meet the people from the deep-sea dragon realm. After all, he had a grudge with these guys. He had already killed quite a few elites from the deep-sea dragon realm, including 2 divine body echelon elites. But what was the use of being afraid? Ling Xiao temporarily put away the corpse ghost. It was easier to escape alone. Thinking of this, he continued to walk over. At this moment, the battle was nearing its end. It turned out that the 12 people from the deep-sea dragon realm were working together to kill a ferocious dead spirit wolf. This dead spirit wolf was 10 meters tall and extremely huge. Its fur was extremely tough. Its combat power was extremely strong. It was probably more terrifying than any half-step divine body echelon elites. But even a hero couldn't win against so many people, and the dead spirit wolf finally fell to the ground. Just at this moment, Ling Xiao arrived nearby. In the crowd, a young martial artist suddenly looked in Ling Xiao's direction. Even though Ling Xiao was in his shadow dancer form, he was still discovered. This young martial artist was about 90 years old. But he looked like he was only 16 or 17. His eyes glowed with a strange light. It was very likely that he had also mastered an eye technique. In this team of 12, there were 3 half-step divine body echelon elites. 6 9th-level core-shattering stage experts. 3 8th-level core-shattering stage martial artists. The one who discovered Ling Xiao was one of the half-step divine body echelon elites. And he seemed to be the leader of this team. Although he was young, he was extremely powerful. Since he was discovered, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave. He appeared and looked at the deep-sea dragon realm team. Normally, when teams met in the world of dead souls, they wouldn't fight. Unless the other party discovered a treasure and wanted to fight for it. Of course, this was excluding those who had a feud. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao had a feud with the deep-sea dragon realm. However, it was another matter whether these people knew about it or not. You guys continue. I'm just passing by. Ling Xiao smiled. Stop. You're Ling Xiao, right? The young man with blood-red eyes said coldly. In the next moment, the rest of the people had already surrounded Ling Xiao. Who are you? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he asked. Heavenly Flower Jellyfish. That young man was rather direct. Heavenly Flower Jellyfish, you're a martial artist from the Sea Tribe's jellyfish lineage, right? That's right, I'm Ling Xiao. May I know why you stopped me? Ling Xiao asked. Top M, aren't you asking the obvious? You killed someone from the deep-sea dragon field, and you still want to deny it? Aren't you looking down on us too much? Tianhua Jellyfish sneered. Although the 10 of us are not here yet, and the strongest sea lion hero is not here. But you seem to be more pitiful. Originally, there were only 5 people in your Battle Alliance team, and now there's only 1 left. It seems that even the heavens want us to take revenge. There was still 1 more person, Ling Xiao frowned. How many people from the deep-sea dragon field stayed in the world of souls? He looked at the man standing behind Tianhua Jellyfish. He was less than 100 years old, and his strength was also half a step into the divine body realm. His aura was very strong. But looking at the death aura around him, he was probably a martial artist who stayed in the world of souls. Brother, how should I address you? Your glabella is black, and you don't seem to have much time left. The air in the world of souls is not that easy to breathe. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi, I could clearly see that the martial artist had stayed in the world of souls for a long time. If the death aura invaded his body, he could only live for another year at most. He was not being sarcastic, but he was telling the truth. This person held a long spear in his hand. It should have been golden, but now it had turned black. It should also be affected by the death aura. You can actually tell that I have stayed in the world of souls for a long time. Interesting. No wonder Tianhua said you are an interesting guy. Although your strength is not that great, you seem to have some special abilities. Tianhua Jellyfish was also a bit surprised. Ling Xiao was really interesting. Although he had a grudge with the deep-sea dragon field, it was not his family. If it was more troublesome, he did not want to take revenge. I'll give you two choices. First, kill yourself, second, get killed by us. Ling Xiao was about to speak when fear appeared in his eyes. He was not the only one who noticed it. Tianhua jellyfish also noticed it. A black figure appeared in front of them, floating in the air like a ghost. His face could not be seen clearly. That face was like a pitch-black hole. Divine Body Realm. How can it be? Tianhua jellyfish turned pale with fright. The black figure did not look at him, but at Ling Xiao. Kid, your movement technique is not bad. I almost lost you. If I did, I'm afraid that my name as the King of Death would be a joke. King of Death. Hearing these three words, the middle-aged man from the deep-sea dragon field shuddered. The king, of course, the king of Death realm. Below him, there were 13 Death Spirit Kings. This should be the Shadow King, the weakest of the 13 Death Spirit Kings. We're definitely no match for him. Run. To the kings too. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate either, directly using the vertical golden light technique. Without the 9 underworld's giant demon king, he really wasn't a match for this divine body realm expert. He could only wait until he found little gold. If they worked together, they might be able to win. The King of Shadows snorted and tried to catch Ling Xiao, but he failed. Ling Xiao's King of Light was a sun god's ability, which contained the space law. How could he catch it so easily? The King of Shadows was furious, so he vented his anger on the deep-sea dragon field's martial artists. He killed 5 of them in one move. However, the remaining people had already fled far away. Kid, your aura is the most dangerous. Killing you is more important. The King of Shadows glanced at the direction Ling Xiao escaped and continued to chase. The next moment, Ling Xiao appeared in the Death Soul Mountain. But he did not know where. Just now, he had been so focused on escaping that he had become a headless fly. He calmed himself down and was about to leave when he suddenly found himself surrounded. It was 4 black-robed martial artists. They were dressed like the King of Shadows, but they were like skeletons. Their strength was only at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. Get lost. I don't have time to waste with you. The King of Shadows was chasing after him. That guy seemed to think that he was the biggest threat in the world of souls. Ling Xiao did not dare to release Dong Huangyu and Sword Tiger easily. He was afraid that something would go wrong. But at this moment, he could not be careless. Attack together. He released Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu. At the same time, he released 6 ghouls at the 8th stage of the core-shattering realm. They attacked the 4 black-robed skeletons together. The black-robed skeletons did not expect the situation to turn out like this. They were surrounded instead. They immediately prepared to escape. There was no need for them to risk their lives. The King of Shadows would arrive soon. At that time, Ling Xiao would definitely die. But how could Ling Xiao give them the chance to escape? The 6 ghouls surrounded the 2 black-robed skeletons. He directly used the void-shattering finger to crush them. How could the black-robed skeletons, who were only at the 9th stage of the core-shattering realm, resist? They were easily killed. On the other side, Dong Huangyu also used the jellyfish lava mirror to cover one of the black-robed skeletons. Then, she killed it with the flying sword of the 9 revolutions gourd. Sword Tiger's battle was relatively simple. He directly tore his opponent apart alive. Ling Xiao did not even think and directly kept the 4 corpses. He had the ability to revive corpses, but he was still unable to revive a 9th stage core-shattering realm martial artist. But it did not mean that he could not do it in the future. Now, his cultivation C energy had increased to 70%. He was not far from breaking through. Once he entered the core-shattering realm, he could cultivate the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow and the Black Lotus Treasure Light. His combat strength would naturally increase greatly. Just as he was about to leave, the King of Shadows appeared again. Ling Xiao was going to use the same trick again. The King of Shadows sneered. If I let you escape this time, how am I going to survive? As he spoke, black shadows appeared from his hands and suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. A black cage was formed between heaven and earth. It sealed the passage of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's earth-crossing golden light technique could not escape. It directly collided with the black gas and bounced back. I can't escape. I can only protect myself. Ling Xiao made a prompt decision and threw out dozens of alchemy formation stones. These were all good things that he had accumulated over the years. Under normal circumstances, he did not need them, but at critical times, they could save his life. Even if the King of Shadows could capture him alive, he could not kill him. Dozens of complex arrays crisscrossed and protected him. The King of Shadows was also like a wolf eating a hedgehog. Good boy, you know arrays. These dozens of arrays are really not easy to break. The King of Shadows' expression changed, and he was a little embarrassed. Congratulations, King of Shadows, for capturing this guy. Even if you can't kill him now, there will always be a way. There are many methods in the world of souls. You don't have to worry. More than a dozen black-robed skeletons appeared nearby, and their strength was uneven. But they were basically all in the core-shattering realm. No wonder there was a strength requirement when martial artists formed teams. Those who were weak would die if they entered here. There was no hope of survival at all. That's true. Bring him back to Shadow City and take good care of him. This boy has many secrets. We will definitely gain a lot. The King of Shadows originally came out to hunt experts, but he found a strange power on Ling Xiao, so he changed his target to Ling Xiao. The Shadow King retracted the boundless shadow and imprisoned Ling Xiao. Then, he returned to his Shadow City. In the Shadow King's mansion, he released the black ball. The black ball floated in the air, giving the Shadow King a headache. It was like having delicious food but not being able to eat it. It was a headache. King, the holy water of necromancy has a terrifying corrosive effect. If you use qi to refine this thief, it might work. A nightmare knight below suddenly said. That's right. The Shadow King immediately smiled. Kid, even if you have the protection of the array, my holy water of necromancy can completely melt you. Come, holy water of necromancy. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a container appeared in his hand. It was not gold, nor iron, nor jade, nor stone. It was unknown what it was made of. A gray liquid flowed in the container that looked like a wine bottle as if it had a life of its own. It constantly emitted a suffocating aura of death. This aura of death could even refine a divine physique realm martial artist alive. Not to mention a mere Ling Xiao. The holy water of necromancy was a special existence in the world of souls. It was holy water refined by the dead spirit emperor using the qi of necromancy, and it contained purine qi. It could break all arrays, yang qi, and true yuan. It was also extremely precious in the world of souls. It could even be said that once a mortal emperor weapon with less than 10 dragon patterns was refined by the holy water of necromancy, it would become a holy weapon of necromancy. But this time, the Shadow King didn't want this effect. He only wanted the holy water of necromancy to break the dozens of arrays that Ling Xiao had set up. The Shadow King gently touched the black ball, and the holy water of necromancy merged with it and seeped into it. It was only a small bottle, but it seemed to be endless. Other than the 13 dead spirit kings and the dead spirit emperor, no one else could have so much holy water of necromancy. The holy water of necromancy was refined by the dead spirit emperor for the dead spirit king to refine his body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The holy water of necromancy entered the black ball and immediately made a strange sound, and it started to tear apart the first layer of the array. Whoosh, finally, the first layer of the array collapsed after 3 breaths. The Shadow King smiled proudly. Kid, no matter how strong you are. He had the ability to set up formations. It's a pity that you didn't expect this king to possess a divine item like the holy water of the dead. However, the Shadow King probably didn't know that Ling Xiao's mood was completely different inside the layers of formations. It was a laugh that bordered on madness. Ha ha ha, this idiot. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. I was still thinking about how to escape. I never thought that he would actually use a treasure like the Holy Necromancer to deal with me. This is something I've always dreamed of. The Black Lotus Scroll states that the Holy Dead Spirit Water is a supreme treasure. By using the Holy Dead Spirit Water to cultivate, one can cultivate into a Black Lotus demon venerable. The ultimate goal of the Lotus Sutra was to cultivate 3 true bodies. This was not a clone. Instead, they were three true bodies with the exact same strength. The only difference was that they used different divine abilities and cultivation methods. Once he successfully cultivated it, he would be able to fight 4 against 1 at any time. That would be extremely awesome. Demon Lord, the supreme divinity, ancestor, in addition to the main body, that scene would probably make the enemy cry. As he thought of this, Ling Xiao began to concentrate on cultivating the Black Lotus Scroll. The Yuan Venerate helped him control the array formation and deliberately let in a small portion of the Holy Necromancer. It flowed continuously like a stream. If it all rushed in at once, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even his current physical body would probably be destroyed directly. While absorbing the Holy Necromancer, Ling Xiao's physical body was constantly being tempered at the same time. In the Mountain River realm, a black lotus was constantly growing and gradually taking on a human form. At the moment, it already had the outline of a human body. It really works. At first, it was just a guess. However, after trying it out, Ling Xiao confirmed that there was no problem. Previously, he had lost the 9 Underworld Great Demon King and obtained the Lotus Sutra. Although it wasn't a loss in the long run. After all, it was still a little troublesome in the short term. There was no need to worry now. He believed that once the Black Lotus Demon Venerable was cultivated, his strength would also improve greatly. Breaking through to the core fragmentation realm shouldn't be a problem. Just like that, Ling Xiao kept stealing the Shadow King's Holy Necromancer to cultivate his Black Lotus Scroll and temper his physical body at the same time. The Shadow King was naturally not stupid. He also felt some strange changes, but he couldn't completely confirm it. Could it be that this kid actually has some treasure that can resist the Holy Necromancer? No, I can't be so slow. No matter what, I have to refine this person. Although this kid has great potential, he is only a warrior in the completion of the ultimate core realm. If the holy water of the eternal undead can't refine it, then it'll be too embarrassing. Thinking of this, the Shadow King immediately increased the input of the Holy Necromancer. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he had completely gone astray. The more he acted this way, the more Ling Xiao benefited. Time passed slowly. The streams of dead spirit holy water never returned, becoming a treasure for Ling Xiao to raise his strength. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 90%, the celestial demon Black Tortoise body was also close to a breakthrough. The most amazing thing was that the Black Lotus had completely transformed into a human form. Next, it only needed more Holy Necromancer to refine it. To make it stronger. An hour passed, another hour passed, Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening outside, but he knew what had happened to him. The demonic chi in his body had been transferred to the Black Lotus Demon Supremacy. The Black Lotus Demon Supremacy didn't have a soul. It was just one of his physical bodies. He had once cultivated the remnant of the Essence Soul Scroll. His soul could be divided into many parts, so controlling 2 physical bodies was not a problem at all. According to the Lotus Sutra, in order to cultivate the Black Lotus Scroll to greater mastery, the warrior's strength had to be at the divine body realm at the very least. However, with the help of the Holy Necromancer, Ling Xiao had completely taken a shortcut. He had made the impossible possible. In the end, Ling Xiao simply removed all the arrays. The Black Lotus Demon Supremacy appeared beside him. He looked exactly the same as Ling Xiao, but the demonic chi was dense. One could tell at a glance that he cultivated the demonic Dao. Using the demonic Dao cultivation method, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao's body. Boom, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Ling Xiao's cultivation had finally broken through. The first stage of the core fragmentation realm was really not easy. If it weren't for the Holy Necromancer, he definitely wouldn't have broken through so quickly. At the same time, the 2 people in the Dongxing Emperor ring also benefited from it. Sword Tiger merely absorbed the energy of Ling Xiao's Holy Necromancer and broke through to the half-step divine body realm. Dong Huanyu was even more exaggerated. She directly broke through to the first stage of the core fragmentation realm. Her cultivation was comparable to Ling Xiao's. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire this little disciple of his. Fortunately, this talent wasn't snatched away by others. Otherwise, it would definitely become a very troublesome enemy. At the moment, Ling Xiao's condition was a little strange. His cultivation had broken through to the first stage of the core fragmentation realm. His combat strength was comparable to that of a half-step divine body realm. Of course, this was under the condition that he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He could fight against a half-step divine body realm warrior. Mobile version update website. As for the Black Lotus Demon Venerable, he directly advanced to the first level of the divine physique echelon and completely absorbed the holy water of necromancy into his body. In other words, Ling Xiao had a body at the first level of the divine physique echelon. However, this body could only cultivate demonic techniques and could not use the martial soul of Tyrant or the 12 beast gods. But this was still extremely powerful. My holy water. Outside, the Shadow King suddenly realized that the holy water of necromancy in the bottle was suddenly sucked away and entered the black shadow. He jumped in fright. Damn it, this is the holy water of necromancy bestowed to me by the dead spirit emperor. I only have one bottle, and I originally planned to use it when I broke through my cultivation. Now it's all gone. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Ling Xiao. He could not believe that Ling Xiao had stolen his holy water of necromancy. A hysterical roar resounded in Shadow City. He could never have imagined that Ling Xiao had such a miraculous technique like the Lotus Sutra. This was what it meant to fail miserably. Shadow King, it's my turn to take revenge now. Ling Xiao suddenly tore apart the black ball and walked out. Dong Huangyu and Jianhu were with him. The two of them had become extremely powerful. Basically, as long as the opponent was not a divine physique echelon cultivator, no one could do anything to them. Shadow City was the Shadow King's lair, and it was more troublesome. The more people there were, the more power there would be. However, Ling Xiao did not release the Black Lotus Demon Venerable. This was a killer move, and it was naturally to be used at the crucial moment. With the Black Lotus Demon Venerable, Ling Xiao's success rate of sneak attacking the Shadow King would be much higher. Shadow King, we entered the world of souls to take a few things. You want to kill me? Since that's the case, I have no choice but to kill you. Ling Xiao was not a kind person. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would definitely not let it go. Especially now that he had such a terrifying ability. You want to kill me with just the three of you? What a joke. The Shadow King's eyes were filled with anger, and cold killing intent was constantly released. Don't think that you can fight me just because you stole my holy necromancy water and made a breakthrough in your cultivation. Even if your battle prowess has reached the half-step divine physique realm, even if the three of you are half-step divine physique realm. However, when faced with a true divine body echelon cultivator, you still don't stand a chance. If you had continued to hide in the array, this king would not have been able to do anything to you. But since you've come out, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly appeared above Ling Xiao's head. It was the Shadow King. It turned out that this Shadow King was very cunning. He deliberately appeared to have lost his mind and was extremely angry. He just wanted to distract Ling Xiao and the others. His main body had already charged towards Ling Xiao. The Shadow King was best at doppelganger and concealment. This kind of trick was very simple. Die. The Shadow King wanted to see Ling Xiao's shocked expression. However, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a trace of viciousness and cunning. Do you think you can fool me with this little trick of yours? He came from the Heavenly Dragon continent and had seen countless cunning tricks along the way. There were people 10 times more cunning than the Shadow King. How could he fall for this trick? What? The Shadow King was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying murderous aura. In the next moment, a punch landed on his head, sending him flying. His head exploded. The Black Lotus Overlord floated in midair. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was just beating the Shadow King at his own game. The Black Lotus Overlord was waiting for this opportunity. Kill. The Black Lotus Overlord pounced on the Shadow King, not giving him a chance. Ling Xiao, Sword Tiger, and Dong Huangyu charged towards the Nightmare Knights and the black-robed skeletons who were still in shock. The Shadow King was terrified after being ambushed. Black Lotus Demonic Fist. Who are you? This Black Lotus Demonic Fist was created by Lotus Flower. Only people from the Eternal Desert know. And the only cultivator is Lotus Flower. Who are you? The Shadow King knew that he had reached an extremely dangerous juncture. He could not hold back anymore. Hence, he waved his hand and a cold sword appeared in his hand. This sword was ice crystal colored and as thin as a cicada's wing. The sword hilt had the image of a frost divine dragon. With a light wave, the Black Lotus Overlord had no choice but to stop his attack and retreat a few steps. Demonic Sword. Death Withering. This sword is actually an Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao saw the sword through the Black Lotus Overlord's eyes. Hence, he took some time to look at it with his Tai Chi eye. He couldn't help but be shocked. What a powerful Emperor armament. Before this, he had only seen the strongest Emperor armament with 4 dragon patterns. Now, there were 9 dragon patterns. Here. The next moment, Ling Xiao handed the East Victory demonic sword to the Black Lotus Overlord. Because he was the Black Lotus Overlord and he was the Black Lotus Overlord, he was very familiar with the East Victory demonic sword. He could use it as soon as he got it. Strictly speaking, Remnant Blood, Bloodthirst, and other sword moves were demonic moves. Of course, the Black Lotus Overlord could use them. Death Withering contained a terrifying aura that could cause anything it touched to wither instantly and lose their life force. At this moment, several Nightmare Knights and black-cloaked skeletons in the hall were killed. Although Ling Xiao's original body was not as strong as the Black Lotus Overlord, he was not to be underestimated. The other 2 also had half-step divine physique echelon combat power. It was very easy to kill the core-shattering realm Nightmare Knights and black-robed skeletons. Bastard! The Shadow King was furious. He waved the Death Withering in his hand and charged towards Ling Xiao. However, he was blocked by the Black Lotus Overlord again. Ding! The 2 swords clashed and were actually evenly matched. Although the East Victory demonic sword did not have any special effects, its sharpness and hardness were not inferior to Death Withering. I'll leave the rest to the 2 of you. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Dong Huangyu and Jianhu. Then, he suddenly charged towards the Shadow King. What a joke! I'm afraid you won't come to die. The Shadow King was overjoyed when he saw Ling Xiao charging towards him. However, in the next moment, he could not laugh anymore. Ling Xiao used the void-shattering finger from afar. However, he did not aim at the Shadow King but at Death Withering. He knew that with the Shadow King's terrifying strength, the void-shattering finger could only do limited damage to him. He might as well focus on the Death Withering demonic sword. Death Withering was enveloped by space and seemed to be about to escape from his hand. You want to take away my Death Withering? Dream on. The Shadow King sneered. Although the void-shattering finger was terrifying, it was not to the extent that he was afraid of. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was still lacking. There was always a gap between true origin and divine origin. Haha, you think my target is your Death Withering? Sorry, you guessed wrong again. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a cold smile. In the next moment, the Shadow King was terrified. At this moment, the Black Lotus Overlord launched his attack. Critical blood. The Black Lotus Overlord was originally at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon, which was equivalent to the Shadow King's strength. However, the Shadow King had Death Withering in his hand, so it was not easy for him to win. However, at this moment, Death Withering was under Ling Xiao's control, even if it was only for a moment. The Black Lotus Overlord's chance had arrived. Everyone, Redam Bang, the Black Lotus Demon Supremacy seized the opportunity to attack. After all, he was Ling Xiao's other body. Therefore, their tacit understanding was 100%. It was more outstanding than anyone else's. The Shadow King couldn't block it in time. He was injured before, and this time, he was hit again. The Remnant Blood Sword energy cut the Shadow King's body in half. Even though he had the Death and Withering Demon Sword, it was useless. At this moment, because his body was cut in half, he lost control of the Death and Withering Demon Sword and fell into Ling Xiao's hands. The Shadow King's strength was on par with the Black Lotus Demon Supremacy. One-on-one, they might not win. However, he was ambushed by the Black Lotus Demon Sect. This time, he was heavily injured by the Black Lotus Demon Supremacy and Ling Xiao. He even lost his demon sword. Fortunately, the Shadow King's body was strong. Otherwise, he would have died after being cut in half by the Remnant Blood Sword energy. The undead spirit race also had an inner core, but it contained a terrifying death aura. Run! The Shadow King sensed danger and knew that he couldn't fight against the Black Lotus demon supremacy and Ling Xiao alone. He finally thought of running. Where there's life, there's hope. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't give him the chance to escape. At this point, it would be a pity if they didn't kill the Shadow King. Martial Soul Barrier. The Martial Soul Barrier was released, and the Shadow King crashed into it. However, he was bounced back. The Black Lotus demon supremacy didn't let him go. He waved the Dongxing demon sword in his hand and used sword moves to kill. He killed the Shadow King until he was in great pain. After a few rounds, he was killed. Ling Xiao absorbed the energy in the Shadow King's Dantian, and his potential increased by a lot. What was more terrifying was that his body was comparable to an Emperor artifact with 5 dragon patterns. In terms of defense, the Black Lotus demon supremacy was inferior to his main body. Let's go. After killing the Shadow King, Ling Xiao hurriedly called Jianhu and Dong Huangyu to leave. The Shadow King's death would definitely cause a commotion among the undead spirit race. Ling Xiao didn't want to be targeted by the other undead spirit kings. Although he had the Black Lotus demon supremacy's divine physique first-level body, however, if he was surrounded, he wouldn't be able to escape. It was best to keep a low profile in other people's territory. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the Death Soul Mountain. In the Death Soul Mountain, the dead spirit creatures appeared in groups as if they had been frightened. This puzzled Ling Xiao. He suspected that something might have happened in the world of souls. That was why the dead spirit beast was so restless. Them again. Sword Tiger looked at a nearby valley. It was a good place to hide. After hiding inside, there were basically no undead demonic beasts that came in to harass them. At this moment, the 8 people from the Deep Sea Dragon field were resting there. The Shadow King had killed 4 of the original 12 people. Logically speaking, the people of the Deep Sea Dragon realm should be thanking them. Let's go. Ling Xiao sneered. Previously, the people from the Deep Sea Dragon field had said that they wanted to kill him. He even thought of running away. But now, everything was different. He planned to kill the 8 people from the Deep Sea Dragon realm, including the jellyfish Tianhua. If he didn't kill them, they would definitely attack him every time he met them. He couldn't stand it. He found Ling Xiao, Sword Tiger, and Dong Huangyu. Tianhua jellyfish revealed a surprised expression. He was very curious. Since Ling Xiao had already escaped, why did he come back to die? Could it be that this kid was plotting something? Yo, bastards from the Deep Sea Dragon realm, we are really enemies on a narrow road. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. He came here to kill these bastards. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. Escape light. A sword light burst out from the East Victory sword in his hand. It pierced straight at Tianhua. Ah. Tianhua only had time to tilt his body slightly. As a result, half of his body was almost cut off by the sword light. You're not dead? You're really lucky. Ling Xiao sneered and said, you asked me to make a choice before, to commit suicide or to be killed. Now, I'll ask you the same question. Do you choose to commit suicide or to be killed by us? Tianhua was still in a state of confusion at this moment. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him. This kid wasn't so fierce before. That sword light was fast, accurate, and ruthless. If he hadn't cultivated a powerful movement technique, he was afraid that he would have been cut in half by the sword. He hurriedly swallowed a healing pill. He stared at Ling Xiao. There were only 3 people on the other side, and there were 8 of them. There seemed to be no need to be afraid. But in the next moment, he showed a frightened expression. Because when Ling Xiao attacked, Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu also attacked. Sword Tiger directly tore a 9th stage core fragmentation realm martial artist from the Deep Sea Dragon realm. Dong Huangyu used the 9 revolution gourd to kill an 8th stage core fragmentation realm martial artist in seconds. In the blink of an eye, the 8 people became 6 people. The advantage of the Deep Sea Dragon realm was greatly reduced. And all of this happened in an instant. The Deep Sea Dragon realm martial artists almost didn't react. When they reacted, it was already too late. Kid, how dare you attack the deep-sea dragon realm? Jellyfish Tianhua roared. Since you won't choose to commit suicide, let's just save some time. Ling Xiao chuckled. In the next moment, Sword Tiger was already facing the mysterious middle-aged martial artist, a half-step divine physique echelon expert. If it was before, Sword Tiger might not be his opponent, but after the incident in Shadow City, Sword Tiger's strength wasn't inferior to this person at all. Dong Huangyu was facing 3/8 and 9th stage core fragmentation realm martial artists alone. Now, there were only 2 people left. One was Jellyfish Tianhua, who was gradually recovering from his injuries, a half-step divine physique echelon expert. The other was a core fragmentation realm martial artist. Jellyfish Tianhua felt as if he had eaten feces. They originally wanted to kill the Battle Union's team. But now, they were attacked by the opponent. This feeling was indescribably disgusting. Ling Xiao looked at Jellyfish Tianhua with a smile and said, "Originally, you could have lived for a while longer. Although I have a grudge against you, I wouldn't attack you for no reason. But you didn't know what was good for you and dared to attack me. Now, the feeling of being killed isn't bad, right?" Jellyfish Tianhua's injuries had basically recovered. His eyes were like that of an injured beast, filled with anger and fury. He stared fiercely at Ling Xiao, wishing that he could skin Ling Xiao alive and pull out his tendons. "Ling Xiao, you are really a powerful person, even I can't help but admire you. But today, you have done the stupidest thing. You didn't manage to kill me, so now, it's your turn to be unlucky." "Unlucky? Why didn't I know?" Ling Xiao laughed. "You still dare to laugh? Do you think that you can defeat me by yourself? Go and help them. Quickly deal with that woman, it's best if you can capture her alive. Such a beautiful girl, it's a pity to kill her." Jellyfish Tianhua didn't think that he was inferior to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he believed that he could suppress Ling Xiao by himself, while the other person could deal with Dong Huangyu. "Disciple, can you handle 1 against 4? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It's a little difficult, master. Let's get rid of that guy quickly." Dong Huangyu said that it was difficult, but the battle was extremely easy. The 9 Revolution Gourd had both offense and defense. The Jellyfish Lava Mirror was extremely powerful. Relying on these 2 treasures, in addition to her outstanding lightning and water dual attribute attacks, it would be difficult for the 4 enemies to get close to her. Don't worry, it won't take more than a minute. If Ling Xiao used the Black Lotus Demon Venerable, he might be able to end the battle in a second. However, that would be detrimental to the growth of his main body. Moreover, he didn't want to expose the existence of the Black Lotus Demon Venerable for the time being. To be honest, he was a little emotional. Even if he didn't use the Black Lotus Demon Venerable, Ling Xiao's main body was already able to fight against a half-step divine physique realm expert. One had to know that Jellyfish Tianhua was stronger than Green Lotus Swordswoman and Zhao Fengyun. Thinking back, he was just a small ant in front of the 3 of them in the past. He wondered if the 3 seniors would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out when they saw his current strength. Jellyfish Tianhua was just an alchemy stone in front of him. It was a good opportunity to test how strong his main body was. Jellyfish Tianhua wasn't weak. He had just been sneak attacked by him using light, but he was still able to dodge it. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Although this guy was still lacking compared to Yu Chen, Wang Quan under the heavens, and Zi Lin. However, he was still a half-step divine physique realm expert. There was no doubt that a guy with such strength would definitely have an emperor weapon. Ling Xiao touched his storage ring gently. Death and withering was still lying inside. The soul imprint of the Shadow King had already been erased by the Yuan Venerate. It was now Ling Xiao's possession. The East Victory Demon Sword was now in the hands of the Black Lotus Demon Venerable. Death Withering could be used first. After all, it was an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Bang, in the sky, Jianhu and the middle-aged martialist collided. Then, they separated. That person was holding a battle saber that was extremely powerful. There was an obvious dragon pattern on the battle saber. It should also be an emperor weapon. How can this be? The middle-aged martialist was very surprised. They had investigated Jianhu's strength. He was only at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. He was no match for him at all. But now, he was able to fight him to a draw. Are you surprised? What's even more shocking is what comes next. Jianhu laughed coldly. His body slowly changed and became stronger. Regardless of whether it was speed or strength, both had increased by several times. The middle-aged martial artist had originally planned to kill Sword Tiger as soon as possible to help Jellyfish Tianhua, because he had a very bad premonition. Ling Xiao was too cunning. Tianhua Jellyfish might be at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, he was actually entangled by the Sword Tiger and could not be distracted in the slightest. A moment of distraction could cost him his life. Dong Huangyu's combat style was clearly more intelligent. Anyway, her mission was to stall for time and delay the 4 Shattered Core realm martial artists. In her eyes, her master Ling Xiao was omnipotent and invincible. If master said that he wanted to kill Jellyfish Tianhua, he would definitely be able to do it. Behind Tianhua, a black jellyfish appeared. This guy was really annoyed and directly released his martial soul. This jellyfish was like a ghost, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. The surrounding air seemed to have been polluted and turned black. Then, he took out a trident. It seemed that the sea race martial artists liked this kind of weapon very much. Humans used harpoons to attack the sea race. The sea race also hoped to use this kind of weapon to counterattack. The trident was also black and there seemed to be countless ghosts condensed on it. When it was taken out, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard. It made one's scalp go numb. Ling Xiao, you should be able to rest in peace. Today, I took out my martial soul and this 2-dragon inscription emperor weapon. I'm really giving you face. Ghost Head Trident, you should have heard of the name of this emperor weapon. He had 99 powerful souls sealed within him, and all of them are human experts. Every one of them is strong enough to tear you to pieces. Jellyfish Tianhua laughed coldly. The head of the Ghost Head Trident indeed looked like the head of a devil. There were 3 sharp horns on it. Together with the terrifying aura released by the ghost jellyfish, the surrounding space became even more gloomy. This place was originally the world of souls, so it was already gloomy. Because of his actions, it seemed like everything in the world was about to fall into death. Fear, tremble. The most terrifying thing about the Ghost Head Trident is that it can make people's souls fear, lose the will to fight. Jellyfish Tianhua had not made a move yet. Just holding the Ghost Head Trident in his hand, he was extremely confident. It was as if he could already win. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's panicked expression. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The evil spirits in the Ghost Head Trident were not only unable to cause any harm to Ling Xiao. Instead, they were intimidated by Ling Xiao's beast soul will. The 12 beast gods were the top existences in the Black Tortoise continent. Their wills were superior to all other existences. What kind of monster is this guy? He's not even afraid of the Ghost Head Trident? Jellyfish Tianhua frowned. This was the first time since he used the Ghost Head Trident. There had never been such a thing before. He began to panic a little. No, I can't lose. After all, he was young and impetuous. He would not lose the will to fight because of this panic. With a roar, the Ghost Head Trident directly stabbed out. The sky full of trident shadows enveloped Ling Xiao. It was as if they wanted to pierce Ling Xiao into a hornet's nest. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not use his sword. White Lotus God Fist. The Black Lotus Scroll had given birth to the Black Lotus Demon Elder, so there was no need to continue cultivating for the time being. What Ling Xiao needed to do now was to cultivate the White Lotus Scroll. The White Lotus Scroll cultivated the power of God. Naturally, the power of God Fist was greater. A huge white lotus bloomed in the void. A terrifying fist tore through the void and blasted towards the sky full of trident shadows. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao did not lose to Jellyfish Tianhua at all. Boom, a terrifying roar sounded, and Jellyfish Tianhua was directly sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground. His eyes revealed a look of horror. What? How can your strength be so terrifying? When Jellyfish Tianhua came into contact with Ling Xiao, he found out that Ling Xiao was already a first-stage core fragmentation realm martial artist. His combat strength was actually not inferior to a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. He was so strong that it was a little ridiculous. Moreover, he had the help of the Emperor weapon. His opponent was barehanded. Scared? Ling Xiao mocked. When he was fighting with jellyfish Tianhua, he was constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation, including the battle between Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu. If the two of them were in danger, or if a stronger enemy came, he would definitely release the Black Lotus Demon Lord. At this moment, Sword Tiger was gradually gaining the upper hand. The body of the savage beast race was too strong. Moreover, Zhan Hu was much younger than that person, so he was more energetic. Moreover, that middle-aged man had stayed in the world of dead souls for too long. His body was invaded by the chi of dead souls, and now he was extremely weak. If there were no unforeseen events in this battle, then Sword Tiger would definitely win. Mobile version update website. On the other side, Dong Huangyu was facing the 4 people from the Deep Sea Dragon domain and was not at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao could even feel that this little girl was continuously evolving and improving in the battle. There was a slight possibility of another breakthrough. What a genius disciple. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Tianhua Jellyfish. Ling Xiao. Do you think that was my limit? Release the 99 ghosts. Tianhua Jellyfish roared. 99 streaks of black smoke came out of the ghost head fork. They transformed into 99 figures. Each of them was filled with a dangerous aura. This should be the ghost head fork's special skill. Normally, Emperor weapons would have special effects. Some had special skills, some had special effects. This ghost head fork should have its own special skill. As for death and withering, it had a terrifying withering effect. 99 spirits pounced on Ling Xiao and surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. Each of them was baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were extremely ferocious. Compared to the previous move, this one was many times stronger. At this moment, even a half-step divine physique echelon martial artist would not dare to take this attack head-on. Therefore, Tianhua Jellyfish smiled coldly. Ling Xiao, just accept your fate. You lowly piece of trash, you'll never have such a powerful emperor weapon. Jianhu and Dong Huangyu also felt the power of Tianhua Jellyfish's attack. They could not help but look over in shock. Ha ha ha, that kid is dead meat. Next, it's your turn. That middle-aged martial artist laughed maniacally. Originally, he thought that he would be able to end the battle earlier. But now, it seemed that Tianhua Jellyfish would be the one to end the battle earlier. A mere emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns dares to act pretentious in front of me? Ling Xiao was filled with disdain. Today, I will let you have a taste of something new. Although I've only been practicing this move for a short period of time, it will be very interesting. Pretentious fool, I don't believe that you have any means to block this attack of mine. Tianhua Jellyfish was very confident in his attack. In other words, this was the only confidence he had. If this move couldn't injure Ling Xiao, then he was practically at his wit's end. Boom, all 99 spirits crashed into Ling Xiao's body. Skyflower Jellyfish was relieved. He let out a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, you're just an ant in the end. However, his laughter came to an abrupt halt almost instantly. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, completely unable to control himself. Laugh, keep laughing. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Impossible. You. What kind of monster was he? You're definitely not human, it's impossible for a human to block this attack with just their physical body. Skyflower Jellyfish was in disbelief. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. He had also seen powerful geniuses before, but he had never seen one as strange as Ling Xiao. Why are you so surprised? Let me tell you something interesting. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, my physical body is equivalent to a 5-dragon mark emperor weapon. You said that I don't have a treasure like you. My physical body is a treasure. What? How is that possible? Ling Xiao's words caused the martial artists of the Deep Sea Dragon field to turn pale with fright. Even Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu were shocked. Master is indeed master. Even if my cultivation has caught up to him, my strength is still far from his. A physical body that is equivalent to a 5-dragon mark emperor weapon. This is heaven-defying. Dong Huangyu's eyes were filled with excitement. No wonder young Master Jean is willing to call him boss. From our interactions during this period of time, he is indeed terrifying. That strange doppelganger in the real world and that terrifying physical body now. How many more secrets does this person have? Sword Tiger was also completely convinced by Ling Xiao. It wasn't like at the beginning, when he was only nice to Ling Xiao because of Xiao Jin. Just when everyone thought that this was Ling Xiao's greatest trump card, Ling Xiao threw out something even more shocking. Boundless black qi was released from his body. It spread crazily towards the surroundings. It then formed a huge array. It enveloped the entire battlefield. This array was not set up by Ling Xiao. It was the special effect of the Holy Ground demonic shadow. The area covered by this array was the Holy Ground. What kind of strange martial art is this? Tianhua Jellyfish was even more shocked. This martial art actually changed the surrounding environment. An ancient and desolate aura constantly appeared. Many strange shadows appeared in the array. Some were like buildings, some were like human figures, and some were even like demonic beasts. They were incomparably huge. A saint-level cultivation technique. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Impossible. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Tianhua Jellyfish immediately felt that it was impossible. Under normal circumstances, only cultivators with divine essence could cultivate a saint-level cultivation technique. Ling Xiao had just reached the first level of the Shattered Core Realm. How could he have mastered a saint-level cultivation technique? Tianhua Jellyfish was a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator, but his best cultivation technique was only at the peak of 10th Order Emperor Realm. Killing intent was everywhere in the Holy Ground. Those shadows seemed to be able to materialize at any time and kill Tianhua Jellyfish. Tianhua Jellyfish stood in the Holy Ground and felt his hair stand on end. The Holy Ground demonic shadow is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Although it was not as good as the Lotus Sutra, the Holy Ground demonic shadow was still a top-notch saint-level cultivation technique. The range of the Holy Ground could be expanded to a radius of 1 mile at most. Within this range, Ling Xiao was like a demon god in the Holy Ground. It could be said that he was omnipotent. Every shadow in the Holy Ground could be used by him. As the Holy Ground demonic shadow grew stronger, the number of shadows he could control would also increase. At the same time, Ling Xiao could switch between the shadows. That speed was even more terrifying than teleportation. Not only that, within this range, unless the opponent could destroy the Holy Ground demonic shadow, otherwise, he would be invincible. Do you feel terrified? Do you feel despair? There's nothing you can do about it. I'm just that strong. Ling Xiao was deeply shocked by the Holy Ground demonic shadow. Before he could cultivate it, he didn't know how terrifying it was. But now, he understood. At the very least, it was a heaven-defying technique for the time being. I'll use you to test the effect of the Holy Ground demonic shadow. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. You'll become my lab rat. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. In the next moment, he disappeared. Boom, the god's fist landed on Tianhua Jellyfish's body and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Tianhua Jellyfish spat out a mouthful of blood and crawled up from the ground in fear. He didn't see Ling Xiao's shadow at all. But the attack had already arrived. It was too terrifying. In the sky, the middle-aged martial artist saw the unforeseen event below. His expression changed drastically. A saint-level cultivation technique? How could he know a saint-level cultivation technique? His original expectations suddenly turned into despair. In the battle, the middle-aged martial artist was at a disadvantage. He was hoping that Tianhua Jellyfish would come and help him after killing Ling Xiao. But now, it seemed like his hopes were dashed. Tianhua Jellyfish had completely entered the battle mode of the beast race. His appearance was getting more and more different from a human. His speed and strength increased crazily. He could only hold on bitterly, but the injuries on his body were increasing. Who can come and help me? At this moment, Tianhua Jellyfish screamed in fear. A 9th-level Shattered Core martial artist who was fighting with Dong Huangyu immediately rushed over. However, he didn't realize that he was also in the range of the holy ground. Chi, a sword pierced through the martial artist's body. Ling Xiao took out Death Withering. The martial artist's body quickly withered and turned into a pile of soil, disappearing completely. You should have just obediently fought with your opponent. Why did you have to come and die? After Ling Xiao killed the martial artist, he put away Death Withering. He didn't want to use it to deal with Tianhua jellyfish. Otherwise, Tianhua jellyfish would die too quickly. It wouldn't be able to help him fully experience the effects of the holy ground demonic shadow. Master, why did you steal my kill? Dong Huangyu pouted. It's my fault. Ling Xiao smiled and walked towards Tianhua jellyfish. Damn it. Ling Xiao, you're too arrogant. Originally, this treasure was given to me by my father to use when I was dying. But now, I'll use it to deal with you. Tianhua jellyfish was in despair. But after despair, he became ferocious. He had no other choice. He didn't expect that he would be forced into a dead end so quickly. He had to use something that he had no choice but to use. He suddenly crushed a talisman in his hand. Suddenly, the entire holy ground seemed to be covered by lightning. Countless lightning bolts crazily fell down. Not only that, but Tianhua jellyfish's body also had a layer of violent protection. Violent Lightning Purgatory Talisman. What a pity, this talisman can only be used 3 times. One time, I have to use it to deal with a scoundrel like you. Originally, when Tianhua jellyfish discovered the Shadow King, he decided to keep this talisman to deal with the Shadow King. But now, his life was in danger, and he had no choice but to go crazy. Endless wild lightning chased after Ling Xiao and struck down unceasingly. Even Jianhu and Dong Huangyu were affected. Fortunately, the two of them had defensive monarch weapons, so they were barely able to hold on. However, the situation was suddenly reversed. The middle-aged man secretly cursed, "If you have such a powerful thing, why didn't you use it earlier? Why did you have to wait until you were in despair? How hateful." Although he said that, he did not want to waste this opportunity. In the Wild Thunder Purgatory, he began to chase after the Sword Tiger. In any case, this lightning seemed to have the consciousness of the jellyfish Skyflower and could actively avoid teammates. The other 3 also attacked Dong Huangyu from all sides. The situation was very dangerous. Originally, I wanted to play with you. But now, I must kill you. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly turned gloomy and cold. If this continued, he wasn't afraid, but Jianhu and Dong Huangyu would definitely be in danger. Ha ha ha, you think you can kill me? This Wild Thunder Purgatory can attack and defend. How are you going to kill me? I'm afraid you won't even be able to break through this defensive layer formed by the Wild Thunder. Although he was laughing, Tianhua jellyfish's heart was filled with fear. This Ling Xiao was actually not afraid of the Wild Thunder Purgatory. That ghostly figure, even the lightning couldn't catch up to him. What kind of terrifying fellow was this? I have to try. Suddenly, the shadows of 10 giant beasts appeared behind Ling Xiao. With the blood-drilling heavenly rat as the leader, they crazily pounced towards Skyflower. 12 Divine Beasts Technique, 10th level. This 10th level was the most terrifying martial skill that Ling Xiao could currently use. In terms of pure attack power, even the Void-Shattering Finger and Universal Divine Fist were inferior to it. Sensing the terrifying aura coming at him, Skyflower was so scared that he kept retreating. He clearly knew that he had the protection of the Wild Thunder Purgatory and shouldn't be afraid of Ling Zhao's attack. But knowing was just a moment, feeling was another matter. That terrifying aura made him feel extremely terrified. He could even feel that he was about to die. Boom, the terrifying blood-drilling heavenly rat finally collided with Skyflower. However, the dark blue lightning barrier actually managed to completely block this attack. In the end, it collapsed. Ha! Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, did you see that? It's useless. This should be your most powerful attack. But it's still useless. It can't hurt me. Skyflower finally reacted, and the fear on his face turned into ecstasy. Clearly, the defensive power of the Wild Thunder Purgatory was beyond her expectations. So strong. As expected, it's not working. This talisman is probably at least an Emperor artifact with 4 dragon patterns. Try that move. Ling Xiao ignored Skyflower's words. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly emitted a strange black luster. Above his head, a black lotus throne appeared. It was as black as ink, but it was filled with terrifying power. Skyflower's laughter came to an abrupt end. You can feel it too, right? This move is terrifying. I'm sorry, but this is also a holy level secret technique. Sigh, a person is too strong, there's really nothing I can do. Ling Xiao looked at the jellyfish Tianhua and laughed mockingly. At that moment, Skyflower Jellyfish was terrified, his entire body was trembling, and even his soul seemed to be kneeling down. Run, this was his most direct and simple thought at this moment. Even when Ling Xiao had the upper hand just now, he had never thought of running away. Because he still had a way to deal with it. But now, at this moment, he was completely at his wit's end. Boom, on top of the Black Lotus throne, a devil Buddha actually appeared. It was clearly a Buddha, but it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. It was like a Buddha that had entered the demonic realm. That cold gaze stared at Skyflower. It made Tianhua Jellyfish feel like a lowly ant in this world. The difference between them was too great. He wanted to escape, but his legs couldn't move. His soul could no longer control his body. Black Lotus treasure light, Devil Buddha immeasurable. Ling Xiao's mouth emitted a cold and murderous aura. No, Ling Xiao, you dare to kill me. The deep-sea dragon realm will not let you go. These were the last words left by Skyflower. In the next moment, the Devil Buddha's shadow crashed into Skyflower's body. His body was clearly intact, but he was no longer moving. His body was alive, but his soul was dead. Even the Wild Thunder Purgatory could not block this attack at all. The moment Skyflower died, the Wild Thunder Purgatory also came to an abrupt end. The martial artists of the deep-sea dragon realm looked at the motionless corpse in horror. Run! Run! The middle-aged martial artist cried out in alarm. He did not know what treasure he used, but he actually tore open a crack in space. Then he drilled in. He disappeared. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised by this scene. But thinking about it carefully, this person had stayed in the death world for a long time. In order to survive, he would definitely have a magic treasure on him. It was not strange. I must get the treasures on him. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that the man would tell others what happened here. It would be better if he did, lest some ungrateful fellows came to cause trouble. After all, no one liked to provoke the strong. The middle-aged man escaped, and the jellyfish Tianhua died in battle. The remaining 3 deep-sea dragon field martial artists were scared out of their wits. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest desire to fight. They turned around and fled. Unfortunately, they didn't have the middle-aged man's treasure. So, the result of fleeing was that they died even more miserably. Dong Huangyu killed one. Jianhu killed another. Ling Xiao killed another. So far, only the middle-aged man escaped from the 12 deep-sea dragon field martial artists. The rest were all killed. Of course, some were killed by the Shadow King, and some were killed by the Battle Alliance. That guy is called Gue Yu. If he escaped, he would definitely inform the strongest person in the deep-sea dragon field. For example, that sea lion hero. Jianhu frowned. During the battle just now, he learned the middle-aged man's name. It doesn't matter. There are only 2 people left in the deep-sea dragon field. They won't be able to do anything. The most important thing now is to find Little Gold and Cold Plum. After the 5 of us gather, we won't be afraid of anyone. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Now, these teens that entered the world of death weren't a threat to him. The biggest threat came from the undead race. He killed the Shadow King, and this matter would definitely be known by the undead race. At that time, it would be troublesome. The Shadow King was only one of the 13 undead kings. He had to be careful. That's not the main point. Dong Huangyu suddenly said. Then what's the main point? Ling Xiao and Jianhu asked doubtfully. The main point is that Master is so strong. I thought that Jianhu would be the first to finish the battle. I didn't expect it to be Master. Master, the last 2 moves you used were too cool. Is it really a saint-level cultivation technique? Dong Huangyu said excitedly. Of course it's a saint-level cultivation technique. Ling Xiao nodded and said, don't talk about master, your strength's increase is also shocking enough. Now, your cultivation has caught up with me. What's the point? Dong Huangyu sighed. Even if my cultivation base surpasses master's, my combat prowess is still far inferior to yours. As she spoke, she even made a face. But master, this disciple will definitely work hard to not embarrass you. Jianhu sighed inwardly. A big monster and a little monster. Why don't you consider my feelings? Roar. Right at this moment, a beast roar was heard. It turned out that the battle just now was too intense, and it had attracted many Dead Souls beasts. They had all surrounded this place. There was even a ghoul among them. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the undead demonic beasts. These undead demonic beasts didn't have any intelligence. They were even more stupid than the demonic beasts outside, as if they were real walking corpses. Therefore, he was easy to deal with. If he really couldn't win, he could just run away. However, ghouls were very troublesome. These guys had intelligence. It might even attract more undead spirits. Suddenly, the dead spirit demon beasts that had surrounded them actually fled one after another, leaving only those corpse ghosts behind. Ling Xiao realized that something was wrong. He secretly put the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman that he had snatched from Tianhua Jellyfish into his storage ring. This Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman still had 2 uses left. It could still come in handy at critical moments. He naturally also took Tianhua Jellyfish's Ghost Head Trident. It wouldn't be useful for now. However, he protected Jianhu and Dong Huangyu behind him and looked coldly in a direction. Standing there was also a ghoul. However, its body was bigger than the other ghouls. He was wearing exquisite clothes, but no matter how beautiful his clothes were, his skinny, skeleton-like body made him look ugly. However, Ling Xiao didn't laugh at it. Because this guy's strength might be even stronger than the Shadow King. Although it was still at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon, its aura was indeed stronger than the Shadow King's. Could it be another one of the 13 Dead Spirit Kings? One of the 13 Dead Spirit Kings, the Corpse Ghost King. Jianhu felt his body trembling violently. He wanted to control it. However, his body was completely out of his control. He said the other party's name with a trembling voice. As expected, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Could it be that the dead spirit race found out that he killed the Shadow King so quickly? Although he knew that paper couldn't hide the truth, it was too fast. Master, it's so scary. Dong Huangyu felt that her blood was about to freeze, and she couldn't use her true origin. This terrifying guy. The difference between a half-step Divine Physique Echelon and a real Divine Physique Echelon was too big. It could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. The other party hadn't made a move yet, but just that terrifying aura made them feel as if they were about to die. Boom, Ling Xiao directly released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. This time, it didn't just merge into the body. It was directly released outside. The terrifying aura scared the ghouls and forced them to retreat. Even the Corpse Ghost King's expression changed drastically. Who are you? The Corpse Ghost King murmured. It was unknown whether it was a question or because it was confused. Who are you? Ling Xiao asked. Even if you are the Corpse Ghost King, you are obviously enslaved by the dead spirit race. Have you forgotten everything that happened in the past? Shut up. The Corpse Ghost King roared. He would often wake up in his sleep because he would often see people he didn't know. However, when he saw these people, he would feel very warm and comfortable. As if they were his family. However, he thought that this was his distracting thoughts, his inner demon, so he didn't allow others to mention it. What are you afraid of? Ling Xiao sneered and said, are you afraid of knowing about your past? Are you afraid of knowing how you became like this? I told you not to talk. Didn't you hear me? Go to hell. The Corpse Ghost King was obviously angry. He suddenly exploded and charged toward Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. Chi, Black Lotus Demon Venerable appeared behind the Corpse Ghost King and stabbed his sword into the Corpse Ghost King's body. The Corpse Ghost King turned pale with fright and turned to flee. He could feel that the person who ambushed him was a Divine Physique Echelon expert. Once he was injured, he would be at a disadvantage. At that time, he would probably be in trouble. Seeing the corpse ghost king escape, the ghouls also dispersed. Once again, the place fell silent. Let's go. Although it was quiet for the time being, Xiao didn't want to stay here for long. Because he knew very well that danger could appear at any time. If the corpse ghost king was injured, he might even find other dead spirit kings for help. He only hoped that the seed he left in the corpse ghost king's heart could take root and sprout. Once that happened, the corpse ghost king would become an ally. The three of them flew through the air and soon disappeared into the distance. At this time, the corpse ghost king appeared again. He was injured and didn't dare to return to the corpse ghost city. In the dead spirit race, if anyone became weak, it meant that they were in extreme danger. If he went back, he would probably be skinned alive by his subordinates and replaced. The ghost corpse king's mind was in a mess. After meeting Xiao, some scenes kept appearing in his mind. How could he know that while Xiao was talking, he used the demonic eye to strengthen his consciousness and memories? Of course, Xiao wasn't sure if the ghost corpse king could recover. This was just a gamble. At this moment, Xiao was already 10 miles away. The Death Soul Mountain was huge, and it wasn't easy to find Xiao Jin. Instead of Xiao Jin, he met Lang Qingqing from the Heaven's Sacred Land. Lang Qingqing was one of the half-step divine physique echelon geniuses. If it was before, Xiao might be afraid of her. But now, he didn't put Lang Qingqing in his eyes at all. Even Jianhu and Dong Huangyu could exchange blows with Lang Qingqing. Lang Qingqing was alone, and she seemed to be injured. "Beauty, do you want to team up?" Xiao smiled. Xiao. Lang Qingqing looked at Xiao with complicated emotions in her eyes. She didn't care about this person before, but now, she had to ask him for help. It was really humiliating. But she had no choice. She was besieged by the bastards from the abyss and was poisoned. If she couldn't get treatment in time, it would be a big problem. "Can you save me?" Lang Qingqing looked at Xiao and asked. "Why not try? Looking at you, you must have met people from the abyss." Moreover, he had been poisoned by the most vicious zombie poison. If he didn't receive treatment within 3 hours, he would die. If you can't get treatment in 3 hours, your body will be completely controlled by the corpse poison, and you'll become a walking corpse. Xiao smiled. He was a person who took advantage of others' difficulties. Lang Qingqing was poisoned. As long as he took advantage of this, he could make Lang Qingqing fight for him temporarily. Who wouldn't like to have another free fighter? It was better than having another enemy. "You'd better not think of tricking me, or I'll let you suffer the most painful torture in the world," Lang Qingqing said coldly. "Is this girl an idiot?" Dong Huangyu smiled. She actually doesn't understand the current situation. If Master wants to kill her, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. If Master wants to torture her, no one would be able to stop him. "Where did she get the courage to threaten you, Master?" Lang Qingqing's face instantly turned ugly. She had heard of this guy called Xiao. He had always done things his own way, and he would never be afraid of her just because she was a cultivator from the Heaven Holy Land. "Beauty, don't be afraid. I have a condition for saving you." Xiao smiled. "The three of us are weak, so we can only run away when we see something. It's really miserable. If I save you, will you protect the three of us?" "That's all?" Lang Qingqing asked. "Do you want me to add a point?" Xiao said. "No, that's it. Don't worry, as long as you save me, I'll definitely ensure that the three of you don't die." "Over my dead body," Lang Qingqing said seriously. "I'll naturally believe your words." Xiao took out an antidote pill and passed it to Lang Qingqing. "Consume it. This is an antidote pill that I concocted myself. Basically, it can expel any kind of poison." Lang Qingqing took the pill and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still swallowed it. Sigh, another pitiful woman has been played by Master. Dong Huangyu sighed in her heart. It's really effective. And it actually has such a miraculous effect. Could it be that you are an alchemist? After Lang Qingqing consumed the antidote pill, she discovered that the corpse poison in her body was rapidly receding. In an instant, she returned to normal. I'm not only an alchemist, but I'm also an alchemy grandmaster. So, you won't be at a disadvantage if you team up with me. The only thing that the three of us lack is combat prowess. Ling Xiao looked at Lang Qingqing and said. Let's go. Lang Qingqing nodded and suddenly said. Where are we going? Ling Xiao started. Earlier, I discovered a cave, and there was clearly the aura of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures inside. However, the cave was guarded by a huge dead spirit spider, and it wasn't easy to enter. I was also injured because of this. Now, with the help of the three of you, especially an alchemist like you, as long as you can provide me with assistance, that dead spirit spider can be dealt with. Lang Qingqing said. Along the way, Lang Qingqing had taken the initiative to solve all the problems that they had encountered. Ling Xiao and the other two were very relaxed as they followed behind. At the same time, they could also conserve their combat prowess. Brother Ling, what are you up to now? Jianhu asked. It's nothing. I can sense the smell of the eternal fruit on this woman. She should have seen the eternal fruit before. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice. Follow her and we might be able to find the eternal fruit. I see. Jianhu couldn't help but admire Ling Yun. What kind of nose did Brother Ling have? He could even smell the smell of the eternal fruit. In fact, Ling Xiao was just casually beating around the bush. The aura of the eternal fruit had been discovered by a Yuan Venerate. But no matter what, they might be able to find the eternal fruit by following this woman. Once they found it, Cold Plum's combat prowess could be completely unleashed. Cold Plum was definitely a divine body realm expert. Once she unleashed her combat prowess, their Battle Alliance team's chances of survival in the world of dead souls would be greatly increased. There was no doubt about this. Just as the two of them were talking, Lang Qingqing suddenly stopped in front. In front, more than 10 figures were fighting. What they were fighting was a huge dead spirit spider. This terrifying dead spirit spider's defense was like a meteorite from outer space. When the attacks landed on its body, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. There were even sparks flying continuously. And the strongest of the martial artists fighting this dead spirit spider was a half-step divine body realm. Ling Xiao even recognized it. It was Hundred Worm, whom he had seen before. He could see that there were already a few corpses on the ground. However, they seemed to be neutral martial artists. Be careful, this dead spirit spider's strength has reached half-step divine body realm. Its spider silk contains a strange poison. Don't let it touch you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. The one who shouted was Hundred Worm. She didn't look good right now. She didn't look as calm as before. It was really troublesome to deal with such a huge monster. Apart from Hundred Worm, who was a half-step divine body realm expert, there was another expert wearing the deep-sea dragon realm clothes. He was also a half-step divine body realm expert. That person is Sea Lion Hero, right? Ling Xiao guessed. He had basically killed all the martial artists in the deep-sea dragon realm. The only ones left in the world of dead souls were Sea Lion Hero and Ghost Fish. This person obviously wasn't Ghost Fish. Yeah. Lang Qingqing nodded. She wasn't surprised. After all, Sea Lion Hero was very strong. It was normal for Ling Xiao to recognize him. 2 half-step divine body realm martial artists and a group of core fragmentation realm martial artists surrounded the dead spirit spider, but they couldn't gain the upper hand. Ling Xiao and the others approached at a steady pace. The main reason was that they didn't want to be discovered. Although those guys couldn't take down the dead spirit spider, they could weaken its strength. This was, of course, very beneficial to them. Ling Xiao also wanted to know what was in the cave behind the dead spirit spider. Could it be the eternal fruit, or perhaps it was some other treasure? But no matter what it was worth a try. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Ling Xiao was planning to take advantage of the situation, but 100 Bugs was no fool. She had already set up bugs nearby. Although they didn't notice them at first, they finally noticed them after a while. Ling Xiao, Jianhu, and Dong Huangyu didn't attract their attention at all. They didn't even take a second look at them. However, Lang Qingqing's appearance gave them a headache. They had just plotted against Lang Qingqing and joined forces with the dead spirit spider to injure her. Lang Qingqing's arrival wasn't a good thing for them. Everyone, stop. Lang Qingqing is here. 100 Bugs called out, and everyone retreated from the battlefield. The dead spirit spider didn't chase after them, but guarded the cave behind it, not giving anyone a chance to enter. It's you. 100 Bugs calmed down and realized that Ling Xiao's aura was very similar to the martial artist who killed the Abyss's demon region. Although she hadn't seen Ling Xiao's appearance, she remembered Ling Xiao's aura. Instantly, her eyes were filled with killing intent. If Lang Qingqing wasn't standing with Ling Xiao, the people from the Abyss's demon region would have already attacked. This Lang Qingqing seems to be pretty awesome. Ling Xiao smiled. Looking at 100 Bugs and Sea Lion's vigilance towards Lang Qingqing, he knew that he had bet on the right person. Those people all placed their attention on Lang Qingqing and almost completely ignored him. Even 100 Bugs only looked at him with hatred before turning his gaze to Lang Qingqing. They were all half-step divine physique echelon, but there was still a gap in strength. Moreover, the gap wasn't small. Lang Qingqing's strength was probably in the top 5 among all half-step divine physique echelon experts. Only Yu Chen, Zi Lin, and Little Gold could win against her. The others couldn't say that they could win. After all, other than cultivation, a person's strength also depended on martial arts techniques, treasures, battle techniques, and so on. You two didn't expect this, right? I, Lang Qingqing, am so lucky to be back. Lang Qingqing looked at 100 Bugs and Sea Lion coldly. Miss Lang, as the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't we join forces to deal with those necro spiders? No matter if it's us or you alone, it's impossible for us to kill or drive the undead spider away. 100 Bugs smiled. This suggestion was also a helpless move. Although there would be one more person to share the spoils of war, they still had to get the spoils of war first. What's more, once the plan of the 9 Serenities demon realms succeeded, even if they gave Lang Qingqing what they wanted, it would still be theirs in the end. Lang Qingqing's face was gloomy, as if she was considering something. Sea Lion also said, Miss Lang, it was indeed our fault that we joined forces to attack you. But if we bear this grudge and kill each other, I'm afraid no one will be able to get away with it. If they cooperated, both sides would benefit, but if they fought, both sides would lose. There were many treasures in the cave. Other than some natural treasures, there were also the eggs of the dead spirit spiders. I'm sure you've heard that the death spirit spider's eggs can be used to refine the death spirit pill. After consuming it, one would be able to resist the invasion of the death aura. In the world of souls, it was a key treasure. If you can't resist the aura of death, you won't be able to obtain many things. As expected, after hearing this, Lang Qingqing was obviously a little tempted. How did you know all this? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Lang Qingqing heard this and thought, yeah, since we can't enter the cave, how did 100 Bugs and the others know about the situation inside? 100 Bugs glanced at Ling Xiao and didn't answer because he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. I'm asking you a question. Lang Qingqing said. 100 Bugs was stunned for a moment, guessing the relationship between Lang Qingqing and Ling Xiao. Why did Lang Qingqing care so much about Ling Xiao's words? Of course it's because of my little darlings. 100 Bugs smiled evilly. A few little bugs appeared between his fingers, which made Dong Huangyu's hair stand on end. Although it wasn't impossible to control bugs, it was very uncomfortable to raise bugs in one's body. Ling Xiao didn't feel anything and continued to ask, other than the eggs, what else is there? Don't tell me you don't know. This is related to the distribution of the herbs later. 100 Bugs' expression didn't look good, but in order to cooperate with Lang Qingqing, he gritted his teeth and said, Frost Dragon Grass, Permetha Demon Flower, 9 Tails Longevity Grass. As an alchemist, Bai Chong's words moved him quite a bit. Although these 3 herbs couldn't be compared to the eternal fruit, they were indeed rare treasures. Even a divine physique realm martial artist would similarly rush over like a flock of ducks. Frost Dragon Grass, this kind of herb grew in a cold place and was baptized by the extreme yin qi. It would take about 1,000 years to grow, so it was extremely precious. The effect of Frost Dragon Grass was also very good. If one cultivated the frost true origin, it would definitely greatly increase one's strength. Even if one didn't, it could greatly increase one's resistance to the cold. Permetha demon flower, like frost dragon grass, it was extremely rare. It could greatly increase the cultivation of demonic martial artists. Ling Xiao was also a little excited. If this Permetha demon flower was used by Black Lotus Demon Venerable, it might increase his strength by another step. As for the 9 tails longevity grass, it wasn't inferior to the other 2 herbs. As long as one ate it, one's lifespan would be extended by 50 years. Lifespan was too important to a martial artist. Even if a first transition martial artist had a lifespan of 300 years, many of them were already nearing the end of their lifespan. With this, one could extend their lifespan by 50 years. As long as one's cultivation made a breakthrough within these 50 years and entered the second transition, their lifespan would increase by another 200 years. Although the dead spirit spider didn't have intelligence, its intuition was quite good. It actually chose such a good place. To be able to grow such a heavenly treasure, it must be a place with extremely abundant spiritual qi. The dead spirit spider definitely wanted to cultivate here, so it definitely wouldn't let others take it away. It was no wonder that it would defend it to death. I have a suggestion. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, let's work together to deal with the dead spirit spider. As long as we enter the cave, the treasures will be taken by the capable ones. How about that? Good idea. Lang Qingqing said. We agree. 100 Worms and Sea Lion Hero found it funny. With Ling Xiao's strength, he actually wanted to compete with them for the treasures. Moreover, 100 Worms had already used the worms to find out the location of the treasures. After entering, they would definitely be able to find it immediately. How could Ling Xiao and Lang Qingqing compare to them? Dong Huangyu and Sword Tiger looked at each other and smiled. They all knew that Ling Xiao wanted to obtain all of the treasures. What a greedy guy. No matter if it was Lang Qingqing or the other 2, if they underestimated Ling Xiao, they would probably open their eyes wide. Therefore, the cooperation was reached. 9 Underworld Devil Domain, Deep Sea Dragon Domain, Heaven Sacred Ground, Battle Alliances team, and another neutral team. They reached an agreement to work together. The neutral team was basically cannon fodder. The strength of 100 bugs was fully displayed in this battle against the dead spirit spiders. She waved her hand. A black whirlpool appeared behind her, and 2 huge black centipedes appeared from the whirlpool. The centipede's strength had reached the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. The 2 centipedes were 7 to 8 meters long, and their bodies were 1 meter thick. Their gigantic bodies displayed their incomparably powerful strength. Most importantly, the centipedes were poisonous, and they were not afraid of the dead spirit spider's death aura. They were really strong. Master, this woman is quite strong. Dong Huangyu smiled. Yeah, she actually has 2 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm 10,000 poisonous centipedes. Her strength is not to be underestimated. Ling Xiao smiled, not taking it to heart. Although the other party was strong, she was not as strong as him. Of course, she was not weak among the half-step divine physique echelon experts. The Sea Lion Hero's fighting style was different from Baigu's. Like most members of the Sea Tribe, he was good at using water-type martial arts. He kept throwing huge water blades from afar. They were sharp and violent. This was another way to deal with the dead spirit spider, which was to attack from afar. After all, the dead spirit spider would not leave the entrance of the cave. Lang Qingqing was stronger than the 2 of them. She held a silver sword in her hand, which was shining with holy light. The shadow of a Knight of Light appeared behind her. It was said that when the Sacred Dynasty unified the mystic world, there was a strong force called the Church of Light. The Church of Light almost overturned the rule of the Sacred Dynasty. Although no one knew why it was destroyed later on. But it left an indelible mark in history. The powerful Knight of Light was one of the marks on this mark. The Knight of Light wore silver armor and rode on a silver holy dragon, which was very cool. This made Lang Qingqing's combat strength very strong. She looked like a goddess of light. She stabbed with her sword, and holy light fell. The dead spirit spider showed a frightened expression. Baigu and the Sea Lion Hero did not look good either. They had fought with Lang Qingqing before, but because it was a sneak attack, Lang Qingqing did not have time to release her martial soul. Now that she released her martial soul, her combat strength increased exponentially. The two of them were shocked. Lang Qingqing is indeed a genius of the heaven's sacred ground. Her radiant sword art had fused with the radiant night martial soul, and its power was so great. I'm afraid a 9th level core-shattering stage martial artist would be instantly killed by her in one move. 100 Bugs exclaimed inwardly. Sigh, I'm afraid we've still underestimated this woman's strength. I'm afraid she's practically invincible among those below the divine physique echelon. Even Yu Chen, Zi Lin, and Prince Jean may not be her match. The Sea Lion hero was also terrified. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was extremely lucky to have been able to injure Lang Qingqing. Not being able to kill her was extremely bad. Just one Lang Qingqing was enough to make the people of the Nine Serenities Devil Zone not dare to resist. Even with the help of the Sea Lion King, it wouldn't work. Ling Xiao smiled. He had to re-evaluate this woman's strength. After all, the woman's sword was merely an emperor weapon without any dragon inscriptions. Clearly, her terrifying attack power did not rely on her weapon. However, it was impossible for such a person to not have an outstanding monarch weapon. Therefore, this should not be her full strength. Master, should we make a move? Dong Huangyu smiled. Don't rush. In any case, they don't think much of our combat power. Ling Xiao shook his head. It was not that he did not want to help, but that someone looked down on him and did not want his help. He might as well stay and watch the show. At the same time, the rest of the martial artists had already started to attack. Most of the martial artists were unable to get close to the Death Spirit Spider and could only attack from a distance. However, when their attacks landed on the Death Spirit Spider, it was like they were just scratching an itch. The only thing they could do was perhaps to deplete the Death Spirit Spider's physical strength and demonic power. However, they would not be safe from such a battle. Not only could the Death Spirit Spider attack at close range, but it was also good at releasing terrifying poisonous silk. Martial artists below the 6th stage of the Shattered Core realm would basically die upon contact. Martial artists above the 6th stage of the Shattered Core realm would also be severely injured and die after a long time. However, with Lang Qingqing's help, their battle became much easier. Especially since Lang Qingqing was the only martial artist who could leave a wound on the Death Spirit Spider. The Sea Lion found the wound and continuously shot out water blades, causing the wound to be unable to heal and become bigger and bigger. Everyone saw a glimmer of hope. The Sea Lion's water-type true energy entered the Death Spirit Spider's body through the wound and started to destroy the insides of the Death Spirit Spider. Although the destruction was minimal, it was fine as long as it was effective. The Death Spirit Spider's defense is extremely strong, and its recovery ability is terrifying. If Lang Qingqing did not join in, I'm afraid those people would not have any results even if they were exhausted to death. However, if there are no accidents in the battle now, we should be able to win. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Jianhu, get ready. You just have to attack later. In their eyes, you and I are only at the 1st stage of the Shattered Core realm. We're far inferior to you. Understood. If it was before, Sword Tiger would definitely not be convinced by Ling Xiao's command. However, it was different now. Sword Tiger was completely obedient to Ling Xiao, just like how he was loyal to Little Gold. It was not only because Ling Xiao and Little Gold were best friends. More importantly, Ling Xiao's strength was so powerful that it was suffocating. There was no harm in following such a powerhouse. Moreover, if it were not for Ling Xiao, he would have died in the hands of the Shadow King. How could he have a breakthrough in strength? Let's do it. After a while, Ling Xiao waved at Sword Tiger. Attacking now would cause the most damage to the Death Spirit Spider. Because the Death Spirit Spider was almost destroyed. Beast Tooth Fist. Boom. Boom, Sword Tiger suddenly joined the battle. Moreover, it was close combat. He wildly threw out dozens of punches. Every punch would cause the Death Spirit Spider unbearable pain. Every punch would leave a clear wound on the Death Spirit Spider's body. His attack power was actually on par with Lang Qingqing's. This was because Sword Tiger's breakthrough was thanks to the Holy Necromancy Water. The Holy Necromancy Water changed the attribute of his true origin, causing his attack power to be even more terrifying. This guy is actually a half-step divine physique echelon expert. I underestimated him. Lang Qingqing was stunned. She originally thought that Ling Xiao had to rely on her to survive in the world of souls. She thought that she had inadvertently gained 3 burdens. His heart was filled with discomfort. If Ling Xiao did not save her life, she really did not want to bring these 3 people along. However, now that she saw Sword Tiger's strength, she was really dumbfounded. So he is the one who is second only to the Golden Prince in the Battle Alliance's team. 100 Worms also frowned, because he felt that the possibility of killing Ling Xiao was even lower. There were originally 3 half-step Divine Physique Echelon experts, but now there were 4 half-step Divine Physique Echelon experts. They had a crushing effect on the Death Spirit Spider. The Death Spirit Spider was obviously on the verge of dying. After the shock, everyone's morale was even higher. After more than 10 minutes, the Death Spirit Spider's legs were completely cut off. Its body was also filled with bloody gullies. Hold on, it won't last much longer. Keep it up. Seeing the Dead Spirit Spider struggling on the verge of death, everyone became more and more excited. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, frowned. The closer it was to the end, the bigger the change. These demonic beasts could easily fight back at the very end. Sword Tiger, come back. All of a sudden, he shouted. Sword Tiger didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. Right at this moment, the Death Spirit Spider actually exploded. Most of the martial artists in the vicinity were injured. Quite a few core fragmentation realm martial artists had died. 100 Worms' 2 centipedes were directly blown to pieces. Fortunately, the centipedes blocked the attack for him. Otherwise, he would be the one injured. However, a cultivator beside him was completely smashed into smithereens. The Dead Spirit Spider was really a terrifying creature. Its counterattack before death was indeed powerful. While everyone was still shocked by the Dead Spirit Spider's counterattack, Ling Xiao had already rushed out. He directly took the Dead Spirit Spider's demonic beast core in his hand. Although the Dead Spirit Spider had many treasures on it, the demonic beast crystal core was the best. The Dead Spirit Black Goat could absorb the Dead Spirit Beast's demonic beast core or demonic beast core. Thus, it could increase Ling Xiao's cultivation. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao threw the demonic beast core into the Dead Spirit Black Goat's shadow behind him. He felt the power in his sea of cultivation increase by 10%. As expected of a half-step Divine Physique Echelon Dead Spirit Beast. The harvest was really good. Bastard, you didn't do anything. What right do you have to take the best thing? 100 Worm was the first to be dissatisfied. Didn't Sword Tiger take action? Moreover, his and Lang Qingqing's contribution points must be first. Is there anything wrong with me taking this thing? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Sword Tiger naturally wouldn't refute him. Lang Qingqing was a warrior of the Heaven Holy Land, so she hated creatures like the Dead Spirit Beast. Thus, she didn't say anything. After all, Ling Xiao had saved her life. She was willing to do him a favor. 100 Worms opened his mouth, looked at Jian Hu and Lang Qingqing, and forcefully swallowed his anger. He had no other choice. Regardless of whether it was Jian Hu or Lang Qingqing, he had no confidence in defeating them. Even if he felt extremely stifled, he could only endure it. Most importantly, what Ling Xiao said was not without reason. Even those neutral martial artists had nothing to say. You guys take your time chatting, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Then, he leaped into the cave. What a bunch of idiots. How could they still have the time to argue about who the Dead Spirit Spider belonged to? The treasures in the cave were the real good stuff. Jianhu and Dong Huangyu immediately followed. Lang Qingqing was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly chased after him. Let's go, we can't let him take the initiative. 100 Bugs was anxious. He didn't care about the other things, but he had to get those 3 treasures and the spider egg. The 5 people from the demon zone of the 9 serenities flashed into the room. Don't bother about that trash. Let's go straight to the 4 best items. 100 Bugs was very clear. Those low-grade treasures, he didn't care about them at all. Even if he didn't take them now, he could take them later. Although there weren't any powerful demonic creatures in the cave, there were still immature dead spirit spiders. There were also some that had reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for those neutral martial artists to snatch the treasures away. In the end, the treasures would still belong to the demon zone of the Nine Serenities. However, everyone, including Lang Qingqing, had obviously underestimated Ling Xiao's speed. Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. In an instant, the shadow of the ancient holy ground covered the entire cave. Ling Xiao only needed to move a few times to get the 4 treasures he wanted. Ha ha ha, everyone, take your time. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao's voice resounded in the void. The shadow of the holy ground disappeared. At the same time, his figure also disappeared. Jianhu, Dong Huangyu, and Lang Qingqing also disappeared together with him. Lang Qingqing was directly taken away. Ling Xiao still had to rely on Lang Qingqing to find the eternal fruit. Although the 4 treasures in the cave were already extremely precious, they couldn't be compared to the eternal fruit. Moreover, what he needed the most now was the eternal fruit. After all, he needed it to save Cold Plum. That place is not bad. Let's go in and rest for a while. I'll also refine some pills while I'm at it. Not long later, Ling Xiao saw the ruins of a building. The surrounding undead demonic beasts seemed to be a little afraid of this building. They were all lingering outside but didn't dare to enter. If he refined pills here, he wouldn't be afraid of being disturbed by the undead demonic beasts. Even the Corpse Ghost King and the others wouldn't be able to enter. Thinking of this, the black smoke rolled. He also brought Lang Qingqing in. Lang Qingqing was dumbfounded from the beginning to the end. Ling Xiao was actually so powerful that he could easily subdue her. What did this mean? It meant that she, the people of the 9 underworlds, and the sea lion were all played by this fellow. Master, there seems to be people inside, and there are quite a few of them. Dong Huangyu suddenly said. Master naturally sensed it. There seems to be a few teams, but this is just right. The majority of the teams naturally know more than us. Let's go and play with them. Ling Xiao chuckled and continued flying over. Lang Qingqing thought to herself. This fellow most probably wants to scam people again. This building looked like the ruins of a coliseum. Although many of the buildings inside had been destroyed, the outer walls were still intact. It was unknown who built it. It shouldn't be the undead race, right? Things built by the undead race wouldn't be guarded against the undead race. Ling Xiao saw with his own eyes that as long as the undead race and undead demonic beasts approached the building, they would be completely destroyed by a burst of lightning. Speak clearly, what exactly happened just now? After landing, Lang Qingqing asked angrily. Nothing, we just relied on our own ability to seize the treasures. This is also what you all agreed to. Is it wrong? Ling Xiao smiled lightly. You. Lang Qingqing wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, Ling Xiao indeed didn't violate the rules in this matter. But no matter how she thought about it, she felt stifled. She, Lang Qingqing, was actually played by Ling Xiao. No matter what, from now on, we will go our separate ways. You go your way, and I will go mine. Lang Qingqing said angrily. How can there be such an easy thing in this world? You said that you would protect me. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, Don't you forget, it was me who saved your life. Do you think you can stop me? Lang Qingqing said. Stopping you is a small matter, but I don't like to force others. Since you don't want to fulfill your promise, then I will let you return to your previous state. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who would be protective of the fairer sex, and Lang Qingqing was not someone to him. Since he saved Lang Qingqing's life, then Lang Qingqing must repay his kindness. This was a fair trade. Lang Qingqing also agreed. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lang Qingqing was furious, but if they fought, she really didn't have the strength to defeat Ling Xiao and the other two. One-sword tiger was enough for her to deal with. Mobile version update website. Lang Qingqing's head drooped as she accepted her fate. Ling Xiao had saved her. This was an indisputable fact. Unless you can get me the eternal fruit, this debt of saving my life will be written off. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Really? Although Lang Qingqing also hoped to get the eternal fruit, this thing was not as useful to her as the other 3 things. Saint-tier cultivation technique, Emperor artifact with 10 dragon patterns, 9 lightning body tempering pill, these 3 things were what she wanted the most. Ling Xiao could see that Lang Qingqing was unhappy. Instead of forcing her to stay by his side, he might as well let her help him find the eternal fruit. If he kept her by his side, she would be a lightning bomb that could explode at any time. If he let her go, she might be an outstanding scout. I will definitely get it for you. Goodbye. Lang Qingqing seemed to be impatient to escape. Following beside Ling Xiao, she felt like a puppet. Are you really letting her go? Dong Huangyu asked. I have already left a trace of divine sense on her. As long as she finds the eternal fruit again, I will know. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Master, you are really cunning. Dong Huangyu smiled. This is not called cunning, this is called wisdom. Ling Xiao smiled and then focused on observing the surrounding situation. With the protection of a powerful formation, the ruins seemed to be very safe. However, the place that looked like a coliseum from the outside was actually very big. It was actually close to a city wall. Other than the coliseum, there was a large number of buildings nearby. It was obvious that a bitter battle had happened here a long time ago. Clearly, the array formation was not damaged, but many of the buildings inside had collapsed. One could see the withered bones that were crushed under the ruins. A scene appeared in Ling Zhao's mind. It was a somewhat cruel scene. It was very likely that this place was once a refuge, but for some reason, people started killing each other. In the end, no one survived. Finally, his gaze landed on the vast field of the Colosseum. There were many people gathered there. With a cursory glance, there were actually 8 teams. It was just that the number of people was not complete. However, there were at least 3 and at most 8. Because they were dressed differently, it was easy to distinguish them, so Ling Xiao recognized them at a glance. The 8 teams were gathered together as if they were looking at something. Ling Xiao's appearance attracted the attention of those people. They all turned their heads. Although Ling Zhao's strength was not good, his reputation was not small. Especially in the battle with Shan Mu in the City of Adventure, where he even punched Wang Quan under the heavens, it left a deep impression on people. These people's gazes were very complicated. Some of them had joy in their eyes, while others had hatred in their eyes. There were also some who were cunning. However, Ling Xiao wasn't worried for the time being. These 8 teams did not kill each other, so it was impossible for them to work together to deal with them. Only 3 people from the Battle Alliance's team came. Golden Prince and Kai-Dai Saintus are not here. Could it be that they are in trouble? Perhaps it's because those 2 aren't here that they have to escape here. This place is a natural refuge. Sigh, who would have thought that the dead spirit race, who had never taken the initiative to attack, would suddenly take the initiative. A few of my companions were killed by the Dream Demon King. My companions were killed by the Abomination King. Mine was the Banshee King. People suddenly brought up sad things again. If it was only the dead spirit race, they might not be afraid. However, there were 13 dead spirit kings, and all of them were at the divine body realm. They couldn't do anything at all. It was already very good that they could escape to this refuge. They looked at the Battle Alliance team, and Ling Xiao was also looking at them. There were a total of 8 teams, and 4 of them were neutral teams. 2 of them obviously hated Ling Xiao very much and suspected that they were martial artists from Yuhua Divine Sect. However, Ling Xiao did not take them seriously. These 2 teams had gathered 8 people. The strongest among them was the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Ling Xiao did not even care about half-step divine body realm martial artists, let alone these people. The other 4 teams came from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. 5 from the Thunder Astral Realm, 6 from the Tempest Astral Realm, and 4 from the Raging Astral Realm. There was a half-step divine body realm martial artist in each of these astral realms. However, in terms of strength, they were not as strong as Lang Qingqing. They were similar to the jellyfish Tianhua that Ling Xiao killed. Of course, this was only on the surface, and did not include Dharma treasures. Dharma treasures were very subversive. If a weak person had a powerful treasure in his hands, his strength could increase abruptly. The last team was from the Golden Heavens. There were also 8 people from the Golden Heavens. Bai Fan and Hei Feng, whom Ling Xiao knew, were in the team. There was another divine body realm martial artist whose name he did not know. Among these 8 people, other than Bai Fan and Hei Feng, the rest treated Ling Xiao quite well. After all, they were all martial artists from the Golden Heavens. They might even need Ling Xiao's help at a crucial moment. Bai Fan wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he was stopped by He Feng. Forget it. I told you not to start a conflict here. Moreover, you don't have a huge feud with him. It's just a small conflict. He Feng reminded him. Bai Fan clenched his teeth, looked at Jianhu, and gave up in the end. If he really wanted to fight, it could only be 1 against 3. The others would not help. Ling Xiao took the initiative to greet the martial artists from the Golden Heavens. After all, they were a family. He still had to have an attitude. After exchanging some pleasantries, Ling Xiao started to observe the martial artists from the other 3 realms. Thunder Astral Realm. Just as he imagined, everyone's body was blue. Their bodies were wrapped in strange lightning. Especially one of them whose cultivation had reached the half-step divine body realm. There was actually a lightning halo behind his head. He seemed to be quite strong. The martial artists from the Tempest Astral Realm were all wrapped in thick clothes, only revealing a pair of eyes. But standing there, one could still feel a biting cold gust of true essence. The half-step divine body realm martial artist was a woman. Unfortunately, one could not see her face clearly. There were only 4 people from the Inferno Astral Realm gathered together. In contrast to the Thunder Astral Realm, everyone's skin was crimson red. Just by standing there, one could feel a burning sensation coming from them. The hair of the martial artists from the Inferno Astral Realm was also crimson red. The half-step divine body realm martial artist who led the group was also very strong. The other 3 were 9th level Shattered Core Realm experts. There were rumors that other than the first-ranked Eternal Emperor region and the second-ranked Heaven's Sanctuary, the third-ranked Heaven's Sanctuary had never been recognized. Everyone was fighting for it. Some said it was the Savage Beast region, some said it was the Golden Heavens, and some said it was the Inferno Astral Realm. However, no matter what, being able to be ranked here already proved their strength. The overall strength of the Inferno Astral Realm was probably not weaker than the Golden Heavens or the Savage Beast region. Due to the difference in numbers, the Golden Heavens with 8 people was definitely the strongest at the moment. If Ling Xiao was included, it would be 9 people. You must be the famous Ling Xiao. Nice to meet you. At this moment, a person walked out of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary and smiled at Ling Xiao. This person was the strongest person in the Raging Flame Astral Boundary. As for whether he was the leader or not, no one knew. After all, there were 10 people in the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, and these were only 4 of them. I'm not that famous. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be so courteous. That person was stunned for a moment, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. However, it instantly turned into a smiling face. Good, Brother Ling is indeed a straightforward person. I'm Gu Yan, your Battle Alliance team is the last team to enter the sanctuary. Since everyone is here to seek refuge, you need to follow the rules we set. You can't kill each other. Kill each other? Ling Xiao said indifferently, if others don't touch me, I won't. I'm not interested in following your rules. You treat this place as a sanctuary, but I treat it as a place to rest. Go do whatever you need to do. In fact, there was no need for the so-called rules to exist because they were meaningless. If someone wanted to kill someone, the rules of no agreements could not stop them at all. The rules were only made for honest people. If they could not be fair and restrict everyone, it would be a joke. Ling Xiao thought of himself as an honest person. At the very least, he would not break the rules easily. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't enter this circle of rules and create trouble for himself for no reason. After speaking, he turned around with Jianhu and Dong Huangyu, ready to wander around the ruins. Since this was a sanctuary, it was very likely that there were many treasures left behind. Of course, it was just a possibility. After all, many martial artists had searched the world of souls. Even if there were treasures, they would have been taken away. He just wanted to try his luck. After all, his Tai Chi had an incomparable advantage. Stop. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Following that, 2 groups of 16 people from Yuhua Divine Religion surrounded Ling Xiao's group of 3. Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame us. The martial artist from Yuhua Divine Sect sneered. Their mission in the world of souls was to kill Ling Xiao. It did not matter if they could not get any treasures. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, they would be rewarded by the sect leader. With just you? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. Jianhu, can you do it alone? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. Jianhu grinned. He didn't even bother to greet them and directly charged into the crowd. Although the 16 people from Yuhua Immortal Religion were not too weak, they were still quite strong. However, in front of the half-step divine physique echelon sword tiger, he was just like a helpless lamb. He had no power to resist at all. It was only for a moment. 18 corpses lay on the ground. Ling Xiao absorbed all the vital essence of these corpses. He felt that the energy in his cultivation C had increased by another 10%. How? Gu Yan frowned. Of course, it wasn't because Sword Tiger killed people, but because of Sword Tiger's strength. He was actually able to make him feel apprehensive. So what? I've said it before. You guys better not provoke me. Otherwise, I only have one rule. Whoever provokes me, I'll kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yan with disdain. Don't think that I don't know what you guys are thinking. Since I've accepted your rules, I have to do things for you. Haha. Nice thinking. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Ling Xiao, aren't you a little too arrogant? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson today. Otherwise, you'll become more and more arrogant. Bai Fan said. He felt that this might be an opportunity. Now, the 3 from Battle Alliance had offended the other teams. If he made a move, he would be helping everyone vent their anger. Presumably, no one would stop him. In fact, there might even be people who would help him. My master doesn't need to do anything to deal with you. Dong Huangyu stood out and said indifferently. I'm enough to deal with a third-rate trash like you. Little girl, you'll lose your life if you talk nonsense. Bai Fan sneered. Gigolo, you'll lose your life if you talk nonsense. Dong Huangyu said with a smile. You're courting death. Bai Fan was annoyed. He directly attacked Dong Huangyu. Bai Fan's strength wasn't weak. He and Black Peak were blood brothers. Their surname was Liu. However, they felt that their surname was embarrassing and removed it. Their martial spirits were Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. Both of them were extremely terrifying. If they were alone, Black Peak's strength could be ranked in the top 10 in Golden City. But if the two of them worked together, they would be ranked in the top 5. This was why they were so terrifying. Bai Fan didn't show any mercy when he attacked Dong Huangyu. He directly released his White Impermanence martial spirit. A cold wind condensed in the air. A long chain shot out from his hands. The front end of the chain was a hammer. The hammer directly smashed towards Dong Huangyu's head. That little girl is dead for sure. Black Peak sneered. He could see that Dong Huangyu was only at the first level of the Shattered Core Realm. She actually dared to fight with Bai Fan. She was really courting death. If Jianhu attacked, they would have a headache and wouldn't know how to deal with her. But since this little girl was courting death, she couldn't blame anyone else. However, he found it strange that Jianhu didn't have any intention of attacking. Did he really think that this little girl was Bai Fan's match? On the other side, Gu Yan from the Raging Flame Astral Boundary sneered. There was no need for him to instigate and someone was already standing up for him. Hee, there were really many idiots in this world. When that little girl was killed, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to survive either. What could Jianhu do by himself? However, at the next moment, they all revealed a look of shock. Bai Fan's soul-chasing hammer stopped 3 meters away from Dong Huangyu. It collided with a light wall. It was difficult to advance even an inch. 9 Revolution Gourd. Bai Fan revealed a look of shock. Ling Xiao, you're actually willing to give a treasure like the 9 Revolution Gourd to someone else. You're really a fool. That's an Emperor artifact with 2 dragon patterns. An Emperor artifact with 2 dragon patterns. Hearing this, almost everyone looked at Dong Huangyu. They revealed a look of greed. No wonder this little girl dared to fight with Bai Fan. She actually had such a treasure on her. This 9 Revolution Gourd belongs to senior brother Huang Jinlan. Today, I'm going to take it back. Bai Fan snorted coldly and attacked again. In his opinion, a weak person wouldn't be able to unleash much power even if they had the 9 revolution gourd. Moreover, the soul-chasing chain in his hand was also an emperor artifact with 1 dragon pattern. Even if it wasn't as good as the 9 revolution gourd, it was more convenient to use. He didn't believe that he couldn't win. The others also thought so. They all felt that the 9 revolution gourd would be Bai Fan's. Bai Fan thought that Dong Huangyu was only able to block his attack because of the 9 revolutions gourd. Hence, he didn't think much of it. Little girl, Ling Xiao is so nice to you. He must be your lover. Messing around with his disciple, Ling Xiao is really not a good person. Moreover, you are so pretty. It's a pity for you to be with trash like Ling Xiao. Why don't you be with me? Bai Fan laughed. He didn't care about Dong Huangyu and Ling Xiao at all. However, at the next moment, he suddenly screamed. In Dong Huangyu's heart, Ling Xiao was definitely a supreme existence. He was even more important than her parents. How could she not be angry when someone dared to insult Ling Xiao? The 9 revolutions gourd released a sword light and directly decapitated Bai Fan. To be honest, Bai Fan was only at the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. He could fight against ordinary half-step divine physique realm cultivators with some tricks. However, he was nothing in front of Dong Huangyu. Bai Fan's head spun on the ground. It gave Heifeng a scare. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even though Dong Huangyu had an emperor artifact with 2 dragon patterns, she was still a terrifying existence to be able to decapitate Bai Fan in 1 move. Dong Huangyu looked at Bai Fan coldly and said, I will spare your life for my master's sake. If you weren't from the Golden Gold domain, you would have died from that attack. Bai Fan was seriously injured now. It was impossible for him to counterattack. Hence, Dong Huangyu was very calm. However, Heifeng wasn't calm anymore. You decapitated my brother. How can I let you do that? Kill. It was almost the same soul-chasing chain. However, the head of Heifeng's chain was a sharp blade. It wasn't a hammer. The sharp soul-chasing chain seemed to have come from hell and aimed at Dong Huangyu's throat. Heifeng was the same as Bai Fan. He wanted Dong Huangyu's life the moment he attacked. This time, even the 9 revolutions gourd won't be able to save her. Gu Yan sneered in his heart. That's right. Bai Fan is only at the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm while Heifeng is at the half-step divine physique realm. The disparity was huge, so naturally, the disparity in their attacks was also huge. Prince Jin is not here. That Ling Xiao is too arrogant. Someone at the side echoed. However, right at this moment, an afterimage actually dashed out, directly sending Black Peak's soul-chasing chain flying. 2 big men bullying a little girl, aren't you ashamed? The one who attacked was Sword Tiger. Jianhu, you're from the Savage Beast region. Don't get involved in my Golden Sky region's matters. Black Peak frowned. You're wrong. You're attacking a member of our battle alliance. Jianhu sneered. Stubborn dog, do you really think that I, Black Peak, am afraid of you? Black Peak was annoyed. He raised his hand and the black impermanence behind him released dozens of soul-chasing chains. They surrounded the Sword Tiger. You're just a 9th level Shattered Core martial artist. Do you really think you're so great? Facing Black Peak's attack, Sword Tiger's eyes flashed with a sharp red light. Suddenly, his entire body was enveloped in the shadow of a huge tiger. The claws tore through the void. Those dozens of soul-chasing chains broke inch by inch. Who told you that I'm a 9th level Shattered Core martial artist? Sword Tiger laughed in disdain. Black Peak, you're no longer my match now. Beast Fong Fist, Tiger. As he spoke, he dashed out and already pounced towards Black Peak. Black Peak was too shocked. So he was stunned for a moment. This momentary daze could be fatal. In a battle between experts, daring to be stunned was really courting death. Have mercy. The captain of the Golden Sky region attacked. This person was dressed in silver armor and had a rather handsome appearance. He held a long spear in his hand and released the Spear King martial soul behind him. This Spear King was a great spear user in the history of the Golden Sky region. The Spear King passed down in the Golden City started from him. It could be said that he was the first-generation Spear King. It was unknown how powerful his strength was now. But to be able to inherit his martial soul, this person was definitely a direct blood relative of the Spear King. His name was Bai Yinzilong. Silver Dragon's strength and status were higher than Patriarch Crimson Flame. Among the younger generation of the Golden City, he could probably be ranked in the top 5. This time, he was able to lead the martial artists of the Golden Sky region into the world of dead souls because he was strong enough. A mere Black Peak was simply as laughable as a child in front of him. Although they were both half-step divine body realms, the gap between them was huge. Ling Xiao had heard Xiao Jin introduce this silver dragon before. Xiao Jin had investigated all the information about these experts. So it was very clear. What the silver dragon cultivated was their ancestral supreme spear technique, the silver dragon spear technique. The name didn't sound that flashy. But this silver dragon spear technique was very likely a saint-level martial technique. In addition, this guy definitely had a lot of powerful monarch weapons on him. Perhaps he also had a secret divine ability. To judge a person's strength, one really couldn't simply judge their surface strength. Otherwise, one would definitely be at a disadvantage. There were as many as billions of disciples in the Golden Sky region. Like Huang Jinlan, the silver dragon was a genius standing at the top. Although their strength might not be the top, their talent definitely was. Such a person's will must be very firm. At this moment, the silver dragon made his move and blocked Jianhu. He didn't use a spear, but his arm was like a long spear. He forced Jianhu to retreat more than 10 steps and spit out blood. They were both half-step divine body realms, but the gap between them was so huge. Looks like I have to re-evaluate Lang Qingqing's strength. Even though the silver dragon isn't as strong as Lang Qingqing, he's still so terrifying. If Lang Qingqing really goes berserk, I'm afraid Jianhu won't be able to stop her. Ling Xiao looked at the silver dragon, but he was thinking about another person. Of course, these geniuses didn't have a fixed strength. If they performed well, the silver dragon could also kill Lang Qingqing. The so-called strength was just an estimation. Senior Silver Dragon, what do you mean? Ling Xiao held Jianhu, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Nothing, I just don't want to make things difficult for you. The silver dragon said indifferently, you have to go to the Golden City in the end. If Jianhu kills He Feng, this debt will still be on your head. He Feng and Baifan's master isn't someone easy to deal with. He won't let you off. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Silver Dragon. But what if I insist on killing them? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. If Jianhu wasn't injured, he might not have made a move. But now, he had to get back at them for Jianhu. Then I can only stop you. The Silver Dragon said indifferently, after all, I'm the captain of the Golden Sky region's team. Although I haven't found the other two, I have to be responsible for my team members. What a strong sense of responsibility. Unfortunately, I'm also the captain of the Battle Alliance's team. You should pay the price for injuring my team members. Ling Xiao sneered. He had always been a person who did things his own way, and he was never afraid of offending others. You want to fight with me? Bai Yinzilong was surprised. In his impression, Ling Xiao should be the weakest person in the Battle Alliance's team. Was he looking down on him or was he looking for death? However, seeing that Jianhu and Dong Huangyu did not stop Ling Xiao, Bai Yinzilong seemed to realize something. This person might not be easy to deal with, but he didn't look that strong on the surface. You're right. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I want to fight with you to seek justice for Jianhu. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, we're both disciples of the Golden Celestial region. I'll give you some face. Interesting. Bai Yinzilong sneered. His strength was definitely in the top 5 in the Golden Palace. Now, a martial artist who had yet to enter the Golden City wanted to challenge him. This was really very interesting. I accept your challenge. If I'm injured in the battle, I won't hold a grudge. As Bai Yinzilong spoke, his body emitted silver light and a martial soul appeared behind him. It was a martial artist in silver armor who held a long spear. He stood there, looking awe-inspiring. At that moment, he was like a peerless long spear that could poke a hole in the heavens and earth. The violent spear intent swept across the area. The surrounding cultivators all moved aside, leaving the battlefield within a 1-kilometer radius to Ling Xiao and Bai Yinzilong. What is Ling Xiao thinking? Why is he provoking Bai Yinzilong? The martial artists of the Raging Flame Astral region were confused. He's just an arrogant guy. Let's just watch the show. Although Gu Yan said so, he was not relaxed at all. Facing Bai Yinzilong's powerful aura, he had to step back. However, Ling Xiao stood 10 meters away from Bai Yinzilong and had no intention to step back. Ling Xiao entered the Black Goat Necromancer Beast Soul Transformation state, a ferocious form. His terrifying aura made him extremely frightening at this moment. No one dared to look down on him anymore. When they looked at him, they revealed a look of fear. How can this guy's aura be so terrifying? He's only at the first level of the Shattered Core realm. It's incomprehensible. The most shocked person was still Bai Fan. His head was now back on his head, but his body was still weak. Seeing Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he only had one thought, and that was that he was glad that he had not fought with Ling Xiao before. Dong Huangyu only chopped off his head. But if it was Ling Xiao instead, his head would most probably have already been chopped off. It was his life. After all, Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He even dared to challenge the Silver Dragon. Wouldn't killing him be as easy as flipping one's hand? Don't worry. If we join forces, we can still defeat him. Moreover, he can't possibly be a match for senior brother Silver. Black Peak said. I hope so. Bai Fan smiled bitterly. Offending a terrifying person was a very depressing thing. Fight. Suddenly, the two of them charged forward. They crashed into each other crazily. For a time, the entire ground cracked rapidly. The martial artists were horrified to discover that the distance they had retreated was far from enough. The destructive power of the battle between these two fellows was simply too shocking. A black silhouette and a white silhouette. They kept colliding in the sky and on the ground. Every time they collided, it would inevitably cause the space to distort and collapse. At the beginning, the two of them were testing each other's trump cards, so they did not use their killing moves. At the moment, they should be evenly matched. The Silver Dragon's physical strength was much weaker than Ling Xiao's, but his spear technique was exquisite, so Ling Xiao could not really touch him every time. Basically, he was competing with the long spear. The Silver Dragon spear technique was a real saint-level martial arts technique. Ling Xiao could barely compete with him with the divine demon black tortoise body with 5 dragon patterns. During the battle, Ling Xiao found something interesting. Although the space was constantly being distorted and torn apart, the buildings in the shelter were very sturdy. No matter how terrifying the impact kept crashing, they did not move at all. How sturdy must they be, but such a sturdy place actually had a lot of ruins. It could be seen how powerful the martial artists in the shelter were. It was definitely not something that Ling Xiao and the rest could compare to. Perhaps, they were the experts of the Eternal Desert. Ling Xiao, your strength really makes me look at you differently. With the cultivation of the first stage of the Shattered Core realm, you can actually unleash the combat power of a half-step divine body realm expert. Your talent is enviable and enviable. Actually, the Golden City should have taken you in long ago, but I'm afraid it's too late now. Other than martial artists of the King realm and above, I'm afraid no one is qualified to guide you. The Silver Dragon became more and more shocked as the battle went on. No matter how sharp his spear technique was, he could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. This was simply unimaginable. One should know that his Silver Dragon spear technique had already caused many half-step divine body realm martial artists to suffer. Otherwise, Gu Yan and the rest would not be afraid of him. You're not simple either. The Spear King martial soul is really powerful. No wonder you're one of the top 5 experts in the Golden City. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Bai Fan and Hei Feng's faces turned even uglier. Ling Xiao was fighting with the Silver Dragon, and he could still laugh. Could it be that this guy had not unleashed his full strength yet? Be careful. Take this, Spear King Resurrection. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon's spear trembled as he finally unleashed his strongest ultimate technique. When this technique was unleashed, it was as if the Spear King had been resurrected. The huge figure held the spear shadow and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. Before the spear arrived, the terrifying spear energy had already caused Ling Xiao to feel pain. Even his clothes were pierced through. Good spear technique. Unfortunately, it's useless against me, void-shattering finger. Ling Xiao pointed his finger. The current void-shattering finger already had the power of a first-level Sacred Realm cultivation technique. Void-shattering finger was originally a magical martial technique. Its power would continuously increase as Ling Xiao's strength increased. Boom, the finger energy and spear energy clashed in the air. Then, it exploded. Once again, the two of them were evenly matched. Terrifying. That guy's finger is so powerful that it's suffocating. Du Yan's body was fighting. It was really unimaginable. If that finger had hit him, what would the result be? It's time to end this. Up until now, he had fought with the Silver Dragon for close to 100 rounds. Ling Xiao was completely aware of this guy's strength. The Silver Dragon's strength was only slightly weaker than Xiao Jin's. If he performed well, it was not impossible to defeat Xiao Jin. If Xiao Jin wanted to win against him, he would have to use all of his strength to do so. As for Jianhu and Dong Huanyu, they were not even close. The Silver Dragon could defeat both of them in one move. The gap was really a little too big. Hearing Ling Xiao say that it was over, the Silver Dragon was still a little puzzled. However, at the next moment, the Black Lotus treasure light appeared. A demonic Buddha appeared out of thin air. Above Ling Xiao's head, he clasped his hands together and chanted. Hearing that voice, the Silver Dragon immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was a little pale. He lost. The Silver Dragon looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. The reason why the White Silver Sun Dragon was shocked was because of this. Not because of this result, but because of Ling Xiao's strength. Actually, he realized during the battle that Ling Xiao didn't use all his strength. Although he also held back. But a loss was a loss. There was nothing to say about it. I didn't expect to lose. Junior brother Ling's strength is really admirable. Looks like I've been too arrogant all these years. I don't know that there's always someone better than me. What I see is only a small part of the sky. The White Silver Sun Dragon didn't get angry because of his injury or failure. On the contrary, he thanked Ling Xiao for letting him see the sky that he couldn't see. Maybe it was an illusion, but Ling Xiao actually felt that the White Silver Sun Dragon was closer to the divine body realm in that instant. His entire aura seemed to have undergone a huge change. Senior brother is indeed one of the top 5 in the City of Gold. No, from the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem for you to be in the top 3. And you can break through to the divine body realm at any time, right? Ling Xiao also said with a smile. The White Silver Sun Dragon nodded and didn't hide it, because this battle gave him an epiphany. His cultivation breakthrough was already a matter of course. The only thing he lacked was maturity. Junior brother Ling, don't trust anyone easily, especially in a place like this. Everyone wants to get treasures, so the fewer people there are, the higher the chances of getting treasures. Do you understand? After saying that, the White Silver Sun Dragon left with the people from the Gold Skies region. No matter how displeased by Fan and Black Peak were, they could only hold it in. After witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and the White Silver Sun Dragon, if Bai Fan went to look for trouble with Ling Xiao again, he would be courting death. The White Silver Sun Dragon seemed to want to leave the shelter. Ling Xiao also reminded, the Corpse Ghost King is nearby. Everyone, be careful. He felt that the White Silver Sun Dragon was a good person, so he just reminded them. Thank you. At the same time, the Gold Skies region team had already disappeared at the end of the ruins. Brother Ling, how was it? Sword Tiger looked at Ling Xiao and asked. This White Silver Sun Dragon is indeed very strong. I basically done my best. Moreover, his current strength was even more terrifying. He had probably reached the level of Yu Chen, Zi Lin, and Little Gold. Even Lang Qingqing might not be able to compare to him. Ling Xiao knew what Jianhu was asking, so he answered with a smile. Basically, he had already given it his all. He didn't even use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, the Cosmic Light Godly Fist, or the Black Lotus Demon Master. He was still far from using his full strength. Let's go. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the others. He believed that the strength displayed by the three of them was enough to intimidate these people. As expected, when they left this time, no one dared to stop them. He found a secluded place. Ling Xiao began to refine the spider egg into a pill. After consuming such a pill, one would no longer be affected by the dead spirit qi during the battle with the dead spirit creatures. The effect was too great. Therefore, this thing was naturally the key. During the process of him concocting pills, Dong Huangyu and Jianhu were patrolling nearby. It wasn't just for the sake of the local martial artists. More importantly, it was for the local undead spirit race. The Corpse King from before was still a problem. Besides, only the Shadow King had died out of the 13 undead spirit kings. The rest were still alive. They were all potential dangers. He had to be careful. About an hour later, the pills were successfully concocted. There were a total of 50 pills. Ling Xiao gave Jianhu and Dong Huangyu one each and kept the rest in his storage ring. He didn't need this thing. Not only was the dead spirit qi not a threat to him, but it was also a kind of help that could help him achieve a breakthrough in his strength. After using up the spider egg, Ling Xiao began to use the frost dragon grass. As he had the frost divine dragon beast soul, he also had ice-type true origin in his body. Not only could the frost dragon grass increase his cultivation, but it could also temper his body. It increased the level of the frost divine dragon beast soul. Another 10 minutes passed. Ling Xiao's body released a strange cold aura. The energy in his cultivation increased by 20%, reaching 40%. His physical strength also increased, but it hadn't broken through yet. However, the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul had already advanced from the first level of the Divine Body Realm to the second level of the Divine Body Realm. In other words, when he used the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul's special skill, its power was almost equivalent to a second-level Divine Body Realm attack. This would greatly increase Ling Xiao's combat power. As for the other treasure, the demonic hurricane flower, he used it on the Black Lotus Demon Venerable. Although it didn't help the Black Lotus Demon Venerable break through, it did increase his strength greatly. His combat power was already at the top of the first level of the Divine Body Realm. As for the Nine Tails Longevity Grass, Ling Xiao kept it for the time being. He also cultivated it in the Mountain River world to see if he could cultivate a second pearl. He didn't need it for the time being anyway. He still had a long lifespan. Adding up his 2 lives, he was only 30 years old. With a lifespan of 300 years, he was probably still a baby. Ah! Right at this moment, a shrill scream was suddenly heard. Ling Xiao stood up abruptly and looked in the direction of the scream. It was the bestial battle arena from before. "What should we do, master?" Dong Huangyu asked. "Let's go and take a look." Ling Xiao wasn't a busybody, but he didn't like the unknown. He had to figure out why the scream was heard. The 3 of them hurried over. They arrived at the bestial battle arena. What's that? There weren't any corpses in the bestial battle arena. Instead, there was a sculpture in the middle of the bestial battle arena. The sculpture seemed to have come from underground. The ground below was cracked. The sculpture was in the shape of a human. It had a terrified expression. It seemed to be asking for help. Its facial expression was so lifelike as if it was real. "This can't be a real person, right?" Dong Huangyu frowned and reached out her hand. However, it felt more like a stone. "It's not a real person. This place is really strange. Do you guys think there might be treasures below?" Jianhu asked with a smile. "I don't think so. Many martial artists have already come to this shelter, but they didn't find anything. The probability of a treasure appearing is very low." Dong Huangyu said. "Master, what do you think?" She turned her head and looked at Ling Xiao. However, she discovered that Ling Xiao's expression was very ugly. "There's something underground." Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Dong Huangyu and Jianhu. "Be careful." "What?" The 2 of them were so frightened that they shivered. No wonder there were screams. No wonder there were no corpses. Most probably, the corpses were dragged underground. At this moment, a group of martial artists just happened to walk over. It was a group of neutral martial artists. "Don't come over!" Ling Xiao shouted. Those people were stunned for a moment. The leader smiled and said, "Did you guys discover a treasure? Don't take it all for yourself." Although they knew of Ling Xiao's strength, the temptation of a treasure was too great. Even if they lost their lives, they wanted to get it. Idiots. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense. He had already warned them, but they didn't listen. There was nothing he could do about it. In an instant, he put Jianhu and Dong Huangyu into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Then, he vigilantly observed the ground. He released cold air from his feet and froze the ground. This way, he might be able to prevent the monster underground from attacking. Pung! Suddenly, a huge vine stretched out from the ground and pierced through a cultivator's body. That cultivator's essence was instantly sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. F***ck, this is the legendary monster that can suck essence, right? Before Ling Xiao entered the world of souls, he had heard that there was a type of vine that could suck essence. He didn't expect to see it here. He observed the ground with his Tai Chi eye. This monster was extremely huge. Most likely, everything within a 1-mile radius was under its control. The core was actually a baby-like thing. The person in charge was livid, and his eyes were fierce. All the vines were released from his body. "Oh no, it's the demonic infant king," Jianhu hurriedly said when he heard Ling Xiao describe the monster's appearance. "This demonic infant king is much stronger than the Shadow King. Brother Ling, you have to be careful." Ling Xiao nodded. Although the demonic infant king was very strong, it probably wasn't stronger than the first level of the divine physique echelon. If he released the Black Lotus Demon Lord, he still had a chance of winning. At the very least, he wouldn't lose. This made him feel slightly relieved. However, the 8 people in the other team weren't so lucky. They let out terrified screams. Just now, they didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. However, when their companions died in front of them, they had no choice but to admit it. Although it was their first time entering the world of souls, they had seen many introductions about the world of souls. The 13 Death Spirit Kings were especially described. Without a doubt, this was the demonic infant king. "Run, run quickly!" They screamed and ran away. However, they found that their legs were entangled by the vines. They couldn't break free at all. "Save me!" They hoped that Ling Xiao could save them. However, Ling Xiao was already struggling to protect himself. How could he dare to make a move? Besides, they had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. This mournful scream pierced through the silent sky. Logically speaking, the team that heard this sound should have quickly fled. But he didn't. Sometimes, people's curiosity was irresistible. The other teams were also heading towards them at lightning speed. They wanted to know the reason for the continuous screams. Ling Xiao watched the tragedy unfold before his eyes. The 8 of them were writhing and screaming in agony. Eventually, the voice faded away. All of them had turned into dried corpses. Under this situation, even a divine core warrior would be useless, his dantian would be completely sucked dry. After killing the 8 people, the demonic infant king finally tried to attack Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao released the Black Lotus Demon Lord. Black Lotus Demon Venerable was one of his corporeal bodies. Naturally, it would not be snatched away like the 9 Underworld Great Devil King. The endless demonic fists slammed down, causing the ground to shatter. Many of the monster's vines were broken as well. The demonic infant king let out a miserable scream, then stopped moving. Of course, it wasn't dead. It was just afraid of the Black Lotus Demon Lord, so it stayed underground and refused to come out. No one knew what it was plotting. Ling Xiao looked down, the demonic infant king had disappeared. He estimated that they were about a mile away. With Ling Xiao's current vision, he could only see 1 mile away. He couldn't see anything further than that. Someone is coming. The Black Lotus Demon Lord sensed someone's aura. Ling Xiao quickly recalled it back, then he released Dong Huangyu and Jianhu. He had a feeling that the demonic infant king's ghostly smile before it left was a trap. So terrifying, Master, this demonic infant king is even more terrifying than the Shadow King. I'm afraid all the warriors who entered the world of death this time, unless they can break through their shackles and reach the divine physique realm, they will all die. Dong Huangyu was terrified. It was a terrifying way to die. If her master wasn't here, she really didn't know what she would do. Jinhu also revealed a bitter smile, then he started to worry about Little Gold. I wonder how young Master Gold is doing. Don't worry, Little Gold is fine. Although Ling Xiao didn't know where Xiao Jin was at this moment, he still had that kind of connection between brothers. At the very least, he could sense whether Little Gold was in danger or not. Just then, 4 teams appeared in front of them. The Thunder Astral Realm, the Inferno Astral Realm, the Tempest Astral Realm, and a neutral team had all arrived. At this moment, the corpses on the ground had already disappeared, leaving only a few pieces of clothes. One could imagine what had happened just now. Everyone immediately looked at Ling Xiao and the other two. With the strength that Ling Xiao and the other two had displayed, they definitely had the ability to kill without restraint here. Therefore, they suspected that the Battle Alliance team had killed the neutral team. Anyway, this wasn't the first time that Ling Xiao had done something like this. They didn't know where the Golden Firmament team was. Did they go out, or were they still wandering around in the sanctuary? However, they still didn't appear. Or maybe, the Silver Dragon was a very calm person and realized that there would be danger, so he didn't let his team show up. Did you kill them? Gu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted as he asked coldly. Do you still need to ask? There are only 3 of them here. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Before Ling Xiao could answer, another warrior from the Inferno Astral Realm insisted. No wonder they refuse to follow our rules. It seems that they want to defeat us one by one. The one who spoke was still from the Inferno Astral Realm. Everyone, listen up. If we don't join forces to kill these 3 people now, I'm afraid we'll all die. I'm afraid none of you are as strong as the 3 of them, right? The one who spoke was still Gu Yan. This guy was obviously instigating everyone. However, under such circumstances, the people from the Thunder Astral Realm and the Tempest Astral Realm were also a little tempted. They thought that they were no match for the Battle Alliance team alone. If they were really targeted by the Battle Alliance, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they also wanted to join forces. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yan's clumsy performance with sarcasm. He said coldly, I'll only say this once. We didn't kill them. If you really want to target us, come on then. I guarantee that you'll die more miserably than them. You're still so arrogant after killing them. The warriors from the Inferno Astral Realm hooted. In fact, it didn't matter whether these people were killed by Ling Xiao or not. The purpose of Gu Yan and the Inferno Astral Realm was to isolate the Battle Alliance team and then join forces to destroy them. This was better for them. Brother Ling, what happened? Can you tell us? The half-step Divine Body Realm warrior from the Thunder Astral Realm cupped his hands and asked. He didn't spend much time with Ling Xiao. However, he knew Ling Xiao's character. If he really killed them, he would definitely admit it. Because Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who was afraid of trouble at all. All of you. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Ling Xiao reminded them, there's a monster underground. It's probably one of the 13 Death Spirit Kings, the demonic infant king. His vines can penetrate human bodies and absorb their essence. The range is about 1 mile. You'd better watch your step, or it'll be troublesome. Thank you. The warriors from the Thunder Astral World were shocked and quickly left. They had heard about the 13 Death Spirit Kings. They knew what the demonic infant king looked like. When Ling Xiao said it out loud, they basically believed him. Moreover, it was better to believe it than not to believe it. They'd better find a place to hide for a while. Fortunately, there were many buildings in the sanctuary and the ground was solid. The demonic infant king shouldn't be able to penetrate it. Since the Thunder Astral Plane has left, let's leave as well. If it is the real demonic infant king, then let's go. If we stay here, the demonic infant king's target will be clearer. That's right. It's better to hide for a while. A monster that they hadn't seen was nearby. It could appear and kill them at any time. Anyone would have panicked if they were in his shoes. They might even be creeped out. Let's go too. Gu Yan saw that something was wrong. It was almost impossible for them to join forces to deal with the Battle Alliance. They could only leave first. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive if they were alone. The 3 teams from the 4 territories and 9 worlds had left. The neutral team didn't dare to stay any longer. However, they left with the warriors from the Raging Flame Astral World. It seemed that they were fooled by the other party. They didn't know how they would be played to death. Do you really believe what Xianxia said? Gu Yan asked as the 4 teams regrouped. I don't think he's lying. Anyway, the Thunder Astral World doesn't want to be enemies with the Battle Alliance. Moreover, the sanctuary isn't safe anymore. We're going to find a way out. After that, the leader of the Thunder Astral World left with the other warriors. Lei Fei really doesn't know what's good for him. Gu Yan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. It wasn't a good idea to be enemies right now, even though he really wanted to kill the Battle Alliance's team. However, that was only because Ling Xiao didn't give them any face. In addition, Ling Xiao and the others had displayed their combat prowess. It would definitely affect the competition for the treasures later on. It would be best if he could kill him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't force it. After all, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. Gu Yan, tell us what to do. We'll listen to you. The martial artists from the Tempest Astral Plane and another neutral team said. Right now, we're not sure if Ling Xiao is telling the truth, so let's hide first. Let's see if there really is a demonic infant king. This is a matter of life and death. Don't be careless. Diane pondered for a moment before replying. All right. Everyone agreed. Then it's decided, we'll stay together. On the other side, Ling Xiao froze the ground nearby and began to study the sculpture. He originally thought that the sculpture was created by the demonic infant king. However, when the demonic infant king left, the statue was not taken away. The most interesting thing was that the sculpture contained a trace of the beast god's aura. Could it be the sun god or Yoshin's guidance? Ling Xiao felt a little strange. Hence, he sat down near the sculpture and prepared to sense the aura of the sculpture. As his soul power came into contact with the sculpture, then, something amazing happened. In the void, a huge rooster appeared. The rooster stood in the sky. It was extremely majestic. There was a long object under its feet. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a flood dragon. Although the flood dragon wasn't a divine dragon, it still had the bloodline of a dragon. It was pressed to the ground by the rooster. In a few bites, it was pecked into several pieces and was eaten. This is... Ling Xiao sensed that there was a drop of Yoshin's blood in the sculpture. He closed his eyes and began to focus on his cultivation. This thing could definitely raise his level by another level. As for how the sculpture appeared, Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out. Hence, he didn't think too much about it. No matter how it appeared, the blood of Yushin was real. On the other side, something terrifying happened in the Raging Flame Astral Plane. At a certain moment, someone came. Ling Xiao, why is it you? Gu Yan and the others sensed the existence of this person and instantly became nervous. However, that Ling Xiao grinned and suddenly attacked. He killed a member of the neutral team. Then, he turned around and fled. Damn it, what demonic infant king? It's all a lie. He's the one who attacked, chase. Everyone was burning with anger and chased after Ling Xiao. At the same time, the Thunder Astral Planes team encountered the same thing. One of their teammates was killed. The one who attacked was Jianhu. When they arrived at the bestial battle arena, Ling Xiao had just finished his cultivation. The sculpture cracked and dried up. It gave Ling Xiao unbelievable strength. The energy in his cultivation increased to 100%. He only needed an opportunity to break through. His physical body's strength had increased to a terrifying 6 dragon marks. The undying bird-beast soul on the Yushin divine throne had also reached the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. Looking at the group of people chasing after him aggressively, Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. What happened? He asked. You're still pretending. You just killed a member of our team. This is something we all saw. People from the Tempest Astral Plane and the Raging Flame Astral Plane are all here. The neutral team's martial artist shouted angrily. What? Ling Xiao was also stunned. He had been cultivating here and didn't leave at all. How could he have killed someone? However, it didn't seem like they were lying. Ling Xiao, I'm so stupid. I actually believed you. In the end, one of my brothers died tragically. The Thunder Astral Plane won't let you off. Lei Fei from the Thunder Astral Plane roared angrily, still holding a corpse in his hands. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the demonic infant king's ghostly smile when he escaped. Damn it, this guy is so cunning. He actually provoked a vendetta between the teams, no wonder he didn't appear for so long. I don't think there's any demonic infant king. The previous team was probably killed by Ling Xiao and his team. What a hateful guy. These people were already hostile to the Battle Alliance team. Coupled with the demonic infant king's clever trick. All of a sudden, their hatred was raised to the extreme. If they thought about it carefully, they might be able to find a loophole. However, they weren't willing to. Because of anger, and also because this was their original goal. Gu Yan sneered. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. This time, your Battle Alliance team is finished. Are you done? Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked coldly at the group of idiots who were ready to denounce him. Although the demonic infant king was behind these people's backs. However, if they didn't have such thoughts, it was impossible for them not to use their brains. What do you mean? Lei Fei asked. I don't know what you saw, but ever since the three of us separated from you, we never left this place. You'd better open your eyes and see clearly. Are we the ones who killed you? What's more, killing is also for profit. What good will it do us to kill you? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Still want to quibble? Do you think we're all blind? The warriors of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary said indignantly, we trusted you too much before, so we were deceived by you. But this time, we won't be fooled. Again. Do whatever you want. Ling Xiao shrugged indifferently and said, if you're bent on courting death, what can I do? With his strength, even if these people joined forces, they would not be a match for him. It didn't matter if they misunderstood or not. There was no need for him to explain. Anyway, he had already said what he needed to say. If they didn't believe him, he wouldn't say anything. I think you have nothing to say. Attack. Gu Yan sneered and ordered everyone to attack Ling Xiao. However, what happened next was a little awkward. The warriors of the Thunder Astral Boundary didn't move. The warriors of the Tempest Astral Boundary didn't move either. The people of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary didn't move either. Instead, the idiots of the neutral team rushed over. Ling Xiao glanced at them with contempt. Dark Siphon. His body suddenly released several rays of blood-red light. Those people stopped abruptly when they were halfway up the road. Their bodies stiffened and they fell to the ground. In an instant, they turned into dried corpses. They died the same way as the people killed by the demonic infant king. Ling Xiao had been cultivating for a long time and consumed a lot of energy. He could use this dark siphon to recover. You really killed them. Seeing the corpses, the people of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary screamed in horror. Ling Xiao showed a sarcastic smile. Yeah, I had a way to kill all of you, but I wanted to kill a few of you and then escape. I really don't mind the trouble. Ling Xiao joked. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the warriors of the Thunder Astral Boundary felt more and more strange. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao wanted to clear his name, so he shouldn't use this method of killing. But now he did. Moreover, the neutral team members of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary team didn't die in this way. What was going on? Although Lei Fei's strength was not the strongest in the Thunder Astral Boundary, he wasn't stupid. He finally realized that there was too much fishy going on here. Gu Yan, something's wrong. Lei Fei said to Gu Yan. What's wrong? You? His teammates were killed, yet he's still trying to absolve the murderer. Although Ling Xiao was very strong, as long as the Raging Flame Astral Boundary and the Tempest Astral Boundary joined hands, there would be no problem. Lei Fei, we want to avenge Junior Brother. The warriors of the Thunder Astral Boundary were persuaded by Gu Yan. They didn't want to listen to Lei Fei. They stood on Gu Yan's side. Ling Xiao looked at the farce calmly and found it hilarious. If these people knew that he had the Black Lotus Overlord, who was in the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon, would they still do this? Of course not, They dared to do this because they felt that Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough. Let's do it. Ling Xiao took a step forward. He needed an opportunity to raise his cultivation. Even if his opponents didn't want him to, he had to continue this battle. He didn't release Jianhu and Dong Huangyu. With the demonic infant king around, it would be dangerous to release them. It was better for them to stay in the Dongxing Emperor ring and make a move at a critical moment. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him. Come out. Ling Xiao suddenly threw a punch. The fist force hit a direction. Immediately, a figure dashed out from there. Judging by his aura, he was a beast god warrior. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. He looked at the person. He was dressed in black and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was considered young among the young people. However, his strength was terrifying. He had reached the first level of the divine physique echelon. This person wasn't from the undead clan, nor was he from the 4 regions or 9 worlds. He wasn't a neutral warrior either. Is he from the Beast God Alliance? Ling Xiao immediately thought of a possibility. Do the people from the Beast God Alliance always act so sneakily? Ling Xiao looked at the person coldly. The warriors of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, Storm Astral Boundary, and Thunder Astral Boundary also looked at the person. This was because they felt an aura that was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao's. An aura that was even more terrifying than a half-step divine physique echelon. I didn't expect that someone from the trashy patriarch society could see through me. I don't know if it's because I'm not strong enough or if there's something special about you. But it doesn't matter. You're going to die soon anyway. The young man sneered. How could it be good for someone from the Beast God Alliance to appear here? It was obvious just thinking about it. Oh no, it's Tiger Soul from the Beast God Alliance. Gu Yan frowned. I heard that this guy reached the first level of the divine physique echelon at the age of 40, he's now in his early 50s and is a top expert below 100 years old. He's not inferior to people like Huang Jinlan and Wang Quan Tianming at all. Lei Fei's expression was also terrible. Gu Yan, now is not the time for internal strife. It's best if we work together to deal with this guy. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Haha, someone actually knows my name. Seems like I'm quite famous. Tiger Soul smiled and said, but so what? My mission this time is only to seize the treasures of the world of souls. However, it won't stop me from killing a few more Patriarch Society warriors. Tiger Soul's face was evil and cruel. It seemed like he was also a cruel and merciless person. Moreover, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye told him that Tiger Soul had a high-level beast god divine position. No wonder he was so powerful. However, compared to his primordial god divine position, the difference was too great. You want to kill us? A hint of mockery flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. The Beast God Alliance's warriors are not only sneaky, but they're also brainless idiots. Do you think you can kill us? Tiger Soul ignored Ling Xiao and looked at Gu Yan and the others instead. I really hate this guy called Ling Xiao. If you can kill him, I can let you live. Anyway, my mission is not to kill you but to seize the treasures. If you don't interfere, you can live. This guy was really sinister. He actually thought of such a method to sow discord. Bullsh T, how can we have internal strife? Lei Fei was the first to object. However, the others were silent. They could tell at a glance whether they had a higher chance of winning against Tiger Soul or Ling Xiao. If we kill Ling Xiao, will you really let us go? Guyan asked. Although the people of the Beast Deities League have bad tempers, we still keep our word. Tiger Soul smiled. All right. If that's the case, we'll agree. Guyan weighed the pros and cons and felt that Tiger Soul was more difficult to deal with than Ling Xiao. Therefore, he decided to accept Tiger Soul's condition. You're really a tyrant. Ling Xiao looked at Guyan with disdain. A mere martial artist from the Beast Deities League can scare you like this. What a joke. Ling Xiao, don't pretend to be noble. If he asked you to kill us, you'd agree too. Guyan blushed and shouted sternly. Haha, don't think of others as disgusting as you. Ling Xiao mocked. Didn't you see Lei Fei's choice? Humph. Guyan couldn't refute and stopped talking. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him. He looked at Lei Fei and said, "You'd better persuade your people. If you can't take them away, I'll kill them too. I don't like to let my enemies go." A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he said coldly, "Did you hear that? Don't mind what the Beast Deities League brat said. We're martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds after all. He just wants to see us make a fool of ourselves," Lei Fei said. Unfortunately, no one listened to Lei Fei. "Brat, how dare you interrupt my plan? Die." Tiger Soul sneered and turned into a shadow, pouncing on Lei Fei. Lei Fei released lightning under his feet and chose to escape. But it was useless. He was already very fast, but Tiger Soul was even faster. In an instant, it was in front of Lei Fei. Its sharp claws scratched down. At that moment, it was obviously a partial beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao frowned. The claws were about to land on Lei Fei's dantian. He moved too. He attacked later but reached first, his fist hit Tiger Soul's claws. However, this punch seemed to have landed on the body of an ancient giant beast. He was actually sent flying. He crashed into the ruins with Lei Fei. Both of them vomited blood. "Hee hee, kid, you do have some strength. Although it was just a casual punch from me, you still have some strength. But for you to be able to block this punch is already very impressive." Tiger Soul was a little surprised that Ling Xiao had not been killed by his punch. However, his opponent was still too weak. He couldn't even withstand a normal punch. If he transformed into a beast soul, his opponent wouldn't stand a chance. "Unfortunately, even if you block this punch, you still can't avoid death." Tiger Soul sneered, "An ant is an ant at the end of the day. It's useless no matter how much you boast." He's really at the divine body realm. In that instant, I sensed the aura of a divine body realm cultivator. But aren't divine physique echelon cultivators prohibited from entering the world of souls? Gu Yan originally had some doubts about Tiger Soul's strength, but the punch from before convinced him without a doubt. Ling Xiao was an existence that could defeat the silver dragon. However, he could not block Tiger Soul's punch. Moreover, Tiger Soul did use divine essence energy during the fight and not true essence energy. If he wasn't at the divine body realm, then what was he? You're mistaken. It's not that divine body realm cultivators are prohibited from entering the world of souls. It's that cultivators over 100 years old are not allowed to enter. Ling Xiao got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, "Does the Beast Deities Alliance really want to make me, Ling Xiao, their enemy? I believe you've heard about Yuhua Divine Cult, right? So what if I've heard about it? Yuhua Divine Cult is just a dog of the Patriarch Society. How can they be compared to the Beast Deities Alliance?" Tiger Soul sneered, "You think too highly of yourself. You're just a laughable ant. It's not the Beast Deities Alliance's intention that I want to kill you. On the contrary, that Mo Jiao fellow has a good impression of you. He seems to want to rope you into the Beast Deities Alliance. However, you actually dared to not give me face. Moreover, you're such a piece of trash. What's the point of joining the Beast Deities Alliance? To do odd jobs? What a joke." "Ha ha ha." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed maniacally. "What are you laughing at?" Tiger Soul frowned. "What are you laughing at? Your tone right now is exactly the same as Yuhua Tianrui and Heavenly Demon Yuhua who I killed. I can even imagine your ending." A ruthless look flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. This Tiger Soul was clearly here to cause trouble for him. If he did not kill this grandson, Ling Xiao would not be able to take this lying down. A cold glint flashed through Tiger Soul's eyes. He suddenly looked at Gu Yan and asked, "Are you guys going to make a move or not?" If he made a move himself, he was worried that he would be surrounded. He knew very well that this godforsaken place was dangerous, so he would not be so foolish. The best plan was to let Ling Xiao and the others kill each other. Ding! Right then, a strange sound was heard. Everyone looked over in shock. It was Lei Fei who was holding an emperor weapon longsword with a dragon pattern and stabbing Ling Xiao's body. He stabbed the back of Gu Yan's dantian. "Lei Fei, well done." Gu Yan smiled. He knew all too well what kind of person this Lei Fei was. If he was truly shameless, in that case, Lei Fei was a hypocrite. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? Gu Yan laughed maniacally. He thought that Lei Fei had succeeded. However, Lei Fei's expression was filled with shock as if he had seen a ghost. Ghouls. The next moment, 6 ghouls suddenly appeared and grabbed Lei Fei's body. Because it was too sudden, Lei Fei did not have time to react. At this moment, he was still shocked that his sword did not pierce through Ling Xiao's body. This was an emperor weapon with a dragon pattern. Let me go. Lei Fei was a half-step divine body realm cultivator. However, he was facing 8 8th stage core fragmentation realm ghouls at the same time. Once he was caught, it would not be easy to escape. He exploded 2 of the ghouls, but he was directly dismembered by the other 4 ghouls. That terrifying scene caused everyone's expression to change. Even Tiger Soul's expression did not look too good. Ling Xiao, you actually raised ghouls. How did you collude with the Dead Soul race? Gu Yan asked, trembling. If I said that the Dead Soul race is my slave, would you believe me? Ling Xiao laughed. Lei Fei was already torn to pieces by the ghouls while laughing. The attack before his death destroyed another 2 ghouls. Ling Xiao had paid the price of 4 ghouls to kill a half-step divine physique echelon martial artist. It was worth it, anyway, he could summon ghouls again. However, he wanted to wait. Perhaps after his cultivation broke through, he could summon 9th stage core fragmentation realm puppets. There should be a limit to your jokes. You think you're worthy of the Dead Soul race working for you? Gu Yan said. Then why did you ask? You don't believe anything I say. Is there something wrong with your brain? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You. Good. Very good. Who would have thought that Lei Fei's scheming would actually kill him? Brothers, we have no way out. You've all seen Tiger Soul's strength. Only by killing Ling Xiao will we have a chance to survive. Gu Yan raised his hand and clenched it as he said provocatively. Do you think you can just watch from the sidelines? Ling Xiao looked at Tiger Soul in disdain. You're instigating us to kill each other while you watch from the sidelines. Dream on. So what? Tiger Soul said disdainfully, you're not my match after all. I'm watching because I'm strong. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled. In the next second, a black figure appeared behind Tiger Soul. The Cold East Victory demonic sword pierced Tiger Soul's body. Tiger Soul had been paying attention to the monster under his feet, so he was completely unprepared for this attack. His body was instantly pierced. He was so shocked that he hurriedly dashed out. However, the demonic aura in his body was already raging wildly. Who is it? Tiger Soul was terrified. He looked at the person who attacked him. Ling Xiao? What made him incomparably shocked was that the person who attacked him actually looked exactly the same as Ling Xiao other than the astonishing devil chi all over his body. A clone? The first thing that came to his mind was his clone. However, a clone shouldn't be so strong. What was going on? The people from the Raging Flame Astral Realm and the Tempest Astral Realm were also dumbfounded. The black-clothed Ling Xiao who suddenly appeared was so powerful that it made them feel suffocated. He was clearly a divine body realm expert. Could he be Ling Xiao's twin brother? Confusion and even more fear. Be *starred, I don't care who you are. How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you today. Tiger Soul roared furiously, and he quickly transformed into a beast soul. It was the same as Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation, except that it wasn't as powerful. After all, it was just a high-level deity position. Even so, a beast god martial artist was still a beast god martial artist. If Demon Lord Ling Xiao hadn't injured him first, he might not have been his match. Even now, it was probably only a 50-50 chance. Tiger Soul and Demon Lord Ling Xiao soon engaged in a battle. Ling Xiao released Dong Huanyu and Sword Tiger. The two of you go and take care of the rest. I'll deal with the 2 half-step divine body realm martial artists. Ling Xiao said. Understood. The 2 of them rushed out. A total of 11 people from the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, the Tempest Astral Boundary, and the Thunder Astral Boundary began to fight. For safety's sake, Ling Xiao placed the 2 corpse ghosts outside. However, they didn't fight but were prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment, protecting Jianhu and Dong Huangyu from fatal attacks. Even now, Ling Xiao had not forgotten about the monster underground. The ferocious black goat necromancer transformed and attached itself to Ling Xiao's body. It was like an exquisite armor. It made him even more ferocious and powerful. His godfiend black tortoise body had already reached 6 dragon patterns. Now, he had become even more powerful. After the transformation was complete, a terrifying aura of death was released. It was as if he had walked out from a mountain of corpses in hell. That aura made Gu Yan and the Tempest Astral Boundaries half-step divine body realm martial artists tremble. He didn't use a sword. Ling Xiao was prepared to hone his White Lotus Scroll in battle. If one cultivated the White Lotus Scroll to great completion, one would be able to condense the Supreme White Lotus. Supreme Divinity Ling Xiao, Demon Lord Ling Xiao, and his original body, Ling Xiao's strength did not increase little by little. A White Lotus platform appeared under his feet. In the sky, White Lotus petals fell one by one. It contrasted nicely with the Black Lotus. However, it was terrifying to the enemy. Come, I heard that the Elemental Astral Boundary is good at elemental secret techniques. Today, I want to try. Although he said he wanted to try, he actually wanted to secretly learn it. He had cultivated elemental secret techniques before, and it was the Golden Divine Canon that taught him. Unfortunately, those were already outdated. Because they were relatively weak, he couldn't use them now. Now that he had the Black Lotus Demon Lord, not only could he cultivate demonic techniques, but he could also cultivate dark elemental secret techniques. When he had the White Lotus Demon Lord, he could also cultivate light elemental secret techniques. If he secretly learned them, his combat power would definitely increase. Gu Yan and Feng Yan stood together. One of them was good at fire elemental secret techniques, while the other was good at wind elemental secret techniques. However, that wasn't all. Apart from what they were good at, they also cultivated other secret techniques. They could all come in handy at critical moments. Of course, talismans were not rare in the elemental astral boundary. Talismans used to seal secret techniques were very useful. In the distance, Demon Lord Ling Xiao was fighting Tiger Soul. Although they were far away, the sounds of battle could still be heard. Demon Lord Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao himself. Therefore, he could feel that this battle with Tiger Soul was a real hurdle. If he passed it, Demon Lord Ling Xiao's strength might rise to the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If he lost, he would be embarrassed today. He wouldn't die. With his ability to escape, no one here was qualified to kill him. However, he didn't want to embarrass himself. He had to win. Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu's battle had also started. Although there were many enemies, their combat power had reached the half-step Divine Physique Echelon. The strongest among them was only at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. At most, they could only delay for a while. If there were no accidents, Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu would definitely win. Right now, they should be more worried about the demonic infant king underground. Make your move. Are you afraid? Seeing that Gu Yan and Feng Yan didn't make their move, Ling Xiao mocked them. Humph, Ling Xiao, you don't have to say such things. Since we're making our move today, we must kill you, otherwise, we won't have any face left. Gu Yan snorted. Stop embarrassing yourselves. It's just the two of you. Do you still have any face left? Ling Xiao mocked them disdainfully. Gu Yan and Feng Yan didn't say anything. Since they had already embarrassed themselves, it didn't matter anymore. Fire secret technique, Fire Giant. Guyan roared in anger. Flames suddenly burst out from behind him and soared into the sky. The flames gathered together. They formed a huge fire giant. It was 10 meters tall. Its whole body was burning with red flames, and its eyes shone with a scarlet light. Roar, as soon as it appeared, it waved its huge palm toward Ling Xiao. Wind secret technique, Tempest Dragon. Feng Yan activated his secret technique almost at the same time. The wind blew, and a huge Tempest Dragon appeared in the sky, as if it was tearing the space apart. It drilled out from it and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Both of their secret techniques were extremely powerful. How else could it be said that secret techniques of the same level were more powerful than martial techniques of the same level? Secret techniques could mobilize the elements of heaven and earth. Generally, they were 20 to 30% more powerful than martial techniques of the same level. Some were even 1 or 2 times more powerful. Facing these two terrifying beasts, Ling Xiao felt that his body seemed to be trembling slightly. All the cells in his body seemed to feel fear. Once hit by this thing, even with his physical body, he would be injured. The demonic infant king had quietly appeared underground. He opened his eyes and stared at what was happening on the ground. The outsiders killing each other was the best thing for him. Fear? Ling Xiao smiled. If you're my, Ling Xiao's, cells, you shouldn't be afraid. As he said these words, Yi Zichen was stunned. The potential cells in his body swelled crazily again, swallowing those cells of fear. It made Ling Xiao stop trembling. Yes, the opponent's attack was indeed powerful. But so what, as long as he, Ling Xiao, had a stronger attack, it would be enough. It's useless even if two trash join hands. Facing Gu Yan and Feng Yan's joint attack. Actually, Ling Xiao was still under a lot of pressure. However, he had never been afraid of anything. It was precisely because of this fearless personality that he had. So, he could always improve his strength at the crucial moment. This wasn't a coincidence. The martial Tao itself was about cultivation and enlightenment. Willpower was also a very powerful force. It was just that many people didn't know how to use it. He's strong, but I'm stronger. He's arrogant, but I'm more arrogant. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao waved his fists and blasted out endless divine fist. The fist that was glowing with white light landed on the storm dragon and the fire giant. Suddenly, the two giant creatures couldn't move forward. Their bodies were riddled with holes. Ling Xiao could feel that during the battle, his godly power was surging crazily. It seemed that he was really suitable for this kind of battle method. The more intense and fierce the battle, the more he would improve. Not only his cultivation, but also his physical body and martial arts. This guy is really powerful. Gu Yan snorted and frowned slightly. So what if he's powerful? It's just a meaningless resistance. He can't stop our joint attack at all. Feng Yan laughed in disdain. The current situation was indeed Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. Everyone could see it. Only Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest fear on his face. Instead, there was excitement. He could feel that under the huge pressure from his opponent, his potential was bursting out crazily and pouring into his sea of cultivation. The door to his breakthrough had finally opened a crack for him. He would enter the next stage. After a long time, Gu Yan and Feng Yan both felt that something was wrong. Although Ling Xiao kept retreating, he didn't lose his guard. Instead, their attacks were constantly being consumed and were gradually collapsing. What's going on? Gu Yan frowned. The fire giant he was controlling was clearly getting weaker and weaker. If he couldn't even sense this, then he would be too stupid. Boom, just as they were shocked, the fire giant and the storm dragon exploded at the same time. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Again. Ling Xiao looked excited. If you can play with me today, I won't kill you. You look down on me. Gu Yan and Feng Yan felt that they were being looked down upon. And it was a serious contempt. The two of them were extremely annoyed. Feng Yan, you hold him back. I'm going to use my martial spirit's secret technique. The so-called martial soul secret technique was an ability derived from the martial soul. It was similar to Ling Zhao's special skill of the 12 beast gods. Normally, every martial soul would have 1 or 2 special skills. It could be a secret technique or a martial skill, and so on and so forth. But they were definitely very powerful. From the looks of it, this Gu Yan needed a relatively long time to cast his spell. That was why he had Feng Yan stall Ling Xiao. You'd better hurry up. Otherwise, if I kill him, you won't have anything to do with it. Feng Yan took a step forward. Wind formation of gods and demons. This was Feng Yan's martial spirit secret technique. Unlike Gu Yan, his martial soul secret technique was faster, but it didn't have any attacking power. Instead, it had a powerful auxiliary ability. Once released, a huge formation map immediately enveloped a radius of 1 mile. Within this range, the black wind was raging, and it was impossible to see a figure clearly. This created an excellent condition for Gu Yan to cast his spell. Of course, the most terrifying thing wasn't this. In the wind formation of gods and demons, Feng Yan's speed would increase by 10 times, and there was no trace to be found. He could fuse himself with the demonic wind. It was unfathomable. That was why he said that he might be able to kill Ling Xiao. This wasn't bragging. After all, he had already used his trump card. Martial Soul's special skill, unless it was the last moment, ordinary martial artists wouldn't easily use it. Using it meant that they were in trouble. When the formation was formed, Gu Yan and Feng Yun suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao's eyes couldn't see anything, even the Tai Chi eye couldn't. This thing was indeed a little powerful. Interesting attack. Perhaps I can try to fuse my Martial Soul's special skill to form a formation map. That way, the effect will definitely be better and the power will be greater. The other party's attack made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. He was an array master and also had a Martial Soul's special skill. All the conditions were ripe, so why couldn't he try it? Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about this, a ghostly figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. There was no aura at all. This was the attitude an assassin should have. Ling Xiao will die. Demonic Infant King revealed a cold smile. Now that Ling Xiao's Black Lotus Demon Venerable was entangled by Tiger Soul, he didn't have any powerful moves to deal with Feng Yun. The terrifying sharp blade formed from the wind element pierced towards Ling Xiao's vital point. Previously, Lei Fei's sneak attack on Ling Xiao failed. As a result, Feng Yun learned his lesson and didn't stab Ling Xiao's Dantian. He thought that Ling Xiao's Dantian was protected by some magic treasure. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao's physical body had already reached the level of a 6-dragon pattern emperor weapon. Holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao softly spat out a few words. In the next moment, Feng Yan's ice-cold wind blade had already pierced Ling Xiao's body. What? At this moment, Feng Yan's face turned pale. He hurriedly escaped into the black wind. He could clearly feel that he had stabbed an illusion. The real Ling Xiao was no longer in that position. Do you think you're the only one who knows this trick? Ling Xiao's mocking and cold voice appeared beside Feng Yun. At that moment, Feng Yun's face was extremely pale. Why? He didn't understand. He had already released the powerful ghost god demon wind formation, but it still couldn't trap Ling Xiao. After a moment of panic, the cold light in Ling Xiao's hand had already pierced through his body. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel that it had pierced his vital point. Feng Yun did have some tricks up his sleeve. At the crucial moment, he used some unknown method to avoid being hit. But even so, being stabbed by his East Victory Sky Sword once would cause him to suffer for a long time. In the darkness, one could hear Feng Yun's painful cries, but they stopped abruptly. Obviously, Feng Yun was afraid that his cries would let Ling Xiao detect his location. He didn't dare to attack rashly. Ling Xiao stood there and waited quietly. He believed that Gu Yan would attack eventually. And this attack was very likely to be powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. If it were someone else, they might be afraid and anxious. But Ling Xiao wasn't. Instead, he was looking forward to it and excited. What kind of terrifying attack would Gu Yan use to deal with him? It would definitely make his strength rise to the next level. Everyone was very nervous. But Ling Xiao was very relaxed. While waiting, he even began to ponder about the ghost god demon wind formation. Strictly speaking, this couldn't be considered a formation, because it didn't need any materials to set it up. Instead, it was a kind of divine ability secret method. It relied on extracting the laws of heaven and earth for one's use. The laws were the key to building the formation. It was a very interesting thing. Gradually, he grasped the trick and began to try to build his own divine ability array diagram. Gu Yan, how much more time? Feng Yan's complexion turned pale, somewhat unable to hold on. The martial soul mystic arts consumption was tremendous. Especially the consumption on the soul, it was too horrifying. Hang in there for a while more. Gu Yan said, it's going to be soon. You also know this mystic art of mine. Once released, Ling Xiao will be finished. Alright, looks like I can only use my grasping wind and groundless shadow to stall for time. Thinking up to here, Feng Yan swallowed a medicinal pill. After that, he took out a command flag. On this command flag, there was actually a dragon pattern. It was a Dragon King's Emperor artifact. The Emperor artifact coupled with the divine Ghost Fiend Wind formation was originally the move that Feng Yan prepared to use in the final struggle for the treasure. But at this time, he had no choice but to display it. This was because Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. Worthy of being the person who defeated the silver dragon. The command flag in his hand swayed, Feng Yan revealed a hint of a cold smile. Although I can't kill you, I'll also tire you out enough. The next instant, Ling Xiao discovered that Feng Yan swept out from inside the black wind. His expression changed, and a punch rumbled out. The figure disappeared in an instant. The instant it dissipated, a horrifying explosion occurred. Ling Xiao was somewhat forced into a passive state by this impact force. Elemental doppelganger? Elemental bomb? Ling Xiao stood there and suddenly discovered that there were many more similar figures inside the black wind. His brows furrowed slightly. This Feng Yan really could not be underestimated. Although each of these figures was not powerful, as long as they touched you or your weapon, they would explode. The impact force generated by the explosion was absolutely equivalent to the power of a 9th-level core-shattering realm. Want to exhaust me, and eventually tire me to death? The idea is good, but unfortunately, reality is cruel. Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh, his figure suddenly vanishing on the spot. He was not foolish enough to the extent of confronting these afterimages. Because it was meaningless. Looks like I have to capture this Feng Yan first and behead him. Otherwise, these figures will keep appearing. Ling Xiao appeared in another location, but that figure actually appeared at the same time, following like a shadow. This was probably the formidable aspect of the divine Ghost Fiend Wind formation. What should we do? Looking at the approaching opponent, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. On the other side, the battle between Tiger Soul and Demon Supremacy Ling Xiao had already reached its climax. Tiger Soul was a beast god martial artist and was good at close combat. Ling Xiao was very clear about this. Demon Venerable Ling Xiao was also good at close combat, but he also knew how to use secret techniques. In addition, Tiger Soul was injured. Therefore, he had always been suppressed. Even so, Tiger Soul was still able to avert danger every time. No wonder he's so arrogant. His strength isn't just for show. Ling Xiao could naturally see what Demon Venerable Ling Xiao saw. Since they were both in the main body, their vision was shared. Then, he looked at Jianhu and Dong Huangyu. Dong Huangyu fought against 5 people alone. Jianhu fought 6 people by himself. The warriors of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, the Tempest Astral Boundary, and the Thunder Astral Boundary had already used their own secret methods. Lightning, fire, and wind wreaked havoc. However, he still couldn't do anything to the two of them. Instead, they could feel that their true essence consumption was getting more and more serious. What are Gu Yan and Feng Yan doing? It's been so long, but they still can't kill Ling Xiao? They couldn't hold on any longer, so they naturally thought of Gu Yan and Feng Yan. In the end, they only saw the strange celestial demon wind formation. They couldn't see anything else. They had no idea what was going on inside at all. The only way was to fight to the death. Inside the celestial demon wind formation. Ling Xiao let out a strange sneer. You think I can't find you? Fine. I'll let you have a taste of the formation I just comprehended. He had been studying the formation previously, fusing the special skills together to form an even more powerful formation. Now, he could finally use it. Ocean God Yellow Springs formation. As his voice rang out, the strange sound of flowing water could be heard. Anything that came into contact with this water flow would be destroyed. Those human figures formed by the wind elements instantly melted. There wasn't even the sound of explosion. It was as if paper people had fallen into water. The Ocean God Yellow Springs formation still included the 2 special skills of the Ocean God Beast Soul. It's just that each special skill had evolved. The 9 Nether monster was almost immortal in the Ocean God Yellow Springs formation. Resurrection after death, the cycle repeated. As long as Ling Xiao's true essence, physical strength, and soul force could maintain it, the 9 Nether monster would never die. Unless someone directly destroyed the array diagram. Not only that, the 9 nether monster could control all the 9 nether yellow springs water within the range. It could change its position at any time and transform into its main body. The other special skill, the 9 nether yellow springs, flowed endlessly within the range. It would always release the terrifying 9 nether yellow springs water to corrode and attack the enemy. The size of this range was currently 1 mile. This was related to the grade of the beast soul and also Ling Xiao's cultivation. I'm indeed a genius. Ling Xiao smiled. The first time he used the formation, he was completely successful. It was even much more complete than Feng Yan's celestial demon wind formation. What the hell is this? Feng Yan, who was controlling the wind shadows to attack Ling Xiao, suddenly felt a sharp pain under his feet. He couldn't help but reveal a terrified expression. The next moment, he felt that his wind shadows were also melted by this terrifying water flow. When he realized that the situation was bad, a terrifying 9 nether monster had already appeared in front of him. This 9 nether monster's appearance was similar to a deep-sea octopus. Its size could change. A huge tentacle suddenly swung towards Feng Yan. It scared Feng Yan so much that he hurriedly dodged. Bang, the yellow springs water was splashed up, and a large amount of it sprayed on Feng Yan's body. Feng Yan cried out miserably from the pain. The celestial demon wind formation consumed too much energy. In addition, Feng Yan was injured. He felt terrified and instantly collapsed. Gu Yan, who was in the black wind, was revealed. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to look at Gu Yan. Don't worry, before you condense the secret technique, I won't attack you. Otherwise, it would be boring. He simply sat there and started to ponder over the next formation. He only had 12 beast souls, so he could condense 12 formation diagrams. The Ocean God Yellow Springs formation was just an attempt. Its power was so shocking. This had already completely surpassed the power of a first-level Saint-class martial skill. Of course, it wasn't purely an attack. It included a lot of effects and uses. So Ling Xiao thought again, if he could successfully condense all the 12 beast gods formation diagrams and release them all at the same time, what would it feel like? Feng Yan's celestial demon wind formation had completely disappeared. The area within a radius of 1 mile was occupied by a huge black disk. On the disk, the yellow springs water flowed continuously. The terrifying 9 nether monster continuously attacked Feng Yan. If this formation diagram was out, the 9 nether monster might not be Feng Yan's match. But in this formation diagram, its battle power was strengthened. And it could regrow broken limbs. Feng Yan couldn't do anything to it. In the end, Feng Yan cried for his parents and had no choice but to flee. He attempted to escape the formation diagram's range. But how could this formation diagram let you escape so easily? Martial Spirit Barrier. The formation diagram combined with Martial Spirit Barrier. Ling Xiao directly trapped his opponent inside. Feng Yan crashed into the Martial Spirit Barrier and was sent flying by the 9 nether monster's tentacles. His mouth was full of blood, and he was terrified and depressed. Play slowly, as long as you can survive, I'll let you off. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Feng Yan, then ignored him. At this time, Gu Yan finally opened his eyes. Looking at Feng Yan's miserable appearance, he sneered disdainfully, what a trash. In the end, you still have to rely on me. This guy was really shameless. If not for Feng Yan holding on for so long, how could he have completed his martial spirit's special skill? Feng Yan was already depressed enough, and now he was even more anxious and angry, spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yan, looking forward to it. Gu Yan spent so long to condense the martial spirit's special skill, what would it be? Indeed, he felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure opened the door of his breakthrough wider and wider, and he was about to enter the next stage. Boom, suddenly, an extremely powerful aura soared into the sky. It was a burning feeling. At that moment, Ling Xiao even thought that he had returned to the ancient era, when demonic beasts were everywhere. That was a primordial aura. An ancient aura. As if it didn't belong to this era. This is my ultimate martial spirit's special skill. The call of the ancient era, summoning the powerful blazing phoenix to lend me a hand. After condensing for a long time, the ball of scarlet light in his palm was finally thrown out. A passage opened in the void. As if communicating with the ancient era. Could it be a real phoenix? Ling Xiao frowned. The mystic world no longer had divine beasts like phoenixes and divine dragons. He didn't know if they were all dead or had gone to other places. Anyway, no one had ever seen it before. At most, some people had a little bit of phoenix or divine dragon bloodline. Or someone had obtained the beast soul of an ancient demonic beast. Anyway, the only one Ling Xiao saw related to ancient demonic beasts was Long Chen, that giant dragon descendant. That was a real dragon race. A pure-blooded bloodline. In that terrifying passage, the sound of raging flames was constantly released. A moment later, a phoenix flew out of the passage. That gigantic body seemed to cover the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. The withered plants started to burn. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Mother **Ker, is this a real phoenix? It didn't look fake at all. It was exactly the same as the phoenix in the books. Moreover, the terrifying aura of the phoenix was definitely real. Could it be that the raging flame astral boundary had revived the phoenix egg fossil from the immemorial era? As far as he knew, the entire sealed world had been trying to do this for a long time. However, he had never heard of anyone who was truly successful. This isn't a real phoenix. The white jade cat's voice suddenly sounded. A real phoenix is not such a silly bird, it's much bigger than this. This thing was at most a few dozen meters long. When it spread its wings, it was only a dozen meters long. A real phoenix would cover the sky and the sun, and its aura would be much more awesome than this. Kitten, you seen a phoenix before? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course, I haven't, but I peeked at Master's information. Master has always wanted to use the puppet technique to revive a divine beast from the immemorial era. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. The white jade cat smiled. Ling Xiao clearly felt that this guy was lying, but he didn't want to investigate further. Although this huge monster in front of him wasn't a real phoenix, it was still terrifying. Even though it was just a fake. After the raging flame phoenix appeared, it charged straight at Gu Yan. Then, it merged with Gu Yan. Its aura seemed to have become much stronger, very close to the divine body realm. At that moment, Gu Yan was the phoenix. The phoenix was Gu Yan. The phoenix opened its eyes and looked down at the lowly Ling Xiao. A cold voice sounded. Did you know that in order to successfully cultivate this martial soul secret technique, my master spent a lot of money to find a child who had just awakened the phoenix martial soul? He took away his martial soul and gave it to me. That almost caused my master to go bankrupt. However, just having the phoenix martial soul wasn't enough. After hundreds of years, the raging flame astral boundary finally found a place full of phoenix blood from countless phoenix egg fossils. Moreover, it was still phoenix blood that hadn't dried up. Finally, I was able to cultivate this heaven-defying technique. To be honest, this technique was extremely powerful. It was absolutely invincible for anyone below the divine body realm. Unfortunately, it had a weakness, which was that the casting time was too long. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to use it at all. You idiot, you didn't stop me in advance. Once this happened, you would have completely lost your chance. Right now, I'm invincible for anyone below the divine body realm. Even a divine body realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill me easily. Phoenix blood. When Gu Yan mentioned this, Ling Xiao felt as if all the cells in his body were jumping with joy. I know this phoenix blood is very important to us. Don't worry, I'll get it. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yan with a greedy gaze. From his point of view, Gu Yan was simply giving him something good. As for the phoenix martial soul, Little Gold should be able to use it. The golden crow and the raging flame phoenix were divine beasts of the same attribute. The phoenix martial soul would definitely be able to greatly increase Little Gold's strength. The golden crow bloodline plus the phoenix martial soul. Just thinking about it made him excited. I really like this gift of yours. Ling Xiao grinned. Let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he made the first move. His figure flashed. A huge fist appeared in the air. God's fist. Gu Yan was calm and confident at this moment. This was his most powerful secret skill. Once it was released, it would definitely not fail. It also didn't allow for failure. Die, Ling Xiao! Gu Yan roared furiously. He controlled the raging flame phoenix and charged toward Ling Xiao. This huge phoenix's body was actually very agile. Everywhere it passed, a path of fire was formed strangely. And it started to burn crazily. The raging flame phoenix had a very powerful fire secret skill. And its physical body was also very strong. Although this wasn't real, it should be made from the body of some kind of powerful demonic beast. It was definitely not easy to deal with. But what was the fun in doing something that was too easy? He knew that his anticipation was right. His waiting was right. As the other party approached, the door to his breakthrough was opened wider and wider. All of his potential cells were jumping. Perhaps in this state, Gu Yan's strength had already surpassed most half-step divine body realm experts. He might even be able to compete with Yu Chen, Little Gold, and Zi Lin. But the more it was so, the more excited Ling Xiao was. A strong enemy could always make one stronger. The raging flame phoenix's sharp claws grabbed toward Ling Xiao directly. Terrifying flames were burning in the air. It could be said that basically no half-step divine body realm martial artists dared to face this attack directly. But Ling Xiao dared to, facing the raging flame phoenix's attack. Ling Xiao didn't use any weapons. He faced it directly with both hands. In that instant, his entire body became incomparably huge. His body wasn't inferior to the raging flame phoenix at all. One had to know that he was in the beast soul transformation state. And the real body of the dead spirit black goat was dozens of meters tall. It was just that Ling Xiao usually didn't use it when facing martial artists of similar size. Boom, the blazing phoenix and the undead black goat collided. Black and crimson light exploded. It set off a monstrous shockwave. Ling Xiao felt as if he was carrying an iceberg and couldn't move it no matter how hard he tried. However, the strength of his physical body was not to be trifled with either. Facing the blazing phoenix's attack, he didn't retreat at all. Crack, the ground suddenly collapsed. The power of their battle was too terrifying. Although it couldn't destroy the building, it could cause the ground to collapse. What is your body made of? Gu Yan shouted in shock. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao's physical body to be so strong. The blazing phoenix was an existence that could even flatten a four-dragon pattern emperor weapon. Could it be that Ling Xiao's physical body was even more terrifying than a four-dragon pattern emperor weapon? He couldn't believe it. Feng Yan was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He had originally hoped that Gu Yan would be able to kill Ling Xiao in one move so that he could come and help him. In the end, Ling Xiao actually blocked the blazing phoenix. How terrifying. Looks like this isn't enough, blazing pearl. Gu Yan took out a pearl. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 2 dragon patterns on it. The blazing pearl merged into the blazing phoenix's body, causing its aura to become even more terrifying. It finally suppressed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat step by step. That's it. Hurry up and kill him. Feng Yan shouted excitedly. Gu Yan, hurry up. We can't hold on any longer. Facing Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu's attacks, a cultivator from the Tempest astral boundary died. They couldn't hold on when there were many of them. Now that there were fewer of them, it was even more difficult. However, seeing that Gu Yan had the upper hand, they regained their confidence and looked forward to Gu Yan coming to their rescue after killing Ling Xiao. Facing the powerful blazing phoenix, Ling Xiao is only putting up a desperate struggle. Tiger Soul sneered. Although he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, it wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to defeat him either. As long as Ling Xiao's true body died, he would naturally be free. Even in a passive situation, Ling Xiao did not show the slightest fear. The huge pressure brought about a huge rebound. He cultivated the demonic Tao, which was all about defying the heavens. He feared no one, he cultivated the divine Tao and paid particular attention to the fact that he was the sole sovereign of the heavens and the earth, regardless of whether it was the divine path or the demonic path, neither would allow him to fail. It was precisely this kind of willpower that affected the potential cells. The more his opponent tried to suppress him, the stronger he became. The more he resisted, the more he wanted to defeat his opponent. The crazy potential was roaring like boiling water. You lowly piece of trash. You think you can fight against us heaven's favored ones? Who do you think you are? You should have some defensive magic treasure on you, right? If it wasn't for that thing, you would have been torn apart by my sharp claws. Gu Yan sneered condescendingly as he chased after Ling Xiao. He wanted to crush Ling Zhao's confidence and crush Ling Zhao's willpower. But in Ling Zhao's ears, it was like a joke. He did not even use his tyrant martial spirit. He did not even draw his sword. His opponent could not kill him. Although he could suppress him, he did not leave any injuries. Gu Yan's words revealed that he was a little anxious. To control such a terrifying martial spirit, it must consume a lot of energy. It was precisely because of this that Gu Yan wanted to attack Ling Xiao with his mouth. It was a pity that he could not achieve it. The reason why Ling Xiao did not reveal his trump card to kill this guy. There were two reasons. First, the demonic infant king was still spying on him. He had to be on guard. Second, in this state, he could feel more pressure, which would help him increase his strength. Sadly, Gu Yan did not understand this point at all. He only attacked with all his might. On the other hand, Ling Xiao made use of his powerful physical body and his true essence, which was much greater than his opponent's. He kept blocking. Boom boom boom, boom boom, in the sky, on the ground, continuous explosions could be heard. Ling Xiao seemed to be at a disadvantage. But the flaming phoenix's attacks were slowly weakening. Even if Ling Xiao did not use the bloodthirsty plague. Just the consumption was not something Gu Yan could bear. About 20 minutes later, Gu Yan looked tired. He had already started swallowing pills. But his medicinal pills, compared to Ling Zhao's, were seriously far inferior. They could only slow down the consumption of true yuan. How is this possible? Gu Yan was dumbfounded. According to his deduction, Ling Xiao should have been unable to withstand such a fierce attack. But now, it seemed that there was no such situation at all. Ling Xiao was like a perpetual motion machine. He did not show any signs of fatigue. Hee, are you tired? The attacks after half a day are not as strong as before. Ling Zhao's defense became more and more relaxed. In the end, he did not even retreat. You're really disappointing. I was hoping that your attack would be stronger. Ling Zhao's mouth revealed a sarcastic smile. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Ling Xiao finally took out the East Victory Sky Sword. He slashed at the flaming phoenix crazily. Chi, sparks flew. A small piece of the flaming phoenix was actually cut off. Although it was only a small piece. But it gave Gu Yan a fright. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame, trying to burn Ling Xiao to death. However, behind Ling Zhao's back, the shadow of a huge phoenix appeared. It actually opened its mouth and swallowed the flame. Ling Zhao's martial soul was stronger than Gu Yan's. Ling Zhao's flame was stronger than Gu Yan's. So using flames to attack him was simply like scratching an itch through a boot. It was meaningless. What? The situation suddenly reversed. It made Feng Yun, Tiger Soul, and the rest reveal surprised expressions. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? Could it be that his true essence was endless? He was clearly only at the first level of the course-shattering realm. It was too strange. 12 Divine Beast Technique 10th level. Facing the retreating Gu Yan, Ling Xiao chased after him. He waved the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand. He directly blasted out the 12 Divine Beast Technique 10th level. The terrifying 10 beasts merged into one. With the blood diamond rat representing slaughter as the head, it blasted on the behemoth. Boom, boom, the flaming phoenix was actually directly smashed to the ground, creating a phoenix-shaped deep pit on the ground. It couldn't move for a long time. Get up, don't pretend to be dead. Ling Xiao looked down at the flaming phoenix from above, but he didn't stop his movements. A huge blood-colored blade condensed on the East Victory Sky Sword. It directly slashed down. Only a little bit of blood left. Chi La, the head of the flaming phoenix, was actually directly chopped off by the sword. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. However, the flaming phoenix fell to the ground, but a flaming man jumped out from inside. He had a pair of scarlet wings. Who else could it be but Gu Yan? Although Gu Yan's body was small, it seemed to have condensed all the power of the flaming phoenix. It was also enhanced by the flaming pearl. Its strength was extremely powerful. Spiritual talisman? As expected of a genius from a big force, you have so many treasures on you. He realized that Gu Yan should have used some kind of spiritual talisman to transfer the power of the flaming phoenix into his body. A beam of red light shot out from the flaming phoenix and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Raging flames incinerate the sky. Gu Yan's roar was heard in the air. Then, a huge patch of terrifying flames enveloped Ling Xiao. The flames seemed different from normal flames as they were mixed with countless tiny fragments. These fragments were diamond-shaped and extremely sharp. If one only cared about the flames and ignored these small things, they would probably turn into a porcupine. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao seemed to be Gu Yan's nemesis. The Taiji Eye was still in the process of being activated. How could such a small trick escape his eyes? Frost Dragon Breath. A divine dragon appeared behind Ling Xiao. The divine dragon opened its mouth and breathed out, and a huge area of cold air rushed over. The fragments were completely extinguished along with the flames. The current frost dragon was a powerful beast soul that had reached the second level of the divine body realm. The special skill he released was equivalent to that of a second-level divine body realm martial artist. It was terrifyingly powerful. Not only did it freeze raging flames incinerate the sky, but it also shot toward Gu Yan. Gu Yan was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged. His current speed seemed to be a lot stronger than before. He actually managed to dodge it. However, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. The most unlucky one was Feng Yun. He was fighting with the netherworld monster. He didn't notice the situation and was directly enveloped by the frost dragon breath. He was frozen into ice. The netherworld monster's tentacles smashed him into pieces. A pitiful half-step divine physique echelon expert was killed just like that, without knowing what happened. After Feng Yun was killed, Ling Xiao kept the ocean god Yellow Springs formation. He used this move earlier to deal with Feng Yun's celestial ghost demon wind formation. Now that Feng Yun was dead, there was no need for it. Gu Yan, is that all you've got? Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yan mockingly and said, if you don't have any other abilities, I'll end this battle. Gu Yan's face was livid. It's not over yet. Who are you to say that I'm finished? Talk after you kill me. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao sneered. Since that's the case, use whatever abilities you have. You don't have much time left. While they were talking, Jianhu had already killed another opponent. With this, the battle over there became even easier. To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao didn't care about the geniuses of the 9 worlds at all. The so-called geniuses were just some young people with greater potential. It was not worth his attention. His eyes were fixed on those experts from the beginning. For example, the Eternal Emperor, the Golden Emperor, the Beast Emperor, and other existences. As for top geniuses like Huang Jinlan and Wang Quan Tianming, they were nothing more than stepping stones for him. This was because he had always believed that his cultivation speed was much faster than these people. Catching up to or surpassing these people was a simple matter. Only those powerful seniors were more troublesome. Continue. Dian landed on the ground and absorbed the blazing phoenix completely. The flame armor on his body became more solid. The wings on his back were even brighter. Right now, he was basically a little blazing phoenix. You still want to resist stubbornly? Fine, if you want to play with fire, I'll accompany you to the end. It just so happens that I'm close to a breakthrough. Ling Xiao sneered. He removed the undead black goat beast soul transformation and replaced it with the undead bird beast soul transformation. In the mystic world, the undead bird and the phoenix were actually the same creature. They were just 2 names. The undead bird was a common name. The phoenix was an official name. Therefore, the two's current forms were extremely similar. It was as if 2 small phoenixes were fighting in the sky. A crazy collision. Interesting. It's a pity that you're exhausted now. Your true essence can't keep up with the consumption. What do you have to fight me? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a mocking look. Each attack was stronger than the last. Dian was in complete despair. He found that no matter what methods he used, they were meaningless in front of Ling Xiao. Escape light. During the battle, Ling Xiao suddenly stabbed out with his sword. The escape light with flames penetrated Guyan's body. Sure enough, this guy was already at his limit. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to waste any more time. Another attack with low HP. Guyan didn't even have the chance to dodge and was split into two. Wait. Guyan suddenly shouted, I can give you my raging flame bead, just let me go, we can work together to deal with Tiger Soul of the Beast Deities League. Guyan had no way to turn the tables, so the only thing he could do was beg for mercy. He begged Ling Xiao to let him go. I want the raging flame bead, and I want your life, I warned you before, but you insisted on killing me. Now that you're no match for me, you're begging for mercy? There's no such thing in the world. If I lose today, will you let me go? Ling Xiao sneered and continued to attack. Ling Xiao, think carefully. If I die, the raging flame astral won't let you go, you've already offended Yuhua Divine Religion and even the Beast Deities League. Do you still want to offend the raging flame astral? The power of the raging flame astral is definitely not something you can imagine. Since begging for mercy didn't work, Guyan changed to threats. But was threats useful? If I'm afraid of you, I won't do it. Besides, if I kill all of you, who will know what happened here? I just need to hold Tiger Soul's head and say that he killed all of you. I believe the Patriarch Society will believe me. Ling Xiao sneered. You're so sinister. I won't let you get away with it. Guyan took out a talisman and was about to crush it. These geniuses all seem to have a way to save their lives. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Heiyu. He crushed a talisman and escaped. This time, he couldn't let the other party succeed. However, before he could make a move, a vine shot out from the ground and penetrated Guyan's body. Guyan looked terrified. A moment later, his essence was sucked dry. Jianhu, disciple, come back. Ling Xiao realized that the demonic infant king had finally made his move. The demonic infant king was already very powerful, and now he wanted to suck all the corpses dry. Guyan, Feng Yun, Lei Fei, and the others. The moment Jianhu and Dong Huangyu flew back, two vines caught up with them. However, Ling Xiao had already prepared corpses to block the spears for them. Hence, the two of them escaped into Ling Xiao's Dongxing Emperor ring. However, the martial artists from the Tempest Astral Boundary, Raging Flame Astral Boundary, and Thunderbolt Astral Boundary were all killed by the demonic infant king. Time to go. Ling Xiao knew that even if he had the Black Lotus Overlord and could kill the demonic infant king, he couldn't catch him. Since he couldn't kill him, he might as well leave. He came here to rest and refine elixirs. Now that the job was done, there was no need to waste any more time. As for Tiger Soul, he couldn't kill him for now. With the demonic infant king causing trouble, there was nothing he could do. I'll spare this kid's life for now. Tiger Soul was still alive. However, Ling Xiao wasn't worried. Even if Tiger Soul saw the entire process, the Patriarch Society wouldn't believe the words of a Beast Deities Alliance martial artist. These two forces had been enemies for a long time. After keeping the Black Lotus demon venerable, Ling Xiao headed out of the shelter. The demonic infant king wouldn't dare to attack him anyway. He couldn't catch the demonic infant king, and the demonic infant king couldn't kill him either. It could only watch him leave. Tiger Soul was in trouble. It became the target of the demonic infant king. Ling Xiao, you and I are irreconcilable. From afar, Ling Xiao could hear Tiger Soul's shrill roar. Let's talk about it after you survive. He smiled and walked out of the shelter. The outside was still densely packed with undead creatures, but Ling Xiao didn't care about them at all. The battle just now allowed him to achieve a breakthrough. He reached the second stage of the Shattered Core Realm, and his strength increased by at least 10 times. His combat power was probably on par with a half-step Divine Body Realm martial artist. Coupled with the Tyrant martial soul, he was confident that he could even fight a first-stage Divine Body Realm martial artist. Although he would definitely lose. It was just a quantitative change from the Shattered Core Realm to the half-step Divine Body Realm. It was a qualitative change from the half-step Divine Body Realm to the Divine Body Realm. There was still a huge gap between them. Ling Xiao estimated that he would only be able to defeat a first-stage Divine Body Realm martial artist when he reached the 8th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. Lang Qingqing seems to have come into contact with the Eternal Fruit. And Little Gold's aura seems to be there as well. They came to the Death Soul Mountain to look for Little Gold. Finally, they had some clues. Ling Xiao increased his speed and flew over. Although there were many dead spirit creatures in the sky, they couldn't keep up with his speed, so he wasn't afraid. About half an hour later, Ling Xiao found Lang Qingqing in a valley in the Death Soul Mountain. Lang Qingqing was facing off against Golden Sky region martial artists, and there were still only 8 of them. The whereabouts of the other 2 were unknown. The leader was still the Silver Dragon. The Silver Dragon was fighting Lang Qingqing. Obviously, they were here to fight for the Eternity Fruit. "Lass, do you need my help?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "This is for you." Lang Qingqing actually threw the Eternal Fruit to Ling Xiao. This surprised Ling Xiao. That item was extremely valuable. It could be said that it could allow one to have an extra life. Lang Qingqing actually didn't hesitate at all and gave it to him. This was really rare. Seeing the Eternal Fruit in Ling Xiao's hands, the Silver Dragon stopped attacking. Now, he had the ability to fight Lang Qingqing. With the cooperation of the other cultivators, it was even possible to kill Lang Qingqing. However, it was meaningless to kill Lang Qingqing. After all he wanted was the Eternal Fruit. Ling Xiao kept the Eternal Fruit but did not leave. "Senior brother White Silver, we're really fated." Ling Xiao smiled. Seeing him, Baiyin Zilong frowned slightly. Both Heifeng and Bai Fan had a look of fear. The scene of Ling Xiao defeating Baiyin Zilong was still fresh in their memory. To be honest, Ling Xiao felt that the people of the Golden Heavens domain were quite amiable. After all, they were a family. Of course, he only had a little feeling. In fact, they didn't know each other at all. On the contrary, Bai Fan and Heifeng wanted to kill him before. Besides, the temptation of the Eternal Fruit was too great. How could they give it up? Besides, they didn't see the battle between Ling Xiao and the other teams. Therefore, they didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't use his full strength when he fought with Baiyin Zilong. Therefore, they weren't afraid. "Ling Xiao, although you're very powerful, we found the Eternal Fruit first. So, please leave it to us. In this way, after returning to the Golden City, I can report the matter truthfully. Maybe you can get the praise of the Golden Emperor. Don't forget, we're all cultivators of the Golden Heavens domain. Whether we can get these treasures or not is related to the face and glory of the Golden Heavens domain." Baiyin Zilong looked at Ling Xiao and reminded him. "I don't understand such a complicated matter. To put it simply, you want the Eternal Fruit in my hand, right?" Baiyin Zilong said so much, but it was just to show off. It was all a cliché. Baiyin Zilong choked on Ling Xiao's words, then nodded and said, "Yes, if you're willing to give us the Eternal Fruit, of course, everyone will be happy." "What if I don't?" Ling Xiao smiled. This Eternal Fruit was used to help Cold Plum recover. He couldn't give it to anyone who wanted it. "If you don't give it to me, that means there will be a battle between us." Baiyin Zilong said indifferently, "Although I don't want to do this, you know why we teams entered the world of souls." "Ling Xiao, senior brother Baiyin's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. You're no match for him now. You'd better be smart and hand it over." Bai Fan interjected. This guy only dared to say such nonsense behind Baiyin Zilong. He was as timid as a mouse. "Ling Xiao, we're not exaggerating. Senior brother Baiyin has not only become stronger. And the battle with you wasn't a battle to the death. He didn't use his emperor weapon. You should know that for geniuses like us from Golden City, the forces will always give us some good stuff. Not only senior brother Baiyin, but so do we. Do you really think you can fight all of us alone?" Black Peak also said, "The Eternal Fruit is important, but it also has a price. Life is priceless." Ling Xiao smiled, "Only you guys have an emperor weapon. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well who stay in the palace. Sigh, I really should have let you guys see that wonderful battle. If you saw it, maybe you wouldn't be so arrogant. I'll give you a chance. Get lost. I really don't want to fight my own people." After saying that, he looked at Lang Qingqing and said, "Did you see Golden Prince just now? I sensed his aura." "I saw it. It seemed like he was being chased by something." Lang Qingqing said, "It swept past nearby. That thing was very strong." Anyway, I felt my whole body trembling. But Golden Prince is fine. His speed is very fast. That thing can't catch up with him. Where did he go? Ling Xiao asked. Lang Qingqing pointed in a direction, and Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed out. The thing chasing Little Gold was very likely a Death Spirit King. Stop. A martial artist from Golden Firmament Domain was furious. They were talking, but Ling Xiao didn't take it seriously at all. He was still concerned about other things. He was really going too far. One must know that they were all outstanding people in Golden Palace, but now they were ignored by a martial artist from 3,000 sacred cities. How could they stand it? This person directly attacked and wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. In his opinion, it was just a coincidence that Ling Xiao defeated Baiyin Zilong. He wasn't really strong. No. Baiyin Zilong didn't have time to stop him. Ling Xiao directly punched out, "Get lost, ma'am." The martial artist from the Golden Heavens domain who tried to stop Ling Xiao was sent flying and crashed into the ground. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to see if he was dead or alive. He left quickly. He only left behind a sentence: "If you want the eternal fruit, I'll give you this chance, I'll look for you when the time comes. I hope you won't act like cowards." It seemed like these guys wouldn't know how powerful he was if he didn't teach this scoundrel a lesson. However, the most important thing now was to save them. He was very worried about Little Gold's safety. Blackpeak dug out the martial artist who was sent flying from the ground. He was already crippled. Just one punch and his body was basically crippled. Only a broken inner core and a frightened soul were left. "Isn't this guy too ruthless?" Bai Fan shuddered and said. "It's not that he's ruthless. It's this idiot who's asking for it." The White Silver Dragon sighed and said, "It's good enough that he's still alive. Don't expect anything else." "Captain, are we really going to fight for the eternal fruit?" Blackpeak asked. "What else can we do? We have to try. Besides, since he said so, he'll definitely come looking for us. We won't be able to escape." The White Silver Dragon shook his head and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's focus on improving our strength first. I realized that after entering the world of dead souls, although it's much more dangerous than before, the opportunities are also much greater. I heard that Yuchen from the Eternal Palace has already broken through to the Divine Body Realm. We have to work hard too." Then, they turned and left. They didn't know when Ling Xiao would come looking for them. They had to think of ways to improve their strength. Lang Qingqing had also left. She had already repaid Ling Xiao for saving her life and was ready to look for her own opportunities. After all, her strength was almost on par with Yuchen's previously. Now, Yuchen had already broken through to the Divine Body Realm. She had reached a level that even she couldn't catch. She wasn't someone who was content with her position. She also wanted to become stronger. It could be said that this trip to the world of dead souls had become two extremes. The weak were eliminated and killed. The strong became stronger. This was all because of the undead race's strange actions. On the other side, Ling Xiao had already seen two figures. They were fleeing crazily while working together to fight against the enemies. One of the two figures was Little Gold, and the other was a stranger. However, it didn't seem like they were enemies. Since they could work together with Xiao Jin, they should be friends. Both Xiao Jin and that person were injured. However, the guy chasing after them was still as powerful as ever. "It's the Will-O-Wisp King," Jian Hu reminded, "the Will-O. The Wisp King is one of the stronger ones among the 13 Death Spirit Kings. Second level of the Divine Body Realm. How did young Master Jin provoke him?" Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because Xiao Jin and the stranger were flying towards him. Who knew how many times he had gone in circles, but he was still unable to shake off the Will-O-the-Wisp King. When he got closer, he realized that Xiao Jin's injuries were not few. It could be said that he was covered in wounds. Little Gold was the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, yet it seemed to have been burned by the flames. The Will-O-the-Wisp King was obviously a level higher than him. The other person was a beast god martial artist. It was also a high-grade deity position. Furthermore, their auras were similar to tiger souls. They should both be martial artists from the Beast Deities Union. Ling Xiao didn't have any bad or good feelings towards the Beast Deities League. However, he didn't like Tiger Soul. He had heard from Tiger Soul that someone from the Beast Deities Union had entered the world of souls. His name was Mo Jiao. No wonder this person's beast soul transformed into a serpent. Mo Jiao was much stronger than Xiao Jin. In fact, he was even stronger than Tiger Soul. However, there were also many injuries on his body. This showed how terrifying the Will-o'-the-Wisp King was. At this moment, Xiao Jin had already seen Ling Xiao. He shouted from afar, "Boss, run." In Xiao Jin's opinion, although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was definitely no match for the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. Naturally, he wanted to let Ling Xiao escape. However, could Ling Xiao escape? The Will-o'-the-Wisp King was chasing them so closely. Even if the three of them wanted to escape, it was impossible. At that moment, Demon Lord Ling Xiao appeared. He circulated all the true origin in his body and blasted out a Black Lotus Demon Fist. Ling Xiao's main body also attacked at the same time. He transformed into an Ice Divine Dragon and spat out a ball of Ice Dragon breath. His Ice Divine Dragon martial soul was already at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Although it didn't have divine origin and might be weaker, it was indeed equivalent to an attack unleashed by a second-level Divine Physique Echelon. Boom! The Black Lotus Demon Fist and Ice Dragon Breath collided with the Will-o'-the-Wisp King's body at the same time. The Will-o'-the-Wisp King let out a shrill cry. The sudden attack caught him off guard. He was actually injured by this damned human. At the same time, Mo Jiao and Xiao Jin also stopped. They attacked at the same time. Xiao Jin wouldn't abandon Ling Xiao. As for Mo Jiao, he obviously saw the hope of winning. The three of them joined forces. The Will-o'-the-Wisp King was actually suppressed. Bastards, just you wait. The Will-o'-the-Wisp King turned around and fled. He was at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon. However, he still had a headache when facing the three of them. Especially when Ling Xiao joined the fray. The situation of the battle changed instantly. After the Will-o'-the-Wisp King left, Xiao Jin and Mo Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. "Boss, how did you become so strong? Also, what's that guy who looks exactly like you?" Xiao Jin looked at the Black Lotus Overlord and asked. Ling Xiao kept the Black Lotus Overlord. "That's me too." Then, he looked at Mo Jiao. "He's from the Beast Deities Alliance?" "Yes." "Boss, how did you know?" Xiao Jin was stunned. "It's all thanks to this brother. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble." "You've seen Tiger Soul?" Mo Jiao suddenly asked. "That's a detestable guy." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "It seems like you guys have a conflict." Sigh. Mo Jiao sighed and smiled bitterly. "I've already told him that there are very few beast deities in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He's already lucky to find one. He should cherish it. This guy. Since you're called the Beast Deities Alliance, you must have a lot of beast deities, right?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "There are quite a lot. Basically, all the beast deities in the 4 regions and 9 worlds are in the Beast Deities Alliance. However, there are only 3 high-level deities. Me, Tiger Soul, and our Alliance Master. The rest are low-level and mid-level deities. Moreover, there are only a few dozen of them. There are only a few dozen beast deities in the 4 regions and 9 worlds with a population of 10 billion. It's really declining. When beast deities were at their peak, they could be found everywhere." Mo Jiao couldn't help but open his mouth and say a lot of things. He was indeed cuter than Tiger Soul. At the very least, he didn't put on airs. Just this point alone made him very approachable. "We can't stay here for long. Let's talk somewhere else." Ling Xiao didn't dislike Mo Jiao, so he planned to talk to him in detail. Therefore, the three of them found a secluded place and cleared the surrounding undead creatures. They even set up a formation. "How's Tiger Soul?" Mo Jiao was indeed concerned about that annoying guy. "What if I say I killed him?" Ling Xiao looked at Mo Jiao and said with a faint smile. Some things had to be made clear in advance. Kill him? If you want to kill him, then so be it." Mo Jiao said indifferently, "I've wanted to kill him for a long time, but I don't want to kill my fellow sect members." If you really kill him, I'll have to thank you. Hearing Mo Jiao's reply, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, then you'll be disappointed. I only threw him to the demonic infant king. As for whether he lives or dies, that will depend on his luck. Demonic infant king? He's not as powerful as the will-o-wisp king. Tiger Soul will be in a sorry state, but he won't die. Sigh, I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky to have to look after that disgusting guy. Mo Jiao sighed. This was a complete hatred for Tiger Soul from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that Tiger Soul also hated Mo Jiao. Obviously, the relationship between the two of them wasn't that good. Here. Ling Xiao gave Mo Jiao a healing pill. He had already given Xiaojin a lot, so there was no need for it. The two of them consumed the healing pill and their injuries were basically healed. Mo Jiao couldn't help but praise, even the best alchemist in our Beast Deities Alliance can't refine such an outstanding pill. I'm impressed. Of course, I'm also sincerely grateful. If you didn't appear, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the Will-o-Wisp King. You also saved Xiaojin, so we're even. Ling Xiao was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and hatred. He naturally wouldn't be stingy with those who were good to him. Those who wanted to kill him, of course, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. Then I won't be polite. Mo Jiao seemed to be a straightforward person and didn't stick to this kind of thing. Can I ask, how did you enter the world of souls? Ling Xiao had always been curious. This was clearly the world of souls that was controlled by the Board of Patriarchs, but people from the Beast Deities Alliance actually managed to sneak in. Moreover, there were two of them. There's no skill involved. No organization is monolithic. Just give them a few treasures and it'll be settled. It's the same on our side. Although we're guarding the eternal ruins, it's not impossible for the Board of Patriarchs to enter. It's just a little more difficult. Mo Jiao said. Is your goal also those treasures? Ling Xiao asked. Yes and no. The demonic flood dragon wanted to say something but hesitated. Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask about the secrets of your Beast Deities Alliance. Ling Xiao knew very well that no matter how straightforward Mo Jiao was, he would never tell him the secrets of the Beast Gods Alliance. Therefore, this matter basically came to an end. Alright, next, it's time to find the people from the Golden Sky region and teach them who the real boss here is. Ling Xiao suddenly said. What? Do you mean? Xiaojin asked, Boss, are you at odds with the Golden Heavenly region? They want the fruit of eternity, but I won't give it to them. In order to prevent things from getting out of hand, I decided to teach them a lesson. We might have to kill a few people to warn them. Ling Xiao said coldly. Rather than being stared at by the people of Golden City, it was better to strike first. That silver dragon is very strong. Mo Jiao reminded. I know, but no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than me? Ling Xiao said indifferently, if I can defeat him once, I can defeat him a second time. Boss, I support you. However, I must also participate in this battle. Xiaojin said excitedly. No, I will fight this battle myself. Your mission is to continue searching for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. Don't forget our goal in entering the world of death. Now that we only have the fruit of eternity, it's still far from our goal. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I killed the Shadow King and obtained this death and decay. Although it's not suitable for you, it's still very terrifying as a treasure. Even the Will-o'-the-Wisp King will have to give in. He couldn't use death and decay for the time being, so he would just lend it to Xiaojin. A 9-dragon mark monarch weapon. Heavens, not to mention the Will-o'-the-Wisp King, even the 13 Death Spirit Kings would be wary of it. I didn't expect the Shadow King to have such a high-quality monarch weapon. Xiaojin took death and decay and hurriedly put it away. With this item, even if he couldn't unleash its full power, it was enough to make the Will-o'-the-Wisp King wary. There's also this. Hurry up and fuse with it. Ling Xiao took out the Phoenix Martial Soul. Xiaojin was even more dumbfounded. Boss, you didn't kill Gu Yan, did you? So what if I did? Ling Xiao smiled. Awesome. Actually, I've been eyeing Gu Yan's Phoenix Martial Soul for a long time. It's just that the raging flame astral boundary isn't weak, so I didn't dare to act rashly for the sake of the savage beast region. Xiaojin praised. It doesn't matter. Only you, me, and 2 people from the Beast Deities Alliance know about this. The others were all killed by the Demon Infant King. The Phoenix Martial Soul isn't unique. You can also fuse it with the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow. That way, when you fight, no one can tell. Ling Zhao's words dispelled Xiaojin's last doubts. Sigh, boss, you've always been helping me. I actually don't have anything to give you. Xiaojin sighed helplessly. You just need to take down the savage beast region for me. Ling Xiao smiled. When Mo Jiao heard this, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He was sure that Ling Xiao wasn't joking. He didn't expect this guy to be so ambitious. How terrifying. Don't worry, I will. Xiaojin said confidently. With Sister Cold Plum and Long Chen's help, the savage beast region will definitely be ours. As for the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul, I might be able to help you. Mo Jiao suddenly said. We have a map. Xiaojin said. I saw your map just now. The location isn't right. Moreover, the undead race is heavily guarding that direction. The Abomination King is there. If you go there, you'll be running straight into it. If you trust me, then follow me. I can take you through a shortcut. Mo Jiao smiled. All right. Ling Xiao said after thinking for a while. It wasn't that he trusted Mo Jiao, but that he wasn't afraid of him playing tricks. If he played tricks, he would just kill him. If that was true, he might be able to get a friend who had gone through life and death together. That would be pretty good too. If that's the case, I'll go scout first. We'll gather here one day later. Mo Jiao stood up and said. Just as well. I'll go and settle things with the people of Golden City. Xiaojin, you go with Mo Jiao. It's safer with the 2 of you together. Ling Xiao said. But boss, I want to see how you're going to teach those people of Golden City a lesson. Xiaojin said helplessly. Those people, other than the Silver Sun Dragon, aren't much. There's no need to watch. On the other hand, Yu Chen and Zi Lin should have broken through to the Divine Body Realm. The battle with them is the most exciting. When the time comes, I'll need your help. Ling Xiao smiled. All right. Xiaojin nodded. Actually, he was just complaining. He naturally had to complete the task given by his boss. Hence, they split into 2 groups. Xiaojin and Mo Jiao went to scout together. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, went to look for the martial artists from the City of Gold to settle all the troublesome matters. Ling Xiao temporarily separated from Little Gold to search for the people from Golden City. He was going to solve a small problem. However, he had an unexpected gain. When he followed his divine sense to search for the people from Golden City, he actually found traces of Cold Plum. At this moment, Cold Plum was with a group of handsome men and beautiful women. These people were wearing the uniform of the Savage Beast region. However, it wasn't Zi Lin and the rest. Most of them were women, and only one was a man. He was also very handsome, like a woman. Ling Xiao was surprised, so he chased after them. He saw that Cold Plum seemed a little reluctant, so he knew that this group of people might not be friends. It was better to be careful. However, since he had already obtained the Fruit of Eternity, he should let Cold Plum use it as soon as possible. Releasing Cold Plum's combat power would greatly increase the combat power of the Battle Alliance's team. Cold Plum. Ling Xiao directly walked over. Master. Seeing Ling Xiao, Cold Plum revealed an excited smile. After being separated, Cold Plum couldn't easily use her divine energy, so she chose a place to hide. Unexpectedly, she met 8 people. They were all from the Sanctus Palace. However, they didn't enter this time, but stayed in the world of souls before. Moreover, they were Cold Plum's seniors. Everyone's strength was extraordinary, especially the handsome man with silver hair. His cultivation had already reached the 1st level of the Divine Body Realm. He was very strong. The man was called Hua Yu, and he was the adopted son of the previous Sanctus. He had an extremely high status in the Sanctus Palace. Even Cold Plum, the colorful butterfly saintess, had to give him some face. However, in order to control the Saintess Palace, Huayu had been targeting Cold Plum. If they hadn't entered the world of souls, Cold Plum probably wouldn't have been able to escape from him. What made Cold Plum depressed was that she actually met Huayu again in this place. Because she knew that she was no match for him, Cold Plum temporarily chose to compromise. He followed Huayu and the others to the stronghold of the Saintess Palace in the world of souls. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many dead spirit creatures blocking their way, they would have arrived by now. Holy Maiden, who is this brat? Why do you call him master? When Huayu heard Cold Plum's voice, her face darkened. How could his woman call someone else master? This was simply intolerable. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, as if he would attack Cold Plum if she answered incorrectly. I heard that our Kaidai Saintess used to be a female slave. I'm guessing that it must be the master of that time. I really don't understand why the previous saintess let this unclean woman become our saintess. What bad luck. That's right. I'm afraid that a single lip can be tasted by 1,000 people, and a single arm can be used by 10,000 people. Hee hee. The two women beside Huayu were actually half-step divine physique echelon experts. Their words were really unpleasant. Although their strength might not be comparable to Dong Huanyu and Jianhu's, they were still very strong. However, their arrogant and complacent looks were much better than that. A hint of killing intent appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. How could he stand by and do nothing when they dared to humiliate Cold Plum like this? Where did this bitch come from? Are you tired of living? Do you want me to help you fix your tongues? As Ling Zhao spoke, his figure dashed and actually appeared behind the two people. Slap. Slap. With 2 slaps, the two women fell to the ground and couldn't get up. How terrifying was his physical body now? The strength of a slap was shocking enough. Even a half-step divine physique echelon expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. After the slap, Ling Zhao had already returned to his original position, as if he had never done anything. He walked straight to Cold Plum's side and handed the eternity fruit to her. Girl, quickly use it. Now that your strength has recovered, you won't have to suffer the humiliation of these bitches anymore. The eternity fruit, sensing the aura of the fruit, Huayu and the rest seemed to have forgotten what Ling Zhao had done just now. In their eyes, there was only the near-perfect fruit. Cold Plum, hand over the fruit. I guarantee that you won't be bullied in the Saintess Palace in the future. Huayu said sternly. Young Master Hua, why are you being so long-winded with her? This is the world of dead souls, not the Saintess Palace. Kill her and snatch the eternity fruit. You just need to appoint another saintess. One of the girls who was slapped stood up and shouted hysterically. Ling Zhao frowned. He had underestimated these people. Although the slap wasn't meant to take her life, it was definitely not light. This young girl was only slightly injured. It was obvious that her physical body was indeed strong. As expected of a savage beast. Even though she looked delicate, her physical body wasn't weak at all. Yu Feng, don't be hasty. She's our saintess after all. It's a pity to kill her. Huayu shook his head and looked at Cold Plum. I'll give you a chance. I don't want to destroy the woman I like with my own hands. However, if you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Huayu's face was cold. The aura of the divine body realm was vibrating violently. There was a faint golden glow behind his back. It was unknown which race he was from. Young Master Hua, I think the saintess seems to value that man. Why don't we capture him alive? I believe young Master Hua can do whatever he wants. The other girl who was slapped stood up. That's a good idea, Yukin. Huayu couldn't help but smile when he heard the girl's words. Then, he looked at Ling Zhao. Although Ling Zhao displayed terrifying speed just now, and even he couldn't react in time, his attack power was too weak. Moreover, no matter how strong a half-step divine body realm martial artist's attack power was, how could he be a match for him? He was a genuine first-level divine physique echelon cultivator. As he spoke, his aura suddenly blasted toward Ling Zhao. He could pressure Ling Zhao and make Ling Zhao look bad in front of Cold Plum. Master? Cold Plum was a little worried. Don't worry. Go into the Dongxing Emperor ring and heal yourself. There's me, Sword Tiger, and Dong Huangyu here. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't release Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu immediately. If he let the two of them attack at the crucial moment, it would definitely achieve unexpected results. Alright, I'll be quick. Cold Plum hesitated for a moment. She thought that she could help Ling Xiao as long as she recovered. Then, she went into the Dongxing Emperor ring. However, the strange thing was that she couldn't enter. It was as if there was a force that sealed the entrance of the Dongxing Emperor ring. You want to hide in the small world and use the eternal fruit? Do you think I'll let you succeed? Huayu revealed a sinister smile. 5 Poison Seal Talisman. Cold Plum's expression changed. Master, I'm afraid this is a little troublesome. Huayu should have many treasures on him. Even if Master's strength reaches the divine body realm, you might not be a match for him, let alone now. 5 Poison Seal Talisman? It can seal the entrance of the small world for half an hour, it's really powerful. Ling Xiao smiled. If that's the case, Cold Plum, use the eternal fruit in front of them outside. I promise they won't touch you. I'll anger this bunch of idiots to death. Brat, you're really arrogant. Huayu's eyes flashed fiercely. If he did not kill Ling Xiao today, he would not be able to sleep in peace. You guys go and snatch the eternal fruit. I'll deal with this brat. Ling Xiao stood beside Cold Plum and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a gust of evil wind blew, and a terrifying aura of death enveloped everyone. Oh no, it's the Will-o'-the-Wisp King, let's go. Huayu's expression changed drastically when he saw the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. He no longer cared about snatching the eternal fruit. He had encountered the Will-o'-the-Wisp King before, but he was almost killed after a few rounds. At that time, there were 8 of them. Therefore, Huayu was terrified of the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. He did not care about Ling Xiao or the eternal fruit. However, Ling Xiao could not leave. At that moment, Cold Plum was using the eternal fruit and could not move at all. The most troublesome thing was that the 5 Poison Sealing Talisman was still in effect. He could not send Cold Plum into the small world to escape. Knowing that he had no other choice, Ling Xiao calmed down. You're not running? The Will-o'-the-Wisp King stood there, his body burning with blue flames. He looked at Ling Xiao with his cold eyes, somewhat curious. Why should I leave? You can't kill me anyway. Ling Xiao stood there calmly. When people reached a point of no return, they wouldn't think so much. He knew that no matter what he did, he was not a match for the Will-o'-the-Wisp King with his current strength. However, he also had expectations, and that was to persevere until Cold Plum recovered. Once Cold Plum recovered, with the help of the Black Lotus Overlord, he could definitely defeat the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. The problem was whether he could persevere until then. They said that I'm arrogant. It seems like they're not lying. As the Will-o'-the-Wisp King spoke, he suddenly released a terrifying amount of quintessential essence. The flames on his body began to flicker wildly as if they were in a violent wind. However, they did not go out. Instead, they burned more and more fiercely. At that moment, the Will-o'-the-Wisp King gave off a valiant feeling that he could blot out the sky. He was undefeatable. It was as if fighting him meant going against the heavens and earth. The Spectral Fire King did not attack immediately. He continued to release his aura. Facing Ling Xiao, the Ghost Fire King did not dare to underestimate him. Especially after learning that Ling Xiao had killed the Shadow King, he became even more careful. Although he was much stronger than the Shadow King. However, there was still the possibility of failure. At the same time, this terrifying aura was also trying to intimidate Ling Xiao. This gave Ling Xiao immense pressure, causing Ling Xiao's fighting spirit to crumble. He was defeated without a fight. Even if they were to fight, they would lack confidence. Once the seed of defeat was born in the depths of their hearts, then it would be impossible for him to win. Ling Xiao looked at him quietly. If the other party didn't make a move, he wouldn't make the first move. He knew that his mission was to stall for time. However, delaying didn't mean that they would only defend and retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, he entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul Transformation mode right away. Water restrains fire. At the very least, this would give him a slight advantage. At the same time, he released his tyrannical martial soul. Facing such a powerful opponent, he had no other choice. However, even after releasing his tyrannical martial soul, Ling Xiao could still feel that he was like a little lamb in front of the Will-O-Wisp King. On the other hand, his opponent was a vicious wolf. The disparity in strength was too great. However, releasing his tyrannical martial soul made him feel much more comfortable. At the very least, he wouldn't be out of breath. Black Lotus Demon Supremacy. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. A black lotus was born on top of his head. The demon supremacy Ling Xiao appeared. The sky was filled with strange black light. One soul, two bodies, the power of the tyrannical martial soul could also enhance Ling Xiao the demon supremacy. After all, it wasn't a clone. It wasn't a puppet. It was one of the real bodies. The demon supremacy Ling Xiao, who looked exactly like Ling Xiao, had a terrifying demonic aura. He stood there like an ancient demon god. His powerful aura was only slightly inferior to the Will-O-Wisp King. Good. Good. I didn't expect you to have cultivated such a divine technique. Previously, I wasn't so sure about it. But I'm sure now. Who is the lotus flower to you? The Will-O-Wisp King frowned and asked. You talk too much. Why do I need to tell you who the lotus flower is to me? If you want to kill me, just kill me. After Ling Xiao released the Black Lotus Demon Supremacy, he suddenly became more confident. He even had a feeling that he could defeat his opponent. Brat, do you think I'm afraid of you because you have the Black Lotus Demon Supremacy? If you don't have it, then I'm bullying you. With this, you have the qualifications to fight with me. The flames in the Will-O-Wisp King's eyes burned brightly. Anyway, the lotus flower can't see you here. He shouldn't be angry if I kill you. Kill. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted and took the initiative to attack. The black demonic light that filled the sky was absorbed into Ling Xiao's body. Then, an extremely sharp sword light pierced through the sky. One couldn't even see the shadow of the sword light. It instantly pierced towards the Will-O-Wisp King's forehead. A divine physique realm martial artist's body was extremely strong without the inner core. Without the Dantian, their vital point. As long as their soul wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't die. However, to destroy the soul, one had to destroy the physical body first. Ridiculous. The Will-O-Wisp King sneered. His body suddenly became erratic like a ghost. That sword light that was as fast as lightning was actually unable to pierce his body. Although Ting Qingshan didn't know what movement technique this fellow was using, thinking about it carefully, wasn't this fellow a demon cultivated from the Will-O-Wisp? Perhaps this was his characteristic. Moreover, the Will-O-Wisp King didn't just keep retreating. While dodging, the flames released from his body continuously tempered the sword light. It weakened his shoulder. In the end, he actually stretched out his hand. He grabbed the sword light in his hand. Crack, the hand that was wrapped in flames crushed the sword light into pieces. So you're a spirit formed from a strange flame, no wonder you're so powerful. Ling Xiao frowned. At this moment, he already treated the Will-O-Wisp King as an equal opponent. He didn't look at Cold Plum. Instead, he released Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu to protect her. The 5 poison sealing talisman only allowed people to leave and not enter. This was why Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu could come out. But Cold Plum couldn't enter. Ling Xiao didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he discovered that his disciple Dong Huangyu seemed to have broken through again. This time, she actually surpassed him and reached the 3rd level of the Shattered Core Realm. Although her combat strength was still inferior to his, her cultivation had surpassed his. What a genius! Every time he saw Dong Huangyu, he would think this. The best thing he did back then was to accept this lass as his disciple. If she landed in the hands of others, it would be too much of a pity. Of course, these thoughts only lasted for an instant. At this moment, the Will-O-Wisp King attacked again. With a wave of his hand, the Will-O-Wisp condensed into a huge palm. This palm covered an area with a radius of 100 meters. It enveloped Cold Plum and the others. The palm was like white bones, constantly burning with terrifying flames. It also released a terrifying aura. It affected one's emotions. When one saw these terrifying scenes, they would lose their minds. Death-hastening palm. Jianhu exclaimed, "This technique can only be executed with a combination of inner strength and soul power. Therefore, it can affect one's emotions. If you're not careful, your body and soul will be gone." Ling Xiao saw that Jianhu, Dong Huangyu, and even Cold Plum were affected. In the next moment, he hurriedly executed the Black Lotus treasure light. A demonic Buddha appeared enchanted. The golden light dispelled the negative effects of the death-hastening palm. "You even learned the Black Lotus treasure light. Are you Lotus Flower's disciple?" The Will-O-Wisp King became more and more surprised. The secret technique that Ling Xiao executed really made him worried. Just as he was surprised, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Ling Xiao punched out. The huge fist smashed onto the death-hastening palm. Rumble, the sound of the collision echoed. "It doesn't work?" The Black Lotus demonic fist was actually unable to destroy the death-hastening palm. Ling Xiao frowned. "Let's try the other array diagram that I perfected, Dragon God's Frost Array Diagram." When dealing with Gu Yan and Feng Yun, Ling Xiao used the Ocean God Yellow Springs Array Diagram and achieved great results. This time, he was going to use the Dragon God's Frost Array Diagram. Similar to the Ocean God Yellow Springs Array Diagram, it had the effect of two special techniques, but both were strengthened. However, the Dragon God's Frost Array Diagram's effect wasn't that complicated. It was simple and direct. Whether it was the Frost Dragon Breath or Ice Aeon, the main point was cold, therefore, the Dragon God's Frost Array Diagram's effect was cold. A terrifying chill was being released every moment. Moreover, every once in a while, a Frost Divine Dragon would appear. Although it was just a single attack and would disappear regardless of whether it succeeded or not, the threat it brought was huge. Enemies in the Dragon God's Frost Array Diagram would either be frozen or slowed down. They also had to resist the terrifying chill. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full strength. The death-hastening palm was originally extremely tough, but after being frozen by the chill, the Black Lotus demonic fist could easily shatter it. The Will-O-Wisp King didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a divine ability. He was caught off guard and even his body was frozen stiff. At this moment, Black Lotus Demon Supremacy attacked again. The endless demonic fists crashed down. The sky was filled with fist shadows. At that moment, the Will-O-Wisp King was frozen stiff by the terrifying cold air. Although he had not completely turned into an ice cube, his body had become extremely weak. If this endless demonic fist were to land on his body, he would probably be smashed into pieces. Damn it. I didn't think that this kid would actually force me to use my magical treasure. The Will-O-Wisp King was furious. What he was most afraid of was a frigid environment, and Ling Xiao had mastered this ability. Facing the sky full of fist shadows, he had no choice but to release a wisp of black smoke. This black smoke was no ordinary black smoke. It was a special magic treasure. It was just refined into the form of black smoke. There were actually 4 faintly discernible dragon patterns on it. Countless incantations showed how powerful this magic treasure was. Boom! Boom! The fist shadows continued to bombard the black smoke, but it was as if they were bombarding a sponge, not causing any ripples at all. The black smoke looked very light, but it was able to reach Demon Sovereign Ling Xiao's endless demon fists. As expected of an Emperor artifact with 4 dragon patterns. Can you block it? Destroy it. Demon Sovereign Ling Xiao sneered, and the East Victory demonic sword in his hand emitted a terrifying demonic light. He slashed down again and again. Although the black smoke could block the fist shadows, it was a little afraid of the saber lights. In addition to the East Victory demonic sword's incomparable sharpness, the black smoke was instantly torn apart. This black smoke was an Emperor artifact with 4 dragon patterns, refined from demonic energy. It was made by the Death Spirit Emperor, but it was only used once before it was destroyed by the East Victory demonic sword. Other than the fact that Demon Sovereign Ling Xiao was powerful, the East Victory demonic sword's power was most likely above that of a 9 dragon patterns Emperor artifact. Because of this, Ling Xiao let the Black Lotus Demon Sovereign use the East Victory demonic sword instead of death and decay. The East Victory demonic sword did not have any special characteristics, but it was much sharper than death and decay. The Will-O-Wisp King felt his heart ache when he saw the black smoke being destroyed. However, he had no choice. If he could use this thing to stall for time, he would be able to escape from the danger. If I don't kill you today, I won't be satisfied. The Will-O-Wisp King snorted and suddenly took out an oil lamp. This oil lamp was not an ordinary item. It was the same as the Shadow King's death and decay. It was an Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. It seemed like each of the 13 Death Spirit Kings had a 9 dragon patterns Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. In this way, even if they encountered martial artists of the same level, they would have an obvious advantage. It should be known that an Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns, even in the hands of a core fragmentation realm martial artist, could pose a threat to a second-level divine physique realm martial artist. Moreover, it was in the hands of someone as powerful as the Will-O-Wisp King. Ghost lamp, burn. The Will-O-Wisp King sneered. The oil lamp in his hand released 9 fire dragons. Not only did it disperse the surrounding cold air, but it also blocked the Black Lotus Demon Sovereign's attack. If the Demon Sovereign Xianxia did not have the East Victory demonic sword, he would not have been able to withstand the attack and would have been burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. Roar! Suddenly, an Ice Frost Divine Dragon darted out from the cold and pounced on the Will-O-Wisp King. This cold was 10 times stronger than before. The Will-O-Wisp King's expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to control the ghost lamp to deal with the Ice Frost Divine Dragon. The Demon Sovereign Xianxia took this opportunity to attack the Will-O-Wisp King and left a wound on his body. Chance. The Demon Sovereign Xianxia and the Dragon God's Ice Array seemed to be able to delay the Will-O-Wisp King for the time being. Xiao's main body would be able to free up his hands. He released the most powerful array at the moment. Bloodchild Divine World Array. This was the array formed by the Bloodchild Divine Beast Soul that Xiao had only awakened its bloodline. It was the most powerful array among all the arrays. The Bloodchild Divine World Array included the Vertical Golden Light Technique, the Bloodthirsty Plague, and the Bloody Demonic Rat. Within the range of the array, Xiao could freely use the Vertical Golden Light Technique. There was no interval and the consumption was extremely low. Within the range of the array, the Bloodthirsty Plague would always exist, and its effects were 10 times stronger than before. Within the range of the array, Xiao could use the first 2 layers of the Bloody Demonic Rat without any burden. Using the 3rd layer of the Bloody Demonic Rat would reduce the burden by half. This meant that one technique included 3 techniques, and all of them had been improved. At this moment, one could see a huge circular array superimposed on the Dragon God's Ice Array. One was blue, and the other was blood red. The 2 arrays complemented each other beautifully. But it was also very terrifying. With these 2 arrays, even if Xiao could not defeat the Will-O-Wisp King, he was basically invincible. Frost Freezing, Bloodthirsty Weakening, Xiao was using the Vertical Golden Light Technique to sneak attack the Will-O-Wisp King. This greatly increased the Black Lotus Demon Sovereign's combat strength. Whatever Xiao's main body could use, the Demon Sovereign Xiao could use as well. Because they were originally one body. They could share abilities and even fuse as one. This was the terrifying part of the Lotus Sutra. Otherwise, Xiao would not have said that by obtaining the Lotus Sutra, losing the 9 Underworld Great Demon King was actually an advantage. Xiao's current goal was simple. He wanted to use the Black Lotus Overlord to hold back the Will-O-Wisp King. After that, he would release the Bloodchild Divine Realms Array Diagram and weaken the Will-O-Wisp King's Bloodthirsty Plague. He would wear down the Will-O-Wisp until he could kill the Will-O-Wisp King. If the Will-O-Wisp King discovered it in time, he might choose to escape. If he couldn't, then he would be finished. As for using the Martial Soul Barrier to trap the Will-O-Wisp King, Xiao didn't dare to do so for now. Once an expert at the Will-O-Wisp King's level went all out, he would be extremely ferocious. The Blood-Red Plague continued to spread and entered the Will-O-Wisp King's body. Xiao was handling the effects of the Dragon God's Chilling Ice Array Diagram and the Bloodchild Divine Realms Array Diagram with ease. He didn't fear the Will-O-Wisp King at all. After a while, the Will-O-Wisp King sensed that something was wrong. Of course, he sensed that the Black Lotus Overlord was much stronger than before. The Black Lotus Overlord could completely restrain him, making it impossible for him to get close to Xiao. He didn't sense that the plague was spreading. The consumption of his divine energy increased by 10 times. While the Will-O-Wisp King was consuming his divine energy, Ling Xiao was absorbing his divine energy and becoming stronger. In just a short moment, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 10%. If he could suck the Will-O-Wisp King dry, his cultivation would definitely break through. Moreover, his potential would also be replenished. If the Black Lotus Overlord wasn't there, the Will-O-Wisp King might be able to attack Ling Xiao directly and prevent him from using the array diagram. He could also destroy the array diagram and make it ineffective. However, the Black Lotus Overlord was everywhere. Every time he wanted to do something, he would be interrupted. He couldn't just ignore it. The Black Lotus Overlord's attacks would definitely be able to injure him. This kid seems to be scheming something. If this continues, that girl will return to normal. If the two of them join hands, I will be in danger. It seems like the Shadow King was killed because of this kid. He had no choice but to use his last resort. The Will-O-Wisp King was actually forced into a desperate situation by Ling Xiao. Jianhu and Dong Huangyu were dumbfounded. A Wisp King's martial artist actually couldn't gain the upper hand king at all when facing Ling Xiao. This was truly a wonder. No one would believe it even if he told others about it. Will-O-the-Wisp Spirit Lock. The Spectral Fire King's cold voice rang out. A ball of fire suddenly emerged from his body. This flame was extremely strange. It actually reflected the Will-O-the-Wisp King's figure. He went straight for Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was directly attacking Ling Xiao's original body. It was so fast that Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react. The flame was instantly extinguished and drilled into Ling Xiao's body. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, go to hell. The Will-O-Wisp King's move was actually very similar to the soul leaving the shell. This ball of flame was the core of his soul. It could directly burn the opponent's soul. As long as his opponent's soul was burned to death, no matter how strong his physical body was, it would be useless. However, this move of the Will-O-the-Wisp King was definitely not a problem when used against others. In fact, it could even catch the enemy off guard. In fact, he had also used this move to kill many second-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. But when he met Ling Xiao, he was unlucky. What was even more strange was that he actually chose to enter Ling Xiao's spirit realm. He didn't know that Ling Xiao's spirit realm had already reached the terrifying level of the third-level Divine Physique Echelon. And this was only because he had absorbed a trace of the lotus flower's consciousness back then. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. If you choose to escape, I really can't do anything to you. But you're actually stupid enough to enter my spirit realm. The spirit realm closed. Two terrifying figures appeared in the spirit realm. The strength of a Yuan Venerate was immeasurable. Even if his soul was extremely weak, he was still much stronger than the Spectral Fire King. Ling Xiao's soul was at the third-level Divine Physique Echelon. He was also able to suppress the Spectral Fire King. Not good. The Spectral Fire King sensed that something was wrong and turned to escape. But could he escape? He was blasted into his spirit realm by Ling Xiao's palm. He completely sunk. Countless soul power turned into threads that completely severed and melted the Spectral Fire King's soul. There wasn't a single ripple. My spirit realm has increased to the fourth-level Divine Physique Echelon. Ling Xiao smiled and opened his eyes. He put away the 2 layers of array diagrams. The Spectral Fire King's physical body was still standing there, motionless. Behind Ling Xiao, a huge black hand reached out from Tyrannical Universe and took over the body of the Will-O-Wisp King. Then, the Black Lotus Overlord was also put away. Everything returned to normal. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. At this moment, Cold Plum opened her eyes. Where's the Spectral Fire King? Cold Plum asked anxiously. He was eaten by Master. Eaten? Cold Plum was dumbfounded. Master, just how terrifying are you? Even the Will-O-Wisp King was defeated. Unbelievable. Actually, the Spectral Fire King wouldn't have died if he hadn't courted death. At most, he would have been forced back. The 3 of them stood guard beside Ling Xiao, silently protecting Ling Xiao. During this time, they saw the martial artists from the City of Gold heading in a certain direction. The few people from the Saintess Palace also went in that direction. Could it be that some treasure appeared? Half an hour later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His cultivation had broken through to the third level of the shattered core realm. His physical body's strength had increased again, and it was now equivalent to an emperor weapon with 7 dragon patterns. The Will-o'-the-Wisp King was indeed the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. He wasn't the only one who had improved. Even the Black Lotus Overlord had broken through to the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If Ling Xiao encountered the Spectral Fire King again, he was confident that he could defeat him. Not only that, but he also obtained the Spectral Fire King's Spectral Lantern. The Spectral Lantern was also an Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. When it released 9 fire dragons, even a second-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist wouldn't dare to face it head-on. It was as terrifying as the Shadow King's death. Let's go over there. I can feel the aura of the Sanctus Palace and the City of Gold. Also, there seems to be the aura of the Abyss Devil Realm. Also, there's a tree. Ling Xiao looked to the front. Those who wanted to settle their scores had all gathered together. They could settle their scores together. A tree? Could it be the ancient war tree? Jianhu said, I've heard that there's a towering tree in the world of souls. It's called the ancient war tree. It's said that it has lived for 10,000 years. Although most of its trunk has withered, it's still alive. Also, it mutated because of the dead spirit's aura. Therefore, it's also called the ancient zombie tree. Its cultivation is at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon, but its combat power isn't any weaker than the Spectral Fire King. Its trunk is impervious to fire and water. It's indestructible. Normal attacks can't hurt it at all. It's that powerful? As far as the Taiji eye of Ling Xiao could see, he could indeed see that ancient tree. It covered a radius of 1 kilometer. It was within the range of his array. Wu, the ancient war tree, let out a strange roar. It seemed to be angry. The terrifying branches and roots kept swaying. Even from here, one could feel the tremors. It was as if the ground was going to collapse. Any living being touched by the branches and roots would become the ancient tree's puppet. They would lose their consciousness and be controlled by the ancient tree. They would fight for the ancient tree like puppets. Ling Xiao saw that there were many living beings and dead spirits hanging on the ancient tree. Why do these guys have to provoke the ancient war tree? Ling Xiao frowned. The ancient war tree was different from the Death Spirit King. It would not attack first. However, as long as it sensed killing intent, it would counterattack. Someone must have done something to the ancient of war tree to make it so irritable and restless. In the end, it's all because of greed. Jianhu smiled bitterly. The ancient war tree's trunks are incomparably tough. If we can get some of them to forge weapons, we would be able to use them to forge weapons. If we can get it, it would be an emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. Not only that, the ancient war tree's soul essence can improve a cultivator's physique and cultivation. The bark can be used to make armor. The leaves can be used to make hidden weapons. As for the fruits on the ancient war tree, they are not as magical as the fruit of eternity. However, they are the fruits of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the essence of death. After consuming them, one will be immune to poison and can even save one's life. It is also very beneficial for cultivation. It can be said that the ancient war tree is full of treasures. Jianhu, my disciple, you two continue to stay in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. Cold Plum and I will go and take a look. Even I am tempted by such good things. They entered the world of souls to search for treasures. As long as it was a treasure, they would not want to miss it. Jianhu and Dong Huangyu were not weak, but they would be in trouble if they entered the ancient war tree's territory. They might as well hide and wait for an opportunity to act. Master, are you really just here to get the treasures? Cold Plum smiled. What do you think? Ling Xiao smiled. There were some people that he would not let go of easily. For example, Huayu. She had said something so overboard and wanted to kill him. If not for the Will-o'-Wisp King's appearance, they would have already fought. There was also 100 Bugs and the others from the underworld. They had tried to kill him before. Although he had taken advantage of them, it was still not enough. However, it was not enough. The people from the underworld seemed to be scheming something. He was interested to know. After all, this scheme might involve the cultivators who entered the world of souls. If this group of people succeeded, it would be a disaster. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ling Xiao and Cold Plum soon entered the ancient war tree's territory. They had tried their best not to show any hostility, so they had not been attacked yet. But even so, Ling Xiao still felt uncomfortable being enveloped by the ancient war tree's aura. It was a special kind of aura. There was a bit of vitality in the midst of death. It was not easy to get used to. Luckily, Jianhu and Dong Huangyu didn't come out, otherwise, things would be troublesome. Ling Xiao witnessed a course-shattering realm martial artist being touched by the roots of the ancient war tree. In the blink of an eye, the color of his body was assimilated by the ancient tree. He had become a puppet. He was a neutral martial artist. Although his combat prowess wasn't as strong as Jianhu and Dong Huangyu, he was still at the 8th level of the shattered core realm. He actually died so miserably. How pitiful. Cold Plum was different. She originally had 2 martial spirits, one of which was the Plum Blossom martial spirit. This was her primitive martial soul. Later on, he even obtained the powerful resentful spirit martial soul. With the existence of 2 martial spirits, Cold Plum was not afraid of death chi and life chi. Instead, she enjoyed it. Ling Xiao could feel that Cold Plum's cultivation was continuously increasing. Be careful. Don't be touched by the trunk or roots of this guy. Use defensive treasures as much as possible. If you don't have any, use defensive martial skills. Senior Sister 100 bugs, release as many poisonous bugs as you can. These poisonous bugs seem to have a miraculous effect on the ancient war tree. Those from the Golden City, do you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Work harder, or everyone will die. Those from the Saintess Palace, since you're here, let's work together. Don't think about other things. There are many treasures on this ancient war tree. When they were about a few hundred meters away from the trunk of the ancient war tree, Ling Xiao suddenly heard someone shouting. Taking a closer look, 6 people from the Golden City, 7 from the Saintess Palace, and 5 from the Abyss Demon region had already joined forces to fight the ancient war tree. It was these idiots who had provoked the ancient war tree. This caused the ancient tree to go berserk. 1 person from the Golden City had died, and 1 from the Saintess Palace had also died. No one from the Abyss Demon region had died yet. This was because their 5 martial artists were relatively powerful. They were also good at controlling puppets to fight. You're still alive. When she saw Ling Xiao, Huayu was dumbfounded. When she escaped, she clearly saw Ling Xiao fighting with the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. Who would have thought that this guy was still alive? This was really unbelievable. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Ling Xiao looked at Huayu sarcastically, then looked at the silver dragon. You're not qualified to be a leader. 8 people. Other than the one I crippled, another one died. Ling Xiao said lightly, even so, do you still plan to fight with me for that thing? The silver dragon smiled bitterly. At this time, he was not in the mood to bicker with Ling Xiao. Just dealing with the attacks of the ancient war tree was already very tiring. Ling Xiao, don't be sarcastic. Since you're here, let's fight together. This ancient war tree is now irritable. Even if you want to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Bai Fan shouted. You're not dead yet? Ling Xiao joked. Bai Fan almost vomited blood. F*CK, do you think it's easy for me to live? You cursed me to die the moment you saw me. Senior Sister 100 Worms, it's that kid. The people of Abyss had also noticed Ling Xiao. Don't worry about him first. Wait for our reinforcements to arrive, then we'll deal with him. 100 Worms had of course noticed Ling Xiao long ago. Her hatred for Ling Xiao was stronger than Huayu's. Not only did Ling Xiao steal the treasure right in front of them, but he also killed the people from the 9 underworlds. She had to take revenge. But she was also very calm. Now was definitely not the time for revenge. Ling Xiao glanced at them, then looked at the ancient war tree. Perhaps because they were close, the ancient war tree had already locked him and Cold Plum as enemies. It actually started to attack them. On the ground, there were roots attacking continuously. In the sky, there were also branches and flying leaves. It was very difficult to avoid the attacks of the ancient war tree. Therefore, the Saintess Palace, the City of Gold, and Abyss had people in charge of defense. They used defensive Dharma treasures to block the attacks. The others focused on attacking. This kind of teamwork was pretty good. Cold Plum, you go first. Ling Xiao still chose to wait and see. With Cold Plum joining the battle alone, the battle became much easier. After all, Cold Plum was a divine body realm martial artist. She was different from the others. Whether it was Hua Yu, Bain Zilong, or 100 Worms, they were only half-step divine body realm martial artists. The three of them together were not enough to deal with Cold Plum. In fact, if Ling Xiao and Cold Plum joined forces, they could take down the ancient war tree. But the problem was that this place was full of danger. No one could guarantee that the King of Death Souls was not nearby watching. Therefore, their enemy was not the ancient war tree. It was the danger that could come at any time. Ling Xiao knew that he had killed 2 King of Death Souls. He must have attracted the attention of the undead souls. If they came again, it might not be just 1 King of Death Souls. They might even bring an army of undead souls. It was better to be safe than sorry. He did not want to die in vain. The Golden Sky region, the Abyss Demon region, and the Saintess Palace joined forces to besiege the ancient war tree. Although they didn't have good teamwork, they still had Cold Plum, a powerful first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. They were still able to gain a great advantage in the ancient war tree's frenzied counterattack. The ancient war tree let out an even more frenzied roar, and countless puppets charged toward the 3 forces under its control. It formed a spectacular battle scene. A black shadow quietly approached from the ground and stared at the battle. A hint of coldness flashed in its eyes. That's it. Everyone, hold on. We can definitely destroy the ancient war tree. The 100 bugs floated in midair and released a black swarm of mosquitoes that bit the puppets and branches to pieces. These bugs were really terrifying. If it was a martial artist of the same cultivation level, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Seeing the hope of victory, she started to think about how to gain the most benefits from it. Also, she had to be wary of Ling Xiao. This kid was a bastard who pretended to be weak. If she wasn't careful, she would be tricked by him. She had to be careful. Lowly humans, how dare you plot against me? I will make you pay a heavy price. A vigorous voice rang out in the air. The voice was like a gust of wind. At the same time, the attack became even more violent. Within a 1-mile radius, sand and stones were flying everywhere. It was extremely chaotic. Ling Xiao watched the battle quietly. If nothing unexpected happened, this long battle would end with the ancient war tree's defeat. Although the ancient war tree was furious, Cold Plum's strength was beyond its expectations. It couldn't even kill Cold Plum, let alone face the attacks of the other people at the same time. Ling Xiao suddenly heard a voice. You're the young man who killed the Will-O-Wisp King, right? You have the Mountain River martial soul, right? You're the ancient war tree? Ling Xiao was stunned. That's right. I'm dying. I'm willing to give you the fruits on my body. I hope you can help me with one thing. The ancient war tree said. It's really you. Say it. If you want me to save you, then forget it. I'm not a kind-hearted person. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There's no need. I've been here for too long. This place used to be a dense forest. A group of kind-hearted elves lived there. This group of elves was formed from mountains and rivers, and they were all extremely beautiful. But one day, a terrifying existence appeared among them. Everything had changed. This place had become a land of death. 10,000 years. I've already been tortured beyond recognition. Stop, what are you trying to say? Ling Xiao frowned. He wasn't interested in listening to this guy's story. I want to become that lady's martial spirit. Her plum blossom martial spirit will fuse with me. Not only can I retain the characteristics of the plum blossom, but I can also obtain the power of war that belongs to me. The ancient war tree hesitated for a moment before finally speaking his mind. I know that you have the Mountain River martial spirit. It can transform everything in the world into a martial spirit and bestow it to others. You're really knowledgeable. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "This is a very good suggestion, but how can I guarantee that you are sincere?" "This is simple. I've already seen your battle with the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. I'm definitely not your opponent. Now, I can bring the ancient war tree's essence into your mountain river world. You shouldn't be afraid that I'll play tricks, right?" The ancient war tree said. "No need. You should come in as a whole. It's better to transform something original into a martial spirit." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "As long as you don't resist, leave the rest to me." "Understood." The ancient tree of war wanted to abandon its body and extend its life in another form. It saw Cold Plum's huge potential and could definitely let it see more and better things. Ling Xiao stepped on the ground. The pitch-black universe spread out on the ground. Everyone was startled. "Ling Xiao, what are you doing?" 100 Bugs screamed. Ling Xiao ignored him. The ancient war tree seemed to have fallen into a quagmire and quickly sank. In the end, it completely disappeared under everyone's shocked gazes. The moment the ancient war tree disappeared, Universe Tyrant also disappeared at the same time. Ling Xiao believed that in such a short time, no one would notice the existence of the mountain river martial spirit. This ancient war tree was a little special, so it was another matter. "Bastard! Ling Xiao, you've done a good job." Huayu was the most furious. The battle was about to be won. She couldn't accept that something like this had happened. "You actually want to take the ancient war tree for yourself." 100 Bugs also came to denounce him. On the other hand, the silver dragon was calmer. Ling Xiao could actually swallow the ancient war tree. What did this mean? Ling Xiao could already defeat a divine physique realm martial artist? Or did Ling Xiao and the ancient war tree have some kind of tacit understanding? No matter which it was, he felt that the current Ling Xiao was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He definitely couldn't afford to offend him. "So what if I did it?" Ling Xiao looked coldly at Huayu and 100 Bugs. "If you have the ability, come at me together." His eyes were filled with mockery. The battle with the Ghost Fire King had greatly boosted his confidence. Even if he didn't use the Black Lotus Demon Venerable, he wouldn't lose to these two people. "You're courting death." Huayu stood out. "How dare you look down on us? In that case, we'll kill you today." 100 Bugs couldn't take it anymore. Previously, Ling Xiao had snatched all the fruits of victory. This time, it was the same. As a top genius of the abyss, she had never been humiliated like this. "I'll do it. I alone am enough to kill him." Huayu stopped 100 Bugs. This guy should have died just now if the Ghost Fire King hadn't helped him. How could he have survived until now? Let's restart the battle that we haven't finished yet. I advise the two of you to join forces. Otherwise, you won't be able to last more than 3 minutes. Ling Xiao mocked. He was in the third stage of the core fragmentation realm. Even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, his combat power was completely above an ordinary half-step divine physique realm martial artist. It was a little difficult for a genius like Huayu. However, it was still possible to defeat her. "Leader, what should we do? Are we still going to snatch the eternal fruit?" Bai Fan looked at Yin Hua Zilong and asked. "Snatch my ass. Can't you see that Kaidai Saintus Cold Plum has returned to normal? The eternal fruit is gone." Yin Hua Zilong sighed and said, "Our Golden Sky region has really produced an amazing person. Ling Xiao, I'm impressed." At this moment, he was completely convinced by Ling Xiao. No matter what others said, he supported Ling Xiao in this battle. "I can feel it too. His talent is probably something that even Huang Jinlong can't compete with. Perhaps our Golden City will have another king-level character." Blackpeak also sighed. He used to look down on Ling Xiao, but now he had to look up to him. This was really awkward. Ling Xiao had nothing to say to Huayu. He immediately threw a punch at it. This guy was much easier to deal with than the Ghost Fire King. Of course, if he touched Ling Xiao the Demon Lord lightly, killing Huayu would be a piece of cake. But then, he would not be able to achieve a breakthrough in the battle. Therefore, his main body would benefit more. Seeing Ling Xiao attack, Huayu sneered. Suddenly, a crystal-like glow appeared on her body. Ling Xiao heard from Cold Plum that Huayu was from the Ice Silkworm race. The ice silkworms were as beautiful as ice crystals, but their defense was extremely strong. Of course, compared to Ling Xiao, there was a big gap. Ling Xiao's god's fist had already arrived. The huge fist was like a meteorite. Before the terrifying power arrived, the expressions of the people around Huayu changed. They had to step back. Only the two half-step divine body realm female martial artists could still stand there, but they did not look good either. Not bad. No wonder you're so arrogant. Unfortunately, compared to me, you're still far behind. Seeing Ling Xiao's fist coming, Huayu only sneered. Then, she threw a punch too. Her disdainful gaze seemed to be telling others that Ling Xiao's fist was not worth mentioning at all in her eyes. Boom, the moment their fists touched, Huayu sensed that something was wrong. But it was already too late. At that moment, her arm was fractured. Her body flew out crazily, hit the ground, and then bounced up again. A deep pit was formed on the ground. However, Ling Xiao stood there and did not retreat. Not even half a step. Even a fool could tell that Huayu was at a disadvantage in this collision. Stop him. Seeing that Huayu was at a disadvantage, Yu Feng and Yu Can hurriedly blocked Ling Xiao's path. The rest of the people also rushed over to prevent Ling Xiao from harming Huayu. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of giving chase. He only looked at Huayu mockingly and said, "I've said it before. You'll pay the price for underestimating your enemy. This attack is just a lesson. I hope you can remember it. However, I also believe that you are definitely not just a little bit of strength. You're courting death." Huayu was really annoyed. His broken right arm recovered in an instant. His body turned into an afterimage as he madly pounced on Ling Xiao. Along the way, he actually unleashed a secret technique. A mirror-like ice crystal enveloped the two of them. Within the ice crystal, there was no sign of Ling Xiao. There was only Huayu, and there was more than one of them. There were a total of 108 huge ice crystals and 108 flower jades. Ice Crystal Fantasy World. Leng Mei furrowed her brows. I didn't expect that he would actually use this move. Looks like he really wants to kill Master. Once the Ice Crystal Fantasy World appears, that brat will definitely die. Not bad. Yu Feng and Yu Can both revealed a gloating expression. They had followed Huayu for a long time. Every time Huayu encountered trouble and used the Ice Crystal Fantasy World, there was absolutely no one who could block the attack. Because the attacks of the 108 shadows were all real. Go to hell. Huayu laughed wildly. The 100 shadows suddenly attacked. Then all kinds of attacks fell on Ling Xiao's body, beating Ling Xiao until he was swaying left and right. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have no strength to fight back at all. He just stood there and took the beating. That's the end. 100 Bug sneered. It looked like she didn't need to make a move. This Ling Xiao was indeed no match for Huayu. However, the next moment, when the attack stopped, Ling Xiao moved his neck and wrist, looked at Huayu mockingly and said, "Your strength is really nothing. However, your massage technique is not bad." Everyone was dumbfounded. After being continuously attacked by Huayu for nearly 10 minutes, Ling Xiao was actually unscathed. What kind of treasure did this guy have? The enemies didn't want to believe that Ling Xiao's body was so strong, so they always thought that Ling Xiao must have some kind of treasure on him. You dare to look down on me? Fine, since you're relying on the power of your treasure, I won't be polite. Huayu snorted and took out a dagger. This dagger was almost completely transparent. It looked like an extremely clear ice crystal. 2 dragon patterns could be faintly seen on it. Fish intestine killing sword. Cold Plum frowned even more. Although she had inherited the Kai Dai Saintess's inheritance in the Saintess Palace, she had only obtained an emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. On Huayu's body, there were at least 2 emperor weapons with 2 dragon patterns. The white robe he was wearing was actually a type of defensive treasure. An emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. The fish intestine killing sword in his hand was also one. Attack and defense in one. She wondered how many more treasures this guy had. As expected of the son adopted by the previous saintess. Master, be careful. Cold Plum reminded him. Actually, her reminder was completely unnecessary. Ling Xiao's body was equivalent to an emperor weapon with 7 dragon patterns. It was impossible for Hua Yu to break through his defense with the fish intestine killing sword with 2 dragon patterns. Unless this guy had some terrifying martial technique that could greatly increase the power of the fish intestine killing sword. Formless and traceless, fish intestine killing sword, shadowless sword technique. Another 108 figures attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. The fish intestine killing sword suddenly disappeared. It was impossible to tell who was holding it. How is he going to block it? 100 Worms looked at Ling Xiao. When the ice crystal illusion dimension appeared, he thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. But now, her attitude became cautious. Otherwise, it would feel really awkward to be slapped in the face. He can't block it. The Jade Bee and Jade Silkworm didn't know their own limits. That was because they admired Hua Yu too much and trusted her too much. This kind of trick is fine for acrobatics, but it's ridiculous to use it in battle. Ling Xiao's voice could be heard. Then, his body suddenly burst out. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Ling Xiao's fist had already landed on one of the figures. That figure shot out and merged into the ice crystal. The rest of the figures disappeared in an instant. There were bloodstains on the ice crystal. It was obvious that Hua Yu was injured again. Trash, how dare you look down on Cold Plum with such strength? I don't know where your courage comes from. Ling Xiao stood there with his hands behind his back. He didn't even draw his sword, but Hua Yu was already at a disadvantage. Hua Yu's self-esteem was obviously greatly damaged. I'm not trash, now, I'll show you what the real ice crystal illusion dimension is like. Along with his angry roar, his voice rang out. The whole world seemed to have changed. Ling Xiao felt that he was trapped in a world of ice crystals. Everything in the world was made of ice crystals. This was the world that Hua Yu ruled, and it was one of her strongest trump cards. The consumption of true essence seems to be accelerating. Ling Xiao found that even if he was attacked, he was still releasing his true essence crazily. And I can't absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth from the surroundings? Ling Xiao found another thing. Not only that, as long as he moved here, his physical strength would be consumed very quickly. The real form of the ice crystal illusion dimension was really terrifying. Do you understand now? This is the scariest part of the ice crystal mirage. In here, you're the enemy of the whole world. You can't absorb any spiritual energy, and your vital essence will be consumed at an accelerated rate. I thought this was bullying you, so I didn't use it. Here, I'm everything. I'm the master. I'm invincible. Hua Yu laughed wildly, not even bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be very proud that he had the absolute advantage. In the complete ice crystal mirage, he could constantly absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world for his own use. And even if he was injured, he could recover in the shortest time. How could Ling Xiao fight with him? He couldn't see the possibility of him losing, and he couldn't see the possibility of Ling Xiao winning. The injuries he suffered before had been completely healed by the ice crystal mirage. You think you've won? Ling Xiao laughed. What, you still have a way to resist my ice crystal mirage? Hua Yu said disdainfully, don't be pretentious. Obediently show a frightened and incompetent look. Isn't that good? Frightened, incompetent? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. What made this idiot so confident? He shook his head helplessly. Watch, something interesting is about to happen. Dragon God Ice Array. It was the same ice attribute secret technique, but it had a completely different effect. With a dragon's roar. The huge white array completely enveloped the ice crystal mirage. The strange array began to nibble at the ice crystal mirage. This scene terrified Hua Yu to the extreme. He used his soul power to perceive his ice crystal mirage and was horrified to find that there was no connection with it at all. How could this be? Hua Yu was terrified. Ever since he succeeded in cultivating the ice crystal mirage, such a thing had never happened. It was too strange. Although the whole world was still covered in ice and snow, Hua Yu found that the master of this world was no longer him. It was Ling Xiao. How do you feel? Ling Xiao mocked. The onlookers didn't know what words to use to express their shock. The bitter smile on the silver dragon's face became more and more serious. I seem to have underestimated him. He might be even more terrifying than Huang Jinlan. That can't be right. No matter what, senior brother Huang Jinlan is a divine physique echelon expert. How could he possibly be a match for him? Bai Fan said. It's different. Huang Jinlan grew up in Golden City and received the best resources and education. What about Ling Xiao? He came from the remote western region and had climbed up step by step. From the bottom to where he was now. He had just obtained the qualifications to enter the Golden City. However, his strength was already extremely close to Huang Jinlan's. Tell me, how terrifying is his talent? Bai Yinzilong shook its head. If he knew that Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Lotus Sutra and created the Black Lotus Overlord, how shocked would he be, who was Huang Jinlan, in front of Ling Xiao? It was not even worth mentioning. At this moment, within the Dragon God Frost diagram, Huayu became restless due to her shock. He charged towards Ling Xiao without regard for anything else. He didn't use any tricks this time. He brandished his fish intestine killing sword and charged forward. The terrifying power caused the entire diagram to shake. One had to admit that Huayu's strength was quite terrifying when he was enraged. Unfortunately, he encountered Ling Xiao. You're really only at this level. I overestimated you. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. A dragon roar was heard. The terrifying frost divine dragon woke up from the ice and pounced towards Lin Fan with bared fangs and claws. It emitted the terrifying aura of an ancient divine beast. It caused the world to become even colder. Even I have to be careful of Master's attack. Otherwise, I'll really die. Cold Plum was amazed. She was a divine body realm martial artist. She had already said so. How could Huayu block it? No matter how strong Huayu was, he was only a half-step divine body realm martial artist. At that moment, Cold Plum was instantly filled with pride. This was her master, a powerful master who could show off to others. The appearance of the Dragon God Frost diagram completely broke the effect of the ice crystal illusion world. Now, Huayu was the unlucky one. This diagram could even restrict the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. Not to mention Huayu. Halfway through his flight, Huayu suddenly felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze. His body was extremely heavy and he fell directly to the ground. That was not an illusion. His body had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Save the young master. Yu Feng, Yu Can, and the others barged into the Dragon God Frost diagram. They blocked the terrifying Frost Divine Dragon. It's a pity that you have a group of loyal subordinates. But now, they can't be saved. When those women stood in front of Huayu, they were all frozen. The Frost Divine Dragon opened its huge mouth and killed them all. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. The other party wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill them. It was that simple. Let's go. 100 Worm suddenly signaled the martial artists of the Abyss Demon region with his eyes. They escaped. If he still couldn't see how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was, then he would be a little too stupid. The White Silver Dragon did not leave. They had no feud with Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had always taken care of his fellow disciples. As long as they did not offend Ling Xiao, their lives would not be in danger. It's hard to imagine that Ling Xiao will stir up such a terrifying storm after entering the City of Gold. Who can suppress him? The White Silver Dragon looked at Ling Xiao with a strong sense of worship. Although he was the senior brother. But in this world, if you were the weak, others gave you face and called you senior brother. If they did not give you face, you were nothing. You dared to kill my people. You killed all of them. I won't forgive you. I'll tear you into pieces. Huayu roared, and his body suddenly released a terrifying blood-red light. Master, this is the berserk transformation unique to the savage beasts. It can increase one's strength by 10 times. The disadvantage is that it can only last for 10 minutes. And after using it, one will enter a state of fatigue. Cold Plum explained. I've long heard that the demon race has the devil transformation and the beast race has the berserk transformation. It's just SOSO. Ling Xiao was a little disdainful. A 10-fold increase was not as good as his beast soul transformation. It was also not as good as his bloody rat demon. But to deal with a mere Huayu, he did not need those. Ling Xiao finally took out the East Victory Sky Sword. He stepped on a pure White Lotus platform. After these few consecutive battles, his White Lotus scroll had also entered the proficiency level. As long as he entered the large success level, then he could condense the White Lotus Supreme. With the appearance of two venerables, Ling Xiao was basically an invincible existence among his peers. What power is that? Black Peak frowned and said, "It feels holy and powerful. Could it be a saint-level technique? I don't know. Let's take a look first." Huayu is very terrifying after the berserk transformation. The white silver dragon shook his head. He really could not recognize what Ling Xiao was using. He only felt that the power was extremely terrifying. Looking at the formation map again, Huayu's appearance had changed. Right now, Huayu was no longer the handsome pretty boy. He was now 2 meters tall. His body had become extremely muscular and ferocious. His skin, which was originally white like jade, had now turned blood red. "If that's all, you're no match for me." Ling Xiao looked at Huayu without changing his expression. This berserk state was still nothing in front of him. "Is that so? What if it's this?" Baiyu laughed ferociously. He took out a scroll painting. The moment the scroll painting appeared, it released an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. "The Saintess painting, so the Saintess painting is in your hands. No wonder I couldn't find it," Cold Plum said in surprise. "Ha ha ha, Cold Plum, you should know how terrifying the Saintess painting is. Now, I'm going to use this to kill your man. You'll never be able to escape from my hands." The Saintess painting rose into the air and released a Saintess illusion. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao almost unable to stand still. The huge pressure kept pouncing on Ling Xiao as if it wanted to completely flatten Ling Xiao. A 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect Huayu to have such a thing. This really surprised him. Even a second-level divine physique echelon martial artist couldn't withstand this level of emperor weapon. Not to mention him. However, he also had a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon. Saintess painting, merge. The Saintess illusion merged into Huayu's body. Her terrifying strength had already increased by 10 times due to the berserk state. She was strengthened by 10 times again. A full 100 times increase. This had already reached the 3rd level of the Bloody Devil Rat. This made Huayu's combat power almost on par with a 1st-level divine physique echelon. Other than the lack of divine energy, there was no difference between her and a 1st-level divine physique echelon. Boom, a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. The ice on the ground began to crack. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. "Congratulations, you've hurt me." There was no fear on Ling Xiao's face. There was only surprise. He didn't expect Huayu to have such a powerful treasure. Because of this, his gains from this battle were even greater. Just this pressure alone was enough to increase the energy in his cultivation C by 10%. Still acting tough? I'll kill you. Huayu was about to go crazy. Even at this time, Ling Xiao was still very calm. He couldn't understand this, so he could only think that Ling Xiao was acting tough. "Senior brother Silver, is Ling Xiao alright?" Bai Fan asked. From contempt, to hatred, to fear, and then to worship, Bai Fan had gone through these few stages because Ling Xiao's strength had become stronger. Therefore, in the profound world, if you wanted to gain the respect of others, the only thing you could do was to become stronger. Strength was not only a means to protect one's life, but also a martial artist's dignity. Without strength, your dignity would be completely trampled on. I don't know, but Ling Xiao seems to be very calm. He should have a way to deal with it. The silver dragon couldn't understand this battle anymore. An emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns was the best emperor artifact in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Anyway, he had never seen one before. He didn't expect Huayu to have one. "Master, do you want me to help?" Cold Plum was also a little anxious. The Saintess portrait was the best treasure in the Saintess Palace. Huayu had actually obtained it. Coupled with the strength from berserk, martial artists below the divine physique echelon couldn't do anything to him. "No need, I have a way." How could Ling Xiao miss such a good opportunity to break through his limits? Perhaps he could cultivate the White Lotus Scroll to greater mastery after this battle. He could upgrade the Void-Shattering Finger to the third stage. The first stage of the Void-Shattering Finger was to transcend the void. The second stage was to shatter the void, the third stage was to create the void. If he could successfully cultivate the void, Ling Xiao wouldn't even need to use the ghost lantern that he stole from the Ghost Fire King. He could kill Huayu. The Saintess' anger will shatter heaven and earth. At this moment, Huayu was ready to attack. As his voice rang out, his entire body was enveloped by the Saintess' light. The terrifying pressure caused the ice shards in the entire formation to fly everywhere. The power was so great that it was unbelievable. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. Then, he put the ghost lantern back into the box. Treasures were only used to save one's life. If one wouldn't die, it was best not to use it. Otherwise, one would become dependent on it, and it would be difficult for one's cultivation to improve. Accept your fate. From the moment I took out the Saintess portrait, you were already destined to fail. Not to mention one of you, even if there were 10 of you, you would only be a lowly ant in front of me. Huayu smiled coldly. Look at your cowardly face. Stay close to me first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Phantom of the Holy Ground. Phantom of the Holy Ground combined with the Dragon God's Ice formation. At the very least, Ling Xiao could save his own life. In an invincible position, he would try to fight back. And find a way to break through in the battle. Stubborn. Before his voice died away, Huayu had already attacked. The attack arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. The sharp fish intestine killing sword produced a terrifying destructive power at this moment. Although it was only an emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. In the hands of Huayu, whose strength was equivalent to a divine body first-level martial artist, it could unleash the power of an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao's physical body wasn't that strong. Qi, the fishbowl killing sword pierced Ling Xiao's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Huayu's ferocious face was filled with pride. God's power, Venerable White Lotus. Ling Xiao's body was enveloped by the Venerable White Lotus's shadow. It wasn't a real body, so it wasn't as strong as the Black Lotus Overlord. But its combat power was also very strong. God's Fist. Under the Venerable White Lotus's shadow, the God's Fist was thrown out again. The violent power smashed onto Huayu's body. However, what was shocking was that Huayu's body only tilted slightly. She didn't even retreat. Hee, I've said it before. In my eyes, you're just a stubborn ant. You're nothing to worry about. Huayu twisted the fishbowl killing sword in Ling Xiao's body and sneered. Endless God's Fist. Ling Xiao activated his vital energy again. He wanted to break through his limit. The crazy God's Fist landed on Huayu's body. If 1 punch didn't work, 2 punches. If 2 punches didn't work, countless punches. Huayu was finally forced to retreat. The fishbowl killing sword was also pulled out. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body healed instantly. It was as if he had never been stabbed. It's useless. Everything you've done is in vain. Huayu laughed wildly. She suddenly stopped. The fishbowl killing sword stabbed out crazily. It shattered Ling Xiao's endless God's Fist one by one. See? It's all in vain. The smile in Huayu's eyes became even more obvious. But what she didn't understand was why there was no despair or fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. Bastard, if I kill you, you'll be afraid. What an annoying expression. Huayu really didn't like Ling Xiao's expression. It made him feel useless. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I didn't say you can't kill me, as long as you have the ability. Ling Xiao admitted that Huayu was very strong. Especially with the portrait of the Saintess and Berserk, he couldn't resist at all. His body, which was originally unscathed, now had many wounds. However, if he wanted to kill him with this, wasn't it a bit wishful thinking? On the contrary, his White Lotus God could already form a phantom. The next step was to form a physical body. However, a good physical body needed a treasure as the foundation. There were many treasures in the world of souls, so he didn't worry. Now, the main task was to level up the Void-Shattering Finger. When the Void-Shattering Finger entered the second level, the cooldown time became 15 minutes. However, it was still very long. The reason why Ling Xiao hadn't used it was because he was looking for that feeling. This void-shattering finger was comprehended from the remains of the sun god. Now, the remains had been moved into the mountain river world by him. As he continued to try, the pressure from the enemy increased. The sun god's fierce aura finally erupted. The sun god was the god of slaughter, the god of space. How could he endure being suppressed like this? Even if it was just a small fingernail, it contained the sun god's pride. It was originally asleep, but now it was completely stimulated by the idiot Hua Yu. Ling Xiao could feel that something was beginning to sprout. And it was growing. This was the reason why he hadn't killed Hua Yu yet. Hua Yu would become the key to his void-shattering finger breaking through to the 3rd level. Is this Ling Xiao still human? Black Peak felt his whole body trembling. Yes, the current Hua Yu, except for the fact that he can't use divine energy, each of his attacks can reach the terrifying 1st level of the divine body realm. He can actually block it. The admiration in Bai Fan's eyes became more and more obvious. Not only did he block it, but his injuries weren't serious. He avoided all the vital points. Bai Yinlong sighed. Damn it, why don't you accept your fate of failure? Why? Go to hell right now. Hua Yu went from being confident to being anxious, and from being anxious to being shocked. He knew too well how terrifying his attacks were now. However, every attack was diffused by Ling Xiao in an ingenious way. This guy seemed to know all of his weaknesses. What the hell? Didn't you eat? Or did he tire himself out from playing with women last night? This attack is really boring. Ling Xiao was actually under a lot of pressure. At this moment, he did not release his tyrant martial spirit. Therefore, every attack from his opponent could seriously injure him. He had to activate his Tai Chi Eye and pay close attention to the other party's every move. The reason why he was still provoking Xianxia was not because he wanted to win a battle of words, but because his void-shattering finger needed a breakthrough. He had to fully stimulate the potential of the sun god's remains. If the other party's attack wasn't strong enough, then it wouldn't do. Alright, you want to be strong, I'll fulfill your wish, Saintess Jade Palm. To be honest, it was hard for people to accept hearing Hua Yu recite such a martial skill. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to let his imagination run wild. This was because the Saintess Jade Palm was truly terrifying. Hua Yu was sitting cross-legged in midair. He was like a bodhisattva, shining with holy light as he slapped out a huge palm. The air along the way was compressed and blasted toward Ling Xiao like an air cannon. Ling Xiao could feel that if he was really hit by this palm strike, he would be half dead if he didn't die. Dodging might be the wisest choice. However, Ling Xiao didn't. He raised his right hand and stretched out his fingers. The power of the void-shattering finger was gathering crazily. I feel it. It's this power. Ling Xiao revealed a look of joy. Hua Yu had no idea what Ling Xiao's current expression meant. His Saintess Jade Palm was about to hit Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could still laugh, it was really unbelievable. However, in the next moment, he suddenly understood. Ling Xiao's finger was like a god's staff. A strange black hole appeared in the direction he pointed. Although the black hole was very small, it still had a terrifying effect. At that moment, the Saintess Jade Palm seemed to be torn apart by the devouring power. It was sucked into the black hole. It stopped abruptly, including that terrifying power. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. So this is the so-called space creation. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. After the space created and the things absorbed disappeared, it would completely integrate into Ling Xiao's body and become Ling Xiao's own power. It was just a small black hole now, but in the future, it might become a large black tide. Just like how he used Universe Tyrant to swallow the ancient war tree. However, the two were fundamentally different. When Universe Tyrant swallowed the ancient war tree had to not resist. However, the void-shattering finger's devouring was completely different. It devoured without the other party's consent. What? He saw that the move he released with all his strength was easily broken by Ling Xiao. Hua Yu was dumbfounded. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Yu indifferently. His goal had been completely achieved. There was no need to continue wasting time. No. It's not over. I don't want it to end. Hua Yu roared angrily. However, the move just now had consumed too much energy. It caused the berserk state to become unstable. There was also a problem with the fusion of the Saintess portrait. It was obviously going to break free. Master, leave him to me. Cold Plum suddenly stood out and said. Up to you. Ling Xiao knew that Cold Plum was almost killed by Hua Yu. Now that there was a chance, he would let Cold Plum take revenge. At this moment, the few from the City of Gold directly knelt down. Ling Xiao's terrifying void-shattering finger made them feel as if they had seen a god at that moment. The rest were dumbfounded. They could not believe that this was real. Hua Yu lost, and it was after using the berserk state and the Saintess portrait. If Ling Xiao had also used the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, it would not be surprising. However, from the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had not used any weapons. He was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. The pair of eyes in the darkness were also shocked. No, this kid is too strange. With just me and 100 nightmare nights, I don't have much confidence. It looks like we really need to find someone to help us. Without a sound, the demonic infant king and the 100 nightmare nights quietly left. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. If the demonic infant king dared to attack, he would definitely make him stay. However, since the demonic infant king chose to leave, he would not waste his energy. A demonic infant king and 100 nightmare nights were not to be trifled with. Saintess, Saintess, please don't kill me. I am also the adopted son of the previous Saintess. If you kill me, the Saintess Palace will not let you go. The Saintess portrait was completely separated from Hua Yu's body and was held in Cold Plum's hand. Hua Yu had no strength to resist at all. He could only beg for mercy or use the Saintess Palace to pressure Cold Plum. Mobile version update website, using the Saintess Palace to pressure me? Cold Plum sneered. Don't forget that I'm the Saintess of this generation. She killed Hua Yu after saying that. Now, all the people from the Saintess Palace in the world of souls were killed. Master, this is the Saintess painting. The fishbowl killing sword, it's a pity that his defensive artifact was destroyed in the battle. Cold Plum handed Hua Yu's storage ring and the 2 treasures to Ling Xiao. Keep them. Just give me the storage ring. Ling Xiao took the storage ring. As for the Saintess painting and the fishbowl killing sword, they were very suitable for Cold Plum. If he wanted Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, and Ling Xiao to rule the savage beast realm for him, he had to make them stronger. Of course, if there were things that were suitable for him, he would not refuse. However, he really had no use for them. This. Cold Plum was a little hesitant. I won't repeat myself. We've known each other for so long. Don't you understand? Ling Xiao waved his hand. Cold Plum finally accepted. However, in her heart, she felt that she owed Ling Xiao too much. No matter what, she had to help Ling Xiao as much as she could in the upcoming battle. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to become enemies with the entire 4 realms and 9 realms, she would stand up and support him. I'll give you one more thing. Ling Xiao had already transformed the ancient war tree into his martial soul. He directly injected it into Cold Plum's body. Using its domineering power, he merged the rest of the Plum Blossom martial soul into one. At that moment, Cold Plum's cultivation broke through again. However, Cold Plum did not say anything this time. Some things were better done than said. At this moment, the white silver dragon walked over. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, Junior brother Ling, today's battle can be said to have broadened our horizons. If you enter the Golden City and need any help, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely help. You don't want the eternal fruit anymore? Ling Xiao joked. Junior brother Ling, please don't make such a joke. We wouldn't dare. Blackpeak smiled bitterly and said, I'm glad that I didn't become your enemy in the past. Otherwise, I would have regretted it to death. That's right. Luckily, senior brother Bai Yingan stopped me. Otherwise, I would have been a corpse by now. Bai Fan sighed. Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't show mercy. He used his own strength to win the respect of his opponent. Moreover, these people did not have a death grudge with him. What happened in the past could be written off. I, Ling Xiao, am a very simple person. If others don't make things difficult for me, I naturally won't make things difficult for others. Just remember this principle. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, the white silver dragon and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't let them go. If that happened, they would be in trouble. Goodbye. The white silver dragon also needed to look for his own opportunity. Especially after witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and Hua Yu, he understood that the world of souls was dangerous. However, it was also an extremely great opportunity. If he seized it, he might be able to break through to the divine body realm. As long as he reached the divine body realm, his status in the Golden City would immediately change. Master, I don't think anyone below the divine body realm is your match, right? Cold Plum said with a smile. Maybe. Ling Xiao smiled. The battle with Hua Yu made him understand a principle. Don't underestimate martial artists who are half a step to the divine body realm. Especially Yu Chen and Zi Lin. Even if he didn't break through to the divine body realm, he might not be their match. Unless he used the Black Lotus Demon Venerable. There was also Lang Qingqing and Wang Quan under the heavens. They were both half a step to the divine body realm who were stronger than Hua Yu. If they were to fight, he might not be their match. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, he had to continue to improve. The battle just now had increased the energy in his cultivation C to 30%. Although it wasn't much, he was satisfied as long as it was an increase. After all, that wasn't the biggest gain. Instead, it was the breakthrough of the void-shattering finger and white lotus scroll. Exciting! Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Mo Jiao and Little Gold arrived late. I saw your battle with Hua Yu from afar just now. You're really powerful. You're lucky that you're in the world of souls now. If you were outside, you would have become the target of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But my ambition isn't in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ever since Ling Xiao found out about the Eternal Desert, he had been thinking about it. He planned to go to the Eternal Desert after reuniting with the Moon Lady. He wanted to see the true meaning of this place. After all, the 4 regions and 9 worlds were just a grain of sand to the Eternal Desert. It was too small and inconspicuous. As a martial artist, he had to have the motivation to climb up. You're really ambitious. Mo Jiao was stunned for a moment. He was really shocked by Ling Xiao's ambition. All he could see was the chaotic sand ocean. He didn't even think about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, Ling Xiao's vision was already on the Eternal Desert. There was indeed a huge gap between people. Of course, that's a matter for the future. I wonder if you've seen the people from the Eternal Palace? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He thought that he had the strength to kill Wang Quan under heaven now. As long as the Black Lotus Demon Venerable stopped Yu Chen, he would have a way to kill Wang Quan under heaven. This was a hatred that had been accumulated for a long time. Back then, Wang Quan under the heavens and I were just 2 people, and we flattened him and his country like ants. If the Black Demon hadn't appeared at that time, the nightmare wouldn't have been reversed. Therefore, he had to take revenge for this. He would kill Wang Quan under heaven first to collect some interest. As for Wang Quan under heaven, sooner or later, he would kill him too. I haven't seen him, but the scouting matter is settled. We can take that shortcut. Mo Jiao said. Then let's go. Ling Xiao released Dong Huangyu and Jianhu. The 2 of them also needed to train in battle. They couldn't always hide in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Especially Dong Huangyu. He realized that his disciple was definitely a true genius. If she didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial soul, her talent might be even scarier than his. Just now, he fought with Hua Yu. He worked hard to achieve a breakthrough in his martial technique. In the end, Dong Huangyu actually comprehended something and broke through to the 4th level of the Shattered Core Realm. This girl really needed to be trained. If she was trained well, she would definitely become the greatest help by his side. Her talent was even scarier than Cold Plum, Little Gold, and Long Chen. How could there be such a genius in the world? The 5 of them sped up and headed towards the shortcut that Mo Jiao mentioned. The next mission was to help Little Gold get the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow Remnant Soul. He believed that after obtaining that thing, Little Gold's strength would break through. At that time, with the divine physique realm Little Gold and Cold Plum by his side, Ling Xiao believed that he could at least do whatever he wanted in the Death Soul world. He just didn't know how strong the Death Soul Emperor was. However, the Death Soul Emperor that he saw so far was only at the first or second level of the divine physique realm. The Death Soul Emperor shouldn't be too strong. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Little Gold, Sword Tiger, and Dong Huangyu were in a group of 5. With Mo Jiao as their guide, the 6 of them headed toward the location of the Golden Crow's remnant soul. Along the way, they encountered many undead creatures that blocked their way. However, with the strength of these 6 people, it was naturally not a problem. They would kill as many as they came. The energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation sea also increased. The proficiency of the White Lotus Scroll continued to increase. However, they did not see the undead king. Previously, Ling Xiao clearly felt the demonic infant king's aura at the ancient war tree. However, he did not see it now. However, it was good that he did not see it. It was indeed troublesome to be targeted by a divine body realm expert. Soon, the 6 of them arrived at the so-called shortcut. It was a very narrow gap, just enough for one person to pass through. Even the larger undead creatures would not be able to pass through. No wonder Mo Jiao said that there were very few undead creatures here. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Little Gold smiled as he passed through the gap. He had to use the main path to reach the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul. However, there would be a lot of trouble along the way. Just the battle alone could tire them to death. After about 10 minutes, the 6 of them passed through the gap and arrived on the other side. This place is called the 9 Underworld's Demon Sea. Although it is just a large underground lake, it is indeed very large. This place is cold and terrifying all year round. It is very suitable for the undead creatures who like cold. It is because of the existence of the Golden Crow's remnant soul. Mo Jiao introduced. The 9 Underworld's Demon Sea is indeed very large. Ling Xiao looked around. This demon sea was at least 1 mile in radius. Because his Tai Chi I could not see the end of it at all. Perhaps it was because the environment here was too cold. Therefore, there were very few undead creatures. Only some ice element undead creatures were active. It can't be wrong. This is the aura. Little Gold had the Golden Crow's remnant soul. Therefore, they had a special connection with each other. Once they were nearby, they would naturally be able to distinguish it. That's good, however, it is better to be careful. Maybe there is someone else here who knows. Ling Xiao reminded them. He didn't dare to let down his guard. The Shadow King and the Will-o'-the-Wisp King had both been killed by him. The dead spirit race probably hated him to the core. If he made even the slightest mistake, he was afraid that the other party would ferociously bite him. Yes. Xiao Jin nodded. A lot of trouble comes when you let your guard down. Everyone landed by the lake. Someone's here. The moment Ling Xiao landed, he smelled someone's aura. They're cultivators from the Savage Beast region. The martial artists of the Savage Beast region and the Deep Sea Dragon region all had their own unique traits. The former had the aura of wild beasts, while the latter had the aura of the deep sea. Come out. You're not anyone's new daughter-in-law. Little Gold said coldly, Zilin, could it be that you've become a coward as well? As soon as he finished speaking, 10 figures appeared almost at the same time. The ones in the lead were the few fellows that Ling Xiao had seen before. Cosmic Light, Purple Qilin, Blood Lightning, Blue Eye, Black Wood, Eagle Eye. There were 4 other people behind them. Their strength was not ordinary either. One of them was wrapped in a black robe, exuding an evil and terrifying aura. It actually covered the beast aura on his body. Seeing these people appear, Little Gold immediately released his fierce aura. It was definitely not a coincidence that these people had appeared here. Not many people knew that. Little Gold needed the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul. What do you want? Little Gold said coldly. Golden Prince is really fickle. We're all from the Savage Beast region. Is there a need to be so guarded against us? Blue Eye chuckled and said, I didn't expect Golden Prince to be with that trash. Even Jianhu is here. What a disgrace to the savage beast region. The trash she was talking about was naturally Ling Xiao. Whether I'm trash or not, why don't we try it in bed? I promise I'll play you to death, you bitch. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Brat, you're courting death. Blue Eye was instantly enraged. The six of them had gained something from this trip to the world of dead souls. Zilin broke through to the first level of the divine physique echelon. Blue Eye was also a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Xianmu before, Xianmu had also reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. He was even stronger than before. Therefore, they looked down on Ling Xiao even more. Come on, bitch. Do you believe I'll slap you to death? Ling Xiao was the best at provoking people. He realized that the other party had more people, and they were not weak. Therefore, he wanted to defeat them one by one. Blue Eye was about to fall for it. However, she was stopped by Zilin. Enough, Blue Eye. There's plenty of time to kill him. Let's finish talking first. Yes. Blue Eye was respectful to Zilin and did not dare to disobey. Then, Zilin looked at Little Gold and said, Golden Prince, did Lord Beast Emperor give you the Beast Emperor badge? I don't know what you're talking about. Little Gold rolled his eyes and said. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. Anyway, someone saw it with their own eyes and told us. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Beast Emperor badge. Otherwise, don't blame us for not caring about our kinsman. Not to mention that I don't have the Beast Emperor badge on me. Even if I did, you dare to snatch it. That's rebellion. Little Gold said coldly. Hee, rebellion? The Beast Emperor is senile. Why did he have to pass the throne to a trash like you? But he doesn't understand. The position of Beast Emperor of the Savage Beast region had always been held by the strongest existence. If you don't have the strength, you don't have the qualifications. Zilin said disdainfully, seeing that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, we don't want to kill you. But don't be arrogant. Hand over the Beast Emperor badge obediently in exchange for your life. I think it's still worth it. In your King dreams. Little Gold sneered and said, kill me if you want. If I, Little Gold, am afraid of you, then I'm not a man. Xiao Jin also had a violent temper. How could he endure being forced to this extent? Golden Prince, you're really impulsive. Don't you think about your trash boss? If we fight, you might be able to protect yourself. But that trash will definitely die. Zilin sneered. It seems like I'm being looked down on? Ling Xiao was stunned. Damn, am I that useless? Everyone seems to think I'm trash. How annoying. Good, let's settle old and new grudges together. Speaking of which, compared to kingship of the world, I actually want to kill the six of you more. Although kingship of the world and kingship of the world were despicable, they didn't succeed. But these six had killed many Western region cultivators in the immemorial divine tomb. Those were Ling Zhao's people. As the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, he had the responsibility to seek justice for his people. Not to mention, these guys wanted to kill him the moment they saw him. Since they already had a death grudge, it was best to strike first and gain the upper hand. The Savage Beast region was publicly recognized as the second strongest force. It was second only to the Eternal Emperor region. Now, it was going against the Battle Alliance. Zilin looked at Mo Jiao and said, you're a martial artist from the Beast Deity Alliance, right? You won't help the Battle Alliance, right? Mo Jiao was so strong that even Zilin was afraid of him. Therefore, he had to figure it out beforehand. He won't help. Ling Xiao said, I don't need his help to deal with 10 trash like you. Mo Jiao smiled. Actually, he didn't want to get involved in the Patriarch Society's internal strife. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words were his thoughts. Alright. Zilin looked at Mo Jiao, then looked at Jianhu. What about you? Do you really want to go all the way? We have to kill Xiao Jin today. Ling Xiao is the same. We'll die if we follow them. If they wanted to seize the Beast Emperor token, it would be a rebellion. Unless they killed Xiao Jin, the Beast Emperor wouldn't have a reason to attack them. On the contrary, I think you're courting death. Jianhu had witnessed how strong Ling Xiao was. In addition, Cold Plum had recovered and her cultivation had broken through to the second level of the divine physique echelon. She was extremely strong. Just the two of them were already terrifying. Young Master Jean should have broken through as well. Although he didn't get the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul, he got the Phoenix Martial soul. The other party only had Zilin, who was at the divine physique echelon. The outcome of the battle was clear. Haha, since that's the case, the 5 of you can die together. Zilin and the others didn't care about Dong Huangyu and Ling Xiao. As for Cold Plum, they didn't know that Cold Plum had used the eternal fruit and recovered. She was even stronger now. If he had known, there probably wouldn't have been this battle. Ling Xiao didn't expose them. He was going to kill the 6 of them anyway. As for the remaining 4, it would depend on his mood. Haha, a bunch of idiots. Mo Jiao shook his head. There was another reason why he did not make a move, and that was because he did not think that Ling Xiao and the others would lose. Ling Xiao had even killed Hua Yu, who had activated Berserk and the Holy Maiden portrait. Among these beasts, perhaps only Zilin and Hua Yu were at the same level. The rest was not worth mentioning at all. Boss, I'm sorry for dragging you into this dispute. Xiao Jin felt a little helpless. Bullshit, I'm the one who wants to kill them. Listen up, brat. Ling Xiao laughed and scolded. Hee, got it. Xiao Jin smiled and didn't say anything else. With such a boss, he didn't suffer any losses in his life. Let's fight. Xiao Jin looked at Zilin and the others. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're geniuses from the Savage Beast region. Since you insist on ruining my plans, then I'm sorry. Today, all of you will die. Xiao Jin had fused with the devouring demon fetus, so his body had a strong demonic nature. Being targeted by the other party in such a manner, it was only natural for him to be filled with killing intent. Kill. In the next moment, Little Gold took the lead to charge out, and her target was none other than Zilin. Jianhu and Dong Huangyu attacked at the same time. They clashed with Hawkeye and Lan Mao. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum didn't attack. The other side didn't seem to plan on attacking together either. Perhaps they felt that they would definitely win in a one-on-one fight, so there was no need to bully them with numbers. The Battle Alliance's actions caused the Savage Beast region's people to be stunned. These people really weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to attack them? Kill. Zilin didn't hesitate and charged at Xiao Jin. Lan Mao and Hawkeye smiled viciously and charged out together. The battle was about to start. I'll go kill that Ling Xiao. Xianmu didn't want to wait. He still remembered the humiliation Ling Xiao had brought him in the City of Adventure. He definitely wouldn't forget it. Now that he had broken through, he definitely had to regain his face. Xiao Jin, just focus on Zilin. We'll deal with the others. Ling Xiao didn't want Xiao Jin to be distracted. Because it was very obvious that Zilin was the strongest amongst the 10 of them. If Xiao Jin was distracted, she might not be able to defeat him. Boom, Zilin and Xiao Jin finally collided in the air. A dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry rang out. The water in the 9 underworld's demon sea surged with waves that were dozens of meters tall. You actually broke through too. Zilin was surprised. Hee, only you can break through, but others can't. You said I'm trash, but I think you're just an idiot. If we worked together, the Savage Beast region's strength would definitely increase greatly. But you just had to come after me. You're really stupid. Xiao Jin floated in the air and sneered. Aren't you going to care about that trash of a boss? Xianmu is much stronger than before. Zilin originally wanted to kill Little Gold the moment he came up. But now he realized that Xiao Jin had become stronger. So he could only give up for now. Instead, he used psychological tactics to weaken Xiao Jin. Really? You really are an idiot. I can call him boss. Do you think he's weak? Xiao Jin's eyes flashed with mockery. At this moment, Dong Huangyu was facing Lan Mao. Jianhu was facing Hawkeye as well. As soon as they made contact, they sensed that something was wrong. This little girl's strength is far more terrifying than I imagined. Lan Mao tried to kill Dong Huangyu, but she was suppressed by Dong Huangyu. Of course, she still had to rely on the 9 revolutions gourd and the jellyfish lava mirror. On the other side, Hawkeye was sent flying by Jianhu's punch. He rolled on the ground. Half-step divine physique echelon. Hawkeye realized in horror that he had underestimated Jianhu. But no matter how shocked they were, they couldn't be more shocked by what happened next. Xianmu was flying toward them. Ling Xiao only stretched out his hand. He didn't even draw his sword. White Lotus Divine Fist. The punch was earth-shattering. When Xianmu realized that something was wrong, the terrifying fist energy had already wrapped around him. He felt that his organs were exploding and shattering. Boom, his entire body finally exploded. One move and he exploded. The rest of the people stopped fighting and looked over in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. How can Ling Xiao be so strong? The martial artists of the Savage Beast region suddenly realized something terrifying. Perhaps they were here to ambush Xiao Jin. But in reality, they had jumped into a terrifying trap. They had underestimated the Battle Alliance's strength. This was troublesome. Actually, they couldn't be blamed for this. If they were outside, they would quickly find out what had happened to Ling Xiao when the news was flowing smoothly. But this was the world of souls. News was very limited. They would never know that Ling Xiao didn't just kill the martial artists of the Raging Flame Astral Plane, Thunderbolt Astral Plane, and Tempest Astral Plane. He also killed the Shadow King and the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. He even killed the people of the Sanctus Palace. If they knew, they wouldn't have let Xianmu attack. They ended up in such a miserable state. Not even a corpse was left. Their entire bodies exploded into minced meat. Ha ha ha, Zilin, this is what you mean by wanting to kill my boss? What a joke. Xiao Jin laughed maniacally. Boss being so flashy made him feel good too. He felt that he had gained a lot of face. Cosmic Light, Shuelei, you two attacked together and killed that brat Ling Xiao. Zilin roared. He couldn't take this lying down. They'd just started fighting, and he'd already lost a powerful member. He was really worried that his prediction would become reality. Cosmic Light and Shuelei charged at Ling Xiao, ignoring Cold Plum. In their opinion, Cold Plum hadn't recovered from her injuries, so she basically didn't have any combat strength left. I'll join in the fun too. The person who spoke was an unfamiliar fellow. Although he was also a member of the Savage Beast region team, Ling Xiao had never seen him before. He was extremely fast. As he spoke, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Who are you? Why are you in such a hurry to die? Ling Xiao avoided the other party's attack and asked calmly. Listen up, I'm a Wolf Clan martial artist from the Savage Beast region. That person was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to dodge his first attack. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. His body became much larger in an instant. He looked like a werewolf. Huge claws grabbed at Ling Xiao again. Scarlet flames burned on the claws. It should be a fire wolf from the Wolf Clan. Not only was this claw extremely sharp, but it also had a terrifying burning effect. Oh, so it's a little dog. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly stopped retreating. Terrifying divine power gathered in his fists, and he smashed them down. Just now, it was this punch that directly destroyed Xianmu. But the fire wolf didn't seem to be afraid. I've already seen the power of your punch just now. It's indeed very strong, but it's not as strong as me. It was normal for him to have such confidence. After all, he'd been in the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm for many years. Xianmu had just stepped into this realm. In terms of strength, he was definitely much more terrifying than Xianmu. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cruel sneer. His fists were already smashing down. They collided with the fire wolf's claws. Crack, in that instant, the fire wolf's claws were as if they were made of porcelain. They were easily broken by Ling Xiao's fists, turning into fragments. Ah! The fire wolf let out a series of hysterical screams. At this moment, he finally realized that Ling Xiao might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was too careless. Hualang did not underestimate his opponent at all. He attacked with almost all his strength, but his arms were shattered the moment he attacked. Who could he find to reason with? Before the screams stopped, the person had already turned around and fled. Ling Xiao had become his nightmare. He didn't want to fight with this guy anymore. However, Ling Xiao's fist energy had not yet finished swallowing. How could he let him escape so easily? The fist force continued to move forward and landed on the back of the fire wolf. The fire wolf was sent flying dozens of meters away, falling into the 9 underworld's demonic sea. In an instant, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Awoo! The fire wolf actually let out a howl, shattering the ice. His entire body turned into a huge fire wolf. He was 5 meters tall, and his entire body was burning with red flames. Perhaps this kind of beast transformation gave the fire wolf a little confidence, giving him the idea of taking revenge on Ling Xiao. In addition, he saw that Ling Xiao was already fighting with Shui Lei and Zhou Guang. He felt that there was hope for a sneak attack. So he endured the pain and opened his bloody mouth. A huge fireball was condensed. It aimed at Ling Xiao. The power was constantly accumulating. Stinky thing, I'll blast you to death. The fire wolf's heart was full of killing intent. He wished he could skin Ling Xiao, pull out his tendons, and tear him into pieces. Is what you said true? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly appeared beside him. Although his body was less than half of his, this cold voice scared him so much that he almost swallowed the accumulated energy in his mouth. If he really swallowed it, he felt that he would explode. Just as he was rejoicing, Ling Xiao's hand had already grabbed his mouth. And that hand seemed to have become a lot bigger, like a sharp beast's claw. You should keep this thing for yourself to enjoy. Boom, the energy that the fire wolf had been accumulating for a long time finally exploded in his stomach. His body was blown to pieces. Kid, how dare you? Stop. Idiot, you're going to kill me, and you're telling me to stop? What a joke. Ling Xiao's wound released a ball of flames, burning the fire wolf to ashes. No wonder you could survive my punch. So you have an emperor artifact with 1 dragon pattern. Unfortunately, it was frozen and cracked. Ling Xiao looked at the palm-sized heart protection mirror in his hand. Although it was only a heart protection mirror, the energy it released could protect his entire body. It was a bit of a pity. He casually tossed the Dharma treasure fragment away. The battle had only been going on for 5 or 6 minutes. 2 of the 10 people from the Savage Beast region had already died. Such a situation was something they had never even dreamed of. If these 2 people had died at Xiao Jin's hands, it would have been fine. But they weren't. These 2 people had actually been killed by Ling Xiao. And the entire process was so strange. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have killed 2 9th-stage shattered core cultivators. It was more like he had torn apart 2 scarecrows. How could it be so simple? Ling Xiao, how dare you kill Beast Emperor Palace's martial artists? You're courting death. Shui Lei and Zhou Guang had already caught up. They surrounded Ling Xiao and attacked him. Just now, Ling Xiao had used the Holy Ground Phantom. These 2 idiots naturally couldn't catch up to him. So what if I killed him? So what? Not only am I going to kill them, but I'm going to kill you too. Beast Emperor Palace is nothing. If you piss me off, I'll kill the Beast Emperor too. Ling Xiao had always been a lawless guy. After cultivating the Demon Dao and the Divine Dao, he had an arrogant and rebellious aura. It was fine if others didn't provoke him. But if they really did, as long as he didn't die, no matter who the other party was, he would definitely take revenge crazily. Prince Jean, did you hear that? He actually said he's going to kill the Beast Emperor. You actually still acknowledge someone like him as your boss? Zilan looked at Xiao Jin and said. If boss wants to kill the Beast Emperor, then the Beast Emperor must have done something unforgivable. Moreover, the Beast Emperor wouldn't be like you fools who are frogs at the bottom of a well. Compared to the Beast Emperor, Ling Xiao was the person Xiao Jin trusted the most. He wouldn't betray the Beast Emperor. But if the Beast Emperor became enemies with Ling Xiao, he would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side. Zilan's face darkened immediately. You really don't deserve the Beast Emperor token, you don't deserve it. Haha, it's not up to you to say whether I deserve it or not. I'm a prince. Who do you think you are? You're not even a prince. Xiao Jin mocked. Weren't you very proud just now? You said my boss was trash and would be killed by them soon. Now, why aren't you showing off now? Zilin was infuriated. All of you, attack together. Kill that Ling Xiao first. Don't worry about bullying him with numbers. He roared angrily. He had only fought one-on-one because he had underestimated his opponent. Now that he knew that Ling Xiao was a terrifying person, there was no need to do that anymore. The remaining 3 people pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time, including the black-robed guy who had never shown his face. Hee, all of you, this is more interesting. Ling Xiao looked at the black-robed man and felt that the guy's aura was not inferior to Zilin at all. In fact, he was even stronger. However, he had even killed the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. What was there to be afraid of? Being surrounded by 5 people, Ling Xiao instantly released the Dragon God's Frost Array diagram. In a place like the 9th Underworld Demon Sea, it was cold to begin with. The power of the Dragon God's Frost Array diagram would also become even more terrifying. In an instant, the 5 people besieging him completely fell into a state of sluggishness. Everyone revealed an extremely terrified expression. The black-robed man's reaction was the fastest, but his speed was also greatly reduced by the outside world. Cosmic Light and Xuelei's reactions were slightly slower. In an instant, they were frozen into ice sculptures. The other 2 were even more miserable. Before they could make a move, they were already unable to move. At this moment, in the world of ice and snow, a terrifying frost divine dragon soared into the sky and fiercely pounced on the 2 weakest guys. When Ling Xiao fought, it was always to get rid of the weakest first. From weak to strong, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Boom, those 2 people only revealed their faces, but they were swallowed whole by the frost divine dragon. In an instant, another 2 people died in battle. However, at this moment, the black-robed man revealed his true form. It was actually a pterosaur that only existed in the ancient era. Pterosaurs were a subdragon species and were much inferior to divine dragons and giant dragons. However, to be able to see it in this era was also quite surprising. That pterosaur stretched out its huge wings, which were more than 10 meters long. Although it was not very big. But relatively speaking, Ling Xiao was a small dot in front of it. Whoosh! The pterosaur spewed out a ball of blazing dragon's extinction, melting the ice sculpture and saving Cosmic Light and Xuelei. At this moment, Cosmic Light and Xuelei were both annoyed. They actually changed back to their original forms. The beast race originally evolved from demon beasts. Once demon beasts gained intelligence, they became beasts. However, in terms of combat strength, their strongest form was still their demon beast form. A cosmic light tiger that was more than 10 meters tall. A blood thunder bull that was more than 10 meters tall, in addition to that pterosaur that was more than 10 meters tall. Ling Xiao felt as if he had entered a zoo. Wild Thunder Purgatory. This move was the special skill of the Blood Lightning Martial Soul. It had the same effect as the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman. But its power was even greater. Furthermore, this Wild Thunder Purgatory was continuous. It would not lose its effect as quickly as the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman. The furious Xuelei wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly. He thought that he had underestimated his opponent and made a fool of himself. It wasn't because Ling Xiao was too strong. Xuelei was confident that in this Wild Thunder Purgatory, as long as one wasn't a divine physique realm martial artist, even if they weren't turned into ashes, they would definitely be severely injured. At this time, the violent lightning had already poured down on Ling Xiao's head. However, Xuelei was not satisfied with this. As he landed on the Wild Thunder Purgatory, he also rushed over. If the Wild Thunder Purgatory could not kill Ling Xiao, in that case, he would use the horns to pierce Ling Xiao. A crazed Blood Thunder Berserk Bull was very terrifying. Running wildly through the world of ice and snow, even the snow was melted by the wild thunder. The terrifying horn released a bright blood-red glow and suddenly grew to more than 10 meters long, piercing toward Ling Xiao. "Kid, go to hell." Xuelei's eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. However, Ling Xiao's face was still brimming with a calm smile. Was the violent lightning useful to him? Of course it was. If it was a divine physique realm martial artist, the violent lightning would definitely be able to hurt him. However, the problem was that Xuelei was only a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. The violent lightning was completely useless. The shadow of a blood thunder bull demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. He opened his mouth and sucked all of the lightning into his mouth. What? Shuelei was shocked when he saw this. However, he had already rushed to within 20 meters of Ling Xiao. The 10-meter-long horn was about to pierce Ling Xiao. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This time, he didn't use the White Lotus Divine Fist. Because he knew that it was useless. Shuelei was much stronger than Xianmu and Fire Wolf. Therefore, he took out the Heavenly Victory Sword. I'll show you something fierce, 12 Divine Beast Technique, 10th level. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Shuelei in one strike, so he definitely wouldn't show mercy. Neither the light nor the blood was as strong as the 12 Divine Beast Technique's 10th level. The 10 giant beasts gathered together. They turned into an extremely terrifying sword light. Crack, the sword light instantly shattered Shuelei's horn. However, the sword light didn't show any signs of stopping. It hit Shuelei's head. Shuelei's body was split into two. The giant bull body swayed for a moment, then fell to the ground. Shuelei was dead. Everyone in the Savage Beast region fell into a state of extreme shock and panic. Zilin was already being suppressed by Little Gold. When he saw the situation here, his expression changed drastically. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his plan, they could instantly kill Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu. The remaining people would focus on Sword Tiger and Little Gold. They could finish the battle within 10 minutes. But now, the ones being killed were their own people. In just 10 minutes, 5 people had died. Zilin couldn't accept Shuelei's death. Shuelei and Zhou Guang were second only to him. Of course, Pterosaur was an exception. He and Pterosaur weren't on the same side. Pterosaur belonged to the Divine Dragon Palace, while they belonged to the Beast Palace. They were just a team. Therefore, even if Pterosaur died, he wouldn't feel too bad. However, Shuelei's death almost made him explode. Ling Xiao was actually this strong? How was that possible? What are you looking at? You're going to die. On the other side, Lan Mu was also shocked by the situation. Dong Huangyu seized the opportunity just because she was distracted. The 9 Revolutions gourd released a terrifying light that pierced Lan Mu's dantian. Sigh, I'm still not as good as Master. It took me so long to kill you. Dong Huangyu sighed. She knew that although she broke through quickly, if it weren't for the 9 Revolutions gourd, she wouldn't have been able to kill so many enemies. Lan Mu is dead too. Out of the 10, 6 were dead. Now, there were only 4 left, Zilin, Zhou Guang, Pterosaur, and Eagle Eye. Mo Jiao looked at the scene and shook his head gently. I've already said that I don't have to do anything. The combat strength of these guys is much more terrifying than I imagined. Tiger Soul actually offended such a terrifying person. He's really courting death. Sword Tiger, do you need my help? Dong Huangyu asked with a smile. No need. If I can't even defeat this guy, I'll lose face. Sword Tiger waved his hand and increased the speed of his attacks. Eagle Eye seemed to be having a hard time under his attacks. Pterosaur, don't tell me that you can't even kill Ling Xiao? Zilin said loudly. You don't have to provoke me. This guy killed 3 of my subordinates. I have to kill him. Pterosaur's expression wasn't good either. His mood wasn't any better than Zilin's. He brought 3 people with him and all of them were dead. Moreover, they were all killed by Ling Xiao. He was definitely more anxious to kill Ling Xiao than Zilin. That's good. Quickly kill that guy. Zilin said fiercely. Zhou Guang, go and kill that woman. Leave this kid to me. Pterosaur didn't want Zhou Guang to be a hindrance here. He was a divine body first-level expert. Even Zilin might not be his match. Why would he be afraid of Ling Xiao? Understood. When Zhou Guang saw Shuelei being killed by Ling Xiao, he already knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. If he stayed here, he might die too. He looked at Dong Huangyu, sneered, and charged over. I can't kill your master, but I can kill you too. Roar. At this moment, Pterosaur let out a roar. Its huge body whipped up a terrifying gust of wind. To be honest, Pterosaur wasn't as handsome as divine dragons, nor as domineering as giant dragons. It just looked more ferocious. Pterosaur was best at controlling dragon extinction. Coupled with its strong body, even Zilin would have a headache if he encountered it. "Kid, you killed 3 of my subordinates. You'll have to pay the price." Pterosaur roared and swooped down. The gust of wind raged. The terrifying dragon extinction wrapped around his body, preventing the cold from affecting his movements. When Ling Xiao saw this, he put away the dragon god's frost array diagram. Since he didn't need it, there was no need to waste his true essence. Although he had a lot of true essence and potential, there was a limit to it. He couldn't use it carelessly. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Pterosaur, frowning slightly. He finally entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. This was the 9th Underworld Demonic Sea. Obviously, this transformation allowed him to unleash more combat power. Pterosaur swooped down at an extremely fast speed. He actually used the Raging Dragon Extinction as true essence. It wrapped around his body. His claws and wings were all over. The air sizzled as it burned. Cold Plum frowned slightly. "Master, why don't you leave it to me?" Cold Plum hadn't fought for a long time. She was itching to fight. "No need. I'm having fun. Help me keep an eye on the surroundings." The demonic infant king is extremely cunning. He likes to attack suddenly. Ling Xiao smiled. The pterosaur was really strong. He was even stronger than Huayu. Huayu relied on the Sanctus Portrait and Berserk transformation to increase her strength. On the other hand, the pterosaur was a true first-level divine physique echelon expert. It would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat this guy. But the more difficult it was, the more excited Ling Xiao was. It was not easy to find such an opponent. Let's give it a try. The 10th stage of the 12 Divine Beasts technique, this was the move that had instantly killed Shui Lei. This time, he used it again. The 10 giant beasts gathered together, setting off a terrifying storm of sword chi. Even the 9 underworlds demonic ocean was shaken. Boom, the two sides collided. Ling Xiao felt an extremely terrifying pressure crashing down on his heavenly sword of Dongxing. The sword chi condensed by the 10 giant beasts was actually shattered. The pterosaur's terrifying claws grabbed Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao was sent flying and fell into the 9 underworlds Devil Sea. "Ha ha ha ha, Golden Prince, did you see that? Your boss has been crippled. He's done for." Zilin finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He believed that even if the pterosaur's attack did not kill Ling Xiao, it would definitely severely injure Ling Xiao. The following battle would be extremely easy. "My boss won't die so easily, idiot." Little Gold did not care about Zilin's words at all. He knew Ling Xiao too well. Even if he was not a match for the pterosaur, he would not die so easily. "It really hurts." In the 9 underworlds Devil Sea, the one who flew up was Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not seem to be injured at all. He was completely fine. There was not even a drop of blood. The smile on the pterosaur's face instantly disappeared. He had almost used his strongest attack in that attack just now. Other than not using any Dharma treasures, he had already attacked with all his strength. Even if Ling Xiao did not die, he should at least be injured, right? But why? Why was he not injured? This was simply inconceivable. The pterosaur looked at Ling Xiao with an extremely frightened expression. He could not accept this result at all. "Impossible. What exactly is your body made of? No, what kind of defensive Dharma treasure do you have on you that can actually remain unharmed under my attack?" The originally confident pterosaur finally panicked. "Still want to come?" Ling Xiao smiled and finally activated the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Facing a first level divine physique echelon expert, he had to use all his strength. Otherwise, there was no chance of winning. However, he did not release the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Instead, it merged into his body. At that moment, the pterosaur was shocked to discover that Ling Xiao's aura suddenly increased greatly. His eyes were like 2 deep black holes that could suck people in. Pretending to be mysterious, the pterosaur was annoyed and charged toward Ling Xiao again. This time, his speed was even faster than before. The faster he was, the stronger his attack was. He absolutely didn't believe that a piece of trash in the third level of the core fragmentation realm could actually block the attack of a martial artist in the first level of the divine physique echelon. There was definitely no such thing in this world. It must be fake. It must be. Ling Xiao looked at the pterosaur and smiled again. He put away the heavenly victory sword. He raised his right hand. After the void-shattering finger was upgraded to the third level, the cooldown time had become 5 minutes. Therefore, Ling Xiao could be more at ease and use it boldly. Previously, he used the third level of the void-shattering finger to destroy Huayu. However, that was because he was lucky. Now, he really did not have the confidence to use the third level immediately. Therefore, he naturally had to use the second level this time. Even the second level of the void-shattering finger was more powerful than the 10th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. He was not looking down on his opponent. He was truly taking his opponent seriously. Moreover, this void-shattering finger was even used in the state of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Sky Tyrant, void-shattering finger, shatter the void. With the point of his finger, the sky seemed to shatter. The pterosaur realized that the space around him seemed to be falling apart. His eyes revealed an extremely terrified expression. What kind of move is this? This time, he was really scared. He tried to escape from the range of the shattered space. However, he suddenly realized that the space seemed to be moving with his body. No matter how fast he was, the space was still shattered. His body was shattering inch by inch. It was like broken glass. Ah! The pterosaur let out an extremely terrified scream. It scared the others so much that they stopped. Cosmic Light and Hawkeye's expressions were extremely ugly. They were even a little terrified. Mo Jiao revealed a shocked expression. It was the first time he saw Ling Xiao use such a heaven-defying martial skill as the void-shattering finger. A terrifying skill that could tear apart space was too powerful. Only Zilin's eyes flashed with a sneer. He did not even look at the pterosaur. Zilin, it's time to end it. After the pterosaur was killed by my boss, there was no more suspense in this battle. Xiaojin laughed. You should take care of yourself first. Don't die before the pterosaur is dead. Zilin sneered. Everyone read. The pterosaur disappeared. It was completely erased by the void-shattering finger. However, Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of letting his guard down. He could feel that the moment the void-shattering finger took effect, the pterosaur escaped. It escaped with some special ability. Maybe it was a talisman, or a Dharma treasure. Ling Xiao wasn't very sure. But he knew that the pterosaur wasn't dead. Be careful. At this moment, Cold Plum shouted. Ling Xiao also felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. He didn't turn around to look. He waved his arms and smashed out. Boom, the force of the impact was truly terrifying. Ling Xiao felt as if he was hit by a meteor. That feeling was really ferocious. Ling Xiao retreated hundreds of meters away. In that instant, he felt the force of the impact again. Damn it, are you addicted to fighting? Ling Xiao used the phantom of the holy ground to avoid the other party's attack. Only now did he see it clearly. The pterosaur's body seemed to have changed. Its originally gray body had now turned crimson red. A divine body first-level expert actually chose to go berserk in order to kill him. Huayu had used this berserk before. It could increase one's combat power by 10 times. It was quite powerful. Cold Plum, go and stop Zilin for Little Gold. Let Little Gold go and retrieve the 9 Underworld's Golden Crow's remnant soul. I have a bad feeling about this. We might have to leave here quickly. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted in the battle. Got it. Cold Plum directly rushed towards Zilin. Sanctus Kai Dai, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I won't show mercy. Zilin looked at Cold Plum and said coldly. Cold Plum didn't pay attention to him at all. She glanced at Little Gold and said, Go, Master and I are up there. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Understood. Little Gold directly rushed towards the 9 Underworld's Demon Sea. Stop. How could Zilin let Little Gold succeed? He knew very well that once Goldie obtained the 9 Serenity's Golden Crow's soul remnant, it would basically possess the complete 9 Serenity's Golden Crow's soul. He was only one step away from becoming a complete Golden Crow. Do you think I don't exist? Cold Plum's cold voice sounded. He suddenly appeared in front of Zilin. A single punch sent Zilin flying several hundred meters away. Little Gold calmly entered the 9 Underworld's demonic sea. No one could influence him anymore. What? Zilin was extremely shocked. He had been shocked more than once or twice today. However, he was still extremely shocked. How can your injuries be healed? Zilin looked at Cold Plum in horror. He knew that Cold Plum's injuries could only be healed by the eternal fruit. Could it be that you have obtained the fruit of eternity? What do you think? Cold Plum smiled faintly. I'm sorry for scaring you. Scared? So what if your injuries are healed? I, Zilin, have never been scared of you. Zilin furiously roared out. His body started transforming, and just like the others, he transformed back into his original form. He was a gigantic flood dragon. A flood dragon wasn't a real dragon, but its body still contained the bloodline of a divine dragon. Therefore, its appearance was similar to a divine dragon, but it was much smaller and weaker. Do you think I'll be scared of you if I turn into a monster? Cold Plum said with disdain. She was at the 2nd level of the divine physique realm. Zilin was only at the 1st level of the divine physique realm. There was no way he could compare with her. She didn't even need to release her martial soul to suppress Zilin. On the other side, Pterosaur stopped attacking and stared at Ling Xiao with a cold expression. If it wasn't for the substitute talisman, perhaps he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. What a terrifying guy. Ling Xiao, it's time for me to get to know you again. You're the scariest divine core warrior I've ever seen, but, compared to me after I go berserk, you're nothing. What's the point of talking so much? You said you were going to kill me since the beginning, but how many people do you have left? Only 4 of you. I've already killed 6 of you, but you still haven't learned your lesson. Ling Xiao mocked. I killed 6 pieces of trash, boring. Pterosaur said with an indifferent tone. Hee, looks like you're not trash. I wonder who was the one who was forced to use the substitute talisman. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Pterosaur didn't say anything. His expression was gloomy. He had also returned to his beast form from his pterosaur form. The beast form might not be as fast and powerful as the pterosaur form, but it was more convenient for him to use martial skills. For him who went berserk, it was even more powerful. Clang, not only did Pterosaur return to his beast form, he also took out a sword. The sword was a meter long, and it was actually an emperor weapon with 2 dragon marks. Right now, monarch armaments with 2 dragon patterns were really worthless. It seemed like there were all the top geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But, emperor weapons with more than 3 dragon marks were still very rare. Ling Xiao had only obtained 2 from the Death Soul King. This sword looked like it was made from a dragon's tooth. It gave off the aura of a dragon. In pterosaur form, this fellow couldn't use magic treasures, and could only barely use talismans. But in his beast form, he could use anything, and he was no different from a human warrior. If there was one difference, it would be that his physical body was stronger. This sword is called the Dragon Tooth Sword, and it is also the best among the Emperor weapons with 2 dragon marks. Even an Emperor weapon with 3 dragon marks can't match its sharpness. What's even more terrifying is that it has a special effect. Do you want to know? I won't tell you. Pterosaur sneered, I underestimated you before, so I didn't use the Dragon Tooth Sword. Now, let's start again. Under my Dragon Tooth Sword, how many moves can you take? Although the pterosaur in his beast form did not have his huge body, he still exuded a terrifying demonic aura. The impact it gave off was definitely not inferior to his original form. Coupled with the Dragon Tooth Sword, it was truly terrifying. 10 moves, at most 10 moves, I'll make you pay with your blood. As the pterosaur's cold voice sounded, the surrounding air seemed to be about to condense. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying killing intent rushing towards him. This killing intent made all the cells in his body jump with joy. The potential cells worked desperately, releasing a terrifying potential. They wanted to let Ling Xiao fight with this terrifying existence. Flapping the pair of flesh wings behind him, the pterosaur launched an attack. In just an instant, he had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The dragon-tooth sword stabbed into Ling Xiao's body. A hole was torn in Ling Xiao's divine demon black tortoise body. Blood flowed out. Ling Xiao was once again sent flying. Good fellow, whether it's speed or strength, it simply skyrocketed. Previously, the pterosaur was unable to leave the slightest trace of a wound on his body, but now, it actually tore a huge hole. This was very telling. Get out, I know you're not dead. Looking at the surface of the 9 underworld demon sea, the pterosaur roared angrily. Ling Xiao slowly floated out of the water. A smile bloomed on his face. Just by enduring this attack, his cultivation sea's energy had increased by 10%. It seemed that fighting with his life on the line could indeed increase his cultivation faster. He was playing with his life now. End of this chapter. Sky Tyrant 12 Divine Beast Technique, 10th level. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, he actually took the initiative to attack. 10 giant beasts came from the void. The strength of each beast was far stronger than before. This attack was definitely at least 10 times stronger than the one he used to kill Shuelei. You have guts. Seeing Ling Xiao attack, the pterosaur sneered. The dragon-tooth sword in his hand condensed vital essence. He slashed out a dragon-shaped sword energy. Boom, the 2 sword energies exploded in the void. Ling Xiao's attack with all his strength only pushed the pterosaur back by more than 10 meters. And he also retreated hundreds of meters away. Mo Jiao frowned. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao did this. Wouldn't he be able to end the battle quickly if he let Black Lotus Demon Venerable attack? Of course, he didn't understand. Ling Xiao's goal was to continuously improve his strength. The battle itself wasn't the key. Even the outcome wasn't the key. Only the continuous improvement of his strength. Only then could he survive, only then could he achieve his goal. 40%, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with madness. Every time he increased the energy in his cultivation sea by 10%, his combat strength would double. He believed that the other party had also noticed it. His strength was constantly increasing. The pterosaur's face was very ugly. He didn't have any intention of showing mercy in the previous attack. He just wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But the result wasn't satisfactory. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but he seemed to have become stronger. What kind of F***king monster is this? The pterosaur was very annoyed. He was very angry. The dragon-tooth sword in his hand seemed to feel his anger. It actually changed. It turned red. And there were 3 dragon patterns on it. Damn it, he really wants to kill me. Ling Xiao felt the pressure. If this continued, he would really be killed. He considered whether to release Black Lotus Demon Venerable. Otherwise, he definitely couldn't defeat this powerful guy. But he couldn't let go of the best opportunity to improve. I'm going all out. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ling Xiao did not invite Black Lotus Demon Venerable out in the end. After all, he had yet to reveal all of his trump cards. Sun God Blood Fiend Diagram. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful array diagram, Sun God's special skill. It had the Bloodthirsty Plague, Earthen Golden Light, and Sanguinary Rat Demon. Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for his opponent in terms of strength and speed. However, if the other party had a way to increase his strength, did he not have one as well? Now, the second level of the Sanguinary Rats had increased their battle prowess tenfold. Within the range of the Child God's Blood Fiend diagram, there were no after effects. It could even be activated for as long as the formation existed. His combat prowess was already incomparably strong. If it was increased by 10 times, it would be even more terrifying. In addition, the Sun God's Blood Fiend array diagram continuously weakened the enemy. As long as the pterosaur was unable to withdraw from the battle in time, it was basically done for. Coupled with the effects of the Infinite Golden Light spell, the Golden Light spell was still in effect. So what if it was a pterosaur? In the end, he still ended up being toyed to death by him. Ocean God Yellow Springs Formation Diagram. Divine Dragon Frost Diagram. Ling Xiao's array wasn't finished yet. The 3 diagrams overlapped. Terrifying incantations flashed continuously. The pterosaur was stunned. He had heard of this array diagram before. It was a special skill of a martial soul. However, he had never heard of someone being able to use 3 diagrams at the same time. This was simply too despicable. Not only was the pterosaur weakened by the child god's blood fiend array diagram, but it was also constantly attacked by the 9 underworld water of the ocean god's Yellow Springs formation. It was extremely annoying. In addition, the divine dragon frost diagram had a terrifying freezing ability. He suddenly felt that he wasn't fighting a martial artist, but nature. Escape light. Xianxia suddenly appeared above the pterosaur's head and slashed down with his sword. Although it wasn't very powerful, it still tore open a wound on the pterosaur's body. Of course, this was all thanks to the East Victory Heavenly Sword and the Frost Diagram's terrifying cold energy. As long as one was frozen, one's body would become extremely weak. Injuries were inevitable. It was too difficult for the pterosaur to resist 3 diagrams at the same time. Moreover, Xianxia was now in the state of the Sky Tyrant martial soul and had also activated the second layer of the Bloody Devil Rat. A 10-fold increase. His combat strength was no less than a martial artist at the first level of the divine physique echelon. It was normal for the pterosaur to be injured. Low blood. Taking advantage of the pterosaur's injury, Xianxia attacked again. This time, it was even more terrifying. It directly cut off one of the pterosaur's arms. Dragon extinguishes hell. The pterosaur finally couldn't take it anymore. He also used his martial soul's special skill. Dragon extinguishes hell. A pitch-black space was enveloped in the 3 layers of the array diagram. Dragon extinguishes hell filled the entire space. It protected the pterosaur. Dragon extinguishes hell, huh? Interesting. Unfortunately, I'm your nemesis. What should I do? Xianxia revealed a cold smile. He finally took out the ghost lantern. Withdraw. As his voice sounded, the dragon extinguishes hell's flames were completely absorbed by the ghost lantern. The pterosaur revealed a terrified expression. He clearly saw that there were 9 dragon patterns on the ghost lantern. The emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, you. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? The pterosaur couldn't believe that this was real. Don't worry, I don't need this thing to kill you. Xianxia laughed coldly. He took out the ghost lantern because he felt that it was a pity that the dragon extinguishes hell was destroyed. Otherwise, he would have many ways to destroy the dragon extinguishes hell. Without the dragon extinguishes hell, not only did the pterosaur consume a large amount of true essence, but he was also attacked by the terrifying effects of the 3 array diagrams again. He finally had the idea of escaping. However, would Xianxia let him escape? Every time the pterosaur appeared in a place, Xianxia would be waiting there. Every time, it was the same attack. Although it couldn't kill him, it made him suffer. Gradually, the pterosaur discovered a terrifying thing. He found that his stamina and true essence had been consumed by more than half for no reason. What did you do? He shouted in horror. He couldn't even maintain his berserk state, and the dragon tooth sword in his hand returned to its original state. It's too late to realize it now. In order to thank you for helping me increase my cultivation, I'll give you a quick death. Xianxia didn't have the habit of showing mercy. He knew very well that underestimating any enemy would cost him a heavy price. In the past, when Grandpa Hongqi told him about those monsters, there were always some good or bad people who were soft-hearted. Or they underestimated the enemy and let the enemy go. In the end, they suffered painful revenge. Either their relatives were killed or their friends were destroyed. Xianxia didn't want that kind of price. Therefore, the pterosaur had to die. None of the enemies here could be left alive. It's over, void-shattering finger, shatter the void. Xianxia didn't believe that the other party would have a second substitute talisman. That kind of substitute talisman was extremely precious, and it wasn't easy to get one. 2. Impossible, so what if there was? If he could kill the other party twice, he could kill the other party 3 times. No. The pterosaur cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. The space was distorted and shattered. This time, nothing unexpected happened. The pterosaur was completely shattered by the void-shattering finger. Xianxia stood there and sensed for a moment. As expected, he could no longer sense the other party's aura. He smiled. The battle with the pterosaur had increased his cultivation C's energy by 50%. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he leveled up again. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. It turned out that Eagle Eye was finally killed by Sword Tiger. At the moment before his death, Eagle Eye was filled with despair and fear. He saw the pterosaur and the others being killed by Ling Xiao with his own eyes. He was already filled with endless fear toward Ling Xiao. He was at a loss when facing Ling Xiao. That moment of distraction was the key to his death. Zhou Guang realized this terrifying thing and turned to flee. His speed was the fastest among the 10 savage beasts. Dong Huangyu couldn't catch up to him at all. Even Mo Jiao might not be able to catch up to him. Before Ling Xiao managed to kill the pterosaur, this fellow had already slipped away. Perhaps he had already imagined the tragic ending. However, his departure couldn't change anything. Mo Jiao glanced at Ling Xiao. As long as this kid was here, even if Zhou Guang was still alive, what was the point? It was fine if he lived obediently. If he dared to complain, what awaited him would be terrifying annihilation. Mo Jiao was just curious about Ling Xiao and wanted to win over Ling Xiao. However, after this battle, he deeply understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. This was definitely someone who wouldn't rely on others. It was better not to waste time. Boom, a loud sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up. It turned out that Zilin was blasted down by Cold Plum's palm. Zilin also thought of running away, but it was useless. In front of Cold Plum, a terrifying existence at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon, it was too difficult for him to escape. 1,000 Miles Divine Travel Talisman. The moment Zilin fell to the ground, he used his last life-saving technique. This talisman could allow him to teleport 1,000 miles away in an instant. He swore that he would never appear in front of Ling Xiao and the others again. This time, out of the 10 people who tried to stop the Battle Alliance's team, only 2 were left. Moreover, they were all fleeing in panic. This was truly tragic. Master, I'm sorry. That guy got away. Dong Huangyu said helplessly. Forget it. Since he has escaped, then so be it. If he is obedient, then all is well. Otherwise, he will still die without a burial ground. Although Ling Xiao wanted to kill all of these people, he didn't want to. However, there were some things that were beyond his control. Moreover, he wasn't afraid. His mentality was completely different from when he first entered the world of souls. Now, he had the mentality of a powerhouse. At that time, he would have to consider who he was afraid of offending. With the increase in his strength, he was no longer afraid of encountering danger. However, he was still looking forward to it. For example, he was looking forward to meeting someone from the Eternal Emperor's domain. Back then, the royal authority of the Eternal Emperor region was so high and mighty. Even now, he could still clearly remember the look of disdain on his face. He couldn't wait to tear that face apart, throw it on the ground, and stomp on it a few times. In the past, he didn't have such strength. But now, he was extremely powerful. The Savage Beast region team was just a practice. The team from the Eternal Emperor region was an even stronger target. After all, they were the #1 force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It wasn't just the royal authority. He also remembered Yu Chen's arrogant face clearly. Before entering the world of souls, Yu Chen had told him not to meet them. Otherwise, she would kill them. Now, Ling Xiao really wanted to ask Yu Chen in person. Your grandpa is here. What can you do to me? The Battle Alliance's team's strength had increased in all aspects during this trip to the world of souls. Ling Xiao didn't need to be mentioned. Cold Plum obtained the eternal fruit and the ancient war tree. Not only did she recover from her injuries, but her cultivation also rose to the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. Jianhu broke through to the half-step Divine Body Realm. Dong Huangyu was currently at the 5th level of the Core Fragmentation Realm. With her breakthrough speed, her cultivation would probably be even more terrifying after leaving the world of souls. As long as Little Gold obtained the 9 Underworld Golden Crow's remnant soul, his cultivation would definitely rise again and reach the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. Whoever dared to look down on the Battle Alliance's team now was simply courting death. Just as Ling Xiao was letting his imagination run wild, the 9 underworld demonic sea suddenly thawed. The surrounding cold air seemed to have disappeared in an instant. The surface of the water kept rolling. The dead spirits in the distance seemed to have noticed this change. They all came over here. Ling Xiao smiled. Little Gold should have succeeded. As expected, Little Gold flew out of the 9 underworld demonic sea. He shouted excitedly, "Boss, it's done, but it's not the complete Golden Crow's soul. I don't know where the remnant soul is. I feel like there's only one piece left. These remnant souls are about the same size. Congratulations." Seeing the terrifying aura of the second level of the divine body realm gushing out of Little Gold's body, Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "Don't talk about me. Boss, you're the awesome one. Although I'm at the second level of the divine body realm now, I don't dare to say that I'm your match." Little Gold smiled bitterly. He was definitely not flattering. From the last few battles, he had already discovered how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. It made him feel a strong sense of worship. "Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore." Ling Xiao kept his spoils of war and continued to head towards the depths of the world of souls with the others. Up until now, his biggest goal in the world of souls had yet to appear. It was the remnant soul of the undying god. Void-shattering finger had 3 layers. He believed that the cosmic light divine fist also had 3 layers. It was just that he hadn't fully explored it yet. Ling Xiao. On the way, Mo Jiao looked at Ling Xiao and said solemnly, "Are you willing to join our Beast Deities Union? You're also a Beast Deities Union martial artist. Our Beast Deities Union doesn't have that many broken rules. Freedom, very enjoyable. We're all brothers." "Including the tiger soul?" Ling Xiao said coolly, "Your esteemed self is truly exaggerating a little. The so-called freedom doesn't exist at all. The so-called brothers only exist in dreams. Moreover, I'm now a martial artist of the Golden Heavens region. As long as the Golden Heavens region doesn't target me, I won't leave." He wasn't the kind of person who would change his mind. Of course, if the majority of the people in the Golden City were against him, he wouldn't stay like a fool. At least, that wasn't the case now. The 3,000 sacred cities were basically under his control. There were also seniors like the Fire Emperor in the Golden City. He had no reason to leave. Even if he went to the Beast Deities Union, he would still be ostracized. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Mo Jiao smiled awkwardly. He was indeed exaggerating. It wasn't that the Beast Deities Union didn't have rules. It was just that the rules weren't that rigid. Not everyone in the Beast Deities Union was brothers. There were also conflicts between the same sect. "Sorry, pretend I didn't say anything. But if you really can't stay in the Golden Heavens region anymore one day, come. Find me." Mo Jiao smiled. It was a friendly invitation. Mo Jiao was a straightforward person, and Ling Xiao liked to make friends with this kind of person. What he hated the most were those who acted like hooligans and spoke without a single word of truth and hypocrisy. Everyone stopped talking and headed out of the 9 underworld's demon sea. The deeper they went into the world of dead souls, the more regular the activity of the dead souls became. It was no longer as crazy as before. However, Ling Xiao found something strange. It seemed that some of the dead souls were in a hurry, and a large number of troops were on the move. He didn't know what had happened. They shouldn't be looking for trouble with me, right? Ling Xiao thought to himself. If they were, these dead souls wouldn't have ignored him. Could it be that something had happened in the dead souls? Thinking of the plan mentioned by the warriors of the 9 underworlds, he suddenly had a bad premonition. They all seemed to be heading in the same direction. Mo Jiao frowned and said, "It's rumored that the imperial city of the dead souls emperor is there." "The legendary city of no return?" Xiao Jin asked. "Yes. The imperial city of the dead souls emperor is the city of no return, you should know from the name. Once you go there, you will never come back." After saying that, Mo Jiao suddenly shivered. Is there really no return? Has no one ever come back from there? Ling Xiao asked. No. Not a single one. It's rumored that back then, 13 emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds went to the city of no return together, but none of them returned alive. Because of this, it caused a long period of shock in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Mo Jiao explained, "Of course, this is what I heard from others. It might not be true." "That's not right. Isn't the world of dead souls not allowing warriors under the age of 100 to enter?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "This is also what I'm doubtful about. It's rumored that the world of dead souls had just been discovered at that time. The 13 emperors received a mysterious invitation, so they all entered the world of dead souls. Since then, the invitation has never appeared again." Mo Jiao explained. "It sounds really scary. Do we really have to go to that place? What if we can't come out?" Jianhu said as he shuddered. "Let's go take a look first. The treasure we're looking for isn't there anyway." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Although it is scary, it is also very challenging." He was not a lunatic. He would not joke about the lives of others or himself. If the city of no return was really dangerous, he would definitely not go in. However, a rumor was a rumor after all. If he were to shrink back because of a rumor, then it would be a little too laughable. Furthermore, they still couldn't find any traces of Yuxian's relics. Perhaps it was in the city of no return. Perhaps Ling Xiao really wanted to give it a try. You have to think carefully. Although the rumors might not be true, some things can't be faked. The disappearance of 13 sovereigns from the 4 regions and 9 worlds had been recorded in the annals of history. It shouldn't be fake. Mo Jiao reminded. "I know what to do." Ling Xiao smiled and left. Xiao Jin and the others followed closely behind. Mo Jiao sighed helplessly. This fellow is truly a madman. Only a madman could possess such a terrifying cultivation speed. Forget it. No matter what, let's go and take a look first. I haven't completed the mission that the Alliance leader gave me. It might be in the city of no return. Thinking of this, Mo Jiao's eyes suddenly became determined and he followed behind. On another road that was very far away from the 9 underworld demon sea. Many people followed the Death Spirit clan's martial artists and headed towards the city of no return. The city of no return seemed very far away. They could only vaguely see a huge silhouette. It was like a monster in the fog. The 10 people walking at the front were the martial artists from the Eternal Emperor region. The person in the lead was Yu Chen. He had already broken through to the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Wang Quan under the heavens, who was walking beside him, had also broken through to the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Other than the 2 of them, there was another person called Wang Quan, who had also broken through to the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. The other 7 people were all half-step Divine Physique Echelon. The number 1 force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds was really terrifying. Even after entering the world of dead souls, everyone had their own opportunities. They were still a terrifying existence that was second only to the Battle Alliance's team. We have already obtained the 9 lightning body tempering pill. As for the other 3 items, we don't know who has it. Wang Quan smiled. No matter who took them, they will belong to us in the end. Wang Quan said domineeringly. Just like his name, he was not only tall and strong, but he also had a domineering personality. The other teams followed them from afar, not daring to get close. They were afraid of offending these 10 fiends. After entering the world of dead souls for so long, there were not many teams that could keep their teams intact. Perhaps only the Eternal Emperor region and the Battle Alliance's team were left. There seemed to be one more person in the Battle Alliance's team. However, it made sense. With 3 Divine Physique Echelon experts, even the 13 Death Spirit Kings would not dare to get close. I guess those items are most likely in the hands of the martial artists from the Savage Beast region, Heaven's Sacred Ground, Golden Sky region, and Raging Flame Astral region. The other forces are all trash. One of them said in disdain. Don't say that. We are all martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We should love each other. Wang Quan smiled. However, his expression was completely different from what he said. It was obviously a mocking expression. Don't underestimate them. Zilin, Golden Prince, Silver Zilong, Lang Qingqing, and Xingyu are not to be trifled with. Yu Chen reminded him. Although he was powerful, he was also a cautious person. However, along the way, I seem to have heard some strange rumors. They say that Ling Xiao killed the Shadow King? One of them said in a low voice. Bull*T. Wang Quan's anger was immediately ignited. He could not accept any words that said Ling Xiao was powerful or good. No matter how bad the Shadow King is, he is still a first-level divine physique echelon expert. Moreover, this is his territory. How could he be killed by that trash? Wang Quan roared, F***ck, a stinking bug from the West region is qualified to enter the world of dead souls with us. I feel disgusted just thinking about it. Sooner or later, I will stomp this stinking bug to death and let him know that no matter how hard he works, he is only worthy of being a stinking bug forever. He should be stomped to death. When he thought about how his body was destroyed by such an ant, he was furious. He felt that it would be a stain on his life. Wang Quan, you are too emotional. Yu Chen said coldly, since you know he is a stinking bug, why bother? If you see him, just kill him. In the world of dead souls, no one will stop us. That's true. Wang Quan calmed down a little. Previously, he was indeed a little afraid of Ling Xiao. However, he had now broken through to the first-level divine physique echelon. What could Ling Xiao do to him? A stinking bug was not even worth mentioning. Actually, you don't have to bother with that country bumpkin. I understood that the emperor would never betroth his daughter to a country bumpkin. The story of a princess marrying a commoner in the secular world is just a lie. Moreover, this is the world of martial artists. The disdain in Yu Chen's eyes deepened. Mobile version update website, Boom. While they were talking, a shocking tremor came from the direction of the city of no return. Yu Chen and Wang Quantian shut their mouths and looked in the direction of the fog in fear. It was as if a corner of the sky had been torn open, and they could vaguely see a corner of the city of no return. It was a door that they couldn't see the top of. On both sides of the huge door, there were two huge skeletal sculptures. The skeletal sculptures seemed to be holding something in their hands, but they couldn't see it clearly because they were too far away. Although the world of souls was dark, the city of no return was different. However, in the direction of the city of no return, it was even stranger. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to completely absorb the surrounding light. The city of no return is really going to appear. Yu Chen was trembling with excitement and fear. As a genius of the Eternal Palace, he had heard of the legend of the city of no return. However, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. The dark city was like a demon that always lurked in the darkness, terrifying and mysterious. However, it also had a fatal attraction. Speed up! Yu Chen shouted and sped up. As they got closer to the city of no return, they could see countless dead spirit creatures lying on the ground. They were trembling with fear as if they were worshipping something. The terrifying aura coming from the city was getting stronger and stronger. Yu Chen felt more and more pressure, and he gradually slowed down. Is the dead spirit emperor going to appear again? The first time he appeared, he made the 4 regions and 9 realms lose 13 sovereigns. What will happen this time? Wang Quantian was also watching in fear, and he even forgot about Ling Xiao. This was simply too shocking. Should I go over? Yu Chen was struggling with his heart. The legend of the city of no return was too terrifying. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. The 13 sovereigns back then had just entered the divine body echelon. However, they were much stronger than them. After all, the mountain and river martial soul hadn't appeared at that time. It was already very impressive for a martial artist to reach the divine body echelon. Senior brother Yu Chen, let's go back. I feel like something terrible is going to happen. Wang Quantian was trembling all over. He wasn't a coward. However, the aura of the city of no return was too terrifying. Even Yu Chen was scared, let alone him. What are you afraid of? Moreover, even if everyone else dies, the cultivators of our Eternal Emperor region will definitely not die. Wang Quan said indifferently, furthermore, think about it, there must be a lot of treasures in such a terrifying place. Monarch weapons, cultivation technique manuals, heaven and earth treasures, isn't that what we came here for? Go. Yu Chen gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. The appearance of the city of no return is completely random. They only appeared because of certain things and certain people. This was a good opportunity for him. If he were to miss it, he might never get another chance to enter again. Don't you want to rule the world? Don't you want to surpass your elder brother? Don't you want to trample a bug like Ling Xiao under your feet forever? Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, are you going to back down? I'm going all out. A greedy look appeared in Wang Quan's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Just as they made their decision, they discovered that several teams were rushing over from different directions. Golden Sky Region, Abyss Devil Realm, Heaven Sacred Ground, Inferno Astral Boundary, Tempest Astral Boundary, Lightning Astral Boundary, etc. It seems like everyone is missing. Why isn't Gu Yan among the Inferno Astral Boundaries team? Wang Quan asked doubtfully. Lei Fei from the Lightning Astral Boundary is also missing. Feng Yan from the Tempest Astral Boundary is also missing. Why is the Deep Sea Dragon region in such a miserable state? Is Sea Lion Hero the only one left? Oh my god. What happened? This strange situation stunned everyone from the Eternal Emperor region. They should have been killed. Yu Chen said in a deep voice, the world of death is filled with danger. They were probably killed by the Death Soul King. The White Silver Dragon did well. It seems like the Golden Sky region is only missing 2 people. There are still 8 people left. Since they have all gone up, all the more reason for us to go up. We must take advantage of the fact that the Savage Beast region hasn't arrived yet. Wang Quan said anxiously, our combat strength is the strongest now. Let's go. Follow me. Yu Chen didn't want the Eternal Emperor region to lose a single person because that was his pride. Since he was the one leading the team, there must be 10 people leaving as well. Treasure. Wang Quan almost drooled as he followed closely behind. The rest didn't hesitate either. After all, the Eternal Emperor region's team only had 10 people. Moreover, there were 3 Divine Physique Echelon Realm and 7 Half-Step Divine Physique Echelon Realm. Why would such a powerful team be afraid? On the other side, Ling Xiao and the rest also saw the terrifying City of No Return. It was as if there was a terrifying ghost in the darkness. I can feel it. Although it was just a faint aura, Ling Xiao could really feel it. It was the aura of Yushin. Why is Yushin in the City of No Return? What is the City of No Return? What is the Death Soul Emperor? Ling Xiao had too many questions in his mind. This terrifying city was getting more and more attractive to him. Quick, the gate is already open. Many people are rushing in. What a bunch of lunatics. Aren't they afraid of death? The scene captured by the Tai Chi I made Ling Xiao smile bitterly. As expected, martial artists were basically all lunatics. If they weren't, they wouldn't be getting stronger. Ling Xiao put Dong Huangyu, Jianhu, Cold Plum, Little Gold, and the demonic flood dragon into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He was in a hurry. In terms of speed, no one here could compare to him. Even Little Gold didn't want to. After putting everyone into the Dongxing Emperor ring, Ling Xiao executed the Holy Ground demonic shadow. He moved forward rapidly like a ghost. The closer he got to the City of No Return, the greater the pressure he felt. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have found something he liked. Every cell in his body was jumping with joy. Huge gate. A crack had opened and was now closing. If Ling Xiao wasn't fast enough, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. The moment he flew into the gate, he seemed to see the huge skeletons on both sides of the gate giving him a creepy smile. A voice rang in his ears. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. However, there was no time for regrets. The huge gate behind him closed. This is the City of No Return? It doesn't seem that impressive. Wang Quan's world looked at the surroundings in disdain. It didn't seem any different from an ordinary city. It was like a courtyard. The courtyard was huge. It had a radius of about 1 mile. Everyone who entered this place would be able to relax and stay here. However, strange cries and sobbing could be heard from afar. It was annoying. Don't be careless. Since the City of No Return has a bad reputation, it must have something special. You might lose your life if you're careless. Yu Chen reminded. Yu Chen was a cautious person. Therefore, all 10 people from the Eternal Emperor domain survived. If it was Wang Quan's world or Wang Quan's world leading the team, all of them would be dead. End of chapter. the number of martial artists in the courtyard was much more than expected. It seemed like many of them didn't enter this time. It seemed like many teams like the Sanctus Palace had been here for a long time. There were more than 1,000 people here. Everyone was attracted by the surroundings. There was no battle yet. After all, the treasure hadn't appeared yet, so killing each other wasn't a wise thing to do. Why don't I see those bastards from the Battle Alliance? Wang Quan's world looked around. As a divine body realm expert, he was a little arrogant. They're bastards. Be careful when you say that. The white-silver Zilong's voice was heard. What do you mean? Wang Quan's world stared at the white-silver Zilong and realized that this guy had also broken through to the divine body first level. He frowned slightly and said, don't you think they're bastards? Other than the Golden Prince who has some strength, the others are all trash. The Kaidai Saintess is also trash. She can't even fight. As for the Golden Prince, he's also trash now. Wang Quan's world was actually quite calm when dealing with other teams, but as long as the Battle Alliance was involved, he couldn't control his emotions at all. Like a mad dog, it began to bark wildly. The white-silver Zilong sneered and said, you keep saying that others are trash, but in my opinion, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. When the Battle Alliance's team arrives, I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits. Ha ha ha. I'd like to see how the Battle Alliance's team will make me lose my wits. Wang Quan's world seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He didn't take the white-silver Zilong's words seriously at all. I've already said what I wanted to say. It's up to you to believe it or not. There were some things that the white-silver Zilong couldn't say, because maybe Ling Xiao wasn't willing to expose it. He admired Ling Xiao a little now. So, he naturally wouldn't betray Ling Xiao. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Wang Quan under the heavens. Instead, he led the 8 people from the Golden Skies region to investigate the strange city of no return. Captain, why didn't you tell that guy that Ling Xiao killed the Will-O-Wisp King? Damn it, I'm pissed off when I see Wang Quan's smug face. Bai Fan said. He won't believe me even if I tell him. The white-silver dragon said indifferently, might as well not waste our breath. In any case, the Battle Alliance's team will definitely appear here. At that time, the royal power will know that it has always been a lowly frog at the bottom of a well. The white-silver dragon didn't say anything, but that didn't mean the others wouldn't. At this time, Bugs looked at Wang Quantian with a smile and said, do you know that Ling Xiao killed Huayu of the Sanctus Palace? Not only did Huayu go berserk, she even used the Sanctus portrait. Bullshit. The Sanctus portrait was an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Once it was used, how could that trash Ling Xiao survive? If you joke again, I'll kill you. Wang Quan the world glared at Bugs. Bai Chong only smiled faintly, it's up to you to believe it or not. Also, I have to remind you. This Ling Xiao was a guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Oh, right, that Kaidai Saintess you said couldn't fight, she has now returned to normal. Impossible. If Kaidai Saintess wants to return to normal, she must obtain the Eternity Fruit. Wang Quan the world was shocked. Oh, that Eternity Fruit was given to Ling Xiao by me. Lang Qingqing also spoke at this time, because Ling Xiao saved my life, but now we're even. If you want to kill him, I won't interfere. Hearing this, Wang Quan the world's face became very ugly. Yu Chen's face was also ugly. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao or Little Gold, but this Kaidai Saintess had already reached the divine physique echelon when she was outside. If she recovered her cultivation and ate the Eternity Fruit, her strength would probably increase greatly. Captain, what should we do? Wang Quan the world looked at Yu Chen, and he started to panic. Yu Chen smiled and shook her head, it's fine. Even if Kaidai Saintess Cold Plum returns to normal, she's still not my match. At that time, I'll keep Kaidai Saintess busy and domineeringly kill Little Gold. You can kill Ling Xiao and fulfill your wish. Understood. King of the World took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao coming. Instead, he was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't come. He wanted everyone here to see how he killed Ling Xiao. The crowd had nothing to do, so they all looked over. Many people were sighing for Ling Xiao. The Battle Alliance provoked the Immortal Palace team. I'm afraid it's not going to end well. They should be united now. I don't know what kind of danger there is in this damn place, but there's actually internal strife? United my ass. Look at Wang Quan the world, you can see how much he hates Ling Xiao. If the Battle Alliance team appears, a fight will definitely be unavoidable. Everyone was discussing. Some were worried, some were helpless, and some were gloating. Anyway, there were all kinds of people. Someone's coming. Suddenly, everyone heard footsteps coming from afar. Therefore, they all looked in that direction. It seems like there's only one person? Who could it be? The black fog filled the air. Everyone couldn't see who the person in the distance was, so they could only guess. Finally, that person walked out of the black fog. A sunny smile appeared on his fair and clean face. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? It's actually him. It's really him. He really came. There's a good show to watch now. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with ill intentions, revealing expressions of schadenfreude. The person who came was indeed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was still wearing a simple green robe. His hair fluttered casually behind his head, giving off the carefree feeling of a sword immortal. It was just that when he fought, he would become extremely ferocious. Brother Ling, why are you only here now? The Golden City team walked to Ling Xiao's side under the lead of the Silver Prince Dragon. The Silver Prince Dragon asked with a smile. A small matter happened, so I took care of those dregs from the Savage Beast region. Ling Xiao chuckled. Actually, from the moment he came in, he noticed Wang Quan under the heaven's terrifying killing intent. However, he didn't care at all. The stronger the Eternal Palace team was, the more benefits he would get. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into laughter. Apart from the Golden City team and Lang Qingqing, almost everyone thought Ling Xiao was joking. Killed them all? The Silver Prince Dragon asked. Zilin and Cosmic Light escaped, but those two should have entered here too. I wonder where they're hiding? Ling Xiao didn't sense the presence of Zilin and Zhou Guang in this courtyard. The Silver Prince Dragon sucked in a cold breath. He was now even more glad that he didn't treat Ling Xiao as an enemy. Otherwise, they might be the ones dead now. End of chapter. Ling Xiao. You're finally here. When Wang Quan under the heavens saw Ling Xiao, it was as if he was a pervert who saw a beauty. His eyes were about to turn green. Ling Xiao thought that he would be furious when he saw Wang Quan under the heavens. But when he really saw him, he was very calm. It was as if he was an insignificant thing that wasn't worth mentioning at all. Compared to Wang Quan under the heavens, who looked at him with burning anger. He was really too calm. It was like an expert looking at an ant. How could he be agitated? But being calm was one thing. There were some things that needed to be settled. This was the price that Wang Quan under the heavens had to pay. He looked at Wang Quan under the heavens with a smile. Hey, isn't this the trash whose body I destroyed? You're actually not dead yet? Hearing this, Wang Quan under the heavens almost vomited blood. This Ling Xiao really touched the pot that didn't boil. The most depressing thing for him was that he even lost his body on a trip to the West region. This had already become the laughingstock of the Eternal Palace. Only by killing Ling Xiao would the laughter stop. Wang Quan under the heavens' body was trembling. A long sword appeared behind his back. That was his martial soul. Although there was nothing strange about a sword martial soul, it was also the easiest way for a swordsman's strength to soar greatly. That soaring killing intent, that violent sword intent. It actually dispersed the fog in the courtyard. It made many martial artists around show a terrified expression. After all, Wang Quan under the heavens was now a divine body first-level expert. You'd better call out your battle alliances, people. Otherwise, you'll die too easily. It'll be very boring. Wang Quan under the heavens stared at Ling Xiao and said fiercely. Are you sure you want to fight here? This is the city of no return. Anything can happen here. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight here anyway. This city of no return was strange and terrifying. It was too dangerous to fight here. Are you scared? Wang Quan under the heavens sneered. Motherf asterisk cur, they're all idiots. Ling Xiao sighed. It seemed that if he didn't get rid of Wang Quan under the heavens, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city of no return. Brother Ling, if you want to fight, we can help you. The Silver Zilong said. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother White Silver. However, I alone am enough to deal with Wang Quan and the world. Ling Xiao looked at kingship of the world and gradually transformed into the black goat necromancer. In an instant, a violent death aura burst out from his body. The Golden City team was so shocked that they hurriedly retreated. He has become stronger again. The White Silver Zilong exclaimed. Since it had nothing to do with them, the others all stepped aside. No one noticed that the people from the Nine Serenities Demon Zone had quietly disappeared into the black mist. Before he left behind a cruel smile. Everyone was focused on Ling Xiao and King of the World, so no one noticed that someone had left. After all, there were more than 1,000 people, and they were surrounded by fog. It was difficult to see clearly when someone disappeared and someone left. Yu Chen stared at Ling Xiao and said contemptuously, I once warned you not to have any ideas about Yufeng Hua. This time, I'll say the same thing. If you swear that you'll never see Yufeng Hua again, I'll stop you. I'll make King of the World stop. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You've been in the world of souls for so long, but you haven't grown at all. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Chen with a hint of sarcasm. Yufeng Hua is my woman, and no one can take her away from me. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yu Chen was stunned. He thought that his words would be effective, but he did not expect that Ling Xiao would treat his words as nothing more than passing wind. He didn't seem to care at all. Senior Brother Yu Chen, don't be angry. He's going to die anyway. King of the World said with a smile. At this moment, he was no longer as agitated as before. He didn't think it was necessary. Why did he have to be so angry at this piece of trash? Was there something wrong with his head? Don't show mercy. Yu Chen said and retreated. He had already observed Ling Xiao's cultivation. He was in the 3rd stage of the core fragmentation realm. Even if his cultivation was heaven-defying, he could only deal with a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator. He had no chance against a true divine physique echelon cultivator. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be so heaven-defying. That Ling Xiao is too arrogant, isn't he? How dare he seduce Princess Feng Hua from the Eternal Palace? He's really a toad lusting after a swan. Isn't he afraid of breaking his teeth? Everyone bullied the weak and feared the strong. They liked to cling to the strong and trample on the weak. This was especially true in the world of martial artists. Clinging to the strong meant that they could live longer. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao was a good-for-nothing country bumpkin. He actually had designs on Yufeng Hua. He deserved to die. King of the World, if you're no match for him, why don't I help you? The one who spoke was Xingyu from the Heaven's Sacred Ground. Xingyu and Ling Xiao had no grudge against each other. However, he couldn't stand Ling Xiao. He was like a noble who couldn't stand a lowly slave climbing over their heads. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao dead. Moreover, the ambiguous relationship between Ling Xiao and Lang Qingqing made Xingyu very unhappy. It was as if the pure saintess in his eyes was being played by someone else. It was a very unpleasant feeling. See? This is the will of the people, lowly ants, tiny smelly bugs. You'll never understand that trash at the bottom of the world should stay at the bottom forever. What makes you think you can turn the tables? What makes you think you can be on equal footing with us? That time an accident caused you to destroy my physical body. But so what? Not only has my body recovered, but it's also stronger than before. King of the World was very excited. As he listened to the discussions of the crowd, he felt even more superior. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was only worthy of a dog to lick the dirt off his shoes. What a pity. You chased me all the way here, but you still can't see Yufeng Hua. My brother doesn't even need to do anything. I can kill you right now. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He only looked at King of the World mockingly as if he was looking at a noisy cicada. He only wanted to laugh. It was as if he was watching a comical show. Angered by his laughter, King of the World finally drew his sword. The sword in his hand was actually an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. This was the second monarch weapon of this level that Ling Xiao had seen so far. The other one was the one in the Will-O-Wisp King's hands. Unfortunately, it was already destroyed. The Eternal Palace was really powerful. They even allowed their disciples to use an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. This sword is called Hegemonic Song of the World. It's your honor to be killed by it. To be honest, I don't want to use it to kill a bug. But only this sword can make a lowly person like you despair. King of the World sneered. This was power, this was status. He took out this sword not to fight, but to show off. What a childish guy. Ling Xiao looked at King of the World with contempt, but he didn't underestimate him at all. Although the other party was very childish, he was indeed an expert. Underestimating the enemy would definitely lead to one's death. Kings the World held the Hegemon Song sword. The sword emitted a dazzling golden light that enveloped him, making him look like a god of war. The sharp sword intent made people not dare to look directly at it as if it was going to pierce through everyone's eyes. Within the sword, there was an aura that belonged to the immemorial divine beast, Baxia. Baxia was very similar to the black tortoise, and some people thought that it was the black tortoise. Therefore, it had a very high status in the Black Tortoise continent. In the legends of ancient times, Baxia often carried 3 mountains and 5 peaks to stir up trouble. Later, it was subdued by the human king and made many contributions to the human king. Baxia was very similar to a turtle, but there were differences if one looked closely. Baxia had a row of teeth, but turtles did not. The number and shape of the scales on the back of Baxia and turtles were also different. Baxia was also known as the dragon turtle, a symbol of longevity and auspiciousness. It always struggled to move forward with its head held high, its 4 legs tenaciously supporting it, trying hard to move forward, and it never stopped. Its dragon head and turtle body were its characteristics. This kind of divine beast was extremely powerful. It seemed that the Hegemon Song sword used Baxia's turtle shell as part of the material. It was made of precious metal. That was why it contained Baxia's aura. With the Hegemon Song sword in hand, Kings the World seemed to be no longer a brainless madman. Instead, he had become a peerless and domineering swordsman. It was quite outstanding. It attracted everyone's praise. As expected of the genius disciple of the immortal palace, he actually has such a treasure sword. This time, Ling Xiao is dead for sure. That's right, this is the result of overestimating oneself. Hearing these discussions, Kings the World seemed even more proud. Bug, it's time to end everything. A dream is just a dream. You will never achieve it, and it will never be realized. Kings the World's eyes flashed with a cold gaze. Cruel and domineering. You still talk so much nonsense. Can't you hurry up and do it? I'm standing right here. Just come and kill me. Ling Xiao yawned. Wasn't this a little too much nonsense? It was as if he was afraid that others didn't know how awesome he was. Ling Xiao's expression infuriated King of the World. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. This Ling Xiao, is there something wrong with his head? How dare he provoke King of the World? Did he really think that he could defeat an opponent of the divine physique echelon realm just by relying on himself? Since they couldn't figure it out, they decided not to think about it. He just watched quietly. You want to die? Not so easy. I'm going to chop you into pieces. Let's start with your arm. Wang Quan's world roared and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The crowd became excited when they finally made their move. Senior Brother Silver, do you think Ling Xiao can really win? Bai Fan asked with a frown. Perhaps in the past, Bai Fan and Ling Xiao only had some animosity between them, but that was just a small problem. At least for now, he would definitely support Ling Xiao. We can win. The stronger the silver dragon was, the more it would discover how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Therefore, he had full confidence in Ling Xiao. Break it. At this moment, King of the World had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao and slashed out with the Song of the World Hegemon in his hand. It was extremely fast and slashed towards the arm. Ling Xiao smiled. He even stretched out his right arm and looked at King of the World provocatively, asking King of the World to slash him. He's crazy. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Even the silver dragon didn't expect Ling Xiao to do this. Although a martial artist wouldn't die from a broken arm, they would still be injured. Scared out of his wits? King of the World was also stunned. However, when he saw the calm expression on Ling Xiao's face, he couldn't help but feel angry. Who cares? I'll just slash him first. At first, he was still a little worried. However, the problem was that if he gave up now, he would probably be laughed at by everyone. King of the World was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't hate Ling Xiao to this extent. The song of the world hegemon finally slashed down. Clang, a strange sound was heard. It was loud and ear-piercing. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. The emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns, the song of the world hegemon sword, didn't leave the slightest mark on Ling Xiao's arm. It didn't even cut his clothes. What the hell was this? This is impossible. King of the World exclaimed. You want to kill me? What a piece of trash. You can't even cut my clothes. Amidst the sneers, some people noticed that Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became filled with a terrifying aura. That was clearly the aura of a demon. Although he wanted to improve his strength through King of the World hegemon. Facing this grandson, he wanted to crush him directly. Therefore, the one facing King of the World hegemon was actually Ling Xiao the Demon Lord. It was still Ling Xiao, but with a different body. Their cultivation was also very different. While King of the World hegemon was dumbfounded. A cruel light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He reached out, grabbed the song of the world hegemon sword, and slashed down. Crack! Ah dash! A horrified and unbelievable scream rang out. King of the World hegemon's right arm was directly cut off. Then Ling Xiao flew up and kicked King of the World hegemon out. This kick shattered all the bones in King of the World hegemon's body. He fell to the ground and could no longer move. Silence, it was simply a dead silence, no one had expected such a situation to occur. Ling Xiao only used one move to cripple King of the World hegemon. Wasn't the difference in strength a little too great? It was as if one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. They couldn't be compared at all. Bug, ant, this was the definition that King of the World hegemon gave to Ling Xiao. But now, it seemed that King of the World hegemon was the real ant in front of Ling Xiao, the real bug. Ling Xiao was the one who stood high above the masses. He could easily kill King of the World hegemon. Everyone could see that he deliberately didn't kill him and deliberately tortured King of the World hegemon. F***ck, am I dreaming? Exclamations came from the crowd. This is too exaggerated. King of the World hegemon's song is already so strong. How terrifying is this guy? Bayan Zilong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao had once again given him a great shock. Yu Chen's eyes were filled with shock. Even he couldn't defeat King of the World hegemon so easily. Perhaps King of the World hegemon had underestimated his opponent, but this was still too exaggerated. Ling Xiao took the hegemon song and directly erased the divine sense imprint on the sword. Then, he casually threw it into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Although the Emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns was very powerful, he still wanted to fight with his own body. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. King of the World hegemon hid in the ruins and looked at Ling Xiao who was walking towards him in horror. He couldn't believe it was real. He couldn't believe it. Dream, I must be dreaming. Just a moment ago, he was still arrogant and didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. But now, he felt a deep sense of fear. Ling Xiao walked in front of King of the World and looked down at the fallen King of the World. He smiled coldly. How do you feel, Bug? Your humility is really laughable. What are you trying to do? Wang Quan's world looked at Ling Xiao in horror. At this moment, he had changed from a proud person to a terrified person. You ant, you better think carefully. If you kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. Oh? What price? I really want to hear it. Ling Xiao stepped on Wang Quan of the World's face and wantonly ravaged it. I am a member of the Wang family. My brother is Wang Quan of the Wang family, my father is Wang Quan of the Wang family. If you dare to kill me, they will definitely tear you into pieces. Wang Quan of the World roared crazily. But I remember that when I destroyed your body last time, they didn't do anything to me. Ling Xiao teased, oh, I understand now. That useless father of yours must have been frightened by me too. What a pitiful old man. He went to the western region once and came back like a coward. Wang Quan of the world really wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, he was really miserable. He felt as if everyone was laughing at him and mocking him. It's hard to imagine that the guy called Ling Xiao is actually so strong. Yeah, he completely suppressed Wang Quan of the world in one move. But this Ling Xiao is really crazy. If he kills Wang Quan of the world, it will be interesting. I guess he won't live past today. Yuchen won't let him go. Those so-called martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were still unwilling to admit Ling Xiao's strength and hard work. They still felt that Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning in front of power and status. Even strength was nothing in front of Yuchen. They were just numbing themselves and comforting themselves. Fine, let me completely shatter your laughable arrogance. Stop. Wang Quan of the Immortal Palace finally made his move. All the martial artists of the Immortal Palace pounced on Ling Xiao. What? Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Ling Xiao sneered and gently touched the Dongxing Emperor ring. 5 figures dashed out from inside. Cold Plum, Little Gold, Sword Tiger, Dong Huangyu, Mo Jiao. Cold Plum stopped Wang Quan Ba. Little Gold's sharp claws directly tore apart the body of an Eternal Life Palace martial artist, and it went for the next one. Jianhu and Dong Huangyu each blocked one of them. The demonic flood dragon killed 2 of them at the same time and moved on to the next target. This instantaneous change shocked everyone to the core. A member of the Immortal Palace. Initially, they were in perfect condition. None of them had died. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 of them had died. King of the World was also beaten half to death. Yuchen didn't make a move at first. She just stood there proudly, thinking that everything would be fine as long as Wang Quan made a move. But now, the situation was completely out of his expectations. He was not the only one who was shocked. Those who looked down on Ling Xiao were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Little Gold killed another Eternal Life Palace martial artist. Then, it stopped Yuchen and started fighting. Ling Xiao looked at King of the World in disdain and said, "See? Because of your incompetence and inferiority. 4 members of the Eternal Life Palace's team have already died. Don't you think that you are trash? You are all idiots who think that you are high and mighty. One day, I, Ling Xiao, will trample all of you under my feet. What about the Eternal Life Palace? What about the Eternal Life Emperor? I am looking for him for something." Ling Xiao didn't forget that his father's death in this life was related to the Eternal Life Emperor. He definitely had to take revenge for this. I know how great you are, how strong you are. I am just a useless bug, I beg you to let me go. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. King of the World was originally unwilling to accept it. That was because he knew that the Eternal Life Palace's team would save him. But at this moment, he was in complete despair. Yuchen was blocked by Little Gold. She didn't have the slightest advantage and was even suppressed by Little Gold. King of the World was even more miserable. He was beaten black and blue by Cold Plum. The rest of the people weren't in a good situation either. This strange change made King of the World realize that if he didn't admit defeat, then he couldn't avoid death. It's good that you admit it. It's a pity that I still have to kill you. Ling Xiao stepped on King of the World's head. His head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also crushed by the terrifying power. This time, he really died. There was no suspense. You lunatic, the Eternal Life Palace won't let you go. Yuchen roared and began to attack crazily. Save your own life first, idiot. Ling Xiao looked at Yuchen contemptuously, a trash with high standards but low abilities. You think you are infallible. At this moment, Ling Xiao realized a very terrifying thing. Because he was fighting with King of the World just now, he didn't notice it. But now, he noticed it. The martial artists on the periphery were swallowed by the darkness one by one. The darkness seemed to be terrifying figures. The 13 Death Spirit Kings, no, to be exact, there should only be 11 of them now. Ling Xiao realized the trouble. The city of no return was receiving their guests. Little Gold, Cold Plum, Jianhu, Mo Jiao, come back. He had already taken his revenge by killing King of the World. He was very happy. There was no need to kill all the people in the Eternal Life Palace team. More importantly, there was a new problem. The arrival of 11 Death Spirit Kings was a disaster. Although they didn't know why, they all flew back when they heard Ling Xiao shout. Cold Plum, Little Gold, and Mo Jiao stayed outside. Dong Huangyu and Jianhu were kept in the Dongxing Emperor ring. The enemy was too strong. It wasn't something a half-step divine physique echelon could handle. 5 people in the Eternal Life Palace team died. There were only 5 left. King of the World was also seriously injured. He was pale. No one understood why Ling Xiao chose to stop now. Until a shrill scream was heard. Everyone's hair stood on end as they looked in the direction of the scream. They couldn't see clearly, but there was indeed a martial artist who was dragged into the darkness. I'll settle this debt of blood with you in the future. Yuchen realized that trouble was coming. Now was definitely not the time to fight with Ling Xiao. She had to solve the problem first. What if we're discovered? Hee hee. Yeah, we're discovered. We only killed a dozen people. It's all because of that kid. His reaction is so fast. I heard that he killed the Shadow King and the Ghost Fire King. Be careful. When the martial artists heard that even the Death Spirit Kings were afraid of Ling Xiao, they realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. However, they didn't have time to worship him. The Death Spirit Kings were terrifying to most of them. They screamed and ran away. Golden City Team, Heavenly Demon Ghost Team, come here. Ling Xiao knew that unity was the most important thing at this time. The Death Spirit race was obviously afraid of them. After all, there were many divine physique echelon martial artists here. If they could unite, the Death Spirit race wouldn't be so rampant. End of chapter. Hearing Ling Xiao's shout, the 8 martial artists of the Golden City team immediately walked over. Only Ghost Sword, Qi Niming, Black Pearl, and Qi Yaoguang were bought by the Heavenly Demon Ghost Qi team. The rest were obviously unwilling to stay with Ling Xiao. Thinking about it, Ling Xiao had offended the Eternal Palace, and they didn't want to get into trouble. Ling Xiao didn't care, and put Qi Niming, Ghost Sword, Black Pearl, and Qi Yaoguang into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He left the White Silver Dragon as the hostage of the Golden Sky region, and the other 7 were all put in. Although these people were hiding in the Dongxing Emperor ring, they could still be released to fight at the critical moment. However, it didn't seem appropriate to face 11 Death Spirit Kings now. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about the lives of others. As long as he could protect his friends and those who were willing to believe in him, it was enough. I can borrow this little guy's corpse. An extremely ugly Death Spirit King laughed wildly. This guy was extremely fat, as if many corpses were sewn together. His internal organs were exposed, and there were mosquitoes and flies flying around his body. He walked to the corpse of Wang Quan under the heavens and actually opened his bloody mouth. Creak creak, F***ck, so disgusting. Even though Ling Xiao was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still shocked by the scene. Wang Quan under the heavens was already dead, and his corpse was actually eaten by the Abomination King. This was too F***king tragic. The surrounding people didn't look good. These Death Spirit Kings were simply ferocious. But thinking about it carefully, this was the Death Spirit race. Perhaps they had always treated corpses as food. Just like how humans would eat 90% cooked steak. Or eat raw salmon. Perhaps in the eyes of salmon and cows, this behavior was also very terrifying, but in the eyes of humans, it was normal. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to everyone and turned to leave. There was no benefit in fighting to the death with these guys. There were many people who fled with them. Seeing the terrifying behavior of the Abomination King, who dared to stay here, even if they died, even their corpses would be eaten. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Brother Ling, what should we do next? Demon Flood Dragon asked. Let's take it one step at a time. Ling Xiao had no idea what to do now. This damned place was even scarier than the rumors. It was unknown how many people would be able to leave this place alive. It seemed that the 11 Death Spirit Kings didn't chase after them. Instead, it was their subordinates, the Nightmare Knights, abominations, ghouls, and skeletons that began to hunt down their prey. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Mo Jiao, and the Silver Dragon, it could be said that there were 5 divine physique echelon experts. The monsters of the undead clan seemed to have realized how terrifying this team was. They all stayed far away from them, which made things a lot easier for them. After Ling Xiao killed King of the World, he felt relieved. He realized that his current cultivation level was much higher than before. She was not as easily angered as before. Perhaps it was because he had experienced so much and seen so much that his mentality was becoming more and more stable. In the past, even if he were to chop the royal authority of the world into pieces, it would still be difficult to vent his hatred. But now, killing him was enough. He rarely used such brutal methods to torture an opponent. Unless that guy completely infuriated him and awakened the demon hidden in his heart. The city of no return looked like a maze. It was too easy to get lost in the fog. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, it would have been really troublesome. You might as well all enter my Dongxing Emperor ring so that you won't get separated. When I need help, I'll naturally ask for your help. The Dongxing Emperor ring could fit at least 20 people now. However, it had to bear their weight. This wasn't a big problem. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he could even carry 100 people, let alone 20. Shrill screams kept coming from afar. Ling Xiao ignored them. He wasn't even sure if he was safe now. He didn't have the leisure to save others. Walking on the quiet and empty street, screams and strange noises could be heard from time to time. Shadows flashed across the buildings from time to time. It really made one feel extremely nervous. Fortunately, there were helpers in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would really feel terrified walking alone in this godforsaken place. Ling Xiao tried to fly into the sky. However, he found that he would hit a barrier when he flew 50 meters high. There was no way to get out. He realized that they might be trapped in this godforsaken place. There were some things that he didn't want to let them out. Master, I'll have to trouble you again. In this world, any Yuan venerate could break through a barrier. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't care. Furthermore, he wasn't in a hurry to leave this place. After entering this place, he felt that the aura of Yushan was getting denser. He knew that his judgment wasn't wrong. The thing he was looking for was definitely here. The sacred cultivation technique and the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns that hadn't appeared yet were definitely here. Perhaps the probing of his spirit sense was completely useless here, but his Tai Chi I could still see a radius of 1 mile. Brother Ling, please let me out. I have some matters to attend to. Mo Jiao didn't elaborate, but Ling Xiao knew that this might be related to the mission of the Beast Deity Union. Therefore, he didn't force him. After letting Mo Jiao out, he quickly disappeared into the fog. I hope we don't have the same goal. Looking in the direction where the demonic fled dragon left, Ling Xiao let out a breath of turbid air. He actually had a good impression of Mo Jiao and didn't want to become enemies with him. Boss, let us out too. It's better to have more people than you. Besides, it's easier to find things with everyone's help. Xiao Jin couldn't stay in the Dongxing Emperor ring anyway. Ling Xiao thought about it and simply let him, Cold Plum, and the White Silver Dragon out. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum were second-level divine physique echelon powerhouses. Even if they got separated, they shouldn't be in any danger. As for the White Silver Dragon, if this person was killed, then 90% of the martialists who came in this time would probably die. Although Mo Jiao was missing, the 4 of them were still very powerful. Although the ghosts in the darkness were staring at them, they didn't dare to make a move. Boss, where are we going? Now, everyone listen to Ling Xiao. Since we're here, I don't care if it's the city of no return or the undying city. We must get to the bottom of the secret here. Ling Xiao wasn't confident either. However, since they were here, they could only move forward. Fortunately, there were Yuan venerates who could break the boundary. If they really couldn't stay here any longer, they could still escape successfully. Who is it? While Ling Xiao was speaking, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared. It's me. A familiar figure appeared in the darkness. It was the Corpse Ghost King. Xiao Jin was about to make a move but was stopped by Ling Xiao. You came here alone. Are you planning to die? Ling Xiao asked. I seem to have thought of something. In the past, I might have had some kind of relationship with the Golden Sky region. However, I still can't figure it out. However, I can tell you how to leave this place. Corpse Ghost King looked at Ling Xiao and said, "This is just a hunting game. The Dead Spirit Emperor doesn't plan to kill all of you. To him, this is just a boring game. You have to know that living for tens of thousands of years is really boring. Among those ghosts, there are some powerful existences that are even more terrifying than us Death Spirit Kings. They are the Dead Spirit Emperor's personal guards. They are the real Dead Spirit race. As for us, we are just transformed from other races. Kill these guards, and you can get the Dead Spirit Essence. The stronger the enemy, the more Dead Spirit Essence you can get. Gather 100 Dead Spirit Essences, and the Dead Spirit Emperor will fulfill a small wish of yours. This includes allowing a person to leave this place, or obtaining some powerful inheritance." After saying that, the Corpse Ghost King left. "Boss, can we believe his words?" Little Gold frowned and asked. "Of course, but I'm thinking of another problem. Back then, 13 emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds all fell in the City of No Return. Now, 13 Dead Spirit Kings have appeared. Don't you think there is a connection?" Ling Xiao said. "No way, Brother Ling means that the Dead Spirit King is one of the 13 missing emperors?" The White Silver Dragon was dumbstruck. "That's what I think. I even suspect that Corpse Ghost King is the previous Yellow Emperor." Ling Xiao's words were shocking. Although Silver Dragon had thought of this possibility, he definitely couldn't say it out loud. Because it was a little hard to accept. Of course, the 13 emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were the emperors of their respective forces. If they hadn't died, there wouldn't have been internal strife in the Eternal Life Palace. Why do I feel more and more strange thinking about it? Cold Plum frowned and said. "Forget it, let's do as Corpse Ghost King said. Kill the Dead Spirit Emperor's personal guards and get the Dead Spirit Essence." Ling Xiao looked at the foggy street in the distance. He wanted to go directly to the Dead Spirit Emperor. The problem was that he couldn't see any buildings that belonged to the Dead Spirit Emperor. Now, he could only do as Corpse Ghost King said and collect as much Dead Spirit Essence as possible. He believed that he would be able to see the Undead Spirit Emperor after collecting 100 Undead Spirit Essences. To be honest, he really wanted to see what this great emperor looked like. Woo-woo-woo! Suddenly, a strange cry came from the front. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught sight of a blood-red figure. It floated around like a ghost. His hair covered his face, and his feet were off the ground, dragging a heavy iron chain behind him. This fellow's strength was actually at the 2nd level of the Divine Body realm. It was even more terrifying than the Corpse Ghost King. He had reached the level of the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. And just as the Corpse Ghost King said, these guys all had special markings on their bodies. This showed that he was one of the Great Emperor's personal guards. Go. If it was before, Ling Xiao might have chosen to turn around and run. But now, there was nothing to be afraid of. When the 4 of them joined forces, even a 3rd-level Divine Physique Realm expert would have a headache, let alone a 2nd-level Divine Physique Realm expert. The 4 of them rushed forward together. There's nothing special about the Emperor's personal guards. He looked at the ghost that had turned into ashes on the ground. Xiao Jin said with a smile. Nonsense, you're already at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique realm. What can he do in front of you? Ling Xiao picked up 2 pieces of Dead Spirit Essence from the ground. The Dead Spirit Essence was like a crystal, and it looked very beautiful. Looks like a 1st-level Divine Physique Realm expert should have 1 piece, and a 2nd-level Divine Physique Realm expert should have 2 pieces. Ling Xiao smiled and kept the Dead Spirit Essence into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Let's continue. The 4 of them started to kill the Great Emperor's personal guards in the city. They could see bloodstains on the ground from time to time, but the strange thing was that they didn't have a physical body. I keep having a creepy feeling. This Dead Spirit Emperor might have turned all those dead people into ghosts just to play a boring game. Damn it, the weak really don't have any status in front of the strong. Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like the feeling of being played. It was too unpleasant. If he had the ability, he definitely wouldn't let this Dead Spirit Emperor go. Of course, in the process of killing, they also met some living people. However, they couldn't be bothered with them. After all, they weren't familiar with them. That place. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at a building in the distance excitedly. It was a skeleton tower. The main body of the tower was completely built with bones. That place actually released the aura of the young god. Let's go there. Ling Xiao didn't forget his real purpose of coming here, which was to find the young god's relic. As long as he could find the young god's relic, it didn't matter if he couldn't get anything else. He didn't value it that much. However, after 1 mile, he was shocked to find that the skeleton tower was still far away. What the hell? Ling Xiao didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he frowned and stood in place. It seemed like this city of no return was more dangerous than he had imagined. He definitely couldn't be careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his life. That should be a mirage, however, it wasn't formed naturally. It was formed through some kind of array. It's useless for you to chase after it. Instead, you might fall into a trap. It's better to collect the essence of the dead spirits. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Alright. In fact, Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as the Yuan Venerate. He also felt that this place was too strange. It wouldn't be wrong to be careful. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be killed. After walking for a while, the 4 of them actually saw a tavern. There was actually a tavern in this lifeless place, which gave people a feeling of absurdity. However, the tavern still had a signboard that said Haunted Tavern. Let's go in and take a look. Ling Xiao smiled. He had been to many places, but he had never been to a haunted tavern. Furthermore, they had been fighting all this time and were a little tired. It was just nice to find a place to rest. Since this was a game created by the Dead Spirit Emperor, this tavern must be a place for martialists to rest. After arriving at the tavern, the 4 of them found a seat and sat down. They were surprised to find that there were actually many people inside. Among them, there were even familiar faces. Xing Yu, Lang Qingqing, Yu Chen, Wang Quan Badeo, and Sea Lion Hero were all there. However, most of them were unfamiliar faces. Everyone, is there anyone who dares to try the Yellow Springs path? Xing Yu suddenly stood up and said, since everyone is here, I won't be long-winded. Instead of being chased by those ghosts, why don't we take the initiative to attack? I heard from my elders that as long as we pass the Yellow Springs path, we will see the hope of life. Furthermore, there are many treasures waiting for you guys to obtain. Is this guy trying to trick us? Little Gold laughed softly. I don't know if he's trying to trick us or not, but I am a little interested. He obviously knows more about the city of no return than us. Why don't we try our luck with them? Ling Xiao smiled. End of chapter 4596. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.